Chapter 85. Realization of the Earth's Source, Sword, Qi completed. Hu Zhongshuan's smile froze, and he reluctantly returned the pills to you. You little brat, it's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding? Yes, then give me back the 2 pills from before. Hu Zhongshuan sighed in pain and shook his head helplessly. I thought you were a kind and generous child, but I didn't expect you. Did you give them to someone else? You interrupted with a blank expression. Hu Zhongshuan pulled you to sit down. Child, why do you think of your master uncle like that? Master uncle is not that kind of person. Then you must have given them to master aunt. Hu Zhongshuan hesitated. Well, anyway, it's not entirely impossible. Did you tell master aunt that I refined them? Hu Zhongshuan felt a bit awkward. Wanshu can't hear anyway. Your face fell. Master uncle, I've worked hard to refine pills, and I didn't even get a good reputation. Hu Zhongshuan's expression was somewhat unnatural. I'll definitely make it up next time. You stood up in anger. I'm leaving. It's hurtful to my pride. Whoever wants to refine pills can do it. I'm not doing it anymore. You quickly took 3 steps out, then stepped back 1, and glanced at Hu Zhongshuan. Hu Zhongshuan looked at you without saying a word. You walked 3 steps back 2. Am I really leaving? Hu Zhongshuan watched you, who couldn't seem to leave the study, and shook his head helplessly. Oh, just say it. What do you want? You smiled slyly. Master uncle can summon winds and rains in the court indeed. You are well versed in human affairs and understand the world. My respect for you. Stop being glib. What do you want? You smiled. Master uncle, just give me something interesting. A few hundred sect-defining techniques or martial arts would do. I'm not picky. As soon as you finished speaking, you felt that this situation seemed familiar. You remembered that you had previously taken some good things from Xiahuada and Deng Russo. Essentially, you had taken advantage of all 3 old experts of the Danxia sect. They all volunteered. You thought silently without any guilt. Hu Zhongshuan thought for a moment. I don't have a few hundred sect-defining techniques, but I do have something interesting for you. Hu Zhongshuan took out an earth source bowl from the secret room behind the study and handed it to you. Now that you are well informed, you immediately recognized that this was a bowl for holding earth source. You asked suspiciously, Master uncle, what do you mean? Are you giving me the earth source? The earth source can't be given to you. For now, this contains a trace of my true source power, which includes the essential aura of the earth source. After you feel it, it can significantly enhance your understanding of the earth source and source power. Hu Zhongshuan smiled and continued. Although you can't use it now, if you can reach the peak of the master realm and find the earth source, it will greatly accelerate your comprehension of the earth source. You calmly accepted it. Thank you, master uncle. Hu Zhongshuan looked at your calm expression. Are you not satisfied? I saw that you lack no techniques or martial arts. If you really want techniques, that's fine too. You hurriedly said, let's go with this even though I can't use it for now. It's good to have something to look forward to. Your tone was calm, but you were extremely excited inside because you needed this kind of thing right now. You only had 2 earth source sword chi left to comprehend, and these last 2 were very difficult to tackle. You hadn't made significant progress for over a year. Hu Zhongshuan's trace of true source power came at just the right time, as if a pillow was handed to you right when you were sleepy. You directly extracted that trace of true source power, then activated the visionary observation and the awakening technique, fully engaging your senses. Source power is the power that martial artists transform after merging with the earth source. This trace of true source power was equivalent to pointing you towards a path to the ultimate form of merging with the earth source, which greatly aided your comprehension of the earth source. Just half a month later, you thoroughly grasped this trace of true source power. Your inspiration was immense, and your mind was filled with many strange and wonderful insights about the earth source. You had a premonition that you could finally tackle the remaining 2 earth source sword chi in one go. Just as you were filled with confidence and ready to start, Lao Wang delivered a letter to you. You thought it was another incident from the Danxia sect, but upon opening the letter, you found it was from Lin Mo. The content of the letter could be summarized in 1 sentence. He had been promoted. Lin Mo had been promoted again, advancing to the mid-stage of the master realm. You held the letter silently, tears in your eyes, as the sound of camel bells rang in your ears. If you were still at the Danxia sect, it wouldn't be strange for Lin Mo to send you a letter with good news since you live nearby. You could understand why Lin Mo would send you a letter even after you had escaped to the capital. You shook your head weakly. You brat, are you chasing me to kill? This speed was really abnormal, too fast to be normal. You thought carefully and realized, it seems that I accelerated his comprehension of the Earth's source, sword chi, which in turn sped up his realm growth. But I haven't helped him comprehend for 2 or 3 years. How can the residual power be so strong? Why didn't I feel it? You felt a bit regretful for having helped him comprehend the Earth's source, sword chi. You were afraid that Lin Mo would suffer, yet you were also worried he would drive a Land Rover. But now you didn't need to worry. Lin Mo didn't drive a Land Rover, he had directly boarded a rocket. Fortunately, after reading the letter, it didn't take long for your emotions to settle down. Little Lin Mo, how dare you disturb my Tao heart? You pushed this little annoyance to the back of your mind. You began to comprehend the last 2 Earth source, sword chi. Year 44 that you sat cross-legged in the courtyard, eyes closed with a smile. It seemed like you were focused on cultivating, but in fact, your consciousness had traveled a long way. At this moment, all your consciousness had entered the simulation space. Your consciousness transformed into your own form, appearing before you. A phantom long sword surrounded you. This long sword emitted a faint light, as if it were joyful, constantly weaving around you. This sword was the Earth's source long sword. Due to Hu Zhongshuan's trace of true source power accelerating your progress, you finally completed the comprehension of all 24 sword chi. This also meant that you had fully gained the recognition of this Earth source. The Earth source long sword emitted a cheerful emotion, as if saying, "Only brother he you understands me the most. If it's brother he you, then doing such things is fine." You could feel that as long as you were willing, you could merge with the Earth source at any time. Because merging with the Earth source under the watchful eyes of Hu Zhongshuan, an extreme master, would definitely be detected. Even if you went to a remote zoo to merge, it might still be discovered by the extreme masters in the capital. You also didn't need to worry about Deng Wanchu's safety anymore, as Hu Zhongshuan, after completing the land tax reform, had gradually been marginalized by Lianlong. This was good news for Hu Zhongshuan. He had more time to stay by Deng Wanchu's side. You could also leave with peace of mind. After bidding farewell to Hu Zhongshuan, you left the capital that very day. You were extremely excited, heading straight for the Danxia sect. After adjusting your state in your own courtyard, you suddenly opened your eyes. Finally, it's time to start merging. Chapter 86, The Path of Refining Essence. You sit cross-legged and activate your insightful vision. As your mind stirs slightly, a shimmering white phantom sword suddenly appears before you. The moment the Earth Source sword appears, a fierce wind rises. The Earth Source sword, laden with immense power, seems to be worshipped by the surrounding heavens and earth. You no longer hesitate. Your own overwhelming aura instantly sweeps forth. The Earth Source sword senses this familiar aura and emits a clear cry, like a fledgling returning home, rushing towards you and diving into your dantian. As the Earth Source enters your body, it feels like downing a shot of strong liquor, causing your organs, blood, and bones to suddenly boil. Damn, you cry out in pain. The Earth Source sword transforms into a vast aura, rapidly spreading to every corner of your body. You can no longer maintain your cross-legged position and fall to the ground writhing in agony. Damn, it's a bit hot. The surface of your body resembles boiling water, with flesh bubbles continuously swelling and dissipating, your entire body twisting and distorting. The true chi within you begins to be devoured and assimilated by the Earth Source. The true chi encounters the Earth Source like a mouse meeting a cat, instantly swallowed without resistance. The painful process lasts for half an hour, finally showing signs of easing. Your body undergoes optimization and transformation. All your muscles and bones are sublimated, seemingly radiating a hazy, precious light. Your body gradually shifts towards its most perfect form. Your strength, your speed, your consciousness, everything about you reaches a new level. Gradually, you develop an inexplicable sense of intimacy with this world. Before long, the feeling of pain ends, and a sense of clarity and comfort arrives. The source energy completes its final transformation, powerful energy surging rapidly through your body, never ceasing. Awesome! You roar in excitement, stopping your writhing on the ground. You slowly stand up. Your clear eyes suddenly open wide, exuding a breathtaking pressure. Your deep green robe moves without wind, rustling wildly. Your body slowly rises into the air. But this time, you do not use the Skywalker step. You spread your arms wide, looking utterly intoxicated. The little courtyard beneath you grows smaller, while the sky looms closer. You have seen the vast heavens many times, but this time feels particularly different. Finally, damn it, you did it. Your excited voice echoes to the horizon, then gradually fades away. You are elated, and the soul awakening blade suddenly slips into your hand. Clang! You swing the blade fiercely towards the sky. The sky brightens for an instant, the blade light carrying the might of heaven and earth soaring into the clouds. This strike pierces through the cloud layers, leaving a massive straight passageway leading to the sky. This is the power of a true master of the ultimate path. Moreover, not only has your true chi transformed into source energy, elevating your strength to a new level, your lifespan has also increased to 200 years. Except for your martial arts realm still being at the refining essence stage, you are now a true master of the ultimate path. You have officially entered the ranks of ultimate path masters at the peak of refining essence. This achievement has never been seen before and will never be replicated. I am truly impressive, ha 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 ha. You laugh excitedly, but after the excitement, you faintly feel some soreness in your right arm holding the blade, and you shake your arm. Perhaps you swung the blade too hard, but it doesn't matter. You don't pay much attention to it. You slowly descend back into the little courtyard. Initially, you were a bit worried that the peak physical strength of refining essence wouldn't be able to bear the transformation of the earth source. But now it seems your concerns were unnecessary. Your true combat power is also among the best among ultimate path masters. Moreover, your martial arts realm is only at the peak of refining essence, which means you can still improve. Because strictly speaking, ultimate path masters cannot be considered a martial arts realm. It can be said that they have gained the characteristics of earth source transformation. Other ultimate path masters can only undergo transformation at the peak of the master realm, so they cannot increase their realm strength after achieving the ultimate path. But you are different. You are only at the peak of refining essence, and you can still rise. When you advance to the peak of the master realm with your earth source transformed body, your combat power will crush all ultimate path masters. In short, you are now an ultimate path master who appears to be at the refining essence stage, but has combat power beyond that of ordinary people. You are in a great mood and decide to go out and show off. However, finding someone to show off becomes a dilemma for you. After deep contemplation, you think of two candidates. One is Lin Mo, and the other is the granddaughter of Jiao Mingxiu, whose name you don't even know. After much inner conflict, you finally reluctantly decide to go find Lin Mo to show off. You shoot up into the sky. As you fly, you mutter to yourself, "Little Lin Mo, always disrupting my path. Today let me show you Uncle Yu's great source power. Do you like Uncle's great source power, huh? Speak up." You arrive at the Heavenly Alliance, still mumbling to yourself. But you are told that Lin Mo has already gone out and is not in the Heavenly Alliance. All right, you nod regretfully. As you turn to leave, the guard tells you, "By the way, the leader asked me to tell you that he is already in the late master stage and said he still hasn't disappointed you." You rush over and cover the guard's mouth. "No more talking. It's impolite." The guard nods blankly. The guard watches your rapidly departing figure, scratching his head in confusion. "Did I say something wrong?" You originally intended to show off, but unexpectedly, you ended up being shown off to. And Lin Mo isn't even here. You got shown up by Lin Mo from afar, leaving you dizzy. That's the master realm. Not some low-level realm of refining skin or tempering bones. For a master to progress is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But it seems that the word bottleneck doesn't exist in Lin Mo's dictionary. He just keeps leveling up. You calculate that if Lin Mo smoothly advances to the peak of the master realm next year, he will be a 36-year-old peak master martial artist. Keep in mind that during the third simulation, when he was still Miao Li Wu, he reached the peak of the master realm at 41, which was already a record-breaking speed. Now Lin Mo is likely to achieve an exaggerated peak master achievement at 36 years old. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. You can't help but exclaim, "I have to break my own record." But then you think, wait, what do I have to envy Lin Mo for as a 15-year-old ultimate path master? I am the one who is truly impressive. You are right. Because you are indeed 15 years old, just that you are 15 years old by calendar age, and over 140 in nominal age. Age is something that can be flexibly adjusted without hindering anything. You comfort yourself, and your own abilities are becoming more and more impressive. You carve out a large area deep in the back mountain of Danxia sect and reopen a zoo. You still capture various ferocious beasts to raise. And according to a fixed cycle, you feed them blood beast pills to enhance the guardian body technique. A few months later, this batch of animals gradually becomes more robust. Each one is plump and strong, with muscles bulging, and at night when they howl, it's deafening, scaring all other animals within dozens of miles away. You didn't hide this from Wanbai, he knows, but he hasn't come to see it. One day, Wanbai finds you. He asks, "Senior brother, I keep hearing tiger roars and wolf howls from deep in the back mountain lately. Is there a problem?" You, who are in the middle of your training, open your eyes. The little animals just have louder voices, so sleep peacefully. Chapter 87, Earth Source Time Limit. Time flows like water, quietly passing by. In this 45th year, you are 60 years old. You called Bai Chun and Jiao Mingxiu, and you gathered for a small get-together in the courtyard. Now Bai Chun and Jiao Mingshu basically do not live in Danxia sect anymore. Jiao Mingshu has to take care of the martial arts school and has long-term accommodations in Yutong County. Jiao Mingshu is over 50 now, and he has already shed his naive demeanor, becoming kind and steady. Bai Chun is more than 20 years older than Jiao Mingshu and is already 81 this year. You can clearly see that Bai Chun's energy is not as abundant as before. Although he still has that reckless temperament, it has been much restrained. Bai Chun's Mingchun courtyard has already been transferred, and he no longer has the energy to manage it. His own money is more than enough. Jiao Mingshu steadily raises his wine glass and smiles. A toast to my senior brother. Bai Chun also raises his wine glass, but no longer as flamboyant as in his youth. He smiles lightly and says, "Drink." That night, you all drank to the point of drunkenness in the courtyard. You fell asleep on the ground after getting drunk, and when you woke up, you drank heartily again. No one persuaded anyone to drink, yet everyone got drunk again and again. Until the sun rose and the sky brightened slightly, you gradually dispersed, and you agreed to drink again next time. 3 days later, you went to the breeding base deep in the back mountain. You again drew blood from those small-sized animals one by one. This time you merged 48 types of beast blood for a total of 64 types. Unlike the enhancement of the body that comes with the improvement of your realm, merging beast blood is purely an enhancement of the physical body, somewhat like breaking through all methods with sheer strength. You roughly compared your own realm. Now the strength gained from merging 64 types of beast blood is equivalent to the physical strength of your early skin refining stage. Although the enhancement is not significant, after accumulating, it will eventually lead to qualitative changes. Additionally, the most noticeable change for you is that the pain caused by excessive use of source power is decreasing, indicating that your physical body is becoming more robust. Through merging beast blood, you discovered that as long as there are slight differences in animal species, it can be counted as new beast blood. For example, the habitats of the Sui tiger and the crimson flame tiger are not far apart. But after merging these two types of beast blood, your physical body was enhanced. This gave you an idea. If one day I can't find new animals, could I breed these animals to produce new species and obtain the new blood that the guardian body technique considers valuable? After all, horses and donkeys can produce mules, and lions and tigers can even produce ligers. The more you thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. However, you don't need to do this for now, as collecting new animals is still quite easy. You plan to wait until collecting new beast blood becomes difficult before becoming this animal breeder. You mutter to yourself about what kind of bizarre creatures you might create by then. That day, Hu Zhongshuan came from the capital to find you. After some small talk, he asked about your progress in 8th grade alchemy. This time, Hu Zhongshuan's eyes showed obvious anxiety. You looked at him and asked, "Master Uncle, is there a problem with the earth source?" Hu Zhongshuan looked at you and hesitated. The earth source might dissipate in 3 to 5 years. Lian Long is so unkind, and he is giving you an expiring earth source. Hu Zhongshuan looked at you in surprise. How did you know it was given by His Majesty? Just a guess, not hard to figure out, right? Hu Zhongshuan nodded. I didn't expect you to be so clear about these matters despite burying yourself in cultivation every day. Master Uncle, you're not here to pressure me, right? My 8th grade alchemy is only just beginning, and I definitely can't achieve great success in 3 to 5 years. You frowned slightly, Master Uncle. That only gives us a 5 or 6% chance. It's completely a gamble. That earth source can't wait. Hu Zhongshuan also frowned. Can't Lian Long give you another earth source? He doesn't have any earth sources left either. You were speechless. Great, that blocked all the roads. Hu Zhongshuan paced around your courtyard twice, looking very anxious. After all, it's hard to come by earth sources. Yet it can only be used to gamble for a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Anyone would be troubled by that. Master Uncle, stop pacing. I'm going to refine pills vigorously right now. You stand up from the stone bench. Hu Zhongshuan smiled bitterly. That's not what I meant. I know that's not what you meant, Master Uncle. I just want to say that worrying won't help. You should spend some quality time with Master Ant first. Worrying about uncertain matters is pointless. Hu Zhongshuan looked at you, then at Deng Wanshu and the cold jade coffin beside him. I'll just do my best. After Hu Zhongshuan nodded deeply, he flew away with Deng Wanshu. You then allocated more time to alchemy. However, you didn't refine for many days before Lin Imo came to find you again. You hadn't successfully assembled a cup with extreme Dao refining yet, but he came knocking on your door himself. You stood in the courtyard and beckoned to Lin Imo at the door. You, come here. Lin Imo jogged over. What's up, Uncle You? You clenched your fist, your expression fierce. Have you ever experienced the immense power of an extreme Dao master? I have. I just killed one a few days ago. You shrank your neck. What kind of nonsense is that? You killed an extreme Dao master. Yes. Yes. Lin Mo's expression was very sincere. Is it the kind that can fly, use source power, and has a lifespan of 200 years? Yes, yes. You confirmed again. You heard me clearly, Lin Mo. It's that kind of ruthless one. How the hell did you kill him? Aren't you at the late stage of master? You gritted your teeth. I forgot. Another year has passed, right? You're truly talented. It's indeed a small realm every year. Do you even let people live? But Uncle Yu, I was injured in the battle with that extreme Dao master. You immediately got excited. Hurry up and show me so I can be happy. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a shallow, finger-length scab wound before your eyes. You were shocked. Huh? Oh my, how could you get such a serious injury? If you had discovered it a couple of days later, it might have healed on its own, you idiot. Lin Mo sincerely nodded. Almost my foot. You should have told me. What's wrong with Uncle Yu? It's nothing. I'm going to sleep. But didn't you just get up in the morning? Lin Mo scratched his head, looking puzzled. Then should I leave, Uncle Yu? Lin Mo soared into the sky, his voice echoing far away. Uncle Yu, I'll come to see you again when I have time. You watched Lin Mo fly away, muttering, truly a small realm every year. It's incredible. Just as you guessed, Lin Mo really achieved the peak of master at 36, and even gained the ability to kill an extreme Dao master. You stood in the courtyard for a while. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. In the 47th year, you have nearly memorized all the true explanations of alchemy from Deng Rusong over the past few years. You can now recite the content fluently. Although you haven't achieved minor success in 8th grade alchemy yet, through your diligent study and practice, you've made significant progress, and minor success is not far off. That day, Jiao Mingshu hurriedly ran over, shouting wildly outside your courtyard. Senior brother, come out quickly, senior brother, come with me. You instantly appeared in the courtyard, frowning and asking, what happened? Now in his 50s, Jiao Mingshu should be more composed, but he looked anxious. Hurry, senior brother. Bai Chun is about to pass away. Chapter 88. What more is there to say? You were startled, and suddenly appeared next to Jiao Mingshu. You grabbed his shoulder. Let's go. You took Jiao Mingshu and soared into the sky, rapidly flying towards Yutong County below the mountain. In the air, Jiao Mingshu was horrified. Senior brother you? As someone in the washing marrow realm, Jiao Mingshu naturally understood what flying meant. He opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't say anything. You looked at him and calmly said, I'm at the peak of refining essence, just with a special martial technique. You didn't tell Jiao Mingshu about your astonishing breakthrough into the extreme realm of refining essence, as it would only add to his worries. Jiao Mingshu finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodding as if he understood. You and Jiao Mingshu quickly arrived at Bai Chen's residence. As soon as you landed, you suddenly felt a bit out of place. Because Bai Chen's more than 200 ex-girlfriends had all arrived. They crowded the courtyard, evenly distributed in age, from 80 years old down to 18. Truly a gathering of talents, suitable for all ages. However, when you arrived, these 200-plus ex-girlfriends automatically made way for you. Some of them knew you and were aware that Bai Chun had always respected you, prompting others to also step aside. You walked through the crowd and directly entered the main room of the courtyard. With a crisp sound, you stepped into Bai Chen's room. Bai Chun, lying on the bed looking listless, seemed to sense your presence and slowly turned his head to look at you. You walked to Bai Chen's bedside and sat down. 83-year-old Bai Chun looked gaunt, with deep-set eyes. The true energy around him was like his life force, continuously dissipating. This made it impossible for his appearance to maintain its youthful look. Black hair turned white, wrinkles crept up his cheeks. Bai Chen's more than 200 ex-girlfriends watched him transform from a reckless young man into a withered old man. That thing called death didn't even plan to leave him with any dignity. Master, senior brother, Bai Chun forced a smile. You studied him for a while. Is there anything you want to say? Bai Chun thought for a moment, his tone calm. This life is enough. What more is there to say? You smiled, and Bai Chun also managed a weak smile. Bai Chun suddenly remembered something and said softly, I still owe senior brother a meal at a high-end restaurant. You always look down on the expensive dishes there. Are you finally inviting me? A cunning smile flashed across Bai Chen's wrinkled face, still not inviting. You couldn't help but laugh. What about taking me to a brothel? Senior brother pays, I'll pick up the tab. Ha ha, ha ha. The head of the family has passed away. Woo-woo, more than 200 ex-girlfriends cried in unison. Bai Chen's juniors either cried loudly or were on the verge of tears. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire Bai residence. In the following days, the Bai residence was filled with white. Bai Chun had no offspring, so his nieces and nephews handled the funeral arrangements. His assets had long been bequeathed to them via a will. You felt heavy-hearted for several days before readjusting your mindset and starting to refine pills. But the results of pill refining were not very ideal. So you focused on taking medicine and cultivating for half a month. The peak of refining essence showed some signs of loosening. After that, you began to advance your proficiency in refining 8th grade pills again. 2 months later, you calmly opened the pill furnace. After 4 years of accumulation, 5 8th grade pills appeared before your eyes, and your 8th grade pill refining skill reached small success. However, you weren't very excited. You had anticipated this result after long-term dedication. You didn't tell Hu Zhongshuan about this news. You planned to raise your proficiency a bit more to increase the success rate. You weren't worried about the time delay causing the essence of the earth to dissipate. Because if the essence of the earth were really to dissipate, Hu Zhongshuan would definitely be more anxious than you and would come looking for you. One day, while you were focused on refining pills in the pill room, Wan Xingwan came to find you. Wan Xingwan, in a snow-white long dress, appeared in your courtyard. Her cool voice carried a hint of shyness. Good friend, I came to see you. Upon hearing Wan Xingwan's voice in the pill room, a light joy appeared on your face. You slowly made your way to the small courtyard. Isn't this my best friend in the world? You smiled brightly. Wan Xingwan gracefully stepped forward, standing in front of you, looking at you with a silly smile. You wrapped your arms around her slender waist, feeling that you were able to do it again. Senior brother. But at that moment, Ruan Bai came looking for you. You glanced over indifferently. Ruan Bai's eyelids twitched, and he immediately scratched his head, smoothly turning around. Huh? How did I get lost? The Danxiao sect is still too big. Ruan Bai dashed away. Wan Xingwan blinked. Who was that? Just a passerby. Oh. You smiled. Do you need something from me? Nothing at all. Wan Xingwan's cool demeanor revealed a bit of pride. That's good. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Oh. You suddenly picked up Wan Xingwan, letting her straddle your waist, gently supporting her soft and perky backside. You'll know when we get inside. You carried the fragrant and soft Wan Xingwan towards the bedroom. Wan Xingwan gently rested her small head on your broad shoulder, allowing you to take her anywhere. Soon, sounds came from the room. Ding ding clang clang, crackle crackle. Creak creak, giggle giggle, wail wail. 3 days and 3 nights later. In the room, you embraced each other as you slept. You both won. After smoking 2 post-coital cigarettes, you both calmed down. Wan Xingwan told you that the Qin and Jinyu kingdom were at war again. They are fighting again. Is there more essence of the earth appearing? You asked. Wan Xingwan nestled closer to you. No, this time the Qin suddenly initiated the war. Not sure what they are planning. You furrowed your brows, silently thinking. The Qin actually took the initiative to attack Jinyu kingdom. Last time, due to Li Onlong's troublesome actions, the extreme realm masters in the Jianghu realized they couldn't cooperate with him, so they didn't come to aid this time. Despite that, the Qin's offensive was fierce, full of confidence, as if they intended to annihilate Jinyu kingdom. Where did Li Onlong get his confidence? You murmured. Not sure. But the sect leader and the heads of other sects have been secretly gathering recently. I don't know what they are plotting. You looked puzzled. Li Onlong suddenly attacking Jinyu kingdom, and the extreme realm masters in Jianghu are secretly plotting. It feels like something big is about to happen. You sense that this incident would be significant and could likely involve you and Hu Zhongshuan. No more delays. Starting tomorrow, I need to focus on improving my pill refining skills. You made a decision. The next day, with Wan Xingwan without any shame. The 3rd day, no more indulging in female charms. I need to focus on refining pills. The 4th day, indulging in female charms. The 5th day, Hiyu. Oh Hiyu. How could you be so depraved? Have you forgotten the pill refining plan you said earlier? The 6th day, indulging. The 7th day, Wan Xingwan didn't want to disturb you, so she quietly left. You finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before Wan Xingwan left, you asked her again about what wish she made to Yan Jishu at that time. Wan Xingwan still didn't answer, so you had to give her a slap on the butt as punishment. Before she left, she looked at your back, her gaze dark, and her pupils trembled slightly. Chapter 89. Refining the Returning Yang Pill. 2 months later, your alchemy skills have advanced to the next level, and you can now steadily refine 6 8th grade pills, firmly establishing your minor proficiency. During this time, you learned that the army of Great Qian has crossed the Tsangwang Desert and reached the territory of the Jinyu kingdom. However, it seems that since the war began, Great Qian has not shown a significant increase in combat power compared to before. They merely took advantage of a sudden outbreak and caught Jinyu kingdom off guard. But after Jinyu kingdom adjusted its combat status, it managed to withstand Great Qian's offensive, and Great Qian gradually lost its surprise advantage. You shook your head and did not pay much attention to the war between the two countries. You speculated that Hu Zhongshuan would soon come to find you. Sure enough, 3 days later, Hu Zhongshuan arrived. As a master of extreme refinement, your senses are sharp, and you had already felt Hu Zhongshuan flying in from the horizon. You stepped into the small courtyard, standing with your hands behind your back. A person and a coffin slowly descended, and Hu Zhongshuan looked surprised. I saw you coming out from far away. Were you waiting for me? Uncle Master, it's just a coincidence. It shows that we, the master and disciple, have a tacit understanding. You know this idiom is generally not used to describe pure uncle-nephew relationships, right? You smiled slightly. It's about the same. Hu Zhongshuan looked at you, took a step back silently, and then asked seriously, how is your alchemy skill? Minor achievement. 6 pills. Hu Zhongshuan's eyes suddenly burst with joy. You really are amazing. Hu Zhongshuan's spirit was uplifted, and he tightly gritted his teeth. Looking up at the sky, his eyes reflecting an unusual brightness. It seemed Hu Zhongshuan was staring at someone in the distance. Brother Xia, I've never said thank you in my life. Thank you for accepting such a good disciple. Hu Zhongshuan's expression became solemn as he took out a fist-sized earth source bowl and placed it in your hands. You could feel Hu Zhongshuan's hands trembling slightly. And even the dignified master of extreme refinement had a hint of fear in his eyes. You took the earth source bowl and patted Hu Zhongshuan on the shoulder. Uncle Master, be good, trust me. Hu Zhongshuan forced a smile. You better not be too cocky. If you fail, I won't let you off. After saying that, Hu Zhongshuan seemed to think of something, and his expression darkened. But he quickly adjusted his emotions. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Deng Wanshu beside him. Hu Zhongshuan's gaze was full of tenderness, like the moonlight at night, like the gentle breeze in the mountains, softly brushing over Deng Wanshu, illuminating her life. You're just waiting for me to die, right? Hu Zhongshuan pretended to be angry. You're here being all tender and sentimental, and then talking about future matters. It's hard not to make people think more. Hu Zhongshuan gave you a deep look, his expression serious. I just want Wanshu to wake up as soon as possible. Then can't you just wait here? Hu Zhongshuan showed a conflicted expression. I need to immediately participate in the campaign against Jinyu Kingdom. This is one of the 2 conditions given to me by His Majesty for the Earth Source. Can't you shut your crow-ass mouth? Can't you say something good for me? It's not my fault, Uncle Master. You're the one who created such an unpleasant atmosphere. Hu Zhongshuan shook his head and laughed, looking at Deng Wanshu again, and finally left reluctantly. After Hu Zhongshuan left, you placed Deng Wanshu in your alchemy room. The Raushing pill has already been improved by you, and now it only needs to be fed 1 pill to supply Deng Wanshu's energy consumption for a month. This is not only Hu Zhongshuan's hope, but also the wish of your master, Xiahuada. On the 4th day, you reached your optimal state. You sat cross-legged and murmured, where I fall, I will step back twice. You instructed Wanbai not to disturb you unless your master came back to life. You sat cross-legged in the stone chamber, slightly opened your vision, and activated the awakening technique. As a master of extreme refinement, you could directly see the Earth's source. Now, the role of the slightly open vision was just to enhance your insight. The alchemy furnace was set up, and various precious materials for alchemy were laid out before you. The Earth Source bowl was placed beside the furnace, and with a wave of your long hand, a mist-like Earth Source was drawn out and directly thrown into the furnace. Ignite, start refining. The open flames suddenly erupted, illuminating the dim stone chamber with its light. Your solemn face flickered between light and dark. The dancing flames distorted your shadow on the stone wall. The alchemy furnace occasionally emitted faint popping sounds. Beside you, the gentle-faced Deng Wanshu lay quietly asleep, as if waiting for rebirth. 1 month later, boom, the heavy stone door of the chamber slowly opened. You stepped out expressionlessly. Behind you floated Deng Wanshu's cold jade coffin, and she remained quietly asleep. Hu Zhongshuan stood opposite you, his gaze fixed on you, his body slightly trembling. About 5 days ago, you had sensed Hu Zhongshuan outside the stone chamber. Since Hu Zhongshuan arrived, he had been standing in place, staring at the stone door, waiting for the moment it would open. At this moment, Hu Zhongshuan looked at the sleeping Deng Wanshu, then raised his head to look at you. He swallowed hard, his voice a little hoarse. Did you succeed? You said, Uncle Master, you want Annie to wake up as soon as possible, right? But I think it's better if you wake her up yourself. Your fingers slowly opened, revealing a small, thumb-sized light green pill resting in your palm, its fragrance wafting, refreshing the mind. Ha, good. Great. Hu Zhongshuan erupted into a thunderous laugh, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Hu Zhongshuan's outstretched right hand suddenly froze in midair. Hu Zhongshuan's face twitched nervously twice. Then, Hu Zhongshuan's gaze towards you shifted from joy to chilling indifference. You felt a sudden chill run down your spine and instinctively retreated. But Hu Zhongshuan had already clawed at you without warning, striking towards your head, accompanied by a chilling tiger roar. This strike came so suddenly that you didn't even have time to draw your soul-awakening blade before being struck by a claw. Since you were retreating at a diagonal upward angle, Hu Zhongshuan's claw did not hit your head, but it grazed your waist. And the power of the claw's phantom burst forth, abruptly separating your upper and lower body. Crack! Your lower body fell to the ground. Your upper body floated in the air. Your pupils shook, shocked for 10,000 years by this unexpected scene. The intense pain made you grimace at Hu Zhongshuan. What the hell? Chapter 90. The Combined Spirit Mother Pill. Hu Zhongshuan's sudden burst of killing intent left you bewildered. At this moment, you had become two halves of yourself. Fortunately, the powerful vitality of extreme refinement did not let you die immediately. You felt you could still be saved. If worse comes to worst, you could write a few wills to assess the situation. You used your source power to hold your internal organs and intestines together. You were greatly weakened. And facing the strange Hu Zhongshuan, you weren't much of a match. Escaping was temporarily not an option. But your soul awakening blade had already been drawn. And although you couldn't fight or run, you at least wanted to take a bite. You could also use this to test the waters for the next time, to see what kind of monster Hu Zhongshuan really was. You pointed your long blade at Hu Zhongshuan. No matter who you are, get off my uncle master right now. Hu Zhongshuan smiled fiercely and struck out another powerful claw. This claw made a sharp whistling sound as it struck the air. You frowned, wanting to fight back. But a whip shadow flashed by. Bang! The whip directly shattered Hu Zhongshuan's tiger claw, the illusory tiger claw turning into countless shards of jade. Xianxiaaudiobooks, dressed in a black dress, rushed out and stood in front of you. Faced with the sudden appearance of Xianxiaaudiobooks, you were surprised. What the hell? Not my mother-in-law, but Master Yin. Let's go? Xianxiaaudiobooks lifted your upper body and charged into the sky. You quickly used your source power to pull up your lower half as well. Hu Zhongshuan remained undeterred, suddenly rising into the air and chasing after you at high speed. You and Xianxiaaudiobooks felt Hu Zhongshuan's manic expression behind you, exuding immense pressure. Even Xianxiaaudiobooks frowned, focusing on escaping with you, who was injured. Since Xianxiaaudiobooks took you flying early, you had opened a certain distance from Hu Zhongshuan. But Hu Zhongshuan's speed was surprisingly faster than Xianxiaaudiobooks, and the distance between you was gradually closing. In the sky, two beams of light pursued each other, flying several miles in an instant. Hu Zhongshuan suddenly paused midair, dropping straight down. With a loud bang, he fell heavily to the ground and lay still for a long time. The wind howled in the sky. The gentle and knowledgeable Xianxiaaudiobooks also became serious. She glanced sideways, and you were holding your lower half with your upper body. How long can you hold on? She asked. You coldly smiled, throwing all the pain behind you. You clapped your lower half back onto your upper half. Your body began to rapidly grow flesh at the connection point, gradually truly linking the two halves together. The organs inside your body returned to their original positions and began to restore their functions. The feeling of rapid healing was peculiar. You clenched your teeth, sweat beading on your forehead, but soon, in less than a quarter of an hour, you had revived on the spot. You touched your previously severed waist, which was now smooth and flat, restored to its original state. Does Master Yin know? Song mentioned it to me. You nodded. You told Xianxiaaudiobooks that she didn't need to carry you anymore. What do you mean? Xianxiaaudiobooks was puzzled. You didn't explain further and directly flew in the air. Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes widened in surprise. You've reached the extreme path? When? That's not important. Master Yin, I want to ask why my master uncle is like this? Xianxiaaudiobooks pondered for a moment and said, the current Hu Zhongshuan is not your master uncle, or more accurately, he is not entirely Hu Zhongshuan. You showed a puzzled expression. Master Yin, what do you mean? Can you speak in simpler terms? Now that you've reached the extreme path, you should know that each martial artist can only fuse one source of the earth, right? I know. If I forcibly fuse a second source, the second source will dissipate directly. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded lightly and asked, do you remember the source allocation battle at Yajianku 34 years ago? I remember. I was even drafted into the military medical department. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded. Then you must also know that after that battle, all the high-level alchemists from your Danxiao sect were dispatched to help Li Onlong refine a type of elixir. Later, you learned from Xiahuada that they went to help Li Onlong refine elixirs, but they didn't tell you what kind of elixirs they made. At that time, you were still mumbling about what kind of miraculous elixirs required all the high-level alchemists of the sect to refine. You hurriedly asked Xianxiaaudiobooks, does Master Yin know what kind of elixir was refined that time? Xianxiaaudiobooks was silent for a moment before finally telling you the ins and outs. It turns out that the elixir Li Onlong had Xiahuada and Deng Rusong refined back, then was called the Harmonizing Spirit Mother Elixir. The Harmonizing Spirit Mother Elixir is a 9th-grade elixir and requires a source of the earth as the main ingredient. The Harmonizing Spirit Mother Elixir appears in pairs. One Mother Elixir and one Child Elixir. The only function of the Harmonizing Spirit Mother Elixir is to allow the Extreme Path Master who consumes the Child Elixir to merge into the Extreme Path Master who consumes the Mother Elixir, thus enabling the Extreme Path Master who consumes the Mother Elixir to advance further on the path of the Extreme and reach a new level. This is not simply 1 + 1 = 2, because by merging other Extreme Path Masters into oneself, one can be remolded by the other source attributes once again. The difference can be roughly seen as the gap between a master and an Extreme Path Master, representing a whole new height. The premise is that the Extreme Path Master being merged must willingly consent, Otherwise, it wouldn't work. You suddenly understood. Hu Zhongshuan agreed to the two conditions to obtain Li Onlong's source. One was to implement the land tax reform. The other condition was not to resist the Jin Yu kingdom, but to willingly merge into Li Onlong's body. Thinking of this, your expression turned cold. Gritting your teeth. He really has taken everything. The harmonizing spirit mother elixir only takes effect the first time it is consumed and cannot take effect multiple times. So it naturally cannot merge with other extreme path masters repeatedly. So just now, after Li Onlong's consciousness took the lead, he immediately attacked you fiercely. It was because you were very likely to advance to a 9th grade alchemist and possess the ability to refine the harmonizing spirit mother elixir, which Li Onlong absolutely could not allow to happen. You asked, my master uncle has actually been merged into Li Onlong's body. Yes. But he didn't seem that strong just now. Xianxiaaudiobooks glanced over, because Li Onlong's harmonizing spirit mother elixir is not perfect. Even though all the alchemists from the Danxia sect were dispatched, it is still a 9th grade elixir, and the final product had a small issue. What issue? A perfect harmonizing spirit mother elixir would not retain the consciousness of the merged individual, but Li Onlong's pair of elixirs retained a part of Hu Zhongshuan's consciousness. Xianxiaaudiobooks continued. So just now, Hu Zhongshuan did not attack with all his strength, and while chasing us, he inexplicably fell from the sky. It's all Hu Zhongshuan's consciousness affecting Li Onlong. Master Yan, how do you know all this in such detail? A hint of sadness flashed in Xianxiaaudiobooks' beautiful eyes. It was all told to me by Rousseau. You frowned in confusion and asked, if you knew this long ago, didn't you think of stopping Li Onlong? After all, his reaching that level would also pose a threat to the entire martial world? Chapter 91, Wishes. Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes pondered. We were wrong from the very beginning. Master Yan, please continue. Xianxiaaudiobooks had talked about the harmonizing spirit mother elixir with the leaders of other major sects back then, but everyone's opinions were not unified. At that time, Li Onlong's relationship with the various sects in the martial world had not deteriorated. They were in a honeymoon period. For example, during the Xianxiaaudiobooks battle and the Imperial Throne Defense battle, he was still able to invite extreme path masters from the martial world to help. So after learning about the harmonizing spirit mother elixir, the various forces in the martial world divided into several factions. One was the radical faction, suggesting everyone unite and directly eliminate Li Onlong. But the radical faction was a minority and could not create any waves. Another was the conservative faction, also suggesting to unite, but only to force Li Onlong to destroy the harmonizing spirit mother elixir. However, there weren't many supporters of the conservative faction either. The largest group was actually the Boiling Frogs in Warm Water faction, which believed that with Li Onlong's friendly attitude towards the martial sects, even if he really merged with an extreme path master, it wouldn't be a big problem. He could still be the emperor, and we could still be our sect leaders, and we wouldn't interfere with each other. Most importantly, at that time, everyone believed that the person Li Onlong intended to merge with was the exceptionally talented King Yongning, Li Yu. So the various sect leaders were even more detached. Li Onlong's initial target was indeed Li Yu. This is why Li Onlong repeatedly forced Li Yu, wanting him to rebel after becoming a Grand Master of the Extreme Path. Then used this great leverage against Li Yu to make him willingly fuse with Li Onlong's absolute control over the Deqian royal family. He is completely unconcerned that the post-rebellion Li Yu would truly become uncontrollable. The material needed is a drop of blood from a large number of teenage boys. This drop of blood needs to be divided into two, to be infused into the mother pill and the child pill. You recall your journey here. You were just a teenage boy who nearly became a material for Li Onlong's alchemy. At the same time, you think of Xiahuada and Deng Rusong, who helped Li Onlong refine the mother and child pills. This means you were almost refined by Xiahuada and Deng Rusong. You feel a mix of emotions and find it hard to express. After learning about the mother and child pills, Li Yu also vaguely sensed Li Onlong's intentions towards him. So, Li Yu has been keeping a low profile, enduring insults, and not daring to make any mistakes. He also didn't dare to advance to Grand Master of the Extreme Path, fearing it would bring him closer to death. Until Li Yu attended Li Onlong's birthday banquet last time, he learned from Li Onlong's hints that Li Onlong had other targets and had let him go. So, Li Yu was immensely pleased. When Li Yu finally found out that Li Onlong's fusion target was Hu Zhongshuan, he couldn't wait to advance to Grand Master of the Extreme Path. After all, Li Onlong and Li Yu are family. And Li Yu is an exceptionally talented Grand Master of the Extreme Path, which can provide strong support for Li Onlong's long-term rule over Deqian. As for whether Li Yu secretly harbors resentment towards Li Onlong, only he himself knows. At least for now, their relationship has become close again. It was because Li Onlong's mother and child pills were completed, so there was no need to abduct people. Xianxiaaudiobooks continued to explain to you that because of this, the major sects in the martial world did not take any action against Li Onlong. They thought they could live in peace forever. Until Li Onlong instigated that great chaos in the martial world. This made the leaders of various sects realize Li Onlong's immense ambition and the great danger he posed. So, not long ago, the Grand Masters of the extreme path in the martial world began to gather to discuss and decided to unite to pressure Li Onlong in the capital to destroy the mother and child pills. This is also what Wan Qingwan mentioned earlier about Xianxiaaudiobooks and others secretly plotting something. But when these Grand Masters went to the capital, they found nothing. They didn't meet Li Onlong. Instead, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt something was off about Hu Zhongshuan, who frequently entered and exited the palace. So, after informing the Grand Masters of other sects, Xianxiaaudiobooks took 2 Grand Masters from the Extinction sect to follow Hu Zhongshuan to Danxia sect. They just happened to witness you being ambushed by Hu Zhongshuan and directly intervened to save you. After listening to Xianxiaaudiobooks' account, everything became clear to you. You pondered and said, Leader Yan, the reason Deqian is actively attacking the kingdom of Jinyue should also be because Li Onlong feels that after fusing with my master uncle, he can easily crush Jinyue. Right? Xianxiaaudiobooks expressed her agreement. I suspect so too. You couldn't help but marvel at how good Li Onlong is at stirring up trouble. At this moment, Hu Zhongshuan and Li Onlong did not chase after you, which relaxed Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression considerably. Xianxiaaudiobooks showed a serene smile. Tell me, what wish did my good friend Xiaowan make to you? Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes lowered. Then she smiled. Since you really want to know, I'll tell you. Xianxiaaudiobooks slightly parted her red lips and said, Qingluan's wish is for you and her to die on the same day. Damn, a Yandra girl. You frowned. Feeling this is something Wan Qingluan could do. You cautiously asked, Leader Yan, may I ask a couple more questions? If Xiaowan dies first, then what about you? Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled gently. I will kill you, ensuring you and her die on the same day. Okay, that is very much in line with the Extinction sect. You're not too surprised. You are no longer afraid that Xianxiaaudiobooks will really kill you. The current Xianxiaaudiobooks can no longer do so. Or rather, she must have the resolve to give up her life to possibly kill you. You then asked, what if I die first? You die first? Xianxiaaudiobooks confirmed. Yes. If I die, then so be it. Damn, wait a minute. You hurriedly stopped Xianxiaaudiobooks. If Xiaowan dies, I will accompany her in death. If I die. What about Xiaowan? Should she just eat and drink normally? Xianxiaaudiobooks' smile was mature and charming. Exactly. No, wait, leader. Xiaowan asked you to ensure that I die on the same day as her. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled sweetly. Not quite. You misunderstood. Qingluan hopes for you and her to die on the same day, not for her and you to die on the same day. What the hell? Are you playing word games with me? You protested. Old leader, don't think you can fool me just because you saved me earlier. Do you have the final say? Your arbitrary alteration of Xiaowan's meaning is just unnecessary embellishment. Xianxiaaudiobooks still looked at you gently. You thought for a moment. Wait, Leader Yan. Since you don't care whether I die before Xiaowan, why did you save me? Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled lightly. I will do my best to ensure you are alive before Qingluan passes away. As long as you are alive, I can kill you, allowing you and Qingluan to die on the same day. All right. As expected of your Extinction sect. It makes sense, and I can't refute it. However, you raised your gaze to Xianxiaaudiobooks, your eyes showing firm confidence. If Leader Yan wants to kill me, it won't be just talk. After all, who isn't a Grand Master of the extreme path these days? Although you were just defeated by Hu Zhongshuan in an instant. That was due to a sneak attack combined with a higher level combat power, making it understandable that you couldn't match him. Xianxiaaudiobooks is indeed a top Grand Master of the extreme path, but your power at the peak of refining essence has already crushed ordinary peak Grand Masters. Correspondingly, your power after achieving the extreme path of refining essence would also crush ordinary Grand Masters of the extreme path. The current gap in hard power between you and Xianxiaaudiobooks is not too significant. Upon hearing your words, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes lit up, seemingly very interested. Her soft, magnetic voice rang out. Is that so? You raised an eyebrow, smiling. Yes. At this moment, 2 Grand Masters of the extreme path flew towards you. Bowing to Xianxiaaudiobooks leader. The 2 were the 2 Grand Masters from the Extinction sect who had come with Xianxiaaudiobooks to Danxia sect. Xianxiaaudiobooks shifted her gaze from your face to the 2 Grand Masters. She instantly changed from her mature and gentle demeanor to exuding a fierce killing intent. She commanded in a deep voice. Li Onlong has fused with Hu Zhongshuan. Immediately gather all the Grand Masters of the sect to kill Li Onlong. Chapter 92. Fierce Tiger. Yes, leader. One of the Grand Masters took out a signal flare and lit it. Whoosh. A brilliantly bright firework shot up into the sky and exploded with a bang. The huge firework burst into a giant trumpet flower. You clicked your tongue in wonder. A single arrow pierces the clouds. Thousands of troops come to meet. Impressive. You didn't expect the Extinction sect to also use the communication method of the Axe Gang. That Grandmaster used the loudspeaker effectively. Within moments, Grandmasters from all directions began to arrive. Leader. We greet the leader. Each arriving Grandmaster would bow to Xianxiaaudiobooks to greet her. Counting Xianxiaaudiobooks, there were 15 Grandmasters of the Extreme Path from the Extinction Sect. There are a total of 29 Extreme Path Masters in the Extermination Sect, and this time more than half have come. The Extreme Path Masters who did not come are too far away and are not in the service area, so they cannot see the signal flares. Among these 15 Extreme Path Masters, there are both men and women, each with their own unique features. You scan around, and each of the 15 Extreme Path Masters has a serious expression. They stand silently in the air, the breeze lifting the edges of their clothes. And this lineup exudes a considerable sense of pressure. Xianxiaaudiobooks nods slightly, and just as she is about to explain the situation, a loud sound of breaking air comes from behind. A humanoid figure is rapidly approaching with a rumble. Just hearing the drum-like sound of breaking air conveys the ferocity of the incoming person. You frown and look over. Hu Zhongshuan, whose demeanor has become imposing and cold, is rapidly approaching. Xianxiaaudiobooks also sees Hu Zhongshuan and quickly tells the others, "That's Lian Long. He has already fused with Hu Zhongshuan, and his strength has reached a new level. Our goal is to exterminate him." Understood. Got it. Buzz. Hu Zhongshuan suddenly stops in front of you. He stands with his hands behind his back, looking down at the more than 10 Extreme Path warriors. Hu Zhongshuan displays a regal authority unique to emperors, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The momentum of those more than 10 Extreme Path Masters is easily overshadowed by him. The Extreme Path Masters have serious expressions. Realizing that this situation is quite challenging, Hu Zhongshuan does not look at those Extreme Path Masters. His gaze wanders. Your soul awakening blade slides into your hand. Guess. Hu Zhongshuan silently nods. Then his expression awkwardly twists a couple of times, and his demeanor suddenly shifts from imposing and cold to the usual gentleness of Hu Zhongshuan. Hu Zhongshuan sorrowfully says, "Are you planning to unite with outsiders to kill your uncle? You know that at this moment, Lian Long is in control of that body, so you are not influenced by Lian Long's clumsy performance. You are not sure if Hu Zhongshuan can hear you at this moment, but you still say, 'Uncle, I will try to make it quick for you.'" Lian Long chuckles lightly, his flesh and bones twitching, ultimately transforming completely into his own appearance. "It's more comfortable to look like myself. Other people's appearances are still too disgusting," Lian Long mutters to himself. Your eyes darken. Zheng. You immediately unleash a swift blade of light, shining with a dazzling tail, toward Lian Long. Roar. Lian Long opens his mouth, releasing a tiger's roar. And your not-so-weak source power blade is shattered. Your entire body tenses up. This is the first time you've encountered a situation where your attack was ineffective after aging. Xianxiaaudiobooks watches Lian Long intently and tells you, "Don't hold back. Let's go all out." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 17 of you surround Lian Long. Each person suddenly unleashes a fierce strike. In the air, dazzling lights swirl, and various illusory weapons appear, all crashing toward Lian Long. Lian Long sneers, and a giant tiger form suddenly expands from within him. Roar. The tiger is lifelike, roaring in midair, directly blocking all the attacks with its body. Like a giant python, its powerful tail sweeps around, sending you and the others flying out. You hold the soul awakening blade, stabilizing your form in the air, Leader Yen. This old bastard has effects that surpass ours. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression is serious, clearly feeling tremendous pressure. Your eyes darken slightly, and you suddenly rush into the high sky, gripping the soul awakening blade tightly. The black as ink soul awakening blade radiates magnificently, transforming into a 40-meter-long great blade in an instant. With a grand momentum, you slash toward the colorful giant tiger. The tiger's eyes focus for a moment, and it immediately swipes a paw at you. A loud bang resonates, shaking the ground for miles. The tiger's paw shatters, and the giant blade breaks. Lian Long looks at you in surprise. Then, the giant tiger's body radiates brilliant light, and the shattered paw begins to recover. Seeing this, the other Extreme Path Masters immediately launch another attack. Your face hardens, and you gather your source power, intending to strike again. Pause suddenly. A crisp cracking sound reaches your ears. You instinctively look at your right forearm, holding the blade. There a half-foot-long gash is opened, deep enough to see the bone, with the red flesh on both sides twitching unconsciously. You are stunned. What the hell? Pa 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 pa. Like rain hitting banana leaves, a series of cracking sounds rings out. Your body bursts with loud cracking noises as more gashes open. In an instant, your entire arm, your chest, your whole body is covered in open wounds. These gashes look like mouths wide open, very eerie. Intense pain hits you simultaneously. "I'm fucking cracking up." You shout in shock. You immediately pull out various bottles and jars. Healing elixirs are poured into your mouth like they are free. In the blink of an eye, you swallow hundreds of pills. You channel your source power to rapidly refine the elixirs. Fortunately, A large number of elixirs take effect immediately, and the gashes on your body begin to heal slowly. You try to swing the blade fiercely again, but the wounds show signs of worsening. You suddenly understand, damn it. The body at the refining stage can't withstand too strong a source power output. You remember that after you advance to the extreme path refining stage, you try to slash at the sky. At that time, your arm had a faint pain, but you didn't pay attention. It seems there were signs back then. The strength of the refining stage body ultimately falls short. You look at Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others who are fighting fiercely with Lianlong. They are gradually falling into a disadvantage. Oh, a scream comes. One extreme path master, unable to dodge in time, is crushed by the source power tiger that Lianlong conjured, exploding into a mist of blood in the air. Extermination Sect Extreme Path Master 1. Your expression jolts, realizing that you can only fight desperately now. Damn it, if I'm cracking, then let him blow up with me. You raise the Soul Awakening blade again, this time without any reservations. A gust of wind rises, and brilliant starlight gathers on the blade. Taste my 40-meter blade. Boom. The massive blade, enveloping a dazzling river of stars, crashes down with the force of thunder. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the Extreme Path Masters of the Extermination Sect are startled and quickly dodge. This blade directly slashes toward Lianlong. Lianlong's eyelids twitch, and the source power tiger instinctively swipes a paw. But this time, the tiger's paw is easily sliced apart by the blade. The fierce momentum of the blade remains unabated, heading straight for the fierce tiger's head. The tiger is caught off guard, and its head is about to explode. Chapter 93. The sword light is sharp. Jump. A sound of a treasured sword's light suddenly appears. Lianlong's sword glows brightly, flashing wildly. He swings out more than 10 swords in succession, weakening the power of your blade. The tiger gets a moment to breathe and nimbly leaps to avoid the blade's edge. The blade ultimately crashes into the ground beneath everyone, creating a deep pit several dozen meters wide, with starlight swirling within. Xianxiaaudiobooks frequently glances at your impulsive strike. A whip lashes out, tightly wrapping around the giant tiger's neck. The giant tiger struggles a couple of times to no avail, and its movements become sluggish. A group of people clink together as they fight. You, however, quietly retreat, because your body is covered with deep, blood-red cracks that are visible to the bone. This time the cracks are even more severe than before. You swallow a large amount of elixirs, barely halting the deterioration of your injuries, but healing is very slow. Your physical body shows signs of collapse. You know that if you continue to exert yourself like this, you won't even need Lianlong to make a move. You could carry yourself away. At this moment, a shout rings out on the battlefield. Everyone, try to scatter. In the battlefield, you see Xianxiaaudiobooks single-handedly holding back that ferocious tiger. The other extreme masters are being slaughtered at will by Lianlong, who wields a treasured sword. In an instant, 2 more extreme masters are killed on the spot. The situation becomes urgent, yet Lianlong becomes increasingly adept. You look serious at this rate. You will soon be completely annihilated by Lianlong. You shout to Xianxiaaudiobooks, Yin sect leader, what about the others? Aren't we going to blow up? Xianxiaaudiobooks notices the bloody cracks all over your body. Her beautiful eyes widen. What happened to you? You force a smile. Just a little skin injury. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression changes for a moment. Then she says, prepare to retreat. That's fine. You don't really mind. Your physical body is damaged. Even if you recover, it will affect your advancement. So, after restarting, cultivating with a fully healed 15-year-old body would be more efficient. You? Suddenly, a cold yet anxious voice calls out from below you. You look down and see Wanqingwan has arrived. You quickly descend and stand in front of her. Good friend, you came to find me. Wanqingwan doesn't bother to ask how you managed to participate in the battle of extreme masters. Her delicate hands quickly touch your face, gently caressing the bloody cracks. It must hurt a lot. Wanqingwan's brows furrow, her tone filled with pity. She thinks you were directly injured in battle. Still bearable. You smile, pulling at the cracks on your face, making yourself look even more hideous. Wanqingwan grabs you. Let's escape quickly. I can't escape. You look up at Lianlong in the sky. Lianlong's eyes are deep, and he is indeed keeping an eye on you. You, who may become a 9th-grade alchemist in the future, are his primary target. As long as you dare to run, Lianlong will disregard everyone else and madly chase after you. You understood Lianlong's attitude towards you from the very beginning. Your temper rises. As an external player, you absolutely cannot be wronged like this. The cracks on your body have healed a bit, and you intend to join the battle again. No problem. Dying a little makes the body healthier. You turn to Wanqingwan. Qingwan, stay back a bit. The aftermath of the battle will. What are you saying? I can't hear you. Wanqingwan shouts from 2 miles away. Damn, now you're obedient. You thought little Wan would want to have a dramatic farewell with you. All right, better than me getting distracted. Just as you were about to rush toward the battlefield in the sky, you suddenly remembered something. You shout to Wanqingwan, "Crazy woman! Did your wish only say that if you die, I should accompany you in death?" Louder. You shout again, "If I die, do you die?" "Yes." "All right." You chuckle lightly and soar into the sky. At the same time, you swing your knife toward Lianlong. Wanqingwan watches you darting around in the sky, her worried eyes revealing determination. Once you join the battlefield, you recklessly swing your blade, scattering starlight all around. The cracks on your body grow more numerous and deeper, yet you feel nothing. Your mind inexplicably recalls Hu Zhongshuan's various acts of kindness. You remember how Hu Zhongshuan took care of you at the cliff mouth. You remember the years you spent as a young master at Hu Zhongshuan's residence. You recall the last look of deep affection when Hu Zhongshuan handed Deng Wanshu over to you. You remember. Wait. You suddenly look up. Damn. It seems that the teacher's wife is still left outside the stone chamber. Someone really needs to speak up for Deng Wanshu. After all, she can't speak for herself. But you quickly calm down, thinking that Ruanbai knows Deng Wanshu. You cast aside distractions and focus entirely on battling Lianlong. However, Lianlong seems to be growing stronger. His speed and power have increased again. In an instant, Lianlong sends another good head flying, blood spraying 2 meters high. At this point, only 5 extreme masters from the destruction sect remain alive. You suspect that Hu Zhongshuan's consciousness is gradually being consumed by Lianlong. You feel a surge of anger and swing your blade even harder. Huge blade shadows frequently fall, causing Lianlong considerable trouble. At the same time, due to the intense output of source power, your flesh begins to peel off in pieces. Hiyu, stop being stubborn. Yen Zhixue shouts anxiously, her hair flowing down. You pay no attention, your gaze is frenzied. Your right hand holding the knife is already revealing stark, white bones. Brilliant starlight once again gathers and erupts from your hand as you deliver a grand slash toward Lianlong. This slash drains all your source power. The ferocious tiger instantly leaps up, crashing suicidally into the massive blade of light. Boom! The heavens and earth tremble. One blade and one tiger. Both explode into pieces. Lianlong grins sinisterly, sweeping away the remaining attacks from the 5 extreme masters with his sword, seizing the opportunity to strike at you. The sword light is piercing, frost chilling for 10 miles. The cold air from the sword causes your pupils to tremble violently. Be careful. Yen Zhixue desperately twists her body, trying to save you. No. Wanqingwan, who is watching from the ground, cries out in despair. At the same time, Wanqingwan thrusts all 9 silver needles in her hand, trying to intercept Lianlong. But the gap in strength is too great. These 9 silver needles are utterly useless. Lianlong moves incredibly fast, arriving before you in an instant. Your old strength is exhausted, and new strength has not yet emerged. You can only barely swing your blade to defend. Lianlong, holding his long sword, sweeps aside your long knife and thrusts directly at your face. Just as the long sword is about to pierce your head. Clang! A loud metallic clash resounds. A dazzling silver spear suddenly bursts out from behind you. The spear tip and sword tip collide violently, producing a deafening sound. Chapter 94, Siege. Your ear canals are shaken, leaving 2 trails of blood that flow down your ears. The trend of your body collapsing suddenly intensifies, and your bones start to shatter within. Ignoring the excruciating pain, you take advantage of Lianlong's halted attack to dodge out of his range. You turn to look back. Lianlong is standing where you were just now, frowning in confusion as he looks across. At this moment, not far from Lianlong, a tall figure, Lin Mo, holds a gun in one hand, pointing it at Lianlong. Lin Mo's expression is resolute, full of vigor, exuding a sense of chivalry. Standing alongside Lin Mo are over 30 extreme masters from other sects. They are all leaders or top extreme masters from various sects, including Lin Jingji. The more than 30 extreme masters are now facing off against Lianlong. They had just rushed over from the capital. Not long after Yen Zhixue left, they learned that Lianlong had already fused with Hu Zhongshuan. So, they quickly followed Yen Zhixue to the Danxia sect, now drawn here by the fluctuations of the battle. Yen Zhixue lands in front of the crowd. Her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, her expression cold. Just now, Lianlong killed a total of 10 extreme path masters from the destructive sect, which greatly weakened their power. Leader Yen, are you okay? These extreme path masters greeted Yen Zhixue one after another. Yen Zhixue nodded slightly and explained the situation to everyone. Lianlong is a villain who understands the rules very well. He knows that according to the setting, he cannot make a move at this time, so he quietly waits for the others to exchange pleasantries. After Yen Zhixue explained the situation to everyone, their expressions changed, and they all looked at Lianlong, immediately realizing his danger. Nearly 40 extreme path masters surrounded Lianlong. Lianlong remained calm. He turned to Lin Jingji and smiled. Jingji, Have you forgotten our days of discussing swordplay while seated? Lin Jingji stood with his sword at his side. His voice low. Times change, ambitions differ, and paths do not align. After Lin Jingji finished speaking, he took the lead in attacking. A brilliant sword shadow shot out like a crescent moon. Li Anlong also lightly swung his sword, and the two sword lights collided and shattered. Then, with a tiger's roar, Li Anlong's colorful tiger reappeared, this time more solid and massive. But it wasn't over. Li Anlong continued to maneuver. Suddenly, golden light surged around Li Anlong. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed. A massive five-clawed golden dragon appeared out of thin air, coiling upwards. One dragon and one tiger, like ancient beast gods, hovered around Li Anlong. The five-clawed golden dragon glared with authority, roaring at the circle of extreme path masters, displaying overwhelming might. These extreme path masters trembled, feeling an increase in pressure. Lin Jingji, however, snorted coldly, raising his long sword, and dozens of meters of sword light flickered as it rushed towards Li Anlong. Yan Jishue could no longer wait, and also attacked. Seeing this, the others immediately followed suit, using their best skills to strike at Li Anlong. Colors of dazzling light clashed violently in the air, blindingly bright. Lin Mo also wanted to join in, but he couldn't help but turn to look at you. Seeing you covered in blood and flesh, his previously determined face was suddenly shocked. Uncle Yu, Lin Mo exclaimed, rushing to your side. You waved your hand. It's not a big deal. Lin Mo saw that the flesh on your right hand was largely stripped away, the entire hand drenched in blood. Your body is collapsing. Lin Mo shouted anxiously. You could certainly feel your life slipping away, your internal organs beginning to deteriorate, but you remained calm. I want to die for now. You swallowed a handful of pills and turned to fly towards Wanqingwan on the ground. Since you have advanced to the extreme path, I'll leave this to you. This handful of pills is not a healing medicine, but a stimulant, as you are tapping into your body's final potential. Lin Mo frowned. Uncle Yu, I haven't advanced to the extreme path master yet. You sensed Lin Mo and were astonished. What the heck? You really haven't advanced to the extreme path? Not yet. Lin Mo shook his head. You were taken aback, then scolded. You haven't advanced to the extreme path and you're playing with extreme limits? You haven't advanced and you're still posing? Uncle Yu, I just wanted to save you. I know you can go now. Lin Mo was taken aback and asked in confusion, Uncle Yu, why? You glanced at the group of people fighting happily in the distance. Lin Mo turned his gaze to the battle filled with light pollution. There, Li Anlong, with one dragon and one tiger, was holding his own against dozens of top extreme path masters. Li Anlong could even find weak points in the crowd for targeted strikes. Before long, Li Anlong had taken several more lives. Lin Mo looked at the oppressive Li Anlong without any fear, instead filled with fierce fighting spirit. Lin Mo's eyes shone. Uncle Yu, it's simple. I'll just become an extreme path master. This familiar feeling made your body tremble. What? Your aura is finally no longer hidden. Is it about to be revealed? Lin Mo smiled calmly, his aura condensing. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted towards Lin Jingji. Master Lin, I agree to join the Standing Sword Pavilion. Give me the Earth Source. You were stunned. What the heck? What kind of plot twist is this? How did you get involved with Lin Jingji? Uncle Yu, it's like this. During my travels to the capital, I met Master Lin and we hit it off. He invited me to join the Standing Sword Pavilion as an honorary elder, and as long as I agree, Master Lin will give me his only Earth Source. You secretly clicked your tongue in wonder. In this simulation, the deep bond between master and disciple could actually be intertwined in this way again. Truly, a lifetime of promises to grow old together, intertwined everywhere. You felt they were too fated, and thought they should be given 2 red certificates with their pictures and stamped seals to witness their pure and happy master-disciple relationship. In the midst of battle, Lin Jingji heard Lin Mo shout and was instantly overjoyed. He immediately flashed over and handed the Earth Source Bowl to Lin Mo without hesitation. When Lin Jingji gave the Earth Source, there was not the slightest hesitation, as if he were giving away something trivial. But just as one of the main combatants, Lin Jingji, left, Li Anlong's giant golden dragon swung its tail, directly smashing an extreme path master. Lin Jingji, who had wanted to give a few instructions, quickly drew his sword and plunged back into the battlefield. You advised, Lin Mo, you leave here and find a place to hide. Your talent will allow you to comprehend successfully in a few months. Lin Mo's eyes moved slightly. Uncle Yu, I want to try to comprehend the Earth Source on site. Chapter 95, Returning to the Small Inn. You were taken aback, then excitedly said, Good kid, still so vigorous. You thought for a moment and then reminded, No matter if you comprehended or not, don't tell me. I'm old, I can't take such a blow. After you said this, you suddenly felt all your strength drained, feeling very fatigued. Lin Mo seemed to understand. Uncle Yu, I'll listen to you. Then go. You said. But Uncle Yu, your body. Lin Mo's face was deeply worried. I'm fine, just a little dead. Lin Mo was taken aback. He quickly put away the earth source. Uncle Yu, I know a famous doctor. I'll take you there. You took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. Haha, just kidding. I'll be fine after taking some pills. As the pills entered your stomach, your wounds indeed began to heal slowly. Seeing this, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Yu, I'll guard you. You forcefully suppressed the discomfort in your body and said irritably, I need you to guard me. Then you looked at Wan Qingwan, who was eagerly waiting on the ground. Lin Mo also noticed Wan Qingwan and nodded in realization. Then Uncle Yu, you go find Aunt. I'll go comprehend the earth source. Hurry and go, young genius. Lin Mo nodded seriously and flew away with the earth source bowl. You trembled all over. Your wounds immediately worsened uncontrollably. You no longer cared about Lin Mo, forcing yourself to fly towards Wan Qingwan. Your flight path wobbled as you had pushed yourself to the limit. A worried Wan Qingwan quickly activated her steps to support you in the air. The two of you slowly landed. You couldn't even stand anymore. Your body went limp and you sat on the ground. Wan Qingwan looked at you with deep affection, gently holding you in her arms. She bowed her head and looked at your tattered body, her cold eyes filled with endless sadness. Your whole body is stained with blood, turning Wan Qingwan's pure white dress into a blinding blood red, yet she holds you even tighter. Her eyes dim, her tone sorrowful. Is the elixir useless now? There is only one, and only I can refine it. But clearly, I can no longer refine it. Wan Qingwan's beautiful eyes tremble, her gaze fading once more. A single tear silently slips from the corner of her eye. With a plop, it lands on the wound on your face, causing a slight sting. You lie in Wan Qingwan's arms, looking at her cool and stunning cheek, recalling that before the third simulation ended, you died in Wan Qingwan's embrace. Others have fixed resurrection points, but you have a fixed death point. However, you think this death point is quite nice. You force a smile, your voice weak. Little Wan. Your little pearl fell on my face. Wan Qingwan also reveals a gentle smile. Don't you like it when I cry? A smile is always more joyful than any other expression. Good Wan Qingwan gently wipes away the tears on her face. Her face blooms with a bright smile once again. Her smile is more beautiful than ever, more forceful than ever, more sorrowful than ever. In your vision, Wan Qingwan's beautiful smiling face gradually blurs. In the distance, the battlefield attacking Li Anlong also becomes hazy. Further away, a long spear that seems to support heaven and earth abruptly appears. You have lost the strength to think. You do not know what is happening there. It seems there are gasps, screams, the wailing of tigers, the roaring of golden dragons, and golden blood splattering the sky. Your eyes slowly close. Your last thread of consciousness is about to dissipate. In the very end, it seems you hear Yan Zhishua's tragic cry, Qingwan. In the next moment, the world suddenly falls silent, completely swallowed by darkness. You are dead. This simulation is over. 80 miles north of Danzhou's Xianan City, in an inn. This simulation was so damn exciting, Yu exclaimed with excitement. Soon after, a massive amount of memories surged into his mind. Vivid figures quickly flashed through his mind. Wan Qingwan, Yan Zhishue, Hu Zhongshuan, Deng Rusong, Xia Huida, Bai Chun, Jiao Mingxiu. Of course, there was also Deng Wanshu, who spent the entire performance doing bed scenes. The appearance fee for the teacher's wife was really easy to earn, truly a lay-flat profit. For Deng Wanshu, the only technical difficulty in this simulation was not snoring. Yu's thoughts surged, and after a long time, he finally calmed down. Time to inherit the gains. Yu's eyes shone with burning brightness. The rewards this time were explosive. Yu's heart stirred. Model brother, let's tally the gains. The textual content of the simulator instantly appeared in Yu's mind. The gains from this time are as follows. Peak refinement cultivation. 8th grade alchemist, pseudo, minor achievement. Top tier martial arts talent. 47 years of experience in alchemy, battle, etc. Subtle observation micro talent, perfect. 9 condensing profound skill, 9th level of refinement. Guardian body technique, has fused with 64 types of blood. Galaxy blade technique, master's technique, peak of refinement. Heavenly desire formless technique, master's dragon transformation technique, peak of refinement. Wandering sky step, peerless martial skill, perfect. Awakening spirit technique, top tier martial skill, perfect. Desolate heaven blade technique, master's divine organ technique, peak of divine organ. Thunder shadow sword technique, top tier divine organ technique, peak of divine organ. A source of earth, dry gold attribute, can be fused. A wisp of true source power, from extreme Tao master Hu Zhongshuan. Top tier alchemy furnace, practical version. Top tier alchemy furnace, commemorative version. 1 elder token of the Danxia sect. 1 personal disciple token of the Danxia sect. 98,579 inner spirit pills, 26,800 chi and blood pills, 3,940 soft life pills, 48 heart questioning pills, 28 bewildering heart pills, 5,842 golden moon pills, 11,700 blood beast pills. Insights on Earth Source Notes from Extreme Tao Master Hu Zhongshuan. True Explanation of Alchemy from 8th grade alchemist Deng Rusong. True Explanation of Alchemy from 7th grade alchemist Xiahuida. 536 Alchemy Notes from 7th grade alchemist Xiahuida. 5 8th grade alchemy recipes. 17 7th grade alchemy recipes. 26 6th grade alchemy recipes. 43 5th grade alchemy recipes. 82 3rd grade alchemy recipes. 175 2nd grade alchemy recipes. 322 1st grade alchemy recipes. Inner Spirit Pill Recipe, 4th grade. Heart Questioning Pill Recipe, 4th grade. Soft Life Pill Recipe, 4th grade. Bewildering Heart Pill Recipe, 3rd grade. Golden Wound Pill Recipe, 3rd grade. Blood Beast Pill Recipe, 2nd grade. Dispersing Illusion Pill Recipe, 1st grade. Golden Ming Pill Recipe, 1st grade. Yangsan Pill Recipe, 1st grade. He looked at the long list of gains, his face almost splitting from smiling. Wonderful. So many rewards. Not only can he write 500 or 600 characters, but he can also gain so much. So happy. Chapter 96. The 6th simulation begins. After Hiyu's excitement, he initially planned to directly inherit all the gains, but he soon realized that something seemed off with the gains. Why is the cultivation level peak of refinement? Where did my huge extreme Tao refinement go? The earth source is settled separately into a fusible state, so that's fine. Hiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Wait. Hiyu was suddenly shocked again. The earth source is actually settled separately? The moment this thought emerged, Hiyu's scalp prickled. It's known that Li Onlong could barely fuse 2 earth sources, and he was already fierce and killing rampantly. Hiyu was directly excited to the point of shouting, "Good. Let us do this. First inherit and fuse this earth source." Hiyu looked at the gains in the earth source column, his brow immediately furrowing. Huh? Dry gold attribute. What does this mean? Hiyu inwardly asked, "Model brother, what does the dry gold attribute marked on your earth source mean?" But immediately, a massive amount of information about the earth source flooded into Hiyu's mind. A slight discomfort made Hiyu frown slightly, but after a moment, his brow relaxed. After sorting through the information, Hiyu's expression became enlightened. So the earth source also has attributes. Hiyu learned that the earth source is divided into 11 attributes, which are dry gold, Dui gold, Zhen wood, Sun wood, Kan water, Li fire, Kuan earth, Gen earth, wind thunder, positive yin, and positive yang. Hiyu also learned from the information provided by the simulator that martial artists can actually fuse multiple earth sources. However, the fused earth sources must be of the same attribute. Otherwise, the subsequently fused earth sources will dissipate due to attribute rejection. Furthermore, since there are only a few hundred earth sources currently appearing in Dakian, the experience of fusing earth sources is far from enough. And the reference samples are simply too few. These extreme Tao masters only know that a few unfortunate souls failed when fusing their second earth source. Therefore, they naturally believe that extreme Tao masters can only fuse one earth source. What they don't know is that the fusion failure was merely due to coincidentally fusing earth sources of different attributes. If there were thousands or even tens of thousands of earth sources, then more extreme Tao masters would succeed in fusing multiple earth sources one after another. There will always come a day when the secret of being able to fuse multiple earth sources of the same attribute will be discovered. But earth sources cannot be fused infinitely. Each martial artist can fuse a maximum of 9 earth sources. If more than 9 earth sources are fused, meaning the 10th earth source is fused, the fuser will truly step into another level and will no longer be able to fuse earth sources. The stronger the fused earth source, the higher the combat power of the fuser. Coincidentally, Hiyu's mind also received all the specific information about the source of the earth, including the rankings of various sources. Hiyu directly found his own source, the Falling Immortal Sword, which ranked 9th among the Qinjing type sources. Hiyu also learned that Li Onlong's source, the Kongjin Dragon, belonged to the Dui gene type and ranked 4th among the Dui gene type sources. It was a remarkable coincidence that Hu Zhongshuan's source, the Sui Tiger, also belonged to the Dui gene type and ranked 21st. This is why Li Onlong was able to merge with Hu Zhongshuan and gain a significant boost in combat power. If Li Onlong had merged with a supreme master of another type, even with the Holy Spirit Mother Pill, the final merger would not have succeeded. Everything is fate. Hiyu couldn't help but sigh. But after the sigh, Hiyu became excited again, because now only Hiyu knew all the secrets about the source of the earth. So during the next simulation, Hiyu could use a higher level of understanding to carefully select the 9 highest ranked Qianjin type sources for fusion. At that time, He would be the strongest among the Qinjin-type martial artists, and might even be the strongest among all martial artists. Other martial artists wouldn't know the rankings of all the sources and wouldn't deliberately seek to merge with the top 9 sources. They would only merge blindly. Great. Having an advantage is wonderful. He trembled with excitement. As he calmed down, he gradually understood everything. Then he immediately inherited all cultivation, experience, and items. Boom. The pinnacle of refining essence cultivation was achieved. The transformation of the falling immortal sword source was completed. 47 years of combat experience was loaded. Top-tier martial arts talent was in place. The innate talent of the subtle observation was maxed out. Awesome. This is incredible. He directly jumped from an ordinary 15-year-old at the peak of marrow washing to a 15-year-old supreme refining essence, and, almost, an 8th-grade alchemist. He sat cross-legged on the bed of the inn, his thoughts racing. After all, Li Onlong's Kongjin dragon source ranked very high, and his combat power was already strong. Moreover, the Li royal family had dozens of supreme masters. He did not think much and decided to hold back for now and simulate once more. At least he needed to merge 2 sources before confronting Li Onlong. Let Li Onlong live another second. Old Deng would definitely be very happy and wouldn't die so early. Perhaps he could acknowledge me as his master. I've called you master for many years. It's time for you to call me master. Additionally, if Deng Wanshu wakes up, Hu Zhongshuan wouldn't agree to Li Onlong's fusion, and the 3 of them could live together happily. If the master and the mistress wake up, the sect leader wouldn't have so many regrets before passing away. He smiled. Good. Also, at the end of the last simulation, little one seemed to have died alongside me. Truly a woman of words and heart. No wonder she is my best friend. He sorted through everything, his eyes shining. Then the 6th simulation begins. You enter the simulation. Chapter 97. The Celestial Star. You enter the simulation. First year. Night Inn. You leave a day's worth of room money on the table in your room, then fly out of the inn through the window. You fly straight towards the Danxia sect. This time you don't plan to join the Danxia sect as a disciple. So you plan to fabricate an identity for yourself as a young master from a prominent family traveling abroad. Don't ask which family. Just know it's too deep for you to grasp. Let's just say those who understand will understand, and those who don't, I won't say much more. Saying it won't help you understand, so it's better not to say. You're not afraid of your identity being exposed this time because the premise for exposure is that someone has seen you. You now directly transform into a stubborn bird, flying away from the sky. Who can see you? Only the innkeeper from earlier has seen half of your face, but it's dark at night, and he can't see your face clearly. There are so many guests at the inn every day that over time, the innkeeper won't remember you. This time, you've completely disappeared. Don't say Li Onlong can't find you. No dragon can find you. It must be exchanged for xianxiaauda. It can't be given for free, so that xianxiaauda feels that food safety is guaranteed. Moreover, there is a crucial task in this simulation. That is to go to Yajianku in the 11th year to obtain the source of the earth. In the last simulation, the source competition at Yajianku saw an unprecedented 13 sources appear, and the scale of the source excavation was enormous. I wonder how many sources can be obtained this time. I'll try to get them all, and then choose slowly. Among them, the falling immortal sword source has already been merged by you. You are very curious about the state of the falling immortal sword source at Yajianka this time. Will it not appear at all, or will another falling immortal sword appear? Or will it be replaced by another source? You don't understand for now, and don't think much about it. You fly swiftly without resting. You are fully equipped. When hungry, you eat soft life pills, and when thirsty, you drink water from your space. You're almost becoming an immortal. Soon, you arrive at Yutong County at the foot of the Danxia sect. You buy a large mansion in Yutong County. You no longer hide your identity. And you write the words "He Mansion" in big, ugly letters on the signboard at the entrance. This time, you want to be yourself. Let all those Zhao Taizhu, Shangwan Goshing, and Ouyang Shufin go to hell. I am who I am, a firework of a different color. You shout with raised arms. Young master? We are a dental shop, not selling fireworks. The clever-looking dental worker on the opposite side said. I know. I just want to see if you know. You say that, and the dental worker replies. How could I not know? Is your mansion looking to hire a steward? Of course, it's to find a steward. Bring me your most clever steward contracts, and I'll take a look. The contract is a document signed between the employer and the employee. It will detail the various identity information, work experience, etc. of the employee, equivalent to a labor contract, but more detailed. The dental worker places a thick stack of contracts on the table in front of you. Young master, these are our top stewards at Xiangtai Dental Shop. Please take a look. You glance at it and are about to pick it up for a closer look. But then you see someone walking in at the entrance of the dental shop. You casually glance and are immediately surprised. What the hell, Old Wang? The person is Old Wang, the steward from Hu Zhongshuan's household. However, Old Wang now looks much younger. appearing to be in his early 30s. Old Wong walks straight over, slightly bows his head to you, then asks the dental worker, "Mr. Broker, has my contract been seen by any clients?" The dental worker suddenly looks troubled. After a long time, he says, "Sigh, it's not that I don't want to recommend you, but which client has seen your contract and hasn't run away like they saw a plague god?" Old Wong's expression turns pale. Is it really hopeless? The dental worker, realizing you are still present, knows he has leaked commercial secrets and immediately shuts his mouth. The dental worker's eyes turn, and he smiles at you. "Young master, take your time selecting a contract. I'll brew you a pot of tea." You slightly raise your gaze and look at Old Wong. "Let me see your contract." "Ah." Both the dental worker and Old Wong are startled. Old Wong looks at you again and says, "Are you here to hire a steward?" You nod slightly. The dental worker quickly reminds Old Wong happily, "This young master is indeed here to hire a steward." After the dental worker finishes speaking, he hurriedly digs out Old Wong's contract and hands it to you. You pick up the contract and take a look, immediately shaking your head and clicking your tongue in surprise. Old Wong's original name was Wang Zhizhou, 33 years old, currently without parents, wife, or children, completely on his own. Originally, Old Wong had a family, but in his early years, he didn't realize his uniqueness. When his parents passed away, he thought it was just unfortunate fate. However, the sudden death of his wife due to a severe illness made him feel that something was amiss. Later, his younger brother also died young. The most outrageous thing was that even his son, who was only a few years old, passed away before him. People around said Old Wong was a cursed star, bringing death to his whole family. But Old Wong didn't believe in such superstitions. He worked hard to gradually rise from an ordinary servant to the position of the household steward. However, things took a turn for the worse just 2 months after he became the steward. The family inexplicably offended a martial arts sect and was exterminated. Although Old Wong brought misfortune to those around him, his own fate was remarkably strong. He happened to be out that day and survived. While everyone else in the household perished, Old Wong honestly wrote everything in the employment contract, which led to no normal person daring to hire him as a steward. His funds were nearly depleted, and he was almost at the end of his rope. After reading the employment contract, you couldn't help but exclaim that Old Wong was like a sparrow pecking at a cow's rear, aiming high. But coincidentally, you were someone unafraid of death, making you a perfect match for Old Wong. You turned to Old Wong and said, "Old Wong." Both the steward and Old Wong were stunned. They couldn't believe you spoke in a foreign language. It felt like they were about to gain some intelligence. Old Wong asked, "Young master, have you read my employment contract clearly?" "Very clearly." You replied. "Do you still want to hire me?" "I want you." Old Wong's face lit up with joy, and he deeply bowed in excitement, saying, "Thank you, young master, for your appreciation. I, Wang Zhizhou, will never disappoint your kindness." You smiled, settled the payment, and directly took Old Wong out of the steward's office. Old Wong wanted to have the salary stipulated in the contract, but you disagreed. This amount of money was nothing to you. A few bottles of elixirs could sustain Old Wong for a lifetime. You gathered a familiar acquaintance with a 5-cycle background, feeling good, and strolled leisurely down the street. Old Wong respectfully followed behind you, but then you suddenly stopped, realizing something, and exclaimed, "Oh no." Old Wong quickly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" You hired Old Wong, this cursed star, thinking your own fate was also strong enough that Old Wong couldn't bring you down. But you suddenly remembered that, in a certain sense, Old Wong had even caused the extreme martial arts master, Hu Zhongshuan, to die. Chapter 98, Improving the Elixir Formula. You helplessly looked at Old Wong, who had an innocent expression. However, you ultimately did not dismiss him. "Sigh, I chose this myself, idle." You had no special habits regarding food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. You were just obsessed with cultivation. Therefore, Old Wong quickly managed everything in the household efficiently. The household also added quite a few servants and guards. Your residence became a true high-class mansion. Once, these high-class mansions were your targets for automatic collection. You didn't expect to find yourself standing on the opposite side of your former self. You, the dragon-slaying youth, ended up becoming a nurturing dragon. The following year, after finishing the affairs of the household, you bought a large area of forest to continue your zoo business. You raised various flying and fierce beasts with second-grade blood beast pills. These little animals were as close to you as your own children. You ran back and forth between the mansion and the zoo every day, which was quite troublesome. During the animal raising period, you didn't neglect your cultivation. At the end of the same year, after swallowing the last inner god pill of your life, the source energy within you began to surge uncontrollably. The spacious and sturdy cultivation room shook. You were overjoyed. It's coming. In less than a quarter of an hour, your source energy suddenly erupted. The pure and condensed source energy ascended to another level and quickly reached the initial stage of transformation into a dragon. The source energy within you began to nourish your body, providing deep-level strengthening. The previous refinement stage was equivalent to having strengthened the skin, bones, marrow, and divine organs, integrating them into a whole. The transformation into a dragon was a comprehensive refinement of this whole. After entering the transformation into a dragon, your body received an epic enhancement. This meant you could finally unleash your source energy without fear of your body collapsing. Thus, you officially entered the extreme path of the dragon transformation realm. Your true combat power could now rival top extreme martial arts masters like xianxiaaudiobooks. The inner god pill no longer had a significant boosting effect on your cultivation. You had to use 6th grade essence pills for auxiliary cultivation. For a pharmacist like you, who was just one step away from 8th grade, 6th grade pills were no big deal. You were very happy to have become a complete extreme martial artist. It was time to visit the Xianxia sect and see if those 2 old fellows were still in the sect. One day, you arrived at the Xianxia sect. There were a few people on guard at the entrance, and you found one of the 13 or 14-year-old miscellaneous disciples named Guolan. Miscellaneous disciples were one level lower than ordinary disciples and could only do unimportant tasks. You explained your purpose to the guard Guolan, and after he confirmed with the others on duty, he brought you into the Xianxia sect. Walking through the Xianxia sect, a familiar feeling washed over you. You could find every corner of the Xianxia sect, even with your eyes closed. Guolan took you to an antique reception room. After sitting down, Guolan asked, "Young master, do you want us to help you improve the elixir formula?" "Yes, I have a 2nd grade elixir for enhancing beast physiques. Help me improve it to at least 4th grade, preferably 5th grade. Although you could improve the blood beast pill yourself, you needed to establish a trust relationship with the Xianxia sect through this method." Guolan was taken aback. 5th grade? That requires at least a 6th grade pharmacist to customize. Don't you have elders who are 6th or even 7th grade? Guolan looked at you with slight surprise. "Young master, have you researched our Xianxia sect in advance?" "Not too much, just a little." Guolan nodded. "Your request can indeed only be handled by the elders." You asked, "Can I specify one elder to help me improve?" "Theoretically, yes." You chuckled. "You have a total of 7 elders, right?" "Yes." "Then let's go with the 7th elder. That sounds the least powerful and quite cheap." Your smile was unrestrained. Guolan's expression became awkward. It seems the young master really doesn't know much about our Xianxia sect. The 7th elder is the highest-ranking elder in alchemy, second only to the sect leader, and is also the hardest to invite. You were surprised. Why is it so hard to invite? Our 7th elder hardly cares about the affairs of the Xianxia sect, and is solely devoted to his lover. Then let him come down to take a break. Guolan's expression tightened, unsure what to do, and could only awkwardly smile. "Young master, you really know how to joke." You chuckled. "So you're saying your 7th elder is a devoted romantic?" "Extremely infatuated, very devoted." You raised an eyebrow. "Then how come I saw him visiting a brothel?" Guolan was instantly at a loss for words, stammering. That's because, never mind, young master wouldn't believe it anyway. Please specify another elder." You smiled lightly. "The 7th elder won't change. I'm not in a hurry. Whenever he has time, he can come to my mansion to talk." You left the address of the He family and directly placed the formula for the blood beast pill on the table before leaving the Xianxia sect. Guolan's expression was conflicted, and in the end, he could only watch you leave. As soon as you entered the mansion, Old Wang approached. "Master, Lu Yuanwei from the west side of the city sent a letter of visit. You know this Lu Yuanwei. He has some wealth and has a very beautiful daughter, who is a well-known lady in the area. Lu Yuanwei thinks about marrying his daughter off to a good family to elevate his status." You opened the letter and saw that Lu Yuanwei wanted to visit tomorrow. You felt pleased, since Lu Yuanwei wanted to come to check your background. It meant your persona was successful. After all, you had recently bought a large mansion, acquired mountains, and invested in several restaurants and pawn shops in Yutong County. You looked like a young master from a prestigious family. To solidify your persona, you went along with it. "Old Wang, prepare a table tomorrow. I'll have a drink with Lu Yuanwei." "Yes, master." Old Wang was taken aback, quickly changed his words. "All right, young master." The next day, the plump Lu Yuanwei had already had 3 rounds of drinks with you and was somewhat tipsy. He had asked what he needed to know, and you had fabricated what you needed to tell him. Lu Yuanwei glanced at you and finally probed. "Today, seeing young master he is indeed talented and extraordinary. May I ask if you are married?" You laughed calmly. "Not married." Lu Yuanwei's eyes brightened. "Oh? In that case, I have a young daughter. Both beautiful and wise." Lu Yuanwei. You interrupted him. "Young master he." You smiled. "Lu Yuanwei, to be honest, I have never touched a woman in my life. I have no interest in women. The happiest time for me is every month when I practice with my brothers." Lu Yuanwei was stunned for a moment and could only leave in disappointment. Soon, rumors spread in the noble circles of Yutong County that you preferred men. You paid no attention to these rumors, knowing they would be disproven once your only good friend showed up. You continued your daily practice. 2 months later, Your martial talent was comparable to the top disciples of the 5 major sects, and you could see a significant improvement in your training speed. One day, while you were practicing, Guolan, who had previously hosted you at Danxia sect, found you at your mansion. Guolan explained his purpose to the doorman outside, who immediately went to call Old Wang to the door. Old Wang cupped his hands and said to Guolan, "This young brother. I am Butler Zhou from the He family. What brings you to see our young master?" Guolan politely returned the gesture. "I am from Danxia sect." "Wait a moment." Old Wang quickly interrupted. "I surname Wang." Guolan felt awkward and was about to apologize when you heard the commotion and walked out. You directly asked, "Did your Danxia sect's 7th elder agree to help me improve the pill formula?" Chapter 99 Blood Essence Pill. The Blood Beast pill was created by you, and you intentionally left the formula. You calmly asked, "The Blood Beast pill is my ancestral recipe. Is there a problem?" Guolan waved his hands quickly. "Young master there is no problem. It's just that the 7th elder said some techniques of the Blood Beast pill are somewhat similar to Danxia sect style and wants to find a time to discuss it with young master He." This was the effect you wanted, so you replied, "No problem, I'm always available." Afterward, Guolan explained his purpose. He was actually there to help Xianxiaaudiobooks investigate and record the types of animals in your zoo, so the improved pill formula could be tailored accordingly. You took Guolan to the zoo. As soon as Guolan entered the zoo, he was stunned. This vast zoo deep in the mountains looked like a prehistoric jungle. Various unusually sized animals frolicked in the zoo, causing the ground to tremble. "Why, young master are these animals all because of the Blood Beast pill?" Guolan stammered. "Yes." "Is there still a need to improve the Blood Beast pill?" "Yes, it must be improved. I need higher-level ferocious beasts to practice the guarding the threshold body technique." Guolan suddenly realized. So young master, he is practicing the guarding the threshold body technique. Now I understand. The guarding the threshold body technique is not a secret in Deqian, but the reason few practice it is that collecting beast blood is incredibly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Over the years, only Wan Qingluan had mentioned someone who reached a level comparable to a master in physical cultivation. That person also became a spiritual totem for a group of people who had poor martial talent but liked to dabble in underhanded paths. These people were subtly looked down upon by mainstream martial artists, and deep down, they harbored a secret sense of inferiority. Your current persona is precisely that of someone with very poor martial talent but with a bit of money, hoping to turn things around using the guarding the threshold body technique. So Guolan didn't say much more on this matter, fearing you might be sensitive and offend you. Guolan carefully inquired about the situation in the zoo and responsibly recorded the types of animals you might add in the future. Finally, he collected most of the information. At this point, the sun was high in the sky, and the weather was quite hot. You invited him to the cool lounge in the zoo to relax. Guolan politely followed you to the lounge. You asked the servant to brew a pot of cool tea, cut a fruit platter, and light 2 incense sticks. You casually reclined in a rocking chair, sipping tea and cooling off. Guolan, however, sat upright in the chair beside you, looking quite tense. You glanced at Guolan and noticed he was engrossed in reading a scroll on introductory alchemy. Guolan's brow was tightly furrowed, clearly encountering a problem. You said, "I have an ancestral alchemy book at home. There is a sentence in it that resembles what you're struggling with." Guolan looked over. His eyes filled with suspicion, then asked, "May I ask, young master what is that sentence?" You chuckled lightly and casually mentioned a line. Guolan was taken aback for a moment, and the next second, he seemed to have an epiphany, as if he had solved a math problem that had troubled him for days. Guolan's face lit up with joy, excitedly saying, Yes. Yes, how could I not think of that?" Guolan jumped up. "Thank you, young master for your guidance. I am of humble means and cannot repay you. But the 10 qi blood pills distributed monthly within the sect are quite valuable. I will present them all to you as a token of gratitude." You waved your hand. "It's nothing. You didn't insist on keeping him. Otherwise, you would have to treat him to a meal." 2 months later, your little animals finally matured in batches. You excitedly walked toward these big little animals. "Little darlings, the time is almost here." These giant little animals were scared and huddled in the corner, trembling. You swiftly drew a drop of essence blood from each little animal. In the end, you obtained 70 drops of different types of essence blood. The fusion process of the essence blood went smoothly, and you successfully fused these 70 types of essence blood. Currently, you have fused a total of 134 types of beast essence blood. The additional physical strength reached the mid-stage of skin refining, although the improvement was very slight relative to your current strength. But after all, it was an additional boost in physical strength, akin to found money. So why not take it? Additionally, the beast blood used had all been enhanced by the Blood Beast pill. If you used ordinary ferocious beast essence blood, you would need more types of beast blood to achieve your current effect. It's clear how difficult it would be for someone with poor martial talent to practice the guarding the threshold body technique. However, your progress would be faster from now on, as Xianxiaaudiobooks would help you optimize the blood beast pill. At that time, using 5th grade elixirs as food for the small animals, they might all become spiritual beings. 3 months later, Guolan visited your residence again. Old Wang brought him to the main hall. This time he brought the optimized blood beast pill formula from Xianxiaaudiobooks, now a 5th grade elixir, the blood essence pill. The blood essence pill not only enhances the physical condition of beasts, but also concentrates the essence of the animal into the blood, increasing the potency of that drop of essence blood. You took the formula and settled the payment with Guolan. You are well aware of the market for modified formulas and know that Xianxiaaudiobooks' charge this time is very cheap. You understand that it is because Xianxiaaudiobooks feels a strong affinity for the blood beast pill formula. After settling the payment, you said to Guolan with a smirk, "It seems your Elder 7 is indeed very cheap. I'll order from him again next time." Guolan could only laugh along, not daring to say much. "By the way, young master, Elder 7 said he would personally visit in 2 months to discuss the situation of your ancestor's alchemist." "No problem. Chat away. I will definitely share everything I know." Guolan awkwardly smiled. Young master, he still loves to joke around. You smiled and took a sip of tea. You are very much looking forward to meeting Xianxiaaudiobooks. Last time, he simulated too early and died too regrettably. You still remember the day Xianxiaaudiobooks passed away. He dressed himself beautifully, just to meet Deng Wanshu one last time with dignity, even though Deng Wanshu couldn't see him at all. You feel a bit emotional. You took a sip of tea to calm your feelings. Based on your understanding of Xianxiaaudiobooks, you are confident that you can get familiar with him in a very short time. You thought of a plan and nodded slightly. Guolan's mood fell. "Thank you, young master, for your previous advice, but there's still no progress." After saying that, Guolan took out 40 qi blood pills. "This is to thank young master, please don't refuse. You know that the Danxia sect gives its servant disciples 10 qi blood pills and an uncertain number of waste pills each month. These 40 qi blood pills are almost all of Guolan's possessions. You did not accept them, although you are not the type to suffer losses. You haven't reached that level of poverty yet. Instead, you frowned, feeling very strange. The question you previously pointed out to Guolan was the key to refining 1st grade pills. As long as he passed this hurdle, he could at least get started, meaning he could refine 1 or 2 finished pills. But Guolan has made no progress at all. You asked him about his situation again. After Guolan finished explaining his situation, you held back your words. You almost blurted out, "You are a steamed dish." Guolan has been a servant disciple in the Danxia sect for over a year and hasn't successfully refined a single 1st grade pill. The Danxia sect has a rule that if one can refine a 1st grade pill within 2 years, they can be promoted from servant disciple to an official ordinary disciple. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the Danxia sect. Among ordinary disciples, a few outstanding ones can compete to become direct disciples. In your previous life, you entered as a quasi-direct disciple, officially becoming a direct disciple in less than 3 years. This is not you trying to show off. It's just that Guolan is terribly lacking compared to you. He has been in the Danxia sect for over a year and hasn't refined a legitimate pill. It's like someone who has been training in a swimming team for over a year and still can't swim, who wouldn't ask, "Are you okay?" Now, with the 2-year deadline approaching, Guolan is already on the verge of being expelled. You silently complain. "I thought I would encounter a super alchemy genius like Lin Mo as the protagonist, but instead, I met a super rookie." You thought again, "It must be old Wang holding me back." Guolan also felt embarrassed, but he didn't leave, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. You know what he is thinking, but you said to him, "Don't talk about repaying favors. If you get into trouble later, just don't mention me." Chapter 100, Peculiar Talent. Guolan weakly looked at you and ultimately had to take his leave from He Mansion. You watched Guolan's back, knowing that he actually wanted to ask you about that so-called ancestral alchemy book. But Guolan knows that you are not related, and he has nothing valuable to offer, so he hesitates to bring it up. You also have no obligation to guide or help someone you've only met a few times. You stopped thinking about Guolan and focused on improving your alchemy skills. Your 8th grade alchemy is about to reach great accomplishment. 1 month later, in the 3rd year, in the alchemy room, a delicate alchemy furnace is placed in front of you, just extinguished, still emitting steam. Your source power climbs onto the lid of the furnace. Like a gambler about to reveal the contents of a dice cup, your eyes slightly shining. Finally, you felt a stirring in your heart and urged your source power to suddenly open the furnace. As the furnace opened, a burst of golden light erupted from within, like the little master chef unveiling a culinary masterpiece. You squinted and saw 9 8th grade pills neatly arranged inside. Good, good, good. You are extremely excited, shouting, "Hooray! I am finally an 8th grade alchemist." You have officially surpassed Xianxiaaudiobooks, reaching Deng Rusong's level of alchemy. Moreover, With your perfect level talent in observing the subtle, you can barely match Xiahuada and Deng Rusong combined. You are very happy. It seems Old Wang isn't holding me back. To celebrate, you invited Old Wang to drink with you that evening. As the host, you asked him to join you for a meal, but Old Wang initially refused. However, he couldn't resist you and had to sit down to drink with you. Under the moonlight, you two ate and drank in the pavilion by the lake in the back garden. You and Old Wang, along with a full moon, toasted together. After Old Wang finished a pot of wine, he jokingly said your He mansion was almost going to change its surname to Wang. After Old Wang jumped on the table for the third time, you used a special technique to calm him down a bit. A slightly sober Old Wang started talking about his experiences. He said that if he couldn't find work in Yutong County, he planned to try further in Kyoto. Old Wang heard that Kyoto is particularly good, a big city, and if you dare to work hard, there are opportunities everywhere. Old Wang also heard that people in Kyoto are very wealthy, dropping silver coins on the ground without anyone picking them up because they can earn more in the time it takes to bend down. Old Wang said he definitely wants to go to Kyoto if he gets the chance. You asked, Old Wang, haven't I treated you well? Why are you always thinking of going to Kyoto? The young master treats me well, and my monthly salary is the highest among all the stewards in Yutong County. Old Wang's old face was flushed with drunkenness. But it's different, young master. I want to see Kyoto. Even if I don't stay there, just going to see it would be fine. You raised your wine cup, Old Wang. There will be opportunities. Old Wang also raised his cup, his smile wavering. Thank you, young master. Thank you for coming to my Wang mansion as a guest. Bang! Old Wang drunkenly collapsed on the table, his wine cup heavily thudding on the surface, the clear wine inside swaying and scattering the moonlight above. The next day, your constitution is very good. Even without using source power to sober up, you won't get drunk. Except when drinking with good friends. Even if you don't touch a drop, you can still end up in a mess. The morning mist gradually dissipated as you began your routine training for the day. Just as you walked into the training room, the doorman came to report that someone was visiting. Your face lit up with joy, thinking it was Xiahuada who had come. And you were still pondering that he wouldn't arrive for another month. But the doorman said it was Guolan seeking an audience. So you met Guolan in the main hall. Guolan was carrying a large bag, and you had no idea what was inside. Guolan was very excited, saying he had finally been promoted to a formal disciple. You smiled and said, Congratulations, little brother, you finally entered the realm of first-grade alchemy. Guolan smiled even more happily and mysteriously said, Young master I haven't even entered the first-grade alchemy yet. You were taken aback, if you haven't entered? How did you become a formal disciple? Did you let the examiner enter? It wasn't that big of a deal. Guolan's face flushed. I directly jumped from not having entered the first-grade alchemy to achieving great success. You frowned. Is the pressure that high that you hallucinated while refining? Guolan anticipated your disbelief and directly took out the token of a formal disciple. Young master look. You glanced at it and recognized it was real. You raised an eyebrow. Tell me more about it. It turned out that a few days ago, Guolan participated in the last formal disciple assessment. If he failed again, he would be expelled from the Danxia sect. Guolan, who hadn't refined a single proper pill, was so nervous at the assessment site that his heart was about to leap out. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and start refining. After completing the refining process, which was no different from usual, he felt his heart sink. He thought there was no hope and didn't dare to look at the pill furnace, but in the end, it was the examiner who unveiled it. However, when the furnace was opened, both he and the examiner were stunned. Instead of the usual waste pills, there were a total of 8 successful first-grade pills. Guolan's first-grade alchemy jumped directly from not having entered to great success, instantly becoming a first-grade alchemist. The examiner was not at ease and personally watched him refine 2 more times. The result was still a stable 8 finished pills. At this point, the examiner was completely convinced. Guolan smoothly became a formal disciple. You became interested after hearing this. If Guolan were just an ordinary talent, you wouldn't be interested. But since he was so peculiar, you wanted to see what was going on. You asked Guolan to demonstrate on the spot. Guolan performed a series of actions, and again produced 8 first-grade pills. You clicked your tongue in amazement. You've really accumulated too much. You realized that Guolan's alchemy characteristic was that as long as he reached the entry level, he could achieve great success. However, it took Guolan much longer than others to reach the entry level. For ordinary talents, it takes about half a year to enter first-grade alchemy. But to achieve great success requires 3 to 5 years. The higher the grade, the longer the advancement takes. Thus, many people spend their whole lives only becoming 4th or 5th grade alchemists. Regardless of the intermediate process, just from the perspective of reaching great success in first-grade alchemy, Guolan's time spent was relatively short, which is above average in terms of talent. But his characteristic of going from entry to great success was too outrageous. You even suspected Guolan had some kind of cheat that boosted proficiency. When proficiency is 0, increasing it by any multiple is still 0. But as long as proficiency is above 0, a miraculous life can begin. You looked at Guolan. This is a case of one method leading to all methods. You then carefully asked him about his feelings while refining, but found nothing unusual, so you could only drop it. Guolan quickly stood up and stammered. Young Master He, can I buy your ancestral pill book? Chapter 101, Long-Awaited Yearning. You looked at Guolan and smiled. Do you think I lack money? Guolan awkwardly lowered his head and bit his lip. After thinking for a moment, he regained his determination and spoke sincerely. Young Master He, money is never too much. I only ask you to name a price for me to copy that pill book, and I will surely strive to meet your price. You replied calmly. My ancestral pill book has no price, or rather, the amount of money you earn in a lifetime cannot afford the price of this pill book. I'm not belittling you, just stating an objective fact. Guolan's determined gaze wavered, and he finally nodded silently. I understand. Thank you for tolerating my rashness. Young Master He. You waved your hand nonchalantly. Young Master He, sorry for the disturbance. I take my leave. Guolan picked up the large bag by his feet, stood up, and prepared to leave. You casually asked, what's in that bag? Guolan's face suddenly turned awkward, hesitating. It's some, mine. Guolan stammered and couldn't get the words out. You laughed. Is it the most valuable thing you have on you, and you intended to show me your sincerity? Yes, Guolan's voice was weak. Having just been promoted to a first-grade alchemist and becoming a formal disciple of the Danxia sect, Guolan's suppressed feelings of frustration from over a year were released. But the suppression had been too deep, so the released emotions were overwhelming, making him somewhat blindly feel that his future was now bright. In a moment of excitement, he took everything he thought was valuable to him to display sincerity. But when he arrived in front of you, he gradually realized, you, who can casually spend money to improve 5th-grade pill formulas, are not an ordinary person and wouldn't think that a first-grade alchemist is particularly noteworthy. Guolan understood that your politeness was simply because you, young Master He, are civilized and courteous, not because he, Guolan, is of great importance. You raised your chin. Want to open it and take a look? Young Master He, it's not necessary. Be obedient. Let me take a look. Guolan could only helplessly open it. Inside the bag were some silver coins, a few blood-boosting pills, and some miscellaneous pills, most absurdly. There were also some pickled fish and preserved food. You walked over, picked up a piece of pickled fish from the bag, and exclaimed, I'm feeling better now. I can even eat the disaster relief food you sent me. Guolan gave a bitter smile, looking quite embarrassed. Young Master He. These were brought to me by my family before I came to the Danxia sect. My mother said these things wouldn't spoil easily on the road. When Guolan mentioned my mother, it reminded you of an old acquaintance. Your expression changed slightly as you held the piece of pickled fish and asked, can I keep this piece to eat myself? You asked old Wang to take the pickled fish away. You handed Guolan 2 taels of silver. It's not for free. Guolan repeatedly refused, but ultimately did not take the silver and directly left with the bag. You watched his departing figure and shook your head. Guolan's strange talent for alchemy is indeed quite peculiar, but overall, in terms of advancement time, it is just above average. Moreover, there was a long period of sedimentation in between, during which he couldn't refine a single corresponding grade pill, which is quite a waste. You also stopped paying too much attention to him. A month later, you completed the second refinement of your source power, and your top-notch martial arts talent made the refinement process much faster. After resting for a day, you went to inspect your zoo territory. A month ago, you found it troublesome to run between the mansion and the zoo every day. So you hired 2 siblings at a high price, both at the skin refinement level, to help you take care of the zoo. The older brother was named Hishan, and the younger sister was named Xianxian, since you offered a very high price. And the 2 siblings were very sincere. They took great care of the animals. When you came over today, you found they had indeed done a good job. The animals were all strong and well-groomed. At this moment, Xianxian was trimming the nails of a ghostly wolf, while Hishan was polishing the ivory of a mist elephant. A few days ago, when the fire rock eagle laid eggs and went out to hunt, Hishan even thoughtfully sat on the egg to keep it warm. The 2 siblings were doing this job quite earnestly. Young Master He, you're here? Hishan stopped what he was doing and walked over. Xianxian also put down her big scissors and came over with a smile. You looked at the brother and sister. You 2 are taking such good care of my treasures. Of course. Hishan scratched his head. It's no wonder they're working so hard. It's because you, the big tycoon, are giving too much. My treasures have been eating blood essence pills for about a month now. How are the effects? You asked. Hishan quickly took out detailed records of the animal's height, weight, strength, speed, and other data to tell you. You found that after only a month, the animals that had taken the blood essence pills showed significant improvements in their physical condition. You nodded secretly. Old Xia is quite something. Looking at the sincere smiles on the faces of the two siblings, Yu patted Yishan on the shoulder. Keep up the good work, and next year I'll try to change to a bigger mansion. Yishan was very happy. Young master I will definitely work hard. A month later, that evening, you had just completed your discipline training for the day. Old Wang came to report that a long-bearded, thunderous elder from the Danxia sect named Xiahuada wanted to meet you. Old Wang asked, young master, will you meet him? You inquired, Old Wang, do you want to die? Old Wang shrank his head. Young master, I want to live. If you want to live, go prepare a table with the highest specifications. I want to have a good chat with this great alchemist. All right, young master. Sure. You initially thought about going directly to the door to greet Xiahuada, but then you thought, as an 8th grade alchemist, how could it be proper for you to welcome a trivial, inconsequential 7th grade alchemist? You instructed, Old Wang, bring this little alchemist up. Old Wang's eyes turned. Okay, young master. I'll go invite Master Xian. After Old Wang had taken a couple of steps, you said, forget it. I'll lower myself to welcome him personally. You quickly walked with Old Wang to the front door. You spotted Xiahuada outside the door at a glance, dressed in a meticulously arranged light gray robe. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, Xiahuada looked more youthful now than when you first met him. He seemed fresher than on the day he passed away. You walked over in a few steps and shook hands with him. Master Xia, long time no see. Xiahuada was not accustomed to this modern social etiquette. He forcefully withdrew his hand and silently stepped back. Young master we've never met before, have we? You laughed. I've long admired you. Chapter 102. Investigating the Source of the Earth. You and Xiahuada sat down in the main hall. The table was filled with a sumptuous array of dishes. Come. Master Xia, I toast you a drink, thanking you for your help in alchemy. You downed the drink in one go. Xiahuada raised his glass and said, young master you flatter me. The reward for the blood essence pills has already been given. You smiled lightly. Not saying much. Come eat. You and Xiahuada chatted and feasted for a while. Eventually, Xiahuada asked, may I ask which sect your ancestor, the alchemist, belonged to? Xiahuada smiled. No problem at all. It's just that from the recipe for the blood beast pill, your ancestor's level seems to be very high. How high? About 3 or 4 stories high? Master Xia is being too kind. You chuckled and leaned back in your chair, laughing like a fool. Xiahuada looked at you and continued. The key point is that I feel many of your ancestors' techniques and methods are very similar to the style of my Danxia sect. Oh, is that so? You look surprised. In fact, after hesitating for a moment, I even saw many of my own shadows. You widened your eyes. Astonished, is there such a thing? Xiahuada nodded seriously. I also find it strange, which is why I couldn't help but come to consult young master You thought for a moment and said, though I don't know if my ancestor has any connection with the Danxia sect, I do know quite a bit about his life. Xiahuada's eyes brightened. Young master do tell. So you shared a slightly modified account of one of the childless founders of the Danxia sect with Xiahuada. The more Xiahuada listened, the more mysterious it seemed, and his eyes narrowed in anticipation. After you finished, while Xiahuada was still in slight disbelief, you directly enlarged the image of your ancestor and thrust it in front of Xiahuada's face. Master Xia, do you recognize this portrait? Upon seeing the portrait, Xiahuada immediately became overly excited. Ah, young master you really are a descendant of my Danxia sect's ancestor. You continued to play along. Is what you say true? Absolutely true. The two portraits look like a pair of twins. Xiahuada became even more excited. Young master do you believe it now? Young master you are the descendant of my Danxia sect's ancestor. Xiahuada was extremely thrilled. Then, Xiahuada detailed the life of this ancestor to you. In fact, this ancestor's lineage is the one that has been passed down to Xiahuada, which is why he was so excited. He told you about this ancestor's life. Although you pretended to be surprised, you felt nothing at all and were almost falling asleep. You were already very familiar with that ancestor's history. You could recite it by heart. Finally, you expressed with feigned surprise that it was all fate. You immediately took Xiahuada's hand to become sworn brothers. Xiahuada felt that the age difference between you was too great, which was inappropriate. You insisted that age was not a problem, nor was gender a barrier, and forcibly pulled Xiahuada to become brothers. You had Old Wang prepare the incense table you had long since prepared. You knelt there. Lord Guan, I beseech you. Who is Lord Guan? You didn't take care. You pulled Xiahuada down to kneel with you, bowing 3 times and knocking your head 9 times, completing the ceremony. From then on, you and Xiahuada addressed each other separately. You called him master, and he called you younger brother. By the time you two finished the brotherhood ceremony, it was almost dawn. Old Xia, I guess this counts as recognizing my ancestors. Xiahuada was a bit dazed. Well, I suppose so. You had indeed recognized your ancestors. The only difference was you had gained an extra generation, and you estimated that in the next simulation, you could gain another generation. Each of your generations was the result of your own hard work, which made you feel very secure. 6 months later, since that day of the Brotherhood, you often went to the Xianxia sect. You revealed to Xianxiaaudiobooks that you were a third-grade alchemist and had read many alchemical texts passed down from your ancestors. Therefore, when discussing alchemy with Xianxiaaudiobooks, there was no sense of incongruity. You could often say things that enlightened Xianxiaaudiobooks. You and Xianxiaaudiobooks, this big brother, became increasingly familiar. He also introduced you to the situation of Deng Wanshu. You deliberately showed a conflicted expression, which was quite obvious, and Xianxiaaudiobooks noticed it. You didn't respond. You just looked at him, and your expression appeared quite uneasy. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked at you with skepticism, although he was anxious in his heart. He ultimately did not pursue the matter further. The next day, after breakfast, you rarely did not practice and were waiting for Xianxiaaudiobooks. You hadn't made an appointment to meet him today, but you knew he would come. Sure enough, as the morning mist began to lift, Old Wang said that Xianxiaaudiobooks had arrived. Xianxiaaudiobooks walked toward the main hall with Old Wang. You stood up in the main hall. Old Xia? What brings you here? Are you craving the chef's skills in my mansion again? After Xianxiaaudiobooks sat down, he looked hesitant. You poured him a cup of tea. You glanced at him. Old Xia, why are you so quiet today? Have you become introverted? Xianxiaaudiobooks finally speaks to you. Brother He, I have a request that I'm hesitant to make. Old Xia, go ahead, you say. Xianxiaaudiobooks senses your intention, knowing you want to see his conditions. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression brightens, his lips trembling slightly. Moreover, it's clear that Xianxiaaudiobooks has come prepared. You catch the keyword, Earth Source? The Xianxia sect has an Earth Source? You remember that during the last simulation at this time, the Xianxia sect did not have an Earth Source. Otherwise, they wouldn't have helped Li Onlong refine the He Ling Zi Mudan later. Xianxiaaudiobooks hesitates for a moment and says, I'll be frank with Brother He. We only have news of an Earth Source, but my Xianxia sect has paid a huge price to invite 5 Extreme Path Masters to compete for this Earth Source. Once we obtain it, it will be given to Brother He. You nod slowly. According to the development of the last simulation, the Xianxia sect ultimately did not obtain this Earth Source, so naturally, they cannot give it to you. You think for a moment and decide to go after this Earth Source yourself. You turn your head, pretending to be conflicted for a while, and finally say, Old Xia, your sincerity has moved me. Xianxiaaudiobooks, excited, knocks over his teacup and stands up. Brother He, you agree. Who made us good brothers? Great. Ha ha. Xianxiaaudiobooks' face is continuously loading smiles, but he keeps failing, and his expression system is close to collapsing. Finally, Xianxiaaudiobooks lets out 2 bursts of wild laughter. Agaga. When Xianxiaaudiobooks finally calms down, you say, Old Xia, don't be too excited. I have a condition. Xianxiaaudiobooks is taken aback, then asks, Brother He, what condition? You need him to tell you the specific news about this Earth Source. Otherwise, you worry he might be deceiving you. Xianxiaaudiobooks breathes a sigh of relief, excitedly saying, no problem. Then Xianxiaaudiobooks gives you detailed information about the Earth Source that is about to appear. This Earth Source will appear in 10 days. And the location is in Liuzhou, which governs Yutong County. But the Earth Source will not appear in Yutong County. Rather, it will be in the mountainous area of Maoxian in Liuzhou. You only need 5 or 6 days to rush there. Your current strength has slightly surpassed xianxiaaudiobooks. Your 3rd source power refinement will also be completed in these few days, at which point you will completely surpass xianxiaaudiobooks, this top Extreme Path Master. Moreover, since other Extreme Path Masters are unaware of your ruthless existence, as long as you have a bit of patience, you are very likely to seize the Earth Source. You also ask Xianxiaaudiobooks who calculated the appearance of this Earth Source. Xianxiaaudiobooks tells you that there are more than 10 Extreme Path Masters in Dakian who can estimate the approximate time and location of the Earth Source's appearance. You inquire about those 10 or so Extreme Path Masters. You find that the Earth Sources they have merged with are all of the Kuan Earth attribute. Extreme Path Masters with the Kuan Earth attribute are close to the Earth, capable of probing Earth veins, controlling feng shui, and their combat power is also enhanced by the Earth beneath their feet. Of course, their most valued ability is being able to detect the approximate time and location of the Earth Source's emergence. The Extreme Path Master who discovered this Earth Source has merged with the Kuan Earth attribute source ranked 17th, known as the Water River Map, which is considered a decent source. In fact, based on these characteristics, as long as enough Earth Sources appear, they will eventually be categorized by the Extreme Path Masters. By then, your first mover advantage will no longer exist, so you must quickly gather more Earth Sources. You have merged with the Qian Metal Attribute Earth Source, which enhances the attack capabilities of the merger, increasing their strength and sharpness, greatly enhancing combat power. Last time during the simulation, when besieging Li Onlong, you were the main attacker. Aside from the protagonist Halo boost, it was also because the Qian Metal Attribute Earth Source you merged with greatly increased your combat power. You know that Xianxiaaudiobooks will definitely not get the Earth Source this time, so you plan to ask for a few 9th grade pill recipes as compensation later. After sending off Xianxiaaudiobooks, You begin your cultivation. You plan to cultivate for 3 days before setting off, trying to complete the third refinement of your source power. Each increase in strength means more assurance. Time passes quickly. 3 days later. Chapter 103, Competition for the Earth Source. You finish the third source power refinement just in time. Your strength completely surpasses Xianxiaaudiobooks, reaching above the top master level, just below Lin Jingxi's tier. With your current formidable combat power, you can be considered among the top 10 or more among extreme path masters, but above 200 to 300 others. Although your ranking description is a bit vague, it doesn't hinder your actual strength. On that day, you fly towards Maoxian. On the third day, you are soaring high in the sky. You encounter a flock of migrating geese. You spontaneously help guide them, in order to keep up with you. The geese flap their wings, creating afterimages. After you leave, the geese exclaim, "Today's windbreaker is really impressive." The journey is smooth. On the 5th day, you arrive in Maoxian. You activate your viewing technique and hide near the forest where the earth source will appear. This earth source is certainly known to more than one group of people. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You want to be the oriole behind them. On the 7th day, as night falls and darkness envelopes the land, you have been lurking for 2 days without seeing a single person. You wonder if Xianxiaaudiobooks is tricking you. Finally, 2 extreme path masters fly in from a distance. One is dressed sharply, with a fierce aura, and a pair of tiger-like eyes scanning the area menacingly. The other is a big bald man, holding a Zen staff, dressed in a bright yellow robe, likely a monk. The two do not hide their intentions, stopping directly above the location where the earth source is about to appear. They exchange smiles, then the old monk speaks loudly, "Stop hiding, come out." You frown, thinking, what is going on? Am I supposed to expose myself right away? Although you are puzzled, you do not come out, as it is likely that this old bald donkey is trying to trick you. After 2 breaths, the old monk surprisingly calls out, "Umitba, brother he, come out." What the hell? Is this even reasonable? Your scalp tingles, and your eyes widen. If this can be exposed, what is the point of playing this game? During this simulation, aside from soaring freely in the sky, you have never displayed the combat power of an extreme path warrior. You have also been operating the concealment technique to shield your presence. How could you possibly be discovered? Determined, you plan to go out and take down these two when suddenly, a hearty laugh comes from a nearby forest. "Ha ha, Master Mingjue's strength is truly unfathomable. I admire you." 3 people walk out from the forest, one of whom has a sinister gaze and a cunning demeanor. That earlier sentence came from him. You glance at this slime man, cursing in your heart. Damn, what level are you to share my surname? Feeling indignant, since you have often exposed yourself before. You have learned to match names with faces, and this time you almost couldn't hold back. You remind yourself to be more cautious in the future. The man beside Master Mingjue, with a fierce aura, sneers and says, "He Tianlei, knowing Master Mingjue has arrived. Why aren't you rolling away?" He Tianlei and the 2 behind him exchange glances, sneering, and then coldly say, "If we're rolling, we'll roll." Whoosh. The 3 of them shoot like meteors straight into the dark sky, disappearing in an instant. You nod, as expected of Mahi family, so cowardly yet so bold. As the 3 left, suddenly the aura beneath Mingju Master and the brutal man surged. The surrounding air was abruptly drawn in, all rushing towards the ground beneath their feet. The night wind rose sharply, the trees in the mountains rustling, as if countless ghosts were hiding in the forest. In a moment, a thin mist unexpectedly appeared on that piece of land, swaying and growing. Mingju Master and the other man looked pleased, revealing expressions of as expected. The mist swelled in the wind, quickly rising to 6 or 7 meters high. Then it stopped growing, drifting alone, like an elf of heaven and earth. Mingju Master's expression was excited. He flipped his wrist and took out a fist-sized earth source bowl. Releasing source power, he cautiously wrapped this delicate earth source, as if holding a cup of boiling water about to spill. After completely wrapping it, the source power gathered and directly took the earth source into the bowl. At the moment it was placed in the bowl, the earth source seemed to come alive. The mist surged, suddenly leaping outward. Bang! Ha ha, it's in hand. Mingju Master and the other man laughed heartily. "Let us go?" Mingju Master was in good spirits. The 2 slightly gathered strength and were about to soar into the sky. "Go? Where to go?" A loud shout came. Mingju Master and the other man were directly pushed down. 5 Extreme Realm Masters surrounded them in an instant. You narrowed your eyes, guessing that these 5 were the Extreme Realm Masters invited by the Danxia sect to fight for the Earth Source. "Hand it over." One ugly man with a handlebar mustache said sternly among the 5. Mingju Master's expression turned serious. "Umitba, this poor monk does not understand what you mean." The ugly man with the handlebar mustache sneered, wanting to threaten them. One short man among the 5 cursed directly. Why are you wasting time talking to him? Boom. A huge iron hammer smashed straight towards Mingju Master and the other man. Seeing their teammate attack, the other 4 also joined in. A thunderous fight erupted, waking you from your drowsiness. Soon, Mingju Master's screams were heard. Ba? I give up. I give up. Although Mingju Master was strong, those 5 were not weak at all. Mingju Master and the other man simply couldn't withstand 5 people attacking at once. At this moment, Mingju Master was covered in dirt, his robe even torn. The temper of the other brutal man also calmed down, his eyes looking quite innocent. Neither of them had suffered serious injuries. Their strength was one reason, and also because the other 5 did not use lethal force. Because Mingju Master was from the Diamond Temple, offending him would be hard to explain. In the end, Mingju Master handed over the Earth Source. The 2 gained nothing and took a beating for nothing. Mingju Master touched his bald head and asked the 5, "Can we leave now?" The ugly man with the handlebar mustache smiled. "Please, Master." Mingju Master and the other man flew away in an instant. Just as the 2 were about to disappear into the night, a distant, unwilling warning from Mingju Master came. Ba? I remember you people from the East Sea Pavilion. The 5 from the East Sea Pavilion did not care. Holding the Earth Source, they flew towards the Xianxia sect. From the previous 2 encounters, you could see the strength of the 5. You could ensure that you could kill them all. But you knew there were definitely other experts hiding who had not appeared. Otherwise, during the last simulation, the Earth Source would have successfully been handed over to the Xianxia sect. You continued to hide and did not take action. You wanted to be the last yellow sparrow. You hung back far behind the 5, following them leisurely. With your current strength, they would not be able to detect you at all. On the first day, no one intercepted you on the road, and you remained calm. On the second day, still no one appeared. You felt a bit strange. On the third day, still no sign of the enemy. You were puzzled. On the fourth day, these 5 continued to fly smoothly towards the Xianxia sect. You were completely bewildered. They're still going? I'm almost home. On the 5th day, if all goes well, these 5 would arrive at the Xianxia sect today. You thought that if these 5 really delivered the Earth Source to the Xianxia sect, it would ultimately be yours. So you simply stopped planning to kill and loot, letting them run to the Xianxia sect. You wanted to see if they could successfully reach the Xianxia sect. Chapter 104. Gain and Loss, Loss and Gain. On the 5th day, in the evening, Xianxia Mountain was already in sight. You became more vigilant. The closer to the final moment, the easier it is to encounter problems. But the expected interruption did not occur. These 5 extreme realm masters from the East Sea Pavilion flew straight into the Xianxia sect with the Earth Source. As you were wondering, the extreme realm masters from the East Sea Pavilion had already flown out from the Xianxia sect, dispersing in all directions. But you noticed that only 4 left. 1 person remained. Why is one still here, having a midnight snack? You waited patiently for half an hour. At this moment, night fell, and it was pitch black around. Finally, the ugly man with the handlebar mustache flew out from the Xianxia sect. But your eyes darkened as you discovered he was actually carrying the Earth Source bowl at his waist. This ugly man took the Earth Source away. Xianxiaaudiobooks had gone to great lengths for this Earth Source and would definitely not give it away willingly. It was highly likely that this ugly man had taken it by relying on his status as an extreme realm master. You looked down at the Xianxia sect and indeed saw Xianxiaaudiobooks chasing after him. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked desperate. Staring intently at the direction the ugly man with the handlebar mustache flew away. Even though Xianxiaaudiobooks could no longer see the other party, he still stood in the sect square for a long time without leaving, his tightly clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. Deng Rusong also ran out. This was the first time you had seen him in this simulation. In the last simulation, you accompanied Deng Rusong during his last 2 years. In the end, you also witnessed Deng Rusong's death with your own eyes. Now, seeing such a lively Deng Rusong felt quite miraculous. Chasing out, Deng Rusong also looked furious. But his emotions were more restrained, always maintaining his rationality, considering the bigger picture. You looked up at the back of the ugly man. A chilling feeling spread in your heart. You were quite greedy, taking both food and the bowl. You flew directly towards the ugly man. You accelerated, circling to the front of the ugly man's flight path, pretending to meet him head-on. He hadn't realized yet that he had encountered an obstacle. You passed by each other in the air. The ugly man looked at you in surprise, feeling you were unfamiliar. You also showed appropriate confusion in your eyes, then turned and stopped, asking, "Hero, please hold on." Seeing you being polite, the ugly man also stopped, but kept a safe distance from you. The ugly man asked, "Brother, is there something you need?" You pointed to the Xianxia sect. Did the hero come from the Xianxia sect? Indeed. You pretended to brighten your eyes. Did the hero come to help the Xianxia sect fight for the Earth Source? The ugly man looked at you. Wary, who are you? You feigned a bit of regret. There is no need for the hero to be so cautious. I also came to help the Danxia sect fight for the Earth Source, but I was delayed by something and arrived late. I wonder what the outcome is." The ugly man was taken aback, his tone still stiff. "I don't know what you're talking about regarding the Earth Source." The ugly man had the Earth Source bowl at his waist, but shamelessly claimed to know nothing about the Earth Source. Your heart chilled slightly, but your face remained polite. "Hero, there's no need to be so wary and distant, anyway." The ugly man tilted his head slightly. "What do you mean? Anyway, you're going to die." Clang. The soul-awakening blade suddenly swung out, with starlight. The pitch-black sky seemed to be struck by lightning, bright for a moment. The power of this strike is the maximum you can exert in a sneak attack. The blade light flashed from the ugly man's left shoulder to his right abdomen. Crack. The ugly man's body was suddenly split into two halves. The upper half of the ugly man's body quickly retreated, using source energy to contain his organs within. You wrapped your source energy around and absorbed the Earth's source bowl from the falling lower half of the ugly man's body into your hand. You sensed it slightly. The Earth's source was indeed inside, and you reversed your hand to store it in space. At this moment, only the upper half of the ugly man was fleeing like a small fist stone. But his speed was far too slow. You leisurely followed him. You walked beside the confused ugly man, very close to him. You could even maintain relative stillness next to him, softly advising in his ear, "Little thief, that's not good." Your voice sounded like a deathly ghost, filling the ugly man with boundless fear. Die." The ugly man's face twisted in rage. His right fist wrapped in source energy, striking towards your face with all his might. You tilted your head and easily dodged. The blade light flashed. The ugly man's round head shot up into the sky, rolling twice in the air. When the head reached the highest point of its parabolic trajectory, a dense, dazzling blade light wove into a large net, covering it. The head was directly shredded into minced meat, and with a blow of source energy, not a trace remained. The ugly man's body met the same fate, completely disappearing from the world. The ugly man came lightly, just as he left lightly, after everything was tidied up. You quietly landed in the Danxia sect. You now understand why Xianxiaaudiobooks died so early. It seems he had suffered too many similar blows in despair, damaging his mind long ago. You walked into the main hall of the Danxia sect with a relaxed pace. Xianxiaaudiobooks had his head lowered, pale-faced, sitting on a side chair. You didn't see Deng Rusong and didn't know where he had gone. When Xianxiaaudiobooks saw you come in, he opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, but didn't know what to say. You smiled lightly and asked, "Old Xia, why are you unhappy today?" You sat down in the chair next to Xianxiaaudiobooks and quietly asked, "Didn't you get the Earth Source?" Xianxiaaudiobooks looked up in surprise, then shook his head helplessly. "I originally got it, but sigh." Xianxiaaudiobooks looked at you, not understanding your meaning. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression was dazed, his face full of disbelief. "Young master, are you serious?" "Absolutely true." As soon as you finished speaking, your long fingers slowly spread open. A small, pinky-sized light green pill lay in the palm of your hand, exuding a fragrant aroma that made one feel refreshed. Xianxiaaudiobooks trembled all over, his burning gaze fixed firmly on the center of your palm, unable to move away. Chapter 105. It's time to get serious. Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes were filled with obsessive desire, and you could hear his rapid breathing. Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback. "Young master, Old Xia, I want to mention something." Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression became serious, immediately saying, "Young master, all the conditions I promised you before are still valid. I'll listen to how to compensate for the value of the Earth Source." You nodded. "The conditions are negotiable. I want to talk to you about something else." "What is it?" You looked at him. "Old Xia, I feel like our relationship has grown distant." "Young master, why do you say that? Aren't we sworn brothers? Why do you keep calling me young master?" Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly corrected himself. "Little brother, you must have misheard." You felt Xianxiaaudiobooks' facial expression change for the first time, so you shook your head and no longer dwelled on the issue of titles. "Old Xia, there's still a serious matter," you said calmly. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked a bit anxious. "Young brother, I can do anything." "Old Xia, for once, be serious. Set aside your romantic thoughts for now. Let reason take over, and let us talk business." He also calmed down. "Young brother, go ahead." You directly asked, "Do the other 4 people with that ugly man know he took the Earth Source?" Xianxiaaudiobooks was startled, not understanding how you knew about the 5 people from the East Sea Pavilion, and that the ugly man took the Earth Source. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked at you suspiciously. "Young brother, have you been lurking in my Danxia sect tonight?" Your words made Xianxiaaudiobooks a bit wary. Xianxiaaudiobooks said directly, "Young brother, the other 4 do not know that Bao Lian took the Earth Source. And Bao Lian also threatened us not to tell anyone about this." Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes showed undisguised hatred. You nodded. "That's good." Xianxiaaudiobooks tilted his head slightly. "What do you mean?" You said sternly, "Old Xia, remember this." "Remember what?" "Don't worry about remembering what. Just remember this first. All right. You pondered for a moment and continued. Remember, Bao Lian has completely disappeared. If the people from the East Sea Pavilion ask about Bao Lian, you must say he left directly afterward and did not take the Earth Source. Xiahueda looked at you in disbelief. He certainly understood what completely disappearing meant. He knew you definitely couldn't make an extreme master completely disappear. So it must be your family behind you that could do it. In Xiahueda's eyes, you became even more powerful and mysterious. Of course, Xiahueda wouldn't think your family would come to the Danxia sect to seize this Earth Source. After all, it was originally meant for you. Xiahueda's eyes subtly kept sizing you up, trying to figure something out. You looked at the wary Xiahueda and said, Old Xia, no need to panic. I'm thinking of the Danxia sect. Thinking of the Danxia sect. Xiahueda instinctively paused, but after a moment's thought, he understood your meaning. If the East Sea Pavilion found out that Bao Lian took the Danxia sect's Earth Source, then the Danxia sect would be suspected of causing Bao Lian's disappearance. Although the Danxia sect itself didn't have enough strength, it could invite other extreme masters, so it would inevitably face retaliation from the East Sea Pavilion. So you made Xiahueda say that Bao Lian didn't take the Earth Source to clear the Danxia sect of suspicion. Moreover, this statement wasn't something that could be casually said. In this way, even the East Sea Pavilion would have to believe that Bao Lian accidentally entered another dimension and disappeared. Xiahueda instantly understood this point. He looked up at you in surprise, feeling very guilty. 3 seconds ago, he was still suspecting whether you had any ulterior motives toward the Danxia sect. Now he realized that this younger brother of his was genuinely thinking of the Danxia sect, and he felt extremely moved. He cried to death. You laughed heartily. Good brother, quickly, please rise. You didn't kneel. You were just reminded of the good brothers on Liangshan and got excited, wanting to bow down, but it seems that people in this world don't do this. You stood up. Old Xia, let us go. It's time to see your wife, my sister-in-law. Your words made Xiahueda's body stiffen. At such an important moment, Xiahueda didn't feel as excited as he had imagined. He was afraid of any slight mishap, and at this moment, his face turned serious, absolutely calm. Just then, Deng Rusong happened to walk in quickly. Deng Rusong shouted loudly while walking, Hueda, I have already given 9 extreme path masters. When Deng Rusong saw you, his words abruptly stopped, and with a slightly serious expression, he asked, Who is this? Xiahueda stepped forward and directly told Deng Rusong everything about you. He became equally excited. Brother I want to thank your whole family. You extended a middle finger and shook it. Master Deng, you can't curse. Deng Rusong chuckled awkwardly, realizing his words were rather impolite. Brother I was rude. You then asked, from what Master Deng just said, were you going to summon people? Deng Rusong calmed down and silently nodded. You secretly marveled at how Deng Rusong was tough and spoke little, indeed suitable to be the leader. Deng Rusong had just sent messages to the 9 extreme path masters, inviting them to gather at the Danxia sect. The reason for sending messages to so many extreme path masters was that not all of them had schedules available, and it was impossible to have the Danxia sect at their beck and call. In the end, only 4 or 5 could actually come. Last time during the simulation, when these 4 or 5 extreme path masters heard it was about dealing with the Donghai Pavilion, one of the 5 major sects, they all immediately backed off. This matter ultimately came to nothing, and the Danxia sect could only silently swallow this loss. After all, being weak is the original sin. Fortunately, this time in the simulation, you, the living bodhisattva who saves the suffering, appeared. Although Xiahueda and Deng Rusong did not believe that you directly killed Bao Lian, their gratitude towards your family was gratitude towards you. After all, they did not know the other members of your family and were unaware that you were the only one in your large family. You smiled nonchalantly. Old Xia, Master Deng. Let us go. It's time to get down to business. Chapter 106, The Xianxiadrama Mask. Excitement sparked in the eyes of the two. Xiahueda, unable to contain his joy, said, Brother follow me. You followed the two, familiar with the route, to the hidden chamber where Deng Wanshu was kept. The 3 of you stood in front of the familiar cold jade bed. Deng Wanshu was peacefully asleep, her beautiful and gentle face incredibly calm. She still did not know that her fate would completely deviate from its original track today. Deng Rusong chuckled lightly. Hueda, you go ahead. Xiahueda nodded solemnly. He had waited too long for this moment. The last time, he even waited until the end of his life without seeing the desired result. Immediately, a gentle true energy was transmitted from Xiahueda into Deng Wanshu's body. Before long, the abnormal pallor on Deng Wanshu's body faded, replaced by a healthy and natural rosy complexion. Hope surged in the eyes of both Xiahueda and Deng Rusong. Xiahueda more cautiously controlled the true energy. He sighed in relief, then immediately turned his gaze to Deng Wanshu's cheek. His heart raced, and his breath quickened, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Deng Rusong was also fully focused. Although his face appeared calmer, the involuntary movements of his muscles revealed the turmoil within him. Time passed second by second. Deng Wanshu continued to breathe steadily, sleeping soundly. 1 second, 2 seconds passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. Just as the hopeful light in Xiahuada and Deng Rusong's eyes was about to dim, Deng Wanshu finally moved. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. This gentle tremor directly affected the heartbeats of Xiahuada and Deng Rusong. The two could not help but lean forward slowly, wanting to get closer and see more clearly. At that moment, Deng Wanshu's eyelashes suddenly began to tremble violently. The frequency of the tremors quickly matched the frantic heartbeats of Xiahuada and Deng Rusong. Suddenly, Deng Wanshu's eyelashes stopped trembling. Then, her beautiful eyes abruptly opened, like a brilliant firework exploding in the night sky. Those pure beautiful eyes were confused for 2 seconds before gradually focusing, looking at the two tearful men in front of her. Wanshu, little sister. Xiahuada and Deng Rusong's voices were hoarse. This call, after many years, contained countless heartaches and struggles. They had walked a hard road, and only they knew how much sweetness and bitterness they had experienced along the way. The suppressed emotions of the two men caused them to choke up several times. Deng Wanshu looked at the two sobbing men, her gaze bewildered. She seemed to ponder for 2 seconds before asking with clear eyes, "Brother, second brother, who are you crying for?" Xiahuada and Deng Rusong were taken aback and quickly wiped away their tears. Xiahuada's face broke into a moved smile. "Wanshu, second brother isn't crying. It's just the wind in my eyes, all because the wind is too strong in this airtight hidden chamber." Deng Wanshu immediately let out a light laugh. Her lively laughter was very infectious, adding a bit of lightness to your heart. "Ha ha ha, second brother, what are you saying? You still can't keep a serious face." Second brother, why am I in the hidden chamber?" "Right. Have we escaped from the pursuit of that washing marrow realm expert? Whereas third brother, he wouldn't have run away first, would he?" Xiahuada and Deng Rusong exchanged smiles, both dotingly looking at the lively Deng Wanshu, who kept asking various questions like a little sparrow. "Wanshu, take your time. I will carefully explain every question you have." Xiahuada's voice was filled with warmth and determination. "Seeing that your task was complete, you quietly turned and walked out of the hidden chamber. The conversation of the three continued behind you. Most of the time, it was Deng Wanshu chattering with questions. "Wanshu, actually, it has been 50 years. I've slept for so long." "Yes. Why didn't anyone wake me up?" "We all wanted to wake you up. You can't just think about it." "Ha ha ha. We really did call you to wake up. You called too softly, didn't you eat?" "Ha ha, yes. Then I'll cook for you. If you eat well, you'll have the strength to wake me up." "Okay, ha ha. Hee hee." You walked out of the hidden chamber. You walked out of the Danxia sect. You arrived at the front gate of the Danxia sect. You didn't know when, but the vast Danxia mountain was filled with beautiful flowers, and the whole Danxia mountain welcomed its spring. You frowned slightly. "Old Wang, what happened?" Old Wang said, "Young master, nothing happened." "Then why are you in such a hurry?" "Isn't this showing that I care about the young master?" "Old Wang, you are truly worthy of the title of the highest paid steward in the entire Yutong County. Your upward management ability is quite impressive." You dismissed Old Wang and went straight to the training room. You wanted to see what kind of treasure this source of earth was. You settled down, and your consciousness entered the simulation space. After reaching the extreme path, you could clearly perceive the source of earth without needing to open the vision. Your consciousness focused, and the mist of this source of earth slowly dispersed, revealing 3 masks inside. The 3 masks had exaggerated and fierce shapes, with ghostly faces and fangs, adorned with different gorgeous patterns. The information about this source of earth immediately appeared in your mind. Xianxiadrama mask, ranked 5th among the positive Yin properties. Warriors who fuse with the source of positive Yin will become mysterious and unpredictable, excelling in divination and other metaphysical fields. After understanding, wearing the 3 Xianxiadrama masks will grant 3 different characteristics. First, the ability to change one's appearance and physique will also alter one's temperament, making it impossible for even the most familiar people to recognize you in person. Second, completely concealing one's presence and not being noticed by others is an essential skill for home, travel, and even committing crimes. Third, one's self cannot be divined or calculated. Even masters of divination with strong Yin attributes cannot deduce your information. Xianxiadrama masks? Quite interesting. Although you can no longer merge with earth sources beyond the Qianjin attribute, you can comprehend them without merging, gaining only their special functions. If other masters of extreme paths comprehend earth sources but do not merge, those sources will completely dissipate within a few breaths. But you are different. You can place the comprehended earth sources in a simulated space. Items in the simulated space never expire. This means you can permanently use the properties of the corresponding earth sources. Your eyes light up. Damn, I'm really onto something here. You plan to first comprehend the mask that changes appearance, and then go visit familiar faces like xianxiaaudiobooks to see if it really works as mysteriously as it seems. You are eager and directly begin to comprehend the Xianxiadrama mask. Chapter 107, the No Event Plate. On the second day after you begin to comprehend the Xianxiadrama mask, the three giants, xianxiaaudiobooks, Deng Rusong, and Deng Wanshu, arrive together. Xianxiaaudiobooks seems to have aged less, shedding his previous troubled demeanor and appearing carefree and unrestrained. Deng Rusong remains calm and composed, occasionally revealing a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Deng Wanshu's gaze is filled with gratitude and curiosity as she constantly observes you. Xianxiaaudiobooks carries a wooden box filled with alchemical formulas and the true explanations of alchemy from various masters throughout history. In addition, the box contains a crystal-clear, emerald green no event plate. You greet the three at the gate. Welcome, everyone. Your gaze turns to Deng Wanshu, while your hand reaches for the box in Xianxiaaudiobooks' hands. This box is for Sister Wanshu, right? Xianxiaaudiobooks smiles helplessly and hands the box to you. You don't mind if I make a little joke, do you? Deng Wanshu responds playfully. Even if we did mind, we wouldn't say it out loud. Then that's fine. Please come in. Make yourselves at home. Just treat it like you're at someone else's house. You invite the three to sit in the main hall. After taking a sip of fragrant tea, Xianxiaaudiobooks tells you that the box contains formulas from the 7th to 9th grades. Among them, there are 18 9th grade formulas, 37 8th grade formulas, and 62 7th grade formulas. Last time, you simulated and obtained some of the 7th and 8th grade formulas. So this time, you have gained 18 9th grade formulas, 32 8th grade formulas, and 33 7th grade formulas. As for the formulas below the 7th grade, there are simply too many, so Xianxiaaudiobooks didn't bring them. You can check them anytime at the Danxia sect. Aside from the 9th grade formulas, you aren't particularly interested in the other formulas and true explanations of alchemy. But this jade no-event plate has piqued your strong curiosity. This no-event plate is a legacy item from the founding ancestor of the sect, passed down only to successive sect leaders. The no-event plate can detect the quality of failed pills and identify what deficiencies prevent them from becoming successful pills. When alchemists fail in their endeavors, they produce many failed pills, but they often do not understand the specific reasons for each failure. They can only roughly speculate whether it was due to excessive heat or slow timing in adding materials, etc. It requires time and repeated attempts to accumulate experience before they can navigate through all the pitfalls and eventually refine the perfect pill. It's like taking a test. You can see if you passed, but you don't know which questions you got wrong. You can only repeatedly check each question on the paper, often exhausting yourself before the night of a deadline. But this no-event plate can directly point out the problems, allowing the alchemist to make targeted improvements, significantly increasing the efficiency of alchemy. You hold the no-event plate and examine it repeatedly, absolutely loving it. Although your 8th grade alchemy skills are already quite advanced, the leap from 8th to 9th grade is a massive chasm, and many talented alchemists have faltered at this step. Now, with the no-event plate, your confidence has greatly increased, and you secretly rejoice. This thing is amazing. It's like having a personal tutor during alchemy, even providing a collection of mistakes. Seeing you so enamored with the no-event plate, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Deng Rusong also feel relieved. They know that with your family strength, you are hardly lacking in formulas since your ancestor, who created something from nothing, is already an 8th grade alchemist. Deng Rusong decides to give you the no-event plate as a way to repay your kindness. The reason the no-event plate is so extraordinary is that it also contains a trace of Earth source. However, the original form of this Earth source no longer exists, so you cannot tell which Earth source it is. You also received an additional 18 9th grade formulas and a considerable number of 7th and 8th grade formulas. Plus, you have secured lifelong alchemical services from Xianxiaaudiobooks and Deng Rusong. You've made quite a profit from this exchange. Little did you know, it would turn out to be an even bigger gain. But you were too shy to laugh too loudly. Hey, my brother, are you satisfied with the compensation we offered? Xianxiaaudiobooks asks with a smile. Very satisfied, 5-star review. After that, you chat with the three for several hours. After Deng Wanshu wakes up, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Deng Rusong visibly look radiant. During the casual conversation, you suddenly think that now that Xianxiaaudiobooks has resolved his worries about Deng Wanshu, could this simulation be an opportunity for him to break through to 8th or even 9th grade alchemist? And could Deng Rusong, at the mid-stage of martial arts mastery, also improve, perhaps even reach the extreme path? While you are pondering, Deng Rusong speaks up. Hueda, did you send the letter to Zhongshuan? Xianxiaaudiobooks laughs wildly. I sent it yesterday. I want him to take a good look at whether learning medicine can save Wanshu. Deng Rusong nods. Deng Wanshu looks at Xianxiaaudiobooks with gentle eyes, filled with reliance. Then she slightly tilts her head, her thoughtful gaze also filled with expectations. You are taken aback. It seems they genuinely plan to build a life together. You can't help but wonder, Could it be that Sister Wanshu isn't fickle, but rather her heart is split in two, loving different people at the same time? Actually, upon reflection, you can understand. In Deng Wanshu's eyes 50 years ago, Xianxiaaudiobooks was carefree and unrestrained, a genius in alchemy with unparalleled talent. Hu Zhongshuan was steady and reliable, with unmatched martial arts talent. Meeting such astonishing mentors in her youth, the young Deng Wanshu couldn't decisively choose between them. You can't predict how things will develop among the three. They will undoubtedly have many entanglements in the future. You decide that whenever there is a significant event at the Xianxia sect, you will be the first to grab a seat and enjoy the gossip. That evening, you only made a polite request for Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others to stay for dinner. To your surprise, the three of them are quite thick-skinned and really do stay for a meal. You can only ask Old Wang to bring out the sumptuous feast you prepared earlier. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Xianxiaaudiobooks is thoroughly drunk. After the three leave, you begin to focus on comprehending the Nuo opera mask. The fourth year. After countless hours of interaction with the Nuo opera mask, you are about to complete your comprehension of the first mask. You estimate that within 10 days, you will fully finish your understanding and gain the ability to change your appearance and physique. A year of intense comprehension has left you somewhat mentally fatigued. You decide to take a day off and push through to the end tomorrow. On that day, you went to the zoo. A year has passed. The auspicious time has come, and it's time to draw blood. Your precious babies usually eat 5-grade blood essence pills, better than most martial artists under the dragon transformation. You want to see what kind of surprise they will bring you after a year. Chapter 108, The First Mask. You arrived at the zoo, and the He siblings came to greet you. He Shan, relying on the high salary you provided, has acquired enough cultivation resources and has reached the peak of skin refinement. On the verge of breaking through to bone tempering. He Xianxia's talent is slightly inferior, still at the mid-stage of skin refinement. The two siblings now live in the zoo, wholeheartedly acting as caretakers. After all, they don't have to go out fighting and killing. Just feeding the animals provides enough cultivation resources. Such a good deal is hard to find. Young master, you're here. The two siblings excitedly welcomed you. The wealthy benefactor. You nodded slightly. Bring my precious babies over. Young master, right away. The siblings, according to the records, gathered all the animals that had reached adulthood and had been fed blood essence pills for a year. The animals lined up to have their blood drawn by you. Soon, you extracted blood from 49 types of beasts. Just as you were about to finish, a creature the size of a puppy slowly ran to your feet and lay down. This little thing was covered in fluffy white fur, had a small tiger-like head, but its body was that of a lion, and its thick, furry tail resembled that of a wolf. You picked up this wobbly creature with one hand and asked the group of beasts that had just been bled, "Whose child is this?" Shan quickly came over. Young master, I was just about to tell you, some hybrid offspring of different species have appeared in the zoo recently. Hybrids? You pondered. You originally planned to intervene in breeding only when the animal species were insufficient, but unexpectedly, these animals had already started mating on their own. So you decided to go with the flow and instructed the He siblings to consciously breed different species from today on to obtain more types of animals. The siblings naturally took careful notes. In fact, this wouldn't take much effort. Just need to keep those beasts that have reached puberty together, and the rest would take care of themselves. In the training room, you successfully completed the fusion. This time the fusion left you very surprised. Your physical strength soared to the late stage of bone tempering. Your eyes lit up. It seems that good blood essence pills are not inferior to blood beast pills. With the previous fusion of 134 types of beast blood, you have now fused 183 types of beast blood. With the subsequent hybrid animals that have been eating blood essence pills since birth, the high-grade beast blood you can obtain will only increase. Your guard body technique might really reach a terrifying height. You then carefully considered the situation of the He siblings. I wonder if they can handle all the animal breeding. Perhaps it would be better to hire a breeder, or let the He siblings take some courses on postnatal care for sows. After thinking about it, you decided to leave professional matters to professionals. You called Old Wang and asked him to find a few animal breeders to assist with breeding. Old Wang was startled. Young master, people can't mate with animals, right? You were also surprised. Old Wang, if you keep joking like this, I'll let you do the breeding. Old Wang turned pale with fear. Although he was shocked, he didn't want to be the one to mate. So Old Wang immediately ran out. Young master, I'll go find breeders right away. In the following 3 days, after 7 rounds of interviews and layers of screening, you hired an animal breeder at a high price. This breeder is named Dong Jijia, a graduate from one of the 5 major sects, the Beastmaster sect. Dong Jijia was expelled from the Beastmaster sect for researching subjects like mermaids, centaurs, and human-elephant hybrids, and he would never be rehired. Dong Jijia is exactly the special talent you were looking for, and your zoo is the perfect stage for him to showcase his talents. You both hit it off, resonating with each other, and talked all night about various fantastical new species that were born from your discussions. You took Dong Jijia to the grand stage of the zoo and let him showcase his abilities freely. Dong Jijia looked at the huge, powerful beasts drooling. Your zoo was truly his paradise. 8 days later, you sat in the center of the training room, your pitch-black eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, an invisible, fierce mask abruptly covered your face. Your expression darkened. The flesh on your face did not twist, but the surface of your entire face rippled with a transparent wave-like fluctuation. In a few seconds, your appearance had transformed into that of Xiaoxiaaudiobooks. Even your height and demeanor were identical, except for some body parts you hadn't seen before, which may differ. After all, you hadn't encountered them. Ha, this is fun, so fun. You were incredibly excited, like a child who just got a new toy. Your face transformed again. You became Hu Zhongshuan, then Lin Mo, then Deng Rusong, changing into various strangers. But you maintained your bottom line and did not transform into any female forms because you feared you might become addicted. Finally, you transformed into an average-built, unremarkable man in his early 30s. You pretended to be a martial artist purchasing pills and went to the Danxia sect. You wanted to verify if these acquaintances could recognize you or if they might have any suspicions. You directly flew down in front of the Danxia sect's gate in full view of everyone. The guard disciples thought a supreme master had arrived and immediately came to greet you, leading you to the reception room. Once seated in the reception room of the Danxia sect, you revealed a hint of supreme cultivation and roared with authority. Let your sect leader come to receive me. The reception disciple felt your profound cultivation and was so frightened that he rolled away to call Deng Rusong. In a short while, Deng Rusong walked in, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Are you here to buy pills, esteemed hero? May I ask your name? You stared intently at Deng Rusong's face, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Cough, esteemed hero, please be respectful. You smiled slightly, a name that doesn't change. A surname that doesn't alter, Shangwan Goshing. It seems Deng Rusong did not recognize you, nor did he feel any familiarity. So it's you, esteemed hero Shangwan. May I ask what kind of pills you wish to buy? You extended 10 fingers and said with authority, 10 Qi blood pills. You purchased 10 first-grade Qi blood pills with your supreme cultivation, causing even Deng Rusong, with his excellent composure, to feel a bit strained. His expression tightened, thinking you were here to cause trouble. Deng Rusong became even more cautious, fearing he might offend you. He suppressed his inner turmoil and said as calmly as possible, esteemed hero Shangwan, I don't have Qi blood pills on me. I'll have someone bring them. Quickly bring them. The reason you did this was to leave a deep impression on Deng Rusong and to save some money. After the pills were delivered, you grabbed the 10 Qi blood pills and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Deng Rusong waved goodbye to you from the ground. On the surface, Deng Rusong appeared friendly, but inside he was already cursing. He was relieved that he handled the situation well and didn't give you the chance to explode. At that moment, your voice suddenly echoed behind him. Sect leader Deng, did you just curse me in your heart? Chapter 109 The Palace of 10,000 Dreams. Deng Rusong turned in surprise. Esteemed hero Shangwan, what does this mean? You can hear my thoughts? The power of the extreme path master is like this. If you don't follow the extreme path, you wouldn't understand. Let's talk about how to eliminate my anger. Deng Rusong's expression was serious, completely confirming that you had come looking for trouble, and no amount of argument would help. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked tentatively, Hero Shangwan, what do you think? Deng Rusong was already prepared to suffer a loss. Your Danxia sect has nothing else. Just use your local specialties to compensate me. Deng Rusong gritted his teeth. Hero Shangwan, just name a number. You slowly extended a finger, your tone harsh. 1,000 6th-grade essence pills. Huh? Deng Rusong was taken aback. This demand was really too low. If you weren't able to fly in the sky, Deng Rusong would suspect you were begging. In the Danxia sect's warehouse, 6th-grade essence pills were not just piled high, but formed small mountains. Your request was truly insignificant. Deng Rusong uneasily asked, Hero Shangwan, why don't you take some other local specialties too? You raised an eyebrow. Oh, Deng's sect leader is quite agreeable. 7th grade and 8th grade pills can come casually. Deng Rusong finally felt a lot more at ease. He immediately ran to fetch the pills for you. You took a large bag of pills, roughly estimated their value, and nodded. Sect leader Deng is quite perceptive. I'll come again in the future. Deng Rusong could only agree. Come often, come often. You chuckled and soared into the sky again. At the same time, you dropped a thick roll of banknotes from high above, worth slightly more than the raw materials of these pills. The roll of banknotes landed precisely in Deng Rusong's hands, and your voice resonated from the horizon. I, Shangwan Goshing, have lived a clean life and never owe anyone anything. Deng Rusong held the banknotes in his hand, lost in thought as he watched you fly away. After a long time, he muttered, just enough for the raw materials. No processing fee. Huh, Brother Qingbai. Today, you have thoroughly witnessed the power of the Xieshi masks. And this is just the first mask. There are 2 more powerful masks to come. You decided to accelerate the collection of earth sources. Your current strength allows you to gather more earth sources. 2 days later, you left the He family. Using the name and appearance of Shangguan Goxing, you began to travel around several states near Liuzhou. You visited 6 extreme path masters with earth element affinity who were relatively close to Liuzhou. They could sense the approximate time and location of earth sources appearing. These 6 extreme path masters included some from the 5 major sects, and some who were establishing their own sects, belonging to different forces. You made it clear to them that you needed to purchase the information about the earth sources as soon as it became available. Buying information about earth sources from them was something other extreme path masters would do as well. The higher the price offered, the timelier the information received. To demonstrate your strength, you gave each of them a 7th grade pill as a meeting gift. However, one of the extreme path masters was not very cooperative, so you truly made him aware of your strength. With a bruised face, he happily accepted your gift and even wished you a happy new year. You told him that the new year had passed long ago, and he then wished you a belated new year, hoping you would have a happy old age. Being a polite person, you naturally reciprocated, wishing him a long life. Through your interactions with these 6, you learned that each of them could only probe a small range of territory. The strongest among them was named Qi Xian, an elder of the Pure Yang sect. One of the 5 major sects, Qi Xian could probe an area close to a state. There are 48 states in Daqian. Others could only probe a few counties or even a few districts. Thus, when scattered earth sources appeared, not many extreme path masters would come to seize them. Unless there was a large-scale concentration of earth sources like at the Yajianku, it would attract a lot of extreme path masters to compete. At this point, you arrived at the Pure Yang sect. In the high-level reception room of the Pure Yang sect, you sat across from Qi Xian, who poured you a cup of tea and asked, Brother Shangguan looks unfamiliar. Did you just recently enter the extreme path? Your persona as Shangguan Goxing is bold and uninhibited. So you laughed heartily. Haha, I indeed just stumbled into the extreme path half a year ago. Brother Shangguan is so generous. You must come from a prestigious sect? Qi Xian asked, raising his eyes. You laughed boisterously. A small sect. I'm the only one in the extreme path. Brother Shangguan, there's no need to be so cautious. I just want to ask how to contact you once you have news of the earth sources. You thought for a moment and said, Brother Qi Xian, you can send the information to the Wanming Palace in Maoxian of Liuzhou. Wanming Palace? Qi Xian's eyes showed confusion. I am not well informed, and have never heard of it. It's no wonder Qi Xian hadn't heard of it. You hadn't established the Wanming Palace yet, and you had just heard of it for the first time. But after today, the Wanming Palace would be registered and established by you, and Qi Xian would be able to send information there. You and Qi Xian chatted for a while longer before leaving directly. You arrived in Maoxian, where several groups had previously fought over the earth source of the Xieshi masks. You found a sect that was already in bankruptcy liquidation. Nowadays, many think opening a sect is profitable, but in fact, more go bankrupt and fail. The most valuable thing about this sect was the 100-acre mountaintop, which was being sold off at a clearance price. You bought this mountaintop at an incredibly low price. The mountain had an existing main hall, a square, and various supporting buildings. You could move in immediately. You also ordered a huge gilded plaque with the 3 powerful characters Wanming Palace inscribed on it. You replaced the original plaque on the mountaintop with the one for Wanming Palace. The 3 gilded characters of Wanming Palace shone brightly under the sun. The entire sect revived, bursting with new life. Your Wanming Palace successfully went public. Wanming Palace would become your second stronghold, mainly used to receive and probe information about earth sources, as well as enrich your background as Shangguan Goxing. Thus, you officially became the master of Wanming Palace, not a princess. 1 month later, you brought 3 new characters to Wanming Palace. These 3 people were those you had sought from various places. They were not easy to find. All 3 had one thing in common. They had all been persecuted, even to the brink of death. For example, one of the 3, Sang Yi, was at the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm. Sang Yi originally had a beautiful wife, but she was taken by the young master of a powerful family. However, Sang Yi's wife said she had already fallen in love with that young master and told Sang Yi not to look for her anymore, fearing that the young master would misunderstand. Sang Yi's heart shattered on the spot, in despair. He was about to leave, but was stopped by the young master and his experts. Just as Sang Yi was about to fight desperately, the young master said he wouldn't kill Sang Yi, because the young master claimed he only liked married women. If Sang Yi died, it wouldn't be the same. The young master also said he would secretly visit Sang Yi's wife 3 to 5 times a month, ensuring that Sang Yi wouldn't find out. Sang Yi's wife even scolded the young master, saying he was truly a playboy. Sang Yi appeared out of place for not being perverted enough. He furiously charged forward with red eyes. Chapter 110, The Four Giants Gather. But Sang Yi was no match for those experts and was almost killed on the spot. At a critical moment, Yu, under the identity of Shangguan Goxing, descended like a divine weapon to save Sang Yi, and had Sang Yi personally kill that young master and his wife. Sang Yi was extremely grateful to you, wishing he could worship you. Aside from Sang Yi, the stories of the other two among the three were equally explosive, but I won't elaborate on them here. You arranged for the three of them to stay in Wanmeng Palace and distributed training resources. Their job is similar to that of the gatekeeper at the reception. They only need to receive and keep the news of the source safe, waiting for you to come and collect it regularly. 5th year. You completed the 4th source power refinement of the 9 condensation mysterious skill. Your combat power has once again improved by 1 or 2 ranks on the Dakian Extreme Dao Master leaderboard. Moreover, during this training, you felt the bottleneck of the mid-stage of the Transformation Dragon Realm. The Transformation Dragon Realm is already a high-level realm for martial artists. Yet you see hope for improvement again in just a few years. Your martial arts talent is somewhat terrifyingly extraordinary. After completing the 4th refinement, you focused on advancing your 9-rank alchemy technique. You got up from the training room and walked to the adjacent alchemy room. Although the 2 rooms are actually not much different, and you could refine pills without changing rooms, you still prefer to separate dry and wet areas. You took out that idle sign and began the refinement of the 9-rank pill. The difficulty of refining 9-rank pills has increased by several levels. A month passed, and you made no progress. You realized that the ability to recognize and correct mistakes not only reflects moral excellence, but also demonstrates outstanding action. After resting for a day, you went to Danxia sect to find Xiahuada. You and Xiahuada leisurely drank tea in his courtyard. Currently, Xiahuada is cheerful every day. Even the stagnated pinnacle of his refining realm has begun to loosen. You sincerely congratulated him. Old Xia, your current state has a chance for 9 rank. Ha ha ha, brother he. Thanks for your good words. At that moment, a disciple ran in. 7th elder, the sect master wants to see you. Xiahuada asked. What did the sect master say? Xiahuada stood up abruptly and ran towards Deng Rusong's courtyard. You also hurriedly put down your teacup and stood up, seriously following behind Xiahuada, fearing that you might miss something. Xiahuada took a few steps and felt something was off, turning back to you. Brother he, are you going to? You laughed. Of course, let's go together. Xiahuada thought for a moment and nodded vigorously. Let us go together. You quickly arrived near Deng Rusong's courtyard. Originally calm and composed, Hu Zhongshuan now looked anxious and restless. Whenever there was a slight noise outside the courtyard, Hu Zhongshuan would immediately look up. Deng Rusong smiled. Zhongshuan, I have already sent someone to notify Wanshu. You don't need to be so nervous. Hu Zhongshuan nodded perfunctorily. At this moment, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard, getting closer and closer. Each sound seemed to step on Hu Zhongshuan's heart. Hu Zhongshuan stood up directly and went out to greet them. He walked to the courtyard door, full of excitement, and looked outside eagerly. The next moment, the joyful smile on Hu Zhongshuan's face instantly disappeared. He did not see his longed-for junior sister, but instead saw you and Xiahuada, 2 smug figures. Xiahuada's expression instantly twisted and became smug. As soon as Xiahuada spoke, you felt a bit dazed, as if hearing your own tone. Hu Zhongshuan turned his back and ignored Xiahuada. Hu Zhongshuan clicked his tongue and turned away again. Xiahuada relentlessly pursued. Great master. You must have already advanced to the extreme Dao, right? Hu Zhongshuan turned around again. Hu Zhongshuan kept turning around in confusion as Xiahuada relentlessly chased and mocked. The 2 of them had turned it into a comedic act, until Deng Rusong could no longer watch. He spoke up to advise. All right, Huada, over the years, Zhongshuan has provided us with a lot of convenience in collecting alchemy materials with his military background and personal cultivation, so don't keep talking about him. Xiahuada knew that Deng Rusong was right, so he reluctantly stopped his attacks. Hu Zhongshuan silently turned around and inadvertently saw you. His expression slightly stiffened, asking, who is this? The frown on Hu Zhongshuan's face immediately relaxed, and his scrutinizing gaze turned into gratitude. He walked over 2 steps, about to express his thanks to you. At that moment, a joyful voice rang out. 3rd brother. Hu Zhongshuan was instantly struck by lightning. Although he hadn't heard that voice for decades, he could always recognize it as soon as it sounded. He slowly raised his head and saw the lively junior sister from his memories standing lightly not far away. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, and at this moment, Deng Wanshu appeared incredibly vibrant. In Hu Zhongshuan's eyes, Deng Wanshu became the only dancer in the center of the stage, all the spotlight shining on her. Wanshu. This call unleashed the emotions Hu Zhongshuan had bottled up for years. He instantly moved in front of Deng Wanshu, trembling as he extended his hand, then touched her cheek. The soft and real sensation made Hu Zhongshuan's heart tremble, and an infinite joy surged within him. But this joy was interrupted by another hand reaching out. Xianxiaaudiobooks grabbed Hu Zhongshuan's hand and slowly pried it away. That's enough. Hu Zhongshuan knew he was a bit out of line, slightly calming his emotions. But his gaze remained fixed on Deng Wanshu's face. Deng Wanshu smiled brightly, looking at Hu Zhongshuan, then at Xianxiaaudiobooks, happily saying, "Third brother, tonight we'll host a feast to welcome you back." Hu Zhongshuan's eyes lit up. Great. That night, the 4 leaders of Danxia sect gathered together, drinking and having a great time. Of course, you, as a special guest, also attended the feast. The 4 members of Danxia sect frequently toasted you in gratitude. As you looked at the 4 raised cups and grateful smiles in front of you, it felt like the ending of a family-friendly movie. But you knew the relationships among the 3 would eventually become entangled, and you didn't know which path they would lean towards. You could only raise your cup and wish. I wish the 3 of you could remain entangled. You tilted your head back and downed a cup of wine. The next day, you still woke up early and completed your morning training. The bottleneck from the early to mid-transformation dragon realm was already on the verge of collapse. You were very surprised, having trained continuously for 5 days. The bottleneck was still on the verge of collapse. You were unwilling to give up, training for another 7 days, creating a quasi-national holiday. Yet the bottleneck remained on the verge of collapse. You stopped forcing yourself to train and left the He residence. You headed to Wanming Palace to see if there were any new messages about the ground sources. Ideally, there would be news of a Qinjin-type ground source. As long as you could obtain another Qinjin-type ground source, you could easily become invincible in the world. You would become the only true god of Daqian. At that time, you would first kill Li Onlong once, to prevent him from having any ancestral backing later, avoiding any accidents in reality. Lost in thought, you could already see Wanming Palace in the distance. Chapter 111. Extreme Dao Transformation Dragon, Midstage. You quickly arrived at Wanming Palace and slowly descended at the mountain gate. Today, Sang Yi was on duty at the mountain gate, and he hurriedly greeted you, Palace Master. Hearing him call you Palace Master, you always felt like you had a father who was an emperor. You directly asked, "Is there any mail delivered?" Sang Yi flipped his sleeve and took out 2 letters. Palace Master, 2 days ago, 2 people came one after the other and brought 2 letters. Your eyes lit up. You thought it would take a while to get news, but unexpectedly, you had results so soon. You took a look at the letters. One was from Qi Xian of the Pure Yang sect, and the other was from another extreme Dao master of the Earth attribute. You nod, about to fly directly to the main hall. But you notice that Sang Yi is looking at you strangely, his expression conflicted, wanting to say something but hesitating. What the hell have you guys been imagining these past few days? It turns out when Sang Yi went to save his well-prepared wife, he thought he was going to die on the spot. Sang Yi believes he has nothing but a worthless life. Later, after discussing with 2 others, he realizes they all have similar experiences and are all people with nothing. The 3 of them immediately start to wildly imagine things. Finally, the 200-pound rough man Zhao Wunyan speaks up. It seems the palace lord is after our bodies. Sang Yi freezes for a moment, looking at Zhao Wunyan's thick chest hair blowing in the wind, and asks, "Is that what you think?" Zhao Wunyan scratches his head. "Let us give it a try. Sometimes the taste of an extreme master is hard to say." Sang Yi and another person think Zhao Wunyan's words make some sense. So Sang Yi decides to give it a try. After you finish speaking, you no longer pay attention to Sang Yi and fly directly to the main hall. Not long after you fly away, Zhao Wunyan runs from the sect to the mountain gate. He says to Sang Yi, "How is it? I told you the palace lord doesn't like your type." Sang Yi nods in agreement. After arriving at the main hall, you open and read 2 letters. Although these 2 letters are from different extreme masters, the content is similar. Both say that in a month, a source of earth will appear near a small island in the East China Sea. You estimate that it will take about 7 days to get from Wanming Palace to that small island. Leaving in 20 days will still be timely. You stay at Wanming Palace, deciding to use these 20 days to attempt to break through to the mid-stage of the transformation dragon. If you can break through just in time, your combat power will rise to the top 5 in all of Daqian, giving you more confidence when going after the source of earth. Your Wanming Palace is built on Huagua Mountain. You settle in a villa at the mountain top and begin your cultivation. Huagua Mountain is the name you chose because you bought the entire mountain, so you can name it whatever you want. In the blink of an eye, 12 days pass. In the villa, while cultivating, you suddenly stop your practice. You slowly rise, and your aura bursts forth, making the entire mountain peak rumble like a thunderclap. Your powerful source energy continues to hum. You successfully break through to the mid-stage of the transformation dragon. Your combat strength officially ranks among the few top extreme masters like Lin Jingji and Lian Long. You feel great and fly around Huagua Mountain twice to celebrate. You're not just happy because you've broken through to the mid-stage of the transformation dragon, but also because you've comprehended another Nuwa opera mask. After comprehending the second Nuwa opera mask, your aura can perfectly conceal itself. As long as you are not seen with the naked eye, even extreme masters cannot perceive your existence. From now on, you can rest assured and hide in the back like a yellow sparrow. Your progress in understanding the Nuwa opera masks is astonishingly fast. You don't understand why someone as upright as you can grasp this hidden and elusive source so quickly. Maybe it's just because I'm a genius, you assert confidently. At this time, there are still 7 or 8 days before you set off for the East China Sea, and you begin to attempt the basics of the 9th grade alchemy technique. On the 17th day, in the evening, with darkness settling in, you still haven't made any substantial progress. But you understand why only alchemists with the talent for observing subtle details can become 9th grade. Because the refinement of 9th grade pills has reached a level indistinguishable to the naked eye. Only by activating the talent for observing subtle details can one perceive the minute changes, just like needing a microscope for more microscopic observation. Additionally, since entering the extreme realm, your duration of the observing subtle detail state has increased, while the required rest time has decreased. Your proficiency in the observing subtle detail state has exceeded perfection, reaching another level. You realize that the observing subtle details seem to be related to the strength of a warrior's mental state. From your continuous improvement in observing subtle details, you gradually summarize some general methods to enhance this state. You compile these methods into a volume and name it the Xianxiaaudiobooks. The Xianxiaaudiobooks is not perfect. You are continuously exploring ways to improve it. You find that there won't be any breakthroughs in the 9th grade alchemy technique in the short term. So you decide not to waste any more time and set off for the unnamed small island in the East China Sea 3 days early. Before you leave, you gather Xianxia and the 3 others, instructing them to guard Wanming Palace well, to cultivate properly, and not to engage in any reckless actions like the Moonlight 3 brothers. Xianxia and the others understand your meaning, and they all tuck in their butts. You don't want to look at these 3 fools for even a second. You should have let them be dealt with by their respective enemies. If it were the current you, you'd go and kick them while they were down. You leave Wanming Palace, not Wanji Palace, but Wanming Palace. Xianxia and the 3 stand on the mountaintop, waving goodbye to you. You accelerate eastward, almost wanting to break the first cosmic speed. You fly wildly. And 6 days later, you have entered the East China Sea. The vast and boundless blue sea comes into your view. At the horizon, the sea meets the sky, vast and limitless. This scene inspires your poetic spirit, and you want to compose a poem. Colorful clouds and wild ducks fly together. The autumn water is surprisingly the same color as the sky. Flying in the sky, you feel a sense of satisfaction, proud of your literary talent. The talents of the world are all worth A, while I alone possess 8. The talented people of the world owe me 12,000. Just as you are lost in your astonishing talent, a sudden intense wave of source energy comes from ahead. You look up in shock. Damn, they have already started fighting? Chapter 112. Fierce Battle in the East China Sea. You sense the violent fluctuations in the high sky, quickly activate the Nuwa opera mask to conceal your aura, and ascend directly into the sky. You find a soft white cloud to hide in. Looking down, you see a big monk and a gray-robed person exchanging blows, fighting fiercely. That big monk is someone you know well, Master Mingju. The gray-robed person surprisingly has a source bowl hanging from his waist, indicating he has already collected this source. You secretly rejoice that you set off 3 days early, and this entire way, you have been flying while ignoring speed limits. Otherwise, you would have definitely missed this source. You understand that Qi Xian and the others greatly miscalculated the time of the source's appearance. You decide to set off half a month early for future sources. Otherwise, if you were outmatched and couldn't grab the source, you'd accept your defeat. At most, you'd come back next time to compete for it. But if you missed the source because you arrived late, then that would be a different story. What fascinates you on the battlefield is that, besides the gray-robed person and Master Mingju, there are actually 3 giant fire rock eagles circling around the 2. The wings of the 3 fire rock eagles can reach 6 or 7 meters wide. They continuously emit sharp shrieks, creating waves of sound that disrupt Master Mingju's concentration. You also have fire rock eagles in your zoo, but compared to these 3, your fire rock eagles are like little chicks. You are puzzled. Your fire rock eagles normally eat 5th grade blood essence pills. How could they differ so much from the gray-robed person's 3? Could it be that his fire rock eagles are enhanced? You frown and think about it, but still feel something is off. Because your fire rock eagles have all consumed 5th grade pills, and they are still so far behind. The 3 fire rock eagles of the gray-robed man cannot reach this level no matter what medicine they take, even if it's the 5th compound. There must be a secret recipe. You are planning to get it from him. You focus again on the battlefield below. Master Mingju obviously has the upper hand. with a brass Zen staff in his hand shining with golden light, forcing the gray-robed man to retreat repeatedly. The 3 fire rock eagles cannot participate in the battle of the Supreme Masters and can only circle around anxiously. Master Mingjue chuckles. Kong Ling, are you still unwilling to hand over the Earth Source? I will not hold back any longer. Kong Ling's expression is solemn, and he says in a deep voice, Master Mingjue, you, a monk from the Diamond Temple, are fighting for a concubine's Earth Source. Is this how you practice Buddhism? Ha ha, Kong Ling, you do not understand the essence of Buddhism. If you are willing to enter the monastic life, I will transmit to you the supreme wonderful method. Kong Ling responds with another round of curses. The two of them argue back and forth, not giving in. You gradually understand that Master Mingjue has recently taken a concubine. The concubine is exceptionally beautiful, and Master Mingjue would like to keep her by his side every day. But ordinary people age quickly, and Master Mingjue's concubine is too delicate to endure the hardships of martial arts cultivation to delay her aging appearance. Thus, Master Mingjue thought of finding an earth source to refine it into an 8th-grade beauty retention pill to greatly delay the aging of his concubine's appearance. In Kong Ling's view, Master Mingjue's use of earth source is simply wasteful, so he naturally refuses to give it. Kong Ling knows that Master Mingjue won't kill him, so they remain in a stalemate. After listening to their conversation, you feel that Master Mingjue's behavior is not at all like someone from the Diamond Temple, but rather like a transfer student from the Joyful Zen School. Master Mingjue is quite good at playing, openly taking a concubine. He must have consulted the Buddha, and the Buddha approved. Master Mingjue and Kong Ling have been fighting for a while, and Master Mingjue is gradually losing patience. Kong Ling, since you are so unappreciative, I will have to eradicate you on behalf of the Buddha. Master Mingjue retracts his Zen staff and forms a palm print with his right hand. The golden palm print suddenly expands to several dozen meters high, radiating golden light, and slams towards Kong Ling with great momentum. Kong Ling's expression tightens immediately, a sense of despair suddenly pressing on his heart. Kong Ling's crescent double knives surge with source power, swinging continuously, but to little effect. As the enormous palm print continues to advance slowly yet firmly, just as it is about to crash into Kong Ling suddenly shouts, I give up. I concede. Master Mingjue smiles slightly, and the golden palm print suddenly dissipates. Kong Ling, if you had been a moment later, this monk would not have been able to stop. Kong Ling looks resentful and very reluctantly throws the earth source bowl to Master Mingjue. Master Mingjue laughs heartily, and the source power in his hand sweeps, causing the earth source bowl to fly quickly towards him. But just as the earth source bowl is about to be in his grasp, Master Mingjue suddenly loses control of it. Master Mingjue is taken aback. Who? Clang. Master Mingjue looks up and sees you standing where the earth source bowl was moments ago, playing with the exquisite earth source bowl in your hand. You feel it slightly. The earth source is indeed within it. You chuckle, another earth source in hand. Master Mingjue is filled with shock and anger, demanding, who are you? You are not the slightest bit shy. I am the master of Wanmeng Palace, Shangwan Goxing. Master Mingjue is both terrified and shocked. Wanmeng Palace. Exactly. Never heard of it. Damn it. Take this knife. You strike out with a knife. Master Mingjue's expression becomes serious, and he suddenly raises a large, shimmering bell for defense. Bang! A loud explosion resonates. Master Mingjue's golden bell shatters on the spot. Blood spills from the corner of his mouth, but he barely stabilizes himself. Master Mingjue looks at you with a serious expression, no longer daring to show the slightest contempt or mockery he had towards Kong Ling. Before he can wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he repeatedly gestures for mercy. Shangwan, you have already obtained the earth source. Please spare me. You smile slightly. Get lost. Master Mingjue does not dare to linger, turning to leave. Just as Master Mingjue is about to disappear into the horizon, a distant warning of unwillingness comes. Amit Ba? Shangwan Goxing. I will remember you. You coldly smile, not caring about Master Mingjue's threat. You turn to look at Kong Ling in the distance. Kong Ling's eyes tremble, and he quickly cups his hands. Brother Shangwan, I must take my leave too. If Master Mingjue can't withstand your knife, then Kong Ling certainly can't. Kong Ling turns to fly away, but you call out, Brother Kong, please wait. Kong Ling's figure pauses, slowly turns around, and says with a bitter smile, Brother Shangwan, I am not on the same side as that evil monk Master Mingjue. Knowing that you are not on the same side, you point to the 3 fire rock eagles in the sky. I just want to say that I have a connection with them. Brother Shangwan, these are my fire rock eagles raised for many years by the beast-taming sect. Kong Ling emphasizes the words beast-taming sect, hinting at his background. You look serious. You are from the beast-taming sect? Kong Ling's expression relaxes slightly. I am indeed an elder of the beast-taming sect. Your eyes light up. That's great. Besides the 3 fire rock eagles, can you also give me a copy of your cultivation secret recipe? Chapter 113, Tianlong Blade. Kong Ling's expression immediately turns bitter. Brother Shangwan, isn't that inappropriate? Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Kong Ling looks helpless. Brother Shangwan, it's not that I don't want to give you the cultivation secret recipe. It's just that due to special reasons, I really can't give it. You raise your chin. Let's hear how you will argue. Brother Shangwan, our beast taming sect does indeed have more than one method for cultivating beasts, but no matter which method it is, it must be cultivated within our beast taming sect to be effective. You think for a moment. So, Brother Kong means that your beast taming sect is a treasure land, and small animals can only thrive and be strong once they enter your beast taming sect's territory? That's the idea. You ask again, is your beast taming sect's leader a top supreme master? Kong Ling regains some confidence. Yes. You stroke your chin and consider, if it really is a matter of the beast taming sect's favorable environment, then you would have to bring the small animals to the beast taming sect for raising. But the beast taming sect might not agree to your request to raise small animals remotely. After all, this is their foundational principle, and they would not easily let other sects interfere. If they refuse, you mumble to yourself thoughtfully, there are a total of 11 supreme masters. Among them 1 top supreme and 10 ordinary supremes. I should be able to deal with all of them. Brother Shangwan. Kong Ling's pupils constrict. Brother Shangwan, are you still there? Kong Ling looks terrified. Brother Shangwan, you just stopped speaking human language. You look at the horrified Kong Ling. I just want you to help me raise some small animals. Afraid you wouldn't agree. Agree. We all agree. We have quite a comprehensive fostering service, guaranteed to satisfy you. You finally cheer up? Is that so? That's right. Kong Ling nods vigorously. Kong Ling is not sure if you can single-handedly break through the entire beast taming sect, but he knows that you can easily kill him now. Even a top supreme master like Master Mingjuo was frightened away by your knife. Kong Ling believes you must be an extraordinary supreme master. But strangely, there are only a few extraordinary supreme masters, and Kong Ling has never seen you before, so he can't gauge your temperament at all. So Kong Ling warned himself not to annoy you. First agree to everything, and everything will be fine later. Look at Kong Ling. He smiled at you in a flattering way. You cannot verify the truth of Kong Ling's words, as the heart-searching pill has no effect on extreme Dao masters. But you wouldn't run to the beast control sect alone to verify. Your strength is strong, but not to the point of being invincible across realms. If there are any traps or schemes in the beast control sect, wouldn't you be blown up? One should be cautious in life. You looked up at the distance, then rolled your source power, binding 5 ordinary little sea swallows to you. You placed them in front of Kong Ling. Help me take care of them in the beast control sect for a year, and I'll see the results. I will cover all expenses accordingly. Kong Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It seems you are not an unreasonable person and know how to settle expenses. Brother Shangwan. Of course, no problem. Kong Ling readily agreed. Then I'll take my leave. Wait. You called out to stop Kong Ling from taking off. Kong Ling looked over in confusion. You smiled. The cultivation secret recipe that Brother Kong promised me hasn't been given yet. Kong Ling's face showed helplessness. Brother Shangwan. You still want the secret recipe? I also like little animals. It's for academic research. Kong Ling felt he misjudged you. You are indeed an unreasonable person. Kong Ling, feeling helpless, could only take out 3 types of secret recipes for you. Brother Shangwan, can I leave now? You smiled again. Brother Kong often forgets. You haven't given me the 3 fire rock eagles yet. Kong Ling completely confirmed with Sister Yang that you are indeed an unreasonable person. You said earnestly, Brother Kong, don't look at me like that. I'm trading 5 for 3. You're making a big profit. What kind of talk is that? How could I let Brother Kong suffer a loss? Kong Ling was so frustrated that he didn't even have the mood to curse in his heart. He just lowered his eyes and looked at you resentfully. Kong Ling raised his eyebrows, regaining his spirit. Brother Shangwan, is that true? Absolutely. A year later, you deliver the 5 sea swallows to Wanming Palace, and I will return the fire rock eagles intact. You send a 7th grade healing pill in front of Kong Ling. This is my sincerity. You secretly calculated in your heart. The essence blood of 3 fire rock eagles is worth far more than this 7th grade pill. Kong Ling's face lit up with joy as he immediately took the pill. Brother Shangwan is righteous. Kong Ling initially thought you would forcibly take the fire rock eagles, but now it turned into you letting the beast control sect raise 3 fire rock eagles for free for a year. Kong Ling even received a 7th grade pill, feeling he made a big profit. But what Kong Ling didn't know was that while he might profit, you would never lose. This time you took the initiative to say, Brother Kong, you can go now. We'll meet again. Kong Ling felt relieved and turned to fly away. Brother Shangwan. See you in a year. The 3 fire rock eagles wanted to follow Kong Ling as he flew away, but with a roll of your source power. The 3 large fire rock eagles couldn't fly and were just spinning in place. The 3 fire rock eagles seemed to sense danger. Flapping desperately toward the direction Kong Ling flew away. You laughed heartily. Your daddy doesn't want you anymore. The 3 fire rock eagles flapped even harder. Anxious to the point of almost speaking. You ignored them and headed in the direction of Wanmeng Palace with the fire rock eagles in tow. The 5 sea swallows you handed over to Kong Ling had your source power mark infused in them, so you weren't afraid of Kong Ling swapping them out. As you flew, you thought, does the location of the beast control sect really have such a great boost for beasts? Looking at Kong Ling's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying, and you also obtained the secret recipes, plus you gave Kong Ling 5 sea swallows to raise, which can serve as a comparative verification. If it really is the beast control sect's territory that has this effect, then this place must have some significance. You also considered whether the beast control sect first acquired the ability to control beasts and then found this location to establish their sect, or if they encountered this geomantic treasure first and then developed beast control as their main business. You plan to ask about it next time. You calculated that after finding and merging with the second source of dry gold, you would go to the beast control sect to see what was going on. Thinking of this, you looked at the source bowl in your hand. You quickly uncovered the source bowl and swiftly stored the source into your space. Your consciousness entered the space, and your manifested consciousness became more solid and stable. You speculated that it was due to the progress of your insightful view. The hazy mist gradually dissipated, revealing the inner scene. When you clearly saw the source, you were overjoyed. Good luck. In the center of that source floated a perfectly proportioned, harmoniously shaped treasure knife, exuding a vast aura. You recognized this source at a glance. The Tianlan knife, ranked 5th in dry gold affinity. Chapter 114, Hidden Perils. You were overjoyed, not expecting to collect the target source so quickly. You didn't want to wait a moment longer and immediately began to comprehend the source. This comprehension brought you even more surprises. Because as soon as your consciousness touched the Tianlan knife, it instantly accepted your aura and even trembled continuously, as if it was jumping for joy. You became excited. To concentrate on comprehending the source, you no longer flew by yourself. You flipped over and landed on the back of a fire rock eagle, using a small amount of source power to guide its direction. This fire rock eagle instinctively flapped its wings wildly. It was usually well-behaved and had never been ridden by outsiders, so it was a bit unaccustomed at first. You shot out 2 streams of source power, causing 2 large lumps to appear on the eagle's head, and it immediately understood that you were its new master, quieting down. You were able to focus on comprehending the source. Over the past 10 days of comprehending the source, you had already made some gains. You understood that the Tianlan knife could manifest a sword technique called Life and Death One-Blade Cut. This sword technique emphasizes exhausting all strength and unleashing all power without reservation. One cut determines life and death. It is very suitable for someone like you, who takes risks without concern for life. You landed in the main hall of Wanmeng Palace and called for Xianxia and the others. The 3 looked at you with much more normalized now, but there was also endless admiration. You felt something was off and asked, did you refine your brains into muscles while practicing? What kind of look is that? Xianxia quickly spoke up, Palace Master. It's spread all over the martial world that you are an unparalleled extreme Dao Master, and you can at least rank in the top 3. Who spread that? It was Master Mingjue from the Vajra Temple, and this claim was also confirmed by Elder Kong Ling from the Beast Control Sect. You leaned back in your chair, understanding. As for Kong Ling, he probably just has a sweet tongue, casually praising you. After all, it's better to compliment you than to scold you. Your actual combat power among several unparalleled extreme Dao Masters can rank around 3, 4, 5, or 6. After all, they are all 0-level players, and the differences within the same tier won't be too great. However, what Mingjue and Kong Ling don't know is that once you merge with the Tianlan knife, your strength will be beyond their wildest imaginations. Xianxia and the others stared at you. Palace Master, is it true? Are you really that strong? You waved your hand nonchalantly. Don't listen to the nonsense spread in the martial world. I'm not that weak. The 3 were immediately stunned. What do you mean by You don't believe me? Do you want to spar with me? We wouldn't dare, Palace Master. You crossed your legs. Since Mingjue the bald monk has already inflated your reputation, you might as well make it even bigger and go all out. Moreover, strength is not something with a specific measurement standard, unlike running competitions, where a certain time is just a certain time. If someone really came to challenge you, you could just say you've been ill lately, with cold palace symptoms, and need to recuperate. After a few years, you'll be able to complete the fusion of the Tianlan knife. By then, if someone challenges you, you can just cut their medical insurance. You were not satisfied with just this boast, so you spun a few more stories about yourself, leaving Xianxia and the others exclaiming in shock. After satisfying your urge to show off, you finally started doing serious work. You instructed Xianxiaaudiobooks to find a blacksmith to forge 6 iron chains as thick as his waist to restrain 3 fire rock eagles. You also assigned Zhao Wenyan to take care of the 3 fire rock eagles in the future and gave him some 2nd and 3rd grade nourishing pills. Enough for the eagles to eat for a month. After all, you need to extract the essence blood from the fire rock eagles, so you should give them a little nourishment. If they are too weak, it will be easy for Kong Ling to notice. If he finds out and is not discreet, you would be forced to commit murder, which you fear the most. Amitba. After giving all the instructions, you extracted the essence blood from the fire rock eagles, and the 3 eagles immediately appeared listless. You obtained a total of 3 drops of fire rock eagle essence blood, although all 3 drops are from the same species. You wanted to see if this quality of essence blood could have a stacking effect. You had long suspected that the reason the shook body technique required different types of essence blood was simply that ordinary beast essence blood was not strong enough. You believe that ordinary essence blood has a weak enhancement ability for the human body. So the 2nd drop of the same type of essence blood might think, this place has already been transformed by a predecessor, and my capabilities are limited. So I might as well give up. But if it's very strong essence blood entering the body, it might think, what? The arms have already been modified? Then I'll just modify the legs too. You maintained this suspicion and went to the guest house at the top of Huagua Mountain. That day, you completed the fusion of the 3 drops of fire rock eagle essence blood. You sat cross-legged in the training room, full of surprise. The 3 drops of fire rock eagle essence blood all took effect, completing the stacking enhancement. Your additional physical strength rose from the late stage of bone tempering to the early stage of marrow cleansing. You laughed heartily. Haha, awesome. Your hypothesis was validated. Indeed, as long as the essence blood itself is strong enough, it can repeatedly enhance the body. Moreover, the strength of these 3 drops of essence blood exceeded your expectations. The beast control sect is impressive, there is something to it. You plan to fuse the Tianlan knife and then immediately visit the beast control sect to see if their territory is really that mysterious. But as soon as your source power started to operate and you wanted to take off, you suddenly felt something strange inside your body, as if there was something additional. You carefully checked from head to toe several times, but found nothing unusual. You activated your source power again, but that subtle feeling disappeared completely. You frowned, recalling the 3 fire rock eagles. Is this bird poisonous? But then you thought it was impossible. If they were trying to harm you this way, they would have to know your hidden identity, know you wanted to collect Earth source, and know your departure time. They would have to know you were playing with animals, know you wanted fire rock eagles, and even train poisonous fire rock eagles in advance. Plus mobilize 2 extreme path masters to act for you. This is too absurd. It's absolutely impossible. If someone could reach that level, they could definitely kill you with brute strength. So it must be that something is wrong with the beast control sect. The birds they raised are so big. Did someone put steroids in their well water? You checked your body again, but still found nothing unusual. Your expression darkened, and your gaze became cold. You went straight to the place in Wanming Palace where the 3 fire rock eagles were raised. You pulled over 1 fire rock eagle, and your source power violently probed into its body, surging and stirring freely. The massive fire rock eagle let out a painful screech, but it was completely immobilized by your overwhelming source power. After a long while, you stopped your investigation. You still found nothing. You thought for a moment and decided not to wait any longer. You would go to the beast control sect now. You must understand the hidden danger that even a formidable extreme path warrior could not detect. If this hidden danger were inherited into reality, it would be disastrous. You shot straight up into the sky, rapidly heading towards the beast control sect. Chapter 115, Potent Beast Blood. The Xianming Mountain Range. Where the beast control sect is located, stretches for thousands of miles, providing natural advantages for the breeding of beasts. You sped northeast and reached the Xianming Mountain Range after 17 days. You didn't rush to the beast control sect, but instead wandered alone in the Xianming Mountain Range for 5 days. During this time, you captured over 100 beasts and extracted their essence blood, carefully checking it several times. With your 8th grade alchemist level and already high medical skills, you found no problems. All the beast blood was very normal. You refined all this essence blood, but unlike before, you did not melt it inside your body. Instead, you melted it outside to a state suitable for fusion. Still, you found no abnormalities. Although you didn't find any problems, you prudently chose not to fuse them and stored the essence blood in your space. You stroked your chin. It's very likely that the small animals of the beast control sect have issues, but just asking them directly might not yield the truth. So, relying on the concealment feature of the Mask of the Stilt, you sneaked into the beast control sect at midnight. You arrived at the largest breeding ground in the beast control sect, your eyes glowing red, like a ghost, gliding through it. In the blink of an eye, you extracted 31 drops of essence blood. You came and went like the wind, unnoticed. After leaving the beast control sect, You found a place to settle in the Qianming mountain range and began to melt the essence blood into a state suitable for fusion outside your body. Melting the first 20 drops showed no abnormalities, but when melting the 21st drop, that strange feeling reappeared. You vaguely felt that something was leaking from this drop of essence blood, and afterward, this drop of essence blood became indistinguishable from ordinary essence blood. You also felt this when fusing the 3 Fire Rock Eagles essence blood. It was the original substance of the essence blood dissipating in your body. Your worries significantly decreased. Since the substance was dissipating, it wouldn't affect your physical body. You melted the remaining 9 drops of essence blood, and there were no further abnormalities. You remembered that the drop that leaked was extracted from a very powerful beast. You couldn't help but speculate that the stronger the essence blood, the more likely it is to have that leaking sensation. You frowned, by the way. Could it be a problem with the shook body technique? Could it be that the quality of the essence blood exceeded the melting limit of the shook body technique, and the excess had to be discarded, hence the feeling of something dissipating? Or perhaps the quality of the essence blood was too high, and the fusion process was a bit unruly, so it struggled a bit in the end. But regardless of which actual situation it was, you could at least confirm that this was not intentional by the beast control sect. You could also confirm that the essence blood itself had not been tampered with or enhanced, and there was no negative impact on you. But these were just your speculations. You didn't plan to fuse these essence blood until you clarified it. The 31 drops of essence blood suitable for fusion were also stored in your space. You planned to circle a piece of land in the Qianming mountain range to cultivate small animals using the beast control sect's secret techniques, and also use the secret techniques in the zoo in Yutong County to cultivate small animals. This way, you would have 3 different control locations: the beast control sect, the Qianming mountain range, and the zoo, to verify what conditions the essence blood was affected by to become so potent. During the melting process, you discovered that none of these essence blood had a quality higher than that of the 3 Fire Rock Eagles essence blood. You smiled silently. It seems that those 3 Fire Rock Eagles are also rare items at the Beast Tamer sect. No wonder Kong Ling looks so pained. You immediately planned to leave the Qianming mountain range, but you remembered the various fierce beasts in the Beast Tamer sect and their tempting essence blood. Although the quality of these beasts is not as good as those 3 Fire Rock Eagles, they are abundant in quantity. Even if you don't fuse them now, they can still exist in space, and you can fuse them later when you figure things out. However, these beasts are raised by the Beast Tamer sect, so what I'm doing is unethical. You looked conflicted, and you struggled for a full 0.1 seconds. In the end, you decided to follow the principle of not leaving empty-handed as a thief. One last time, I'll collect one last time, and I'll quit tomorrow. You directly touched the various breeding grounds of the Beast Tamer sect and managed to get 416 drops of essence blood. This number is certainly not the limit of all the beasts in the Beast Tamer sect. They are all carefully selected essence blood. Since absorbing the essence blood of Fire Rock Eagles, you have become a bit picky. In fact, with your strength, you could force the Beast Tamer sect to willingly give you these treasures. But that would expose your cultivation of the guarding the gate body technique. And there is a risk of exposure with the Xiu account. Another minor reason is that you feel that this sneaky feeling is just too enjoyable. After extracting the essence blood, you quietly left the Beast Tamer sect. Just as dawn broke, an ordinary disciple of the Beast Tamer sect yawned and began today's beast training. When he summoned his cold phantom leopard, he found the leopard staring blankly, listless, as if it had been exhausted by its mother for 3 days and nights. The disciple hurriedly used his true energy to check, and found that the cold phantom leopard's internal energy and blood were actually depleted, in a state of decay. The disciple was startled, and just as he wanted to ask others, he found that everyone around was howling at the sky. Who the hell did this? You had already completed the refining of 416 drops of essence blood 3 days ago, and these essence blood were also stored in space. Other people's little beasts are indeed more enjoyable to absorb. You feel a thrill, as if you were picking up money. During the refining process, the sensation of that substance dissipating occurred another 14 times. You confirmed that the stronger the fierce beast, the more likely this feeling is to occur. You called the blood of beasts that have this phenomenon powerful beast blood. You plan to wait a few years until the Beast Tamer sect has raised this batch of beasts with extracted essence blood well, and then come to harvest again. Next time, the brothers of the Beast Tamer sect should also agree. After all, they all tacitly accepted it this time. Old Wong, your emotions this time are very full, but there is too much urgency and not enough joy. Improve next time. Not that, young master. There really is a problem this time. You raised an eyebrow. What happened? The He siblings managing the zoo don't want to work anymore. Didn't I leave you enough silver before I left? How can you run out of monthly wages so quickly? No, young master. I paid the monthly wages as you instructed. It's the He siblings and Dong Jijia who have had a conflict. Tell me more. As Old Wang explained, You understood that Dong Zhijia, like an evil biological doctor, was crazily conducting experiments in the zoo, creating many strange and disgusting things. The siblings were very pained to see the animals they had carefully cared for in the zoo being ruthlessly destroyed by Dong Zhijia. But Dong Zhijia was doing this according to your wishes as the boss, helping you create new species. The He siblings knew they were just working for you and had no power to say anything, so they had to endure for over a year. Until the past few days when they could no longer bear it, wanting to come to you to resign, but then encountered your absence. In recent days, the siblings had more or less had some friction with Dong Zhijia, and the two sides almost fought. That's why Old Wang hurriedly told you about this matter. You nodded. Okay, I understand. You went directly to the zoo. You thought to yourself, just right, I can confidently send them out. Additionally, you want to see what kind of things Dong Zhijia has created that would make the He siblings want to quit their high-paying jobs. Chapter 116, Dong Zhijia's Ruthless Work. You quickly arrived at the zoo. The He siblings were relieved to see you and quickly came over to discuss their resignation. You asked them to wait a moment. Then you went to the tall laboratory specially built for Dong Zhijia. The He siblings did not follow. You pushed open the door to the laboratory. And Dong Zhijia didn't even look up, continuing his work. If you can't stand it, you can leave. Don't bother me. If I leave, who will provide you with experimental resources? Dong Zhijia laughed heartily. Good, good. I also want to show young Master He something. Please this way. Dong Zhijia led you to a larger room deeper inside. As soon as the door opened, all kinds of creatures came into view. Young Master He, look. This is a two-headed horse, with one head in the front and one in the back. You frowned. So when it runs, does it run forward or backward? You looked at the two-headed horse again. It was actually a horse's rear end attached to another head, and you asked, without a butt, how does it poop? It spits it out from the mouth of the head attached to the back. Dong Zhijia said excitedly. Your pupils contracted. And you gave Dong Zhijia a thumbs up. You really are something. This doesn't stump you at all. Dong Zhijia became even more excited with your praise. Young Master He. And this is a mermaid. You saw a huge water tank with a large fish weighing over 100 pounds swimming inside. You asked, isn't this just an ordinary big fish? Where's the mermaid? Dong Zhijia jumped into the water tank with a splash, fished out the mermaid, and held it up. Young Master He, look. Your eyes twitched as you saw that the upper half of the mermaid was a fish, while the lower half was a human waist and legs, struggling hard. It turns out that the mermaid's legs were kicking in the water, and you only saw the fish head without noticing the lower half. You didn't know what to say and could only mumble. All right, fine. You're still a pragmatist. Dong Zhijia proactively explained. Young Master He. I bought the human torso from the execution ground. It's very fresh. You shook your head. No need to be so detailed. Dong Zhijia became more and more excited. Young Master He. And this. Dong Zhijia brought over a camel, and a lizard was lying on the camel's back. Dong Zhijia quickly said, the excrement of the colorful camel contains essential nutrients for the scaled lizard. So I sewed the scaled lizard's mouth to that of the colorful camel. That's enough. Stop sewing. You hurriedly interrupted Dong Zhijia. I need to get some fresh air. You walked out of the laboratory with a serious expression. You came to the He siblings and patted their shoulders, feeling emotional. You two have worked hard these past 2 years. The siblings were immediately moved to tears. Finally, someone understood their suffering. You finally understood why the siblings would rather give up their high salaries and run away. The things Dong Zhijia created were too disgusting. If this genius Dong Zhijia were back home, he would definitely be charged with crimes against humanity. At this moment, Dong Zhijia happily ran out. Young Master He. Did you get enough fresh air? I still have many things to introduce to you. No need to introduce, you've already won. What Dong Zhijia created was too ruthless, and you felt a bit overwhelmed. Now you know that the powerful beast blood can be stacked. So there's no need to focus on the quantity of types, just pay attention to the quality. You told Dong Zhijia not to create these inhumane things in the future, at least not in your zoo. Although Dong Zhijia didn't understand, he agreed and promised not to do these things in front of you. You asked Dong Zhijia to go with you to the Qianming Mountains, where he would use the Beast Control Sect's secret manual to train small animals. You instructed him to stay in the Qianming Mountains in the future, at least for 3 to 5 years. Dong Zhijia directly agreed. He was originally a member of the Beast Control Sect and was very familiar with the situation in the Qianming Mountains. Moreover, Dong Zhijia was a lonely old bachelor, so it didn't matter where he stayed. If he got bored in the mountains, he could still interact with mermaids. Dong Zhijia was very happy to receive the Beast Control secret manual, something he couldn't obtain as an ordinary disciple before. He held the secret manual in his hands, reluctant to part with it, wishing he could dive into the Qianming Mountains and happily play with the animals right away. The He siblings were left in the zoo, also using the Beast Control secret manual to train small animals. The two siblings were very happy to be able to live a normal life again, no longer seeing those dirty-eyed things. They felt they had psychological trauma and really needed to find a psychologist for some therapy. You planned to go into seclusion and fully comprehend the Tianlan knife before anything else. As soon as you entered, Lao Wang told you that Guolan from the Danxia sect had been waiting for you for a while. You were a bit puzzled. What does this person want again? You walked directly into the reception room, and Guolan stood up politely. You walked over and sat in a chair. Sit down. It's been years since I last saw you. Where have you been making money lately? You tilted your head. No need to be so euphemistic. Tell me how you got expelled. Young master, I really took the initiative to withdraw. You took a sip of the tea that Lao Wang had brewed for you. Go on. Guolan hesitated. I feel that the Danxia sect is not suitable for me to refine pills. The Danxia sect is not suitable for you to refine pills? You raised your eyebrow and looked at him. So do you think the Blood Demon sect is suitable for you to refine pills? Or the Happy Zen sect is suitable for you to refine pills? Guolan heard your sarcasm, but didn't get angry. He just sighed. I feel that I am not suited for refining pills at all. I haven't made any progress in 3 years. Guolan just looked at you without speaking. After listening to your words, Guolan remained silent for a long time before finally standing up and saying, Young master, then I will take my leave. You smiled. Until we meet again. Guolan walked straight out of the mansion. You stood for a while, shook your head, and went to the training room. You knew Guolan didn't come just to say goodbye. He actually wanted to sell a sob story and ask about your ancestral pill book. But since you didn't give him any chance, he had to give up. You arrived at the training room, calmed your mind, and began to comprehend the Tianlan knife. Once a person's mind becomes focused, time passes quickly. Year 6. While you were cultivating, you suddenly opened your eyes. Although you opened your eyes with great momentum, it wasn't very useful. You hadn't fully comprehended the one cut of life and death yet. Fortunately, you had made significant progress. You estimated that in another half a year, you would completely understand and integrate the Tianlan knife's earth source. The reason for your rapid progress was mainly that you had already integrated the earth source of the Tianjin property, so like attracts like. Additionally, you were someone who played with knives, so comprehending knife techniques came naturally to you. After a year of cultivation, you needed to balance work and rest, otherwise, your fatigued spirit would hinder your comprehension speed. You went to the Danxia sect. You wanted to see who won the competition between Xiahuida and Hu Zhongshuan. You hadn't caught up on the gossip for over a year and needed to replenish your information. Moreover, during the past year of simulations, Zhao Mingshu and Bai Chun had joined Xiahuida's sect. You planned to take the opportunity to meet these two unfamiliar old brothers. Chapter 117, Bridging Connections. You quickly arrived at the Danxia sect. Now that you entered the Danxia sect, the security at the entrance no longer stopped you. They all knew you were the savior of the sect leader's sister and the love remedy for Elder 7. You eagerly arrived at Xiahuida's courtyard, but unfortunately, you only saw Xiahuida and Deng Wanshu, without Hu Zhongshuan. What was even more unfortunate was that Xiahuida wasn't missing any limbs and showed no signs of having fought. In the courtyard, Xiahuida and Deng Wanshu were chatting intimately. As they chatted, they couldn't help but share a kiss when they saw you walk in. You casually walked over and sat across from them, smiling. Why are there only the two of you here? Isn't old who's supervising you? Xiahuida's eyes widened. Young master, what are you talking about? Wanshu and I are completely innocent. What do we need him to supervise for? You smirked. It's innocent now, but who can guarantee that at 1T becomes something else later? Xiahuida got angry and scolded. Young master, you'd better say more of this kind of thing. I quite enjoy hearing it. Old Xia, you really know how to seize the opportunity for your own enjoyment. You turned to Deng Wanshu and asked, Sister Wanshu, where did old Hu go? You were slightly puzzled and asked, why did old Hu go to the cliff river mouth again to risk his life? Logically speaking, since Deng Wanshu had already awakened, Hu Zhongshuan shouldn't need to stay at the cliff river mouth to achieve merit and seek the earth source anymore. Why did he go again? Old Hu was trying to fulfill the wishes of the two, huh? This was indeed something Hu Zhongshuan would do. After all, he had done something similar last time to obtain the earth source. As long as Deng Wanshu could be happy, Hu Zhongshuan would rather stay under the car for a lifetime. Xiahuida and Deng Wanshu clearly understood the meaning of Hu Zhongshuan's actions and naturally knew how painful it was for him to make such a choice. Although Xiahuida and Hu Zhongshuan were in a competitive relationship regarding Deng Wanshu, they were also the closest brothers since childhood, with the only difference being that they had different mothers. Xiahuida also felt uneasy about Hu Zhongshuan's pain and would not take advantage of the situation. So for now, even if Hu Zhongshuan seemed to be slightly withdrawing, the entanglement between the three of them would not settle directly. As for Deng Wanshu herself, there was no perfect solution. If she really made a choice, it would inevitably hurt another person. It wouldn't do to have a schedule where you have her on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and let her rest on Sundays. This situation was just so twisted and complicated. So when Xiahuida and Deng Wanshu talked about this topic, their mood was heavy, and they fell silent. Seeing the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, You could only awkwardly suggest a solution. Well, I think old Hu and old Xia, you each handle the outside and inside. So it's great to let Sister Wanshu be your shared girlfriend. The two looked at you in surprise, not knowing what nonsense you were talking about. What you intended to break the deadlock only made it more awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, Deng Rusong arrived. Deng Rusong was still outside the courtyard when he shouted, Wanshu, Hueda, I've sent a letter to Zhixua this month. Oh, young master, he is also here. Deng Rusong saw you with a slight surprise. You heard a familiar name, Yin Zhixua. You remembered that at this point in time, Deng Rusong and Yin Zhixua were not entangled together yet. You forcibly suppressed the melody in your heart from spilling out. You asked, Sect Leader Deng, I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you mentioned writing a letter to a female? Deng Rusong didn't hide it either, his expression serious. Young master, I unintentionally offended an extreme path master before, and I am currently asking the leader of the destruction sect, Yin, to help me make connections. I want to personally apologize. You furrowed your brows. What is the name of the extreme path master you offended? The Lord of Wanmeng Palace, Shangwan Goxing. You raise an eyebrow? Isn't this a coincidence? You also have a secondary account as the Lord of Wanmeng Palace, Shangwan Goxing. Word for word, perfectly fitting. How did Master Deng offend him? I have some connections with that brother Shangwan. Perhaps I can help a bit. Deng Rusong is shocked. Is young master he serious? How could it be false? In fact, my relationship with brother Shangwan is as close as twins. Deng Rusong and the others look at you in astonishment, unable to believe that you are associated with such a high-level extreme path master. Your family's background is becoming increasingly inscrutable. Deng Rusong's face lights up with joy, hurriedly explaining the situation to you. It turns out that last time you were using the account Shangwan Goxing to experiment with the theatrical mask. Deng Rusong quietly cursed you a couple of times in his heart, thinking you figured it out. He didn't care about losing the elixir back then. But recently, there have been rumors that Shangwan Goxing is extraordinarily powerful, ranking among the top 3 of all peak extreme path masters. Moreover, Shangwan Goxing is arrogant and has a particularly small mind. For instance, he snatched the Fire Rock Eagle from Kongling, which had been cultivated by the Beast Control sect for many years, without even asking. Furthermore, the monk Mingjue was injured by him with a single slash without any flattery. Various rumors have made Deng Rusong very worried, and he quickly sent a message to Wanmeng Palace to express his apologies again. Deng Rusong was even more scared, thinking that Shangwan Goxing would not accept his apology, so he started looking for other extreme path masters to contact you. But you were not at Wanmeng Palace, so naturally, it was useless for Deng Rusong to look for anyone. Deng Rusong thought that it was because the people he contacted didn't have enough influence. So he decided to seek out Yin Zhixua, a top extreme path master with significant weight, to send a message to see if he could connect with Shangwan Goxing. Deng Rusong believed he was contacting Yin Zhixua for official business and was not violating his promise to his father. But you know, this might very well be the beginning of Deng Rusong rekindling his relationship with Yin Zhixua. After all, two people who already have mutual affection are now frequently in contact because of so-called official business. Who knows where they might end up, perhaps at some 5-star inn. This means that because of your identity as Shangwan Goxing, Deng Rusong and Yin Zhixua are likely to get together even earlier than last time's simulation. You made up your mind. If Yin Zhixua frequently visits Danxia sect in the future, you'll also come by to hang out at Danxia sect. Who knows? Yin Zhixua might have a cool, pretty, and slightly cute female disciple as well. You waited for Deng Rusong to finish telling you these matters, waved your hand. Master Deng. These are all small matters. Let me write a letter. You just take my calligraphy to Wanmeng Palace to explain the reason. You picked up the pen and ink. Sweeping your brush, writing vigorously and sweating profusely. You wrote a few large characters in a crooked manner. Danxia sect, I cover you, understand? Chapter 118. The third theatrical mask is settled. Deng Rusong saw these dog-like characters and immediately put on a painful mask. Young master, doesn't this wording seem a bit too arrogant? You waved your hand. It's fine. Brother Shangwan will understand the meaning behind the words. Just go and let him hear your explanation with peace of mind. Deng Rusong still felt uneasy, and after repeated requests, you rewrote it. This time the tone was much more tactful, turning you from the social young master into the socialist young master. Deng Rusong felt relieved, but he still frowned at your crooked writing, not knowing what to say. Deng Wanshu noticed Deng Rusong's thoughts and quickly chimed in. Young brother, your calligraphy is truly unique, very childlike. You happily replied. Sister Wanshu, you also understand the art of calligraphy. Deng Wanshu's voice was cheerful and pleasant. I learned a little, but not with the carefree and extravagant style of young brother. You slightly opened your mouth, rolled your eyes, and looked clever. What do you mean? Deng Rusong clicked his tongue and said, It's nothing, just praising you. Oh, then that's fine. Deng Rusong then carefully put away the letter. You looked at him, The corner of your mouth curling up, deliberately said, Master Deng, with this letter of mine. You won't need to call Master Yin over, right? Deng Rusong wanted to ask how you knew Yin Jixue, but thought about your connection with Shangwan Goxing. Knowing Yin Jixue isn't strange. Too late. It's still on time. Really too late. I'll go chase. Stay right there. Deng Rusong firmly pushed you back down and chuckled. Young master the journey is far. No need to trouble yourself. Seeing that you were a bit stubborn, Deng Rusong simply turned around and left. You all chat. I'll send the messenger off. After Deng Rusong left, Xiahuada and Deng Wanshu exchanged smiles. Thinking that Deng Rusong's words didn't match his heart were quite amusing. You were pondering whether Yin Jixue would come, not knowing if your good friend would show up. But in fact, you didn't care whether your good friend came or not. You were completely indifferent to such matters, and you never thought about it at all, really. Trust me, really. You sat with Xiahuada and Deng Wanshu to chat for a while. Just as you were about to leave, two people happened to walk in from outside Xiahuada's courtyard. As soon as you saw the two people coming, you immediately smiled. The newcomers were Jiao Laoshi, who buys tickets only after getting on the bus, and Bai Chun, who eats meat every day without getting fat and spends his days with women. The two great kings approached Xiahuada directly. Master, Aunt Deng. Xiahuada nodded. Have you completed today's practice? Jiao and Bai reported their alchemy progress in detail. Xiahuada calmly pointed out a few things. Then Xiahuada introduced you to them. By the way, this is you, young brother my sworn brother. You can call him Master Uncle. Bai Chun and Zhao Mingshu looked over curiously. The two looked at you, who seemed incredibly young. With confusion in their eyes, Master Uncle? Zhao Mingshu was a bit better, as he was indeed 6 years younger than you. But Bai Chun was a bit unconvinced. He was already 42 years old, a full 21 years older than you, and he couldn't bring himself to call you Master Uncle. You smiled benevolently, taking out a thick red envelope prepared in advance. Here, Master Uncle gives you both a meeting gift. Bai Chun knelt down with a thud to receive the red envelope. Thank you, little Master Uncle. Zhao Mingshu followed suit and gave you two respectful bows. Get up. You two good kids. You turned to Xiahuada. Today's young people are really young. Bai Chun. Yes, little Master Uncle is right. You were quite happy to see these two familiar faces and invited them to your house as guests whenever they had time. The two naturally agreed enthusiastically. The next day, you went to the zoo. You moved half of the small animals from the zoo to the Qianming Mountains in advance. You opened a branch of the zoo in a remote area of the Qianming Mountains, far from the beast control sect. You settled all the animals you brought over in the branch and caught a large number of local wild animals from the Qianming Mountains as a control group. Then you brought the scientific madman Dong Jijia to the zoo branch and instructed him carefully to cultivate using the beast control sect's secret techniques. Dong Jijia was excited and laughed maniacally, as he now had countless experimental subjects. Moreover, he was alone in the depths of the mountains, with no one to disturb him. He could do whatever he wanted. From then on, the only companion he had was his dream of creating the ultimate creature. You told Dong Jijia that you wouldn't care what he was up to, but the premise was that he must complete the tasks you assigned to him. Dong Jijia patted his chest loudly, making a firm promise to you for his lifetime. You left the Qianming Mountains for the Dream Palace. You asked Sang Yi to recruit some disciples appropriately, otherwise, such a large sect would feel a bit deserted. A month has passed since everything was arranged. In another month, Deng Rusong will come to visit. You stayed in the Dream Palace to continue comprehending the earth source of the Tianlan knife. So you immediately turned your attention to understanding the Xieshi masks. Just 10 days later, you successfully completed the understanding of the third Xieshi mask. At this moment, in the cultivation room, you sat cross-legged, with a calm expression. The chaotic energy of heaven and earth began to materialize, like alert, transparent fish swimming in the air. When these strands of energy touched your body, they were immediately repelled, subsequently affecting other energies around. Other masters skilled in deduction relied on capturing the subtle changes of these energies to deduce people or events. At this moment, a thought crossed your mind, and the third Xieshi mask began to spread over your body like flowing water. Immediately, although you remained in place, you gave the impression of gradually fading away, like a killer disappearing into the night. The wandering energy of heaven and earth once again touched your body. You would no longer cause any fluctuations in energy. You became undeducible, and your stealthy attributes were fully maximized. Thus, you officially comprehended all three Xieshi masks. The fifth-ranked Xieshi mask of the Jingyin nature became a fusion state. You were eager to try to fuse them, but you knew that doing so would cause the earth source to dissipate, and you would lose the three characteristics of the Xieshi masks. The process of comprehending the earth source was very taxing, which led to progress in perfecting the divine transformation technique. You had a premonition that if you broke through to the second layer, your ninth-grade alchemy skills would also break through. But your most important task at the moment was still to comprehend the earth source of the Tianlan knife. So you did not rest and immersed yourself back into the understanding of the life and death blade. 16 days later, Xianxia arrived at your door and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Palace Master, 2 people are requesting to see you. They said they were introduced by your brother Hiyu. Your sharp black eyes slowly opened, and you knew it was Deng Rusong who had come. But you had a slight doubt in your eyes. Why were there 2 people? Did Xiahueda also come? 2 what kind of people? You asked. Your expression brightened. Why did these 2 come together? Chapter 119, Apology Visit. You said to Xianxia, please invite them to the main hall. Yes, Palace Master. Additionally, today we received a confidential letter sent by an elder from the Pure Yang sect, Xixian. Your eyes lit up with joy, knowing there was news of the earth source being unearthed. Bring it in. Xianxia pushed the door open and respectfully handed the letter to you. You waved your hand. And Xianxia understood, retreating from the room to greet Deng Rusong and Yan Jixue. You opened the letter and read it. It was indeed news about the earth source sent by Xixian. The letter stated that this earth source would appear in 4 months, and it would be in the East China Sea, but not near the last Tianlan knife earth source, rather in a more eastern sea area. You calculated the time and planned to go there half a month earlier. Your hand shook, and the letter was turned to dust, scattering in the wind. You stood up and walked toward the main hall, but you deliberately walked slowly, which made you appear more imposing as a top master, fitting your character. Before long, you stepped into the main hall. Deng Rusong and Yan Jixue were sitting in the upper left corner of the hall, chatting. Both appeared restrained and courteous on the surface, but their emotions were turbulent and surging within. As soon as you walked in, Deng Rusong recognized you at a glance and quickly stood up to greet you. Palace Master Shangwan, long time no see. Yan Jixue was still in a black dress, her demeanor gentle, like a beautiful and intelligent noblewoman. Yan Jixue followed Deng Rusong over, but her expression carried an imperceptible vigilance. Deng Zhongmen, long time no see. You laughed heartily. You glanced at Yan Jixue and said, so this is the lady. The 2 of you are truly a match made in heaven. Deng Rusong's mouth stretched wide as he explained. Palace Master Shangwan, you have a good eye, but there's a bit of a misunderstanding. This is Yin Jiaozhu from the Destruction Sect. You suddenly realized and laughed heartily. So it's Jiaozhu Yin, I've heard much about you. Seeing you today, you are indeed impressive. Deng Rusong handed you the letter of introduction that you wrote him. Palace Master Shangwan, this is a letter from young Master Hiyu for you. Since it's a letter from that brat Hiyu, I have to read it. Deng Rusong was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that mentioning you in front of Shangwan would be so effective. You took the letter, opened it, and glanced at it. Your eyes were filled with admiration. In terms of calligraphy, this kid is still top-notch. Deng Rusong's eyelids twitched, realizing why your handwriting was so ugly yet you were so confident. It turned out you were just being flattered. At the same time, Deng Rusong couldn't help but speculate about your relationship with Shangwan. There must be a top master in your clan, and their strength must be quite formidable as well. Deng Rusong also learned from Yan Jixue that Shangwan was generous, scattering pills everywhere, and might be a high-level alchemist. Moreover, Shangwan's warm praise for your calligraphy art was excessively flattering, so it was very likely that Shangwan was not just your so-called good buddy, but rather a close elder in your clan, possibly even a direct relative, like a grandfather or great-grandfather. After thinking this through, Deng Rusong understood why Shangwan had deliberately come to the Danxia sect to stir trouble last time. Deng Rusong believed this was to personally investigate the actual situation of the forces around you, ensuring that you would not be in danger. After linking these unrelated matters together, Deng Rusong nodded to himself, feeling quite clever. Deng Rusong hypocritically agreed. Young Master He's calligraphy is indeed free-flowing, with a vivid aura, and has a unique charm. Your expression brightened, and you excitedly said, Deng Zhongmin, you have a discerning eye. Yan Jixue looked at Deng Rusong, then at you. She thought to herself, what kind of calligraphy could make you both so excited? I hope to have the chance to meet that young master he and his calligraphy art to broaden my horizons. Although Deng Rusong felt you didn't seem as arrogant and domineering as rumored, top masters are unpredictable, so it's better to be cautious. In fact, to be on the safe side, Yan Jixue had come along this time as well. Deng Rusong opened the box, revealing various pills and precious alchemy materials. Palace Master Shangwan, I was quite rude last time. This is a small token of my appreciation from the Danxia sect. You noticed that there were quite a few 8th grade high-level pills in the box, which would take you a lot of time and effort to refine yourself. Deng Rusong took out those 8th grade pills separately. Palace Master Shangwan, these are meant for you. You laughed as you accepted the bottles of 8th grade pills. Deng Zhongmen, you are so righteous. Deng Rusong finally relaxed a lot, but Yan Jixue still had a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Having led the destruction sect for so many years, she had seen too many lunatics and maniacs. Countless cases of someone laughing one moment and then suddenly turning violent the next. You didn't pay attention to Xianxia's vigilance. Instead, you turned to ask, did Zhao Zhuyan come alone? Xianxia's smile is full of warmth, her voice sticky and magnetic. Master Shangwan, where do you think I could hide another person on me? You, unwilling to give up, asked, when Master Yin left the destruction sect. Didn't she bring an adult female with her? Xianxia hesitated slightly. Now that you mention it, I did bring my holy maiden, Wan Qingwan, with me. You oh, Xianxia, but we separated midway. You, oh, Xianxia, but we met again later. You oh, Xianxia, but we separated again later. You, are you messing with me? Xianxia smiled with slightly parted red lips. Why is Master Shangwan so concerned about my holy maiden? You laughed heartily. Haha, just casually getting to know. Xianxia looked at you, her eyes seemingly deep in thought. At this moment, Deng Rusong showed a hint of realization in his eyes, as he thought of you being a senior member of Hiyu's clan. So, Deng Rusong had a flash of inspiration and said, Master Shangwan, are you hoping for young Master He and Heroine Wan to have more contact? Chapter 120, Exchange of Hostages. You suddenly looked at Deng Rusong, your eyes filled with approving light. You felt that Deng Rusong at this moment was more understanding than ever. You laughed heartily. Master Deng, your suggestion is very interesting. Deng Rusong unintentionally touched on your point, and he was also very pleased. Deng Rusong thought that as long as you, Hiyu, and Wan Qingwan had more contact, he could also conveniently interact with Xianxiaaudiobooks, which was quite delightful. Moreover, the family behind you, Hiyu, was quite mysterious and powerful, and in terms of identity and status, was very compatible with Wan Qingwan. Deng Rusong smiled. Heroine Wan is exceptionally talented and stunningly beautiful. And young master, he is also a remarkable person. They indeed match well. Xianxia's smile was languid. Hee, matters of love in our sect have always been free, driven by the heart. After saying this, Xianxia glanced at Deng Rusong. Deng Rusong knew this was a hint for him, so he raised his head, his gaze drifting around. You chuckled. Young people can interact more, make some friends. More friends mean more paths. Deng Rusong and Xianxia both agreed with this reasoning. You looked at Deng Rusong, internally awarding him the title of today's best supporter. At the same time, you planned to give him some tangible rewards. You said, as far as I know, Master Deng is an 8th grade alchemist. Master Shangwan is correct. Deng Rusong nodded. But he knew you wouldn't ask for no reason. So he asked, what does the master mean? You were silent for a moment. Actually, I am also an 8th grade alchemist. Deng Rusong was taken aback. He had never known that there was a supreme master in Dakian who was an 8th grade alchemist. Moreover, you were also an exceptional supreme master, which was truly outrageous. Deng Rusong looked at you slightly dazed, unable to imagine how one could possess both top-notch martial arts talent and alchemy talent. Xianxiaaudiobooks also looked at you with surprise, understanding how difficult it was to achieve both accomplishments. Seeing the two of them looking at you in shock, you smiled. You don't need to elevate the emotional value this high. I'm not trying to show off. Deng Rusong realized you might be about to say something related to him, so he hurriedly asked, what does the master mean? Your expression was very confident. What I mean is that I am confident in becoming a 9th grade alchemist, and what? Deng Rusong was a bit agitated. You looked at him seriously, and I can give Master Deng the opportunity to become a 9th grade alchemist too. Impossible. Deng Rusong exclaimed, since the master is an 8th grade alchemist, then you should know about the visionary insight. Of course, I know about visionary insight. And I also know that Master Deng is stuck at the 8th grade because he lacks the talent for visionary insight. And Master, what do you mean? Deng Rusong's voice trembled. You no longer said much, directly reaching into your pants and pulling out the book Yinshinju. You slowly handed it to Deng Rusong. Your voice deep, but Deng Rusong seemed to hear heavenly music. This is the Yinshinju. It can give Master Deng the ability of visionary insight. Deng Rusong's breathing quickened sharply. Your words struck at the deepest parts of his unwillingness and regret. Deng Rusong believed that he was not inferior to anyone in his life, but he could not reach the 9th grade because he lacked the talent for visionary insight. This innate disadvantage, which he could not control, made him very unwilling. At this moment, hearing you say that you could solve this problem, how could he not be excited? Deng Rusong looked at you in disbelief. Why give it to me? You really wanted to tell him it was because he assisted well. But the words changed at the tip of your tongue. This is to thank Master Deng for taking care of Hiyu over the years. Well, it's not that much care. Deng Rusong's expression hesitated, not daring to accept. You directly handed the Yinshinju to him. If I let you take it, then take it. Why waste words? Deng Rusong was exceptionally excited and immediately started flipping through it. After just a few pages, Deng Rusong became even more excited. He confirmed on the spot that the Xianxiaju was exactly what he had been yearning for all these years. Deng Rusong looked at you excitedly. Then at the Xianxiaju, utterly shocked. You had solved a century-old problem. The reason you were able to create the Xianxiaju was that your visionary insight was also acquired through later cultivation. This allowed you to experience the process from 0 to 1, and the notes given to you by Xiahuada helped you solve the problems from 1 to 10. With the continuous refinement of the 9 condensing mysterious skill, your already perfected visionary insight was further enhanced, allowing you to reach a higher position. Thus, you were able to create the Xianxiaju from a height of understanding. After Deng Rusong opened the Xianxiaju, he immediately immersed himself in it wholeheartedly. It was as if a lost traveler in the desert had found clear spring water, drinking it like sweet dew. Deng Rusong eagerly absorbed the knowledge points in the Xianxiaju. At this moment, he felt that even Xianxiaxue beside him was temporarily unappealing. And he reminded Xianxiaxue to keep an eye on Deng Rusong, who was a bit too engrossed in the Xianxiaju, so he wouldn't get hit by a car on the road. Just as you sent off the couple, another guest entered your Wanming palace. Kong Ling from the Beast Tamer sect, saying he brought Kong Ling to the main hall. At the same time, Kong Ling also brought the 5 seabirds with him. The 5 originally small seabirds were all proportionally enlarged to 2 or 3 times their original size. Their physique was also enhanced, but not much. This level of enhancement could also be achieved with blood-refining pills. You knew that the breeding time was too short to verify whether there was a problem with the Beast Tamer sect's territory. Kong Ling's face was bitter. He had come today to exchange hostages, but you were unwilling to return the birds, and he was suddenly anxious to tears. Brother Shangwan, we agreed to return the Fire Rock Eagle after a year. Brother Kong misunderstood my character. Of course, I will return it to you. You had Sang Yi go bring the Fire Rock Eagle over. Kong Ling's face brightened. Thank you, Brother Shangwan. Sang Yi quickly brought the Fire Rock Eagle. Kong Ling looked over with a smile, but his face suddenly froze. Brother Shangwan, why is there only one? You smiled. Brother Kong helped me raise it for a year. I will return one to you in installments. After raising it for another 2 years, I will fully repay you. No, well, okay then. What could Kong Ling do? He could do nothing. Just as Kong Ling was about to leave with the Fire Rock Eagle, he felt that the bird seemed to be in poor spirits. Brother Shangwan, why do I feel? Kong Ling looked at you with a hint of grievance. I haven't even said what the problem is yet. Kong Ling left helplessly. What could Kong Ling do? He could do nothing. Of course, you're not flying so fast just because you've heard that your best friend in the world is at the Danxia sect. You just want to see if the pomegranates on Danxia Mountain have bloomed. Chapter 121, The Best in the World. Since you deliberately avoided Xianxiaxue's flight route, you didn't run into Xianxiaxue and Deng Rusong, who set off earlier than you. Old Wang greeted you with a big smile and full of enthusiasm. Young master, you didn't stop your steps. Old Wang, talk about business if there's something, otherwise keep your mouth shut. Then there's nothing. Old Wang put away his smile and brushed past you. You styled your hair like an adult and put on a handsome suit. Just as you finished grooming, Old Wang gently knocked on the door. Young master. Speak. There's a guest who wishes to see you. I won't see them. It's a beautiful female guest. Let her in. All right. Old Wang turned and went to the door to greet the guest. You walked out of the room calmly and headed to the main hall. You ran a few steps to the main hall. Xianxiaxue was sitting quietly in a chair, sipping tea. You pretended not to recognize her. Sister, who are you looking for? Your address made Xianxiaxue smile lightly. She put down her teacup and asked, You must be you, Master He? Yes, sister. Xianxiaxue smiled gently and stood up. Master Deng is currently immersed in his training and hasn't come, so I'm here to thank you on his behalf. It was your recommendation that allowed Master Shangwan to give Deng Master the Yinshan formula. Sister, are you just coming empty-handed to thank me? Xianxiaxue smiled elegantly. Is that not enough? It's a bit lacking. Just as Xianxiaxue was about to say something in response, a cheerful voice came from behind you. Master, I'm here. This familiar voice made the corners of your mouth rise and your eyes brightened slightly. You turned around to see Wan Qingwan in a pure white long dress, her coldly beautiful face radiating a gentle smile. Her steps were light and graceful, like a little deer in the woods. As soon as you turned around, she cast her gaze over. Seeing you silent, she tilted her head slightly and took the initiative to say, Hello, I'm Wan Qingwan. Hello. Wan Qingwan paused, seemingly waiting for your next words. But she didn't get a response. She wrinkled her little nose. You're rude. You should also say your name. My surname is Hao. My name is Friend. Good friend. Yes. Your name is quite strange. That is my nickname. My full name is Hiyu. Which name should I call you from now on? Hiyu. I'm here. Good friend. I'm here. Little He classmate. I'm coming. Wan Qingwan laughed happily, finding you quite interesting, like a fool. Xianxiaxue watched the two of you with a kind smile, as if she saw her younger self and Deng Rusong from years ago. In a cheerful mood, you said to Wan Qingwan and Yin Jishua, since it's your first time at my place, I've prepared some light drinks for tonight. Would you honor me with your presence? Yin Jishua smiled. Young master, his invitation is so warm. How can I refuse? Wan Qingwan thought the master had a big face. Wherever she went, someone would invite her to eat. At night, the three of you enjoyed dinner, drank wine, and chatted happily. During this time, you also told Yin Jishua to keep your relationship with Shangwan Goshing a secret, as you prefer to keep a low profile. Yin Jishua naturally agreed. You mentioned this specifically because you knew that the name Shangwan Goshing would definitely create many enemies, and you didn't want to implicate others. Soon, you all finished eating and drinking, feeling quite talkative. You warmly urged, Master Yin, it's so late. Don't drive at night. Yin Jishua smiled playfully. Young master, there's no difference between night and day for me. Oh, in that case, Master Yin, you can go yourself. Yin Jishua, you looked at Wan Qingwan. Qingwan, you don't need to leave. I've prepared a double bed for you. Wan Qingwan, I feel it's a bit strange. Yin Jishua chuckled lightly. Young master, we're leaving now? You don't need to see us off. Yin Jishua took Wan Qingwan and directly dashed into the starry night sky. You made one last attempt to retain them. Master Yin, don't drink and drive. Wan Qingwan smiled brightly, waving vigorously at you. I'll come to play with you again, good friend. Old Wang led the servants to clean up, looking at your back and muttering, the double bed was made for nothing. The next day, you got up early. You went to the zoo. Using the beast taming sect's secret techniques, the animals you had raised for a year had improved in physique, but like the 5 sea swallows, there was no essential change. This result was within your expectations, and you planned to observe for a few more years. You extracted the blood essence of 186 types of beasts. These extracted blood essences came from the batch fed with blood essence pills. You wouldn't fuse them with the beasts raised using the beast taming secret technique for now. Only when the blood source is assured can one drink with peace of mind. The 186 types of blood essences were quickly refined by you. But it was of no use. Your guarding the threshold body technique was still at the early stage of marrow cleansing, with no breakthroughs. Frowning in the training room, you recalled how 3 drops of blood from the fire rock eagles could break through 3 small realms. The blood of these useless beasts was truly worthless. Your eyes flickered, knowing that merely feeding the animals well wasn't enough. The quality of the blood essence wouldn't meet the standards. You planned to select the strongest few for focused training, using the most primitive method of having them duel. Just like raising goo, cultivating the strongest goo king. Only the strongest little beasts are qualified to be absorbed by me. But you didn't plan to set up a fighting arena just yet. Your most important task now was to enhance your strength, as you must obtain the Earth Source in the East Sea in 4 months. You plunged into the training room, concentrating on comprehending the Tianlan blade. You had a strong premonition that this time, your understanding would surely yield results. As the sun and moon rotated, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. On this day, Old Wang was in the courtyard doing morning exercises with the servants. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation erupted from your training room. The door to the training room was instantly shattered into pieces, revealing an empty doorway. You sat cross-legged, surrounded by a terrifyingly intense wave of energy. Your eyes slowly opened, and in your cold, dark gaze, it seemed as if endless starlight flowed, captivating the heart. Old Wang was frightened and rushed over, leaning against the door frame, gasping for breath. Young master, are you all right? You smirked, unable to suppress your excitement. I'm fine, I'm doing great. Better than ever. That's good, that's good. Although Old Wang was puzzled, he still agreed. You suddenly looked at Old Wang, your tone arrogant and manic. Old Wang, from now on, you can call me the best in the world. Old Wang was startled, but he didn't dare provoke you further. Young master, as long as you're happy. Chapter 122, Rivals. You stood up and swaggered out of the residence. Until your figure disappeared, Old Wang still looked worried. It's over now. We need to invite a master to the residence. At this moment, you had already soared into the sky, heading straight for the East Sea. The Earth Source will not appear for another 2 months. It will only take you a month to get there, but last time, leaving a few days early almost made you miss it. So you are much more cautious now. After all, a careful driver can steer for 1,000 years. And it takes a millennium to find a partner to share a bed with. You have fully comprehended the concept of life and death being cut with a single stroke, and have successfully fused the heavenly mist blade with the Earth Source. You have become the first true extreme martial artist in Great Qian to fuse 2 Earth Sources, excluding that unfortunate Li Anlong. In the last simulation, after Li Anlong fused with Hu Zhongshuan, he still retained some of Hu Zhongshuan's consciousness. Moreover, the transformation brought to Li Anlong by Hu Zhongshuan's Earth Source is not as thorough as your proper fusion of 2 Earth Sources. Li Anlong can only be considered half a step into a new realm. Even so, Lian Long, with his current abilities, can already contend with dozens of extreme martial masters without falling behind. You, as a legitimate second-tier extreme martial artist, saying you are the #1 in the world, is completely justified. Who would have thought that a mere transforming dragon martial artist like you would dare to boast about being the best in the world? You plan to go to Kyoto to find Lian Long after obtaining the Earth Source from the East Sea this time. You want to ask him why he chopped you in half. You want to ask him why he eats people, not even sparing the living, but specifically eating your acquaintances. But you can already imagine that such a cunning person as Lian Long would surely say he doesn't know what you're talking about. You would never believe the words of such a treacherous little man. If he dares to argue, he won't have any good outcomes. If he admits it, then he will have some good outcomes. You think of yourself as kind-hearted, a genuinely good person. You have been flying smoothly all the way. In the past, when you rode a horse, you would encounter robbers blocking the road, which would delay you for several seconds. Now it's different. Your living conditions have improved, and you can fly straight from the sky, much faster. You might meet other extreme martial masters on different routes along the way, but they don't approach you because you are unfamiliar to them. You also don't bother with them. They still don't know who you are. But if they dare to compete with you for the Earth Source, you will make them remember who you are forever. You have been flying at full speed for over 20 days, almost a month. On this day, you finally arrive at your destination, xianxia Island. xianxia Island is an unnamed small island. The area of xianxia Island is as large as a small island. You suddenly stop in midair over xianxia Island. You arrived quite early, but at this moment, there are already 3 extreme martial masters in the air above xianxia Island, and these 3 are together. With a casual glance, you unexpectedly see a familiar face, Monk Mingjue. As soon as Monk Mingjue sees you, his expression changes to one of difficulty. If it were just him alone, he would definitely turn around and run, but now they are 3, and Mingjue is somewhat reluctant. Although it is said that your combat power ranks among the top 3 extreme martial masters, the source of this news is Mingjue himself, who casually spread the rumor and is actually not clear about your true power. You smile at Mingjue. Come here. You know that Mingjue has come to find the Earth Source again for his little concubine to refine a stagnation pill. But he didn't check the calendar before going out, and he ended up encountering you. Mingjue may be unlucky, but it must be said that he is indeed a great romantic. Mingjue exchanges glances with the other 2 and slightly shakes his head to signal them not to act rashly. Mingjue approaches you, rubbing his bald head, and laughs. Ba? Lord Su, you are also here to enjoy the sea breeze. You feign surprise. Oh, Monk Mingjue. Do you recognize me this time? Haha. Last time was all a misunderstanding. I've long heard of Wanming Palace. Right? That is right. Then you 3 can leave now. Mingjue is taken aback and grits his teeth. Lord Su, your strength is certainly formidable, but you can't be so overbearing, asking us to leave with just 1 sentence. At this moment, the other 2 happen to float over, and Mingjue's confidence increases a bit. You nod at the 3 of them. Indeed. It is inappropriate to let you leave with just 1 sentence. Mingjue's face brightens, thinking you have compromised. He believes you don't have a guaranteed win against 3 top extreme martial masters. Mingjue feels that he has learned from the last lesson and that bringing 2 more people over was an incredibly wise decision. Otherwise, he would have to flee again. You slowly speak. 1 sentence is inappropriate, but 1 strike is quite proper. Clang, a clear sound of a knife ringing out. In an instant, Mingjue and the other 2 feel an immense pressure locking onto them, and they abruptly retreat. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them are already 20 meters away. The 3 exchange horrified glances, and the feeling of being on the brink of death is unmistakable. Fortunately, they dodged in time. As the 3 of them are still in shock and relief, they suddenly feel a sharp pain in their chests. Looking down, in the exact same spot on their chests, 3 wounds have appeared, penetrating their sternums. The wounds pause for a second, as if realizing something, and then start gushing blood. Ah! The 3 exclaim in unison. This scene is too horrifying. Almost simultaneously, 3 identical wounds in terms of position, length, and depth have appeared on the chests of the 3 top extreme martial masters. This is simply shocking. Mingjue and the others don't even care about their injuries. They look at you in horror. In this moment, Mingjue is certain that your strength can definitely rank among the top 3 extreme martial masters, perhaps even first. You smile faintly. If you don't leave now, the next strike won't be aimed at your chest. Originally despairing, Mingjue and the 3 now feel as if they have been granted a reprieve. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy. Hurry and leave. With a violent shout from Mingjue, the 3 of them fly madly towards the horizon, wanting nothing more than to escape the shadow of death. Just as Mingjue is about to disappear into the distance, his distant voice carries a hint of reluctance. Ba? Lord Su, you must be happy. Not long after Mingjue leaves, several waves of extreme martial masters arrive one after another. Some come alone, while others come in groups. You temporarily ignore them, planning to send them all away once they gather. You silently think, no matter who comes, they cannot stay. The only way to remain is to leave their own corpses behind. As you ponder this, a soft, sweet voice filled with laughter calls out, "Oh, Lord Su is also here." You look in the direction of the voice and are pleasantly surprised. Master Yin. What a coincidence. Xianxiaaudiobooks flies over with a smile, followed by 3 others, all appearing to be extreme martial masters from the Annihilation sect. A smile spreads across your face, and you silently add Xianxiaaudiobooks to the white list of people who can stay. Lord Su must also be here for the Earth Source. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiles. You laugh heartily. Master Yin must also be here for the same reason. Then we are competitors, right? Xianxiaaudiobooks' smile is subtle, but there is a glimmer of light in her eyes. Exactly. Chapter 123, The Overlooked First. Xianxiaaudiobooks' words make you pause for a moment. Although the Earth Source is very important to you, if Xianxiaaudiobooks, as the master of your good friend, truly wants to compete for it, you would feel very conflicted. You frown slightly, finally sighing in resignation, thinking, I really can't do anything about Master Yin. I can only make an exception and fight an elder for the first time. You look at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Master Yin, please don't cry too loudly later. A hint of confusion appears on Xianxiaaudiobooks' lazily smiling face, and she chuckles lightly. Does Lord Su think we 4 are just ordinary extreme martial masters? The 3 people Xianxiaaudiobooks brought today are the main force of the top 5 in the Annihilation sect. This combination, along with Xianxiaaudiobooks, would not be inferior even when facing the top extreme martial masters. You laughed heartily. Of course, Master Yin is not an ordinary extreme path. But how do you know I'm just an ordinary extreme path? Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze sharpened. She could sense your confidence and flamboyance. The 3 extreme path masters behind Xianxiaaudiobooks also unconsciously looked over, their expressions calm but with a hint of disdain in their eyes. You grinned and stopped dwelling on this topic. Instead, you casually chatted with Xianxiaaudiobooks. During your conversation, more than 10 extreme path masters arrived one after another, totaling 22 extreme path masters. You realize that this time the Earth Source must either be numerous or of high rank. In the previous year's simulation, you had no opportunity to access information of this level, as you were an ancient being at the marrow cleansing stage that year. So you were unclear whether many Earth Sources had appeared this time on Snake Island, apart from that time at Cliff River mouth. You only hoped that as many Earth Sources as possible would appear this time. After the arrival of these 22 extreme path masters, most of them recognized each other, but each maintained their own stance, creating a faint sense of confrontation. The vast majority looked towards Xianxiaaudiobooks and her 3 companions, their eyes filled with deep apprehension. Xianxiaaudiobooks and her companions remained calm and relaxed. As for you, who floated alongside Xianxiaaudiobooks, you received little attention due to your unfamiliarity. They assumed you were just an extreme path master from the Annihilation sect who happened to be available and was casually brought in by Xianxiaaudiobooks. The 22 extreme path masters remained serious for a moment in the tense atmosphere. Soon, one extreme path master sighed helplessly and transformed into a streak of light, flying away. With this person's retreat, 5 more extreme path masters flew away one after another, leaving only Xianxiaaudiobooks and her 3 companions along with 13 others. Seeing the timing was right, you scanned the area with a detached expression. Then you cleared your throat, preparing to stand up and drive these 13 people away. Ahem, that. Before you could finish your sentence, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly interrupted you. Her tone was gentle but carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. Are you all not leaving because you find me easy to talk to? Others' hearts sank, and they looked at Xianxiaaudiobooks with serious expressions, with only a few caring about whether you had spoken just now. What the? You couldn't help but turn your head to look at Xianxiaaudiobooks, not expecting this golden opportunity to show off to be snatched away. After a moment, a scholarly-looking person stood up from the crowd. He steeled himself and said, Master Yin, if there is more than one Earth Source, does the Annihilation sect intend to claim them all? Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled and nodded gently. Of course. You? The scholar was instantly left speechless. Other extreme path masters also showed dissatisfaction in their eyes. The scholar snorted. Master Yin, leave a way out. If you push us too hard, even if we unite, you 5 won't fare well. The 3 extreme path masters from the Annihilation sect immediately followed suit. Suddenly, more than a dozen people began to argue, leaving you, the number 1 in the world, standing there at a loss. You, unnoticed, felt helpless like a child. You wanted to join them directly but felt it was too presumptuous. In the end, you could only take out a bag of sunflower seeds from your spatial storage and start cracking them. I'll wait for you to finish fighting, cough. Fighting before talking, cough. Xianxiaaudiobooks' group was exchanging blows in the air, source power bursting forth, various lights flashing. The violent fluctuations caused the calm sea surface to rise in huge waves. But soon, The four from Xianxiaaudiobooks began to overpower the temporary alliance of the more than 10 people. In the end, before you could finish a single sunflower seed, the two sides had already determined the victor. Master Yan, we surrender, stop fighting. Those more than 10 ordinary extreme path masters were beaten to a pulp, all looking disheveled, quickly begging for mercy. Retreat. Run fast. The more than 10 unyielding fellows fled in disarray, nursing their injuries. You tossed the unfinished sunflower seeds in your hand and laughed heartily, as expected of Master Yan. Ha ha ha. You smacked your lips. It might be a contest. Or it might not be. What do you mean? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked, puzzled. What you meant was, if Earth sources of the Qianjin attribute appeared this time, you would definitely take them. If it were Earth sources of other attributes, you would be fine letting Xianxiaaudiobooks take them since the old matriarch had saved you during the last simulation. Moreover, you had fought alongside Xianxiaaudiobooks in the siege against Lianlong, so you were comrades who had shared the battlefield. Before you could say anything, a fierce wind suddenly rose on Snake Island beneath your feet. The atmosphere between heaven and earth was suddenly stirred. You and Xianxiaaudiobooks exchanged glances, knowing that this was the sign of the Earth source manifesting. Indeed, in no time, a thin mist slowly appeared on Snake Island, gradually solidifying and growing. You laughed wildly, and a powerful source force surged forth, but most of it was used to block Xianxiaaudiobooks and her three companions. The four were caught off guard, feeling that the air around them seemed to thicken, causing their source power to be released more slowly. Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils trembled, her face filled with disbelief. And the other three were equally astonished, because they realized that this was you purely relying on your vast source power to bind them. It was like everyone was using small water guns to spray water on each other, but you descended from the sky with a pool of water, drowning everyone in it. This meant your source power was many, many times greater than that of Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others, absolutely surpassing the gap between top-tier extreme paths and peak extreme paths. You ignored the shock on Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others' faces. Your eyes were only on the Earth source. While binding Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others, you had already released another gentle source power, reaching towards the Earth source on Snake Island. The source power you released quickly approached Snake Island. Just when you were about 50 meters away from Snake Island, a soft sound rang out. Your source power seemed to hit some barrier and suddenly dissipated. You frowned, and two even stronger source powers shot out, but were also instantly dispelled. You looked puzzled. What the heck? Did I hit a ghost? Chapter 124, Light Shield. You simply released your grip on Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others and drew out the Soul Awakening Blade. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others understood you meant them no harm, so they did not act rashly. Moreover, they also saw the scene of your source power being blocked, which piqued their curiosity. With the Soul Awakening Blade in hand, its starlight swirling, you slashed fiercely towards Snake Island. The enormous blade light drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, heading straight for Snake Island. Boom! The blade light crashed into the transparent barrier and shattered with a loud noise, countless specks of light dissipating in the air. The seawater around Snake Island surged into waves over 10 meters high, yet that hemispherical transparent barrier remained unmoved. The Earth source inside the transparent barrier swayed gracefully, as if mocking joyfully. Your slash made Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart tremble, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew she had to exert all her strength to withstand your slash, yet she saw you had not even seemed to exert much effort. Xianxiaaudiobooks' rosy lips parted slightly, unconsciously looking at you. You turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks and asked, Master Yan, do you know what is going on? Though you were the number one in the world at 21, you might not know as much as Xianxiaaudiobooks, an old-school extreme path master. After all, Xianxiaaudiobooks had eaten more salt than you had walked roads. Xianxiaaudiobooks also unleashed her powerful source force, but after a slight tremor, the transparent barrier returned to calm. She looked equally puzzled. I don't know what this is either. You nod slightly, your expression serious. I understand, Master Yan. You all stay back. The aura around you suddenly rises, instantly surpassing that of a peak extreme path master. Xianxiaaudiobooks' face loses its calm smile, and she frowns and asks, Master Shengwan, what do you mean? You don't answer, raising the Soul Awakening Blade high above your head. You no longer hold back, intending to use the life and death strike. As the only martial artist who has fused two sources of the earth, and using the strongest sword technique, this strike of yours is currently the strongest known attack. If the transparent barrier can withstand this blow, then it will be interesting. It must have some explanation. Your robe begins to flap wildly, your long black hair rising without wind. On the calm sea, a storm suddenly arises, huge waves crashing one after another, producing a thunderous roar. All your source power gathers in the Soul Awakening Blade, which trembles wildly, emitting a blinding light. You roar, this strike will be monumental. Boom! The immense shadow of the Soul Awakening Blade descends heavily towards the transparent barrier on Snake Island. The earth-shattering roar penetrates the eardrums of everyone present. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others are knocked back several meters by the shockwave. After a moment, the wind and waves gradually subside. Heaven begins to rain seawater, mixed with a lot of seafood, like seaweed. You sway in the air. Damn. What the hell is this turtle shell? That transparent barrier is still completely unmoved. As soon as your voice falls, your body goes limp and you fall directly into the sea below. Your source power is completely depleted, not a drop left. At this moment, a gentle source power reaches out and holds you steady. You turn your head to see. As expected, it's your old mentor, who has protected you again. Thanks, Master Yin. Xianxiaaudiobooks recovers from the shock, her gaze towards you filled with astonishment. You immediately take out a pill. Stuff your mouth full, chew a few times, and swallow it down. Your source power rapidly recovers, and you regain your ability to fly. At the same time, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others float over with serious expressions. They no longer dare to entertain any thoughts of challenging you. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others now understand where your confidence and strength come from. You are truly formidable. The power of your life and death strike far exceeds their understanding. When it collided with the transparent barrier, they seemed to see a second sun. But strangely, the barrier still hasn't broken. On Xianxiaaudiobooks' softly contoured face, relaxation reappears. She studies you for a long time. Master Shangwan, are you really just a peak extreme path master? You stroke your chin, pondering silently. That previous strike of yours was the strongest attack in this world, and it still didn't break the barrier. This barrier clearly isn't naturally formed. Your eyes flicker, and you come to a bold conclusion. That is, there exists power in this world that surpasses the second-tier extreme path masters. The barrier before you is an example, and it doesn't even directly reflect the power of those individuals. Just their manufactured defensive shield can withstand the power of you, a second-tier extreme path martial artist. One can only imagine how unfathomable their own power must be. But you don't understand why you have never encountered them. Could it be that they are hiding intentionally? But the extreme path masters of this world have already claimed kingship, dominating everywhere. Why would these stronger individuals hide? What are they hiding from? What are they afraid of? If they truly wanted to hide, then why create a barrier here? Wouldn't that make it easier for them to be exposed? If these individuals are not hiding, are they perhaps gone? Dead? But in that case, there should at least be traces of their existence, relevant records and rumors, right? Now, however, there is nothing. What lies beneath this barrier? Is it hiding a heavenly treasure? Is it an entrance to another world? Could it be that breaking the barrier will lead to another world? Is this the only barrier in this world? Why does the source of the earth just happen to appear within the barrier? Is it a coincidence? Why? The more you think, the more questions arise. And the information in your mind becomes increasingly chaotic. After a long time, you manage to sort through the complex information somewhat. You feel that regardless of anything, as long as you can break the barrier, you should at least learn some things. That means you must fuse more sources of the earth, 3, 4, 5 or 6, 7 or 8, even 10 sources to reach a higher level, perhaps. But as long as you merge enough yourself, there will come a day when you can break the barrier and get to the bottom of it. You are not worried about higher level powers still existing in this world. Because from previous simulations, even if they really do exist, they have not come out to interfere with this world. You know that thinking too much is useless. The main task now is still to collect sources of the earth. Increasing your strength will never be wrong. You turn to Xianxiaaudiobooks and say, Master Yin, I'm leaving. You all do as you wish. You are not worried at all about the barrier being broken by Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others. During your attack on the barrier just now, you discovered that every point of the barrier has the same level of defense. This means they must each individually reach the limit of power needed to break through the barrier. Working together is useless. Xianxiaaudiobooks raises her beautiful eyes. Master Shangwan, what about this source of the earth? You laugh heartily. Master Yin, I'll give it to you. After you say this, you fly away directly towards the direction of Kyoto. You plan to catch up with Lian Long. Behind you, a series of booming sounds come. You know that Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others are working hard to attack the barrier. You chuckle lightly, not caring. You transform into a streak of light, plummeting towards Kyoto. Chapter 125 Capture. You fly unceasingly towards Kyoto. 2 months later, you step once again onto the lands of Kyoto. The architectural layout of Kyoto has not changed since your last simulation, still consisting of outer city, inner city, and imperial city, 3 layers of fortifications, nested within each other. One thing that remains unchanged is that within the imperial city, flying is prohibited. But this rule clearly has no effect on you. You can take off anytime, anywhere. At this moment, inside the palace, the sky is clear and blue. Everything appears harmonious and stable. Suddenly, you appear abruptly above the palace. You stand with your hands behind your back, your robe fluttering. You quietly overlook the palace below, your imposing aura suddenly expands, like a massive dark cloud enveloping the entire palace. 3 extreme path masters of the Li clan immediately rise from within the palace. The 3 look serious. One of them, a dark-faced man, angrily says, "Which sect's extreme path master are you? And do you not know that flying is prohibited within the imperial city?" You calmly reply, "Where's Xianxiang?" You glance at him sideways. At the same time, a piercing white light unexpectedly magnifies in his eyes. You." The dark-faced man looks horrified, source power surging wildly, hastily throwing a punch in response. Crack! The sound of bones breaking is heard as the dark-faced man's right arm is shattered in half, dangling limply from his shoulder. The dark-faced man is both shocked and terrified, screaming repeatedly. The other 2 extreme masters were startled by your sudden attack and quickly protected the black-faced man. Retreating dozens of meters, the 3 looked at you in horror. The black-faced man frantically took out a pill and swallowed it, temporarily stopping the bleeding from his severed arm. You asked again, "Where's Xianxiang's hall?" The black-faced man gripped his right arm, his expression venomous. "I would rather die than tell you." Clang! The man to the right of the black-faced man was directly split in half, falling to the ground, blood staining the palace. The black-faced man's face twitched, but he forcibly overcame the fear in his heart. "I would rather die than tell you." Bang! The man to the left of the black-faced man exploded right in front of him. "Where's Xianxiang?" Your tone was chilling. The black-faced man sneered coldly. "I would rather die than tell you." You nodded, moved your hand, and were about to finish him off with a single strike. But the black-faced man suddenly spoke, his expression resolute. "But I can tell you if I'm not dead." You glanced at the black-faced man, not expecting this guy to play a trick with his life. The black-faced man's originally determined face turned to a sincere smile. "Hee, I'll lead you. Please this way, my lord." The black-faced man took you to the sky above the Fengtian Palace. The grand palace was magnificent. "Hero Xianxiang is inside. You can go in." You turned to look at him, smiling. "Me go in?" "Yes." Your soul awakening blade struck down towards the black-faced man without warning. He couldn't dodge in time and was killed on the spot. Boom. The palace shattered, bricks and stones flew everywhere, raising endless dust. Arrogant. Daring to challenge the heavens. From within the collapsing Fengtian Palace, more than 20 extreme masters flew out, their hearts filled with rage, charging at you with all their might. You knew that these 20 or so extremes were all that remained in the imperial city. The others were scattered across other places in Dakian. You smiled coldly, the light of the soul awakening blade flickering, calmly responding, and in an instant, you killed 3 extreme masters. Despite being surrounded by more than 20 people, you were actually unscathed, and the remaining extreme masters became increasingly fearful. "All right, everyone retreat." At this moment, a deep and authoritative voice echoed through the sky. The 24 extreme masters had long harbored thoughts of retreat and quickly pulled back. Xianxiang, dressed in a yellow robe, slowly rose into the sky, opening his mouth slowly. "Who exactly are you? You want to retreat, but did I agree? Die." You ignored Xianxiang and charged at the retreating extreme masters. You chased after the 20 or so people, slashing wildly. Xianxiang was stunned. This was the first time since becoming emperor that someone ignored his words. He thought you had guts. You chased and cut through several streets. The blade light was fierce. Screams echoed. Extreme masters continued to fall. Xianxiang could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His source power surged violently. Woohoo! A dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. A massive 5-clawed golden dragon burst out from his body, charging at you with overwhelming might. But the 5-clawed golden dragon was instantly reduced to the size of a small loach. Boom! A thunderous crash. The shockwave from the collision shook the entire palace city twice. Finally, the smoke in the air gradually dissipated. Those extreme masters hurriedly looked at Xianxiang, and upon seeing this, their hearts trembled. They saw Xianxiang being casually held by you, like a dying dog, barely breathing. "Your Majesty," these extreme masters shouted in terror. Some extreme masters, furious to the extreme, loudly asked, "Who exactly are you?" You single-handedly fought against more than 20 extremes, as if chopping vegetables, easily. Xianxiang, the peak extreme master, couldn't even withstand a single move from you. They had lived for so many years without ever knowing such a monster existed. They were anxious and scared but dared not step forward. You glanced at the 10 or so extreme masters and directly descended towards the ground. These 10 or so people looked at each other, only able to follow from a distance. You landed in front of the already collapsed Fengtian Palace, casually throwing Xianxiang to the ground. The source power within Xianxiang was sealed by you, his internal organs crushed, his knees and elbows twisted in reverse, leaving him unable to run. The 12 or so extreme masters also landed on the ground, standing far away to watch you. unsure of what this ruthless person intended to do. As the battle subsided, the imperial army of the royal city finally arrived late, pretentiously surrounding you in the middle. The concubines and nobles in the palace, as well as the palace maids and eunuchs, dared to peek out to see what was happening. But everyone saw Li Onlong's miserable state, and they all gasped in shock. They couldn't even believe that this was their high and mighty emperor. Some were so scared they fell to their knees, muttering that the sky was falling. Others cried and wailed, at a loss for what to do. All the gazes directed at you were consistent, filled with deep-seated, extreme fear. The square suddenly became lively. Li Onlong's authority was no more, weakly asking, "You? Who exactly are you? Are you from the kingdom of Jinhua?" You smiled slightly. "You shouldn't have cut me in half." "I cut you in half?" The confusion in Li Onlong's eyes was pure. You smiled again. "You also shouldn't eat people." "I eat people?" Li Onlong could barely hold back. But after a moment of thought, Li Onlong realized this was a case of wanting to add a crime without justification. Li Onlong himself often used this trick. He didn't expect it to be applied to him. Lying on the ground, Li Onlong forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Your smile was bright. "I don't know." Chapter 126, Mini-Games. Li Onlong hesitated for a moment, weakly asking, "Don't know?" Li Onlong had begun to suspect whether you had a mental problem. He speculated that you had been in seclusion, and although your skills were perfected, your mind had been damaged. Li Onlong frowned at you, his eyelids drooping. "What exactly do you want to do?" You smiled and looked up, shouting in the direction of the crowd, "You too, come here." The eyes of the noisy crowd instantly gathered towards the direction you were looking at. In that direction, there were only two people. One was the crown prince Li Chunyan, and the other was the emperor's grandson Li Jiang. In the last simulation, Li Chunyan didn't survive against Li Onlong, who achieved the feat of filial piety. Later, it was only then that Li Jiang, the grandson, became the crown prince. In this simulation, Crown Prince Li Chunyan was still alive, and he was very young this year, just turned 68. These two, who held the lifelong honorary title of crown prince, were now terrified to the extreme. But in the end, they gritted their teeth and slowly walked over. After all, Li Onlong and the extreme masters together were not your match. If you truly got angry, killing the two of them would be a breeze. Moreover, the other extreme masters did not dare to stop them, as Li Onlong was still in your hands. Li Onlong suddenly realized, "You are the person my royal son invited?" You hurriedly waved your hand, explaining, "Don't misunderstand, they couldn't invite me." "Then what do you mean?" Li Onlong asked. The two swallowed hard. Their eyes filled with deep apprehension towards you, and after seeing you make no moves, they turned to look at Li Onlong on the ground. The two of them knelt down with a thud, hugging Li Onlong and crying loudly. "Shut up." Li Onlong's voice was weak, but his authority remained. The two immediately stopped their performance. You looked at the two of them, a wicked smile appearing on your face, and decided to conduct a little experiment on humanity. You said to them, "Since you are so filial, you get to choose. If you want your good father, the good emperor, to die, I will let him die. If you want him to live, I will spare him." "What?" Li Chunyuan was taken aback. Li Jiang also looked somewhat puzzled. But just a moment later, both of them realized something, their eyelids twitching, their expressions changing unpredictably. Various emotions intertwined on their faces, a mix of 3 parts fear, 3 parts excitement, 3 parts worry, and 91 parts ecstasy. If Li Onlong died, then Li Chunyuan would directly become the emperor. He would no longer have to sigh at the thought of the impossible throne he could not inherit due to Li Onlong living beyond 200 years. Li Onlong also caught on quickly. He widened his eyes and stared at you in astonishment. Emotionally charged, Li Onlong struggled to unleash his strength and shouted, You little rascal. You dare." Li Chunyuan and Li Jiang involuntarily looked at Li Onlong, their eyes shining brightly. The desire and fervor in their eyes made Li Onlong's heart tremble. Li Onlong knew that once he loosened the leash on the fierce dogs, they would bite. But he did not expect that these 2 fierce dogs were actually wolves, waiting for the opportunity to tear him to pieces. Li Onlong gritted his teeth. His face twisted in anger, and shouted at Li Chunyuan and Li Jiang, "You dare?" Having long been under Li Onlong's strong intimidation, the two were actually frightened into a shiver. You kicked Li Onlong a few meters away, scolding, "These 2 little judges can decide for themselves. Do not interfere." This kick knocked the already faint Li Onlong to the brink of death, leaving him with only weak gasps for breath. "So, little judges, have you made your choice?" You smiled mysteriously but with warmth. Seeing that the once arrogant Li Onlong was now defenseless, the father and son broke free from their fear. They exchanged a glance and saw the determination in each other's eyes. At that moment, their thoughts aligned. Li Chunyuan no longer hesitated. He looked at you seriously and said, "Hero, we have made our choice. Say it out loud. Let Li Onlong hear it. Let everyone around hear it. Let the entire De Qian hear it. Li Chunyuan and Li Jiang seemed to be infected by your passionate emotions, their fervor spreading in their eyes. The two moved in perfect synchronization, bowing deeply 3 times to Li Long. Then, they shouted loudly, "Please let father, grandfather die." Too soft. "Please let father, grandfather die." Still too soft. "Please let father, grandfather die." Damn it. Shout as loud as you can. "Please let father, grandfather die." Their voices were hoarse, straining their throats as they screamed, as if releasing years of repressed emotions. Li Long's face turned ashen, his jaw clenched as he shook his head nervously. You laughed wildly, unabashedly, shaking the ground. Ha ha. Bang. Bang. Li Chunyuan and Li Jiang were instantly kicked a few meters away. Good. Good beasts. Truly 2 good beasts. The 2 fell to the ground, looking at you in terror. You smiled faintly. Come here. The 2 could only endure the immense pain and crawl over to you. You walked step by step towards Li Long. You squatted down in front of Li Long and said softly, "How does it feel?" Naturally, Li Long did not answer, only looking at you with malice. You were unconcerned, speaking to yourself. Hee, not too pleasant, huh? You looked at Li Chunyuan behind you. You decided to let him die. Then you must kill him with your own hands. Li Chunyuan was extremely horrified. Letting him choose Li Long's death would at most give him a psychological burden, but making him act changed the nature of it. This would leave him with the lifelong stigma of killing his father and seizing the throne unjustly. You said coldly, "Do I need to say it a second time?" Li Chunyuan trembled, knowing that whether he bore the stigma or not was no longer up to him. Finally, Li Chunyuan gritted his teeth and pulled a delicate little dagger from his sleeve. Whether he was excited or afraid, his hand kept trembling. You snatched the little dagger from his hand. No matter what, your father is still an extreme master. Do you intend to use this little thing to pick his teeth? After saying that, you directly put the little dagger in your mouth and chewed it like a piece of gum. You infused the soul awakening knife with your overwhelming source power. Even the body of an extreme master could be cut open. You handed the soul awakening knife to Li Chunyuan. Use this. Mine is longer. Li Chunyuan blankly took the knife and walked step by step towards Li Long. Li Long on the ground stared wide-eyed, his fierce expression as if he wanted to eat someone. Unfilial son, you dare. Li Chunyuan stood in front of Li Long, nervously swallowing, the soul awakening knife raised high. Father, please forgive me for being unfilial. Chapter 127, Harvest. The black-bladed soul awakening knife resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe. Exuding a chilling aura, Li Chunyuan held the knife with both hands, his expression fierce. He knew that once he brought the knife down, he could make his wish come true and sit on the throne, even if it meant bearing the stigma. Li Chunyuan's face hardened. Just as he was about to exert force to strike down, Li Long slowly spoke. The light in Li Long's eyes dimmed, losing its majesty and sharpness. He gasped weakly, "Chunyuan." Li Chunyuan's raised soul awakening knife hesitated, frowning as he asked, "Long, why do you call me?" Li Long managed to smile painfully. "Chunyuan, be decisive. Give your father a quick end." Li Chunyuan's eyes trembled, a flash of reluctance crossed his face, but after a moment of hesitation, he firmly said, "Rest assured, Long." At the moment of Li Chunyuan's hesitation, Li Long suddenly lunged forward, using his head as a hammer, violently crashing into Li Chunyuan's chest. You looked on coldly, not stopping it. Father. Li Chunyuan, whose martial arts skills were not high, felt his chest collapse and fell to the ground, crying out in pain, blood staining his entire body. "Ha! Unfilial son, how dare you kill me?" Li Long laughed maniacally, pushing his head deeper into Li Chunyuan's chest. Li Chunyuan wanted to pull Li Long's head out, but couldn't. He writhed in pain on the ground. You didn't expect Li Long had another trick up his sleeve with his iron head technique. Meanwhile, Li Jiang watched his grandfather and father kill each other. His eyes filled with anxiety. But there was nothing he could do, only silently cheering for Li Long in his heart. The square was already surrounded by people from the imperial palace, who watched the father-son conflict in horror, filled with deep fear towards you. After Li Long unleashed his final strength, he finally calmed down, pulling his head out with a pop, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. Li Chunyuan coughed up blood, occasionally twitching unconsciously, clearly near death. Moments later, Li Chunyuan kicked his legs hard, completely losing his breath. This unfortunate fellow had once again died in front of Li Long. You did not care about the 2. You slowly walked over to Li Jiang. You handed the soul awakening knife to him. "It's your turn to perform." Li Jiang trembled. But after a moment of hesitation, he took the soul awakening blade and strode towards Li Long. Li Jiang noticed that Li Long had already lost all strength. The soul awakening blade was raised high again. Li Long struggled to turn his eyes towards Li Jiang, his gaze devoid of fear of death, filled instead with ferocity. Li Jiang's expression hardened, and with a sudden slash, he decisively struck down. Crack! This time there were no surprises. The neck of Xianlong, the extreme master, was severed, and the arterial blood spurted higher than that of an ordinary person. Xianlong's eyes suddenly froze, and in the end, he even looked in your direction. You smirked coldly, flicked your fingers, and a surge of power was unleashed, causing Xianlong's head to explode. Li Jiang, standing closest, was splattered with red and white substances. Li Jiang did not dodge or avoid it. Instead, he let his hair down and revealed a mad smile. Ha, he's dead. All dead. The surrounding crowd let out waves of terrified gasps, knowing that the great Qian had completely changed hands. Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop laughing and come over here. You called out to Li Jiang a couple of times. Li Jiang immediately stopped smiling, ran over in a few steps, his face filled with apprehension. Li Jiang handed the soul awakening blade back with both hands. Hero, your blade. Li Jiang was unsure whether you would kill him, and he did not know what you intended to do. He hoped you did not want to become emperor. You took the soul awakening blade. Don't be afraid. Lead the way to the great Qian inner treasury. The inner treasury is equivalent to the emperor's private vault. All of Xianlong's good stuff is inside. Li Jiang's face lit up with joy, realizing you were after the rare treasures of great Qian, and he knew you probably wouldn't kill him. If spending wealth could avert disaster, Li Jiang would gladly do so 1,000 times. Li Jiang smiled obsequiously. Hero, this way please. The surrounding crowd instantly cleared a path. Even the dozen extreme masters did not dare to obstruct, even though some were die-hard loyalists of Xianlong. Your blade was not just for show. With the deaths of Xianlong and Li Chunyan, Li Jiang was the rightful and undisputed heir to the throne. Everyone watched as you, this ruthless person, walked away, even suspecting that you were the strongest assassin summoned by Li Jiang. You followed Li Jiang to the great Qian inner treasury and found the recipe for the spirit uniting Mother Dan, which you directly took. Li Jiang's eyes scanned. Hero Shangwan, what is this? You snorted coldly. Do I need to report to you about what I take from my inner treasury? No need. Li Jiang waved his hands repeatedly, hurriedly searching for valuable items. Hero Shangwan, there are still many precious items in your inner treasury. I will find them for you. Good lad, very perceptive. You felt greatly pleased. Although Li Jiang was the emperor's grandson, he couldn't enter the inner treasury without Xianlong's permission, so he was not familiar with the situation inside. After rummaging for a while, Li Jiang helped you find 57 foundational cultivation methods, 92 martial techniques, and left behind the other methods and techniques that you didn't want for Li Jiang. You definitely wouldn't learn all these methods, but you planned to start creating your own technique. These foundational methods and martial techniques could serve as references. In addition, you found a piece of Gingjin iron, which is very precious and can significantly increase the hardness and sharpness of weapons when melted into them. Weapons infused with Gingjin iron can cut through the flesh of extreme masters even without attaching power. You nodded. Good stuff. It's time to enhance the soul awakening blade. Since you advanced to the second tier of the extreme path, you felt that the soul awakening blade was gradually unable to withstand the infusion of your overwhelming power, and you had long planned to strengthen it. You even planned to infuse a piece of earth source into it, so that the soul awakening blade could be used casually without worrying about it suffering from your power. Besides Gingjin iron, you found many other precious alchemical and crafting materials, as well as a massive amount of gold and silver, all of which you collected. At this moment, you discovered a palm-sized jade book, which was placed separately on a wooden rack, looking quite extraordinary. You reached out and picked up the small jade book from the rack. It was intricately carved and lifelike. You held it in your hand and looked it over. With a slight sense, you surprisingly felt the aura of the earth source. This thing was surprisingly infused with a piece of earth source. You were a bit astonished. You tentatively released a trace of source power to attach to it. Suddenly, it felt as if a light sound echoed in your mind. Immediately, your consciousness established a wonderful connection with this jade book. Images began to unfold in your mind from the jade book. The images were all from the first-person perspective of the individuals involved. From these images, it was easy to see the palaces and the attitudes of the people around towards these individuals. It quickly became apparent that these individuals were none other than the emperors of Great Qian throughout the ages. The scenes in these perspectives varied. Some were discussing governance strategies. Some were imparting powerful martial arts, and others were sharing their favorite poetry, songs, and artistic skills. As you established a connection with the Jade Book, you instantly understood that it could store the memories of the individuals involved and be viewed. Chapter 128, Memories of the Years. You clicked your tongue in wonder. This thing is quite interesting. You could feel that as long as you wished. You could also store parts of your memories and access them at any time. Then you thought, since you could view the memories of the emperors of the Great Qian, it meant that the memories stored in the Jade Book could be viewed by others. You suddenly had a bright idea. If I store parts of my memories about my good friends and then show it to them, Wouldn't it completely baffle them? How fun. Really fun. You instantly felt happy. You could even take this thing into reality and show it to a friend you've never met, letting them see how miserable they were in your memories. You could directly show them a past moment and observe your love from that time. You felt that this trip was truly worthwhile, with immense gains. Li Jiang, seeing you giggling to yourself inexplicably, quickly moved aside, afraid of being infected by you. You ignored Li Jiang, turning the jade book over and over in your hands, giving it the name Memories of the Years. You somewhat understood why the Li royal family of Great Qian could last for so long. Because the Memories of the Years recorded the experiences and principles that the emperors of Great Qian most wanted future generations to understand, which held some reference value for future emperors. This truly was the wisdom left by their ancestors. Wasn't the Memories of the Years a small cheat for the Li royal family? However, this small cheat ultimately couldn't escape your great cheat's grasp. You searched through the inner treasury a few more times, thoroughly confirming that there were no more valuable items for you. Li Jiang's face was filled with joy. He understood you wouldn't stay here, and you would indeed leave, meaning the throne was still his. Li Jiang was so excited he trembled all over, almost wetting his pants. Li Jiang nodded vigorously. Hero Shangwan, rest assured, I won't touch anything in the inner treasury. You were in a good mood and walked straight out. However, Li Jiang called out to you from behind. Hero Shangwan, please wait. Li Jiang's expression was excited as he shook his head. No, Hero Shangwan. I have a bold idea, please agree to it. How bold? Li Jiang's face turned bitter, and he said with full emotion, Hero Shangwan knows that I have just lost my imperial grandfather and my father. You rudely interrupted. Get to the point. Li Jiang frowned, then knelt down and said, Hero Shangwan, if you do not reject me, I would like to take you as my adoptive father. You spoke with surprise. Now that's a character. Li Jiang, this old rascal, is already over 40, yet he actually put aside his pride to pay respects to you. A 21-year-old. You know that although Li Jiang is the legitimate heir to the throne, he has never even been a crown prince. And just now he personally killed Lian Long. If he wants to inherit the throne, it definitely won't be smooth sailing. So Li Jiang simply thought of trying his luck, hoping to rely on you as a big backer. If he can rely on you, that's great. If not, it doesn't matter. He won't lose anything himself. Although he knelt before you for a moment, a man's knee is worth gold. And this is the time to cash in. Just consider it a mistake with the password this time. You smile faintly. Why didn't you kneel to me outside just now? Master Shangwan, there were too many people outside. You old rascal have a thicker skin than me. You really have my style, but I don't want any foster sons. Li Jiang still didn't give up. Master Shangwan, can I worship you as the Grand Master of the Great Qian Kingdom? You thought for a moment and felt it wasn't a bad idea, because the Li family royal clan is the largest social group in the entire Great Qian, and there are quite a few masters of the extreme way with earth attribute. You could have Li Jiang help you gather information about the earth sources. The Li family royal clan must have their ears to the ground. Moreover, being the Grand Master of the Great Qian is just a title for you, helping Li Jiang deter those restless uncles and brothers during his ascension. After figuring it out, you immediately smiled and kindly helped Li Jiang up. Your Majesty, please rise quickly. Li Jiang's face instantly lit up with surprise, standing up respectfully. Grand Master, you are too polite. After exchanging a few complimentary words, you laid out your requirements to Li Jiang. You told him that you were too lazy to come for the Grand Master's conferment and asked him to properly deliver the imperial edict to Wanming Palace, where your disciples would receive it, which would count as your tacit approval. Li Jiang naturally agreed excitedly. Then you instructed Li Jiang to report to you if there were any strange territories in the entire Great Qian. You guessed that there must be more than one light shield like the one on Sea Snake Island, and it would be best to find them all. Li Jiang didn't quite understand your purpose, but he similarly agreed repeatedly. You nodded, preparing to leave. But then you caught sight of a majestic spear in the corner of the inner treasury. With a gentle flick, the spear was caught in your hand. Seeing this, Li Jiang immediately explained, Grand Master, you have a good eye. This is the weapon of one of my Li family's extreme ancestors, quite formidable. You nodded, thinking that if all goes well, Lin Mo would be born in 3 years. And you planned to use this spear as a gift when you attended Lin Mo's full moon celebration. So, with the spear in your right hand and a big bag of martial arts techniques, gung metal, iron, and other rare materials in your left, and the memory book tucked into your bosom, you walked out of the inner treasury. Leaving, you bent your knees and shot up into the sky. Li Jiang hurried a few steps on the ground, waving a handkerchief to bid you farewell. Honorable Grand Master, please fly slowly. You flew far away in an instant, and once there was no one around, you stored everything into your space. You gained quite a lot from this trip to Kyoto, especially the interesting treasure known as the memory book. You have already gone through all the memories left by the emperors in the memory book, whether it was their martial arts insights or governance philosophies. These things held no significance for you. But strangely, that person couldn't fly, which means he wasn't an extreme master. Yet his strength surpassed that of an ordinary extreme master, which was quite absurd. You speculated that this person was a genius on the level of Lin Mo. For example, he might casually flip through cards and enjoy the company of 2 beautiful concubines. Or when he was in a bad mood, he might execute 2 corrupt officials to relieve his boredom. Occasionally, he might go undercover to enjoy the common people's company, and in the last moment of danger, he would summon the 8 provincial inspectors for rescue, then act grandly himself. In short, it was boring, particularly boring. Now, the population of Wanmeng Palace had exploded from 3 to 4. There was an additional 13 or 14-year-old apprentice that Xianxia had picked up from who knows where. Xianxia spent all day with this little apprentice, diligently teaching him martial arts. You didn't care what kind of apprentice Xianxia took, as long as Wanmeng Palace was not so desolate and had a bit more human touch. You saw Xianxia in the air and directly landed beside him. Xianxia, still teaching his apprentice, hurriedly bowed. "Palace master." The little apprentice, seeing you descend from the sky, stared with his mouth agape. Xianxia kicked the little apprentice in the butt. "Why aren't you greeting the palace master?" "Oh." The little apprentice stumbled and promptly kowtowed 3 times. You tossed a bottle of chi blood pills into the little apprentice's arms. "Thank you, palace master." The little apprentice fumbled to catch it. You directly instructed Xianxia. "It won't be long before the new emperor of the Great Qian comes to deliver the imperial edict. You just need to accept it." Xianxia didn't quite understand the meaning, but still agreed. Then Xianxia hurriedly handed you another letter. "Palace master, someone has sent another secret letter." You opened the letter and saw that it mentioned another Earth source would appear near Sea Snake Island. You were surprised and thought, another Earth source? That cursed place is a bit eerie. Chapter 129, The Reorganization of the 3 Giants. After reading the letter carefully, you knew that the Earth source near Sea Snake Island would only manifest in 5 months, so you could take your time getting there. Moreover, with your current strength, you weren't going to fight for the Earth source. You could just enjoy hot pot and chat while casually picking up the Earth source. After giving Xianxia a few more instructions, you raised your right fist to the sky and your left fist to your shoulder, and with a whoosh, you flew away. The little apprentice watched your distant figure, still in a daze, murmuring, "Master, the palace master is truly an extreme master." Xianxia nodded. "Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 4 of us in Wanmeng Palace. Our average strength is not inferior to that of large sects." The little apprentice excitedly said, "Yes, we are really amazing with just the 5 of us." You flew smoothly, without encountering the aerial restrictions like in the Great Qian Imperial City. You also completed your 5th chi refinement during the journey. You have dominated the entire Great Qian, yet your strength continues to strengthen. If other extreme masters knew about your condition, they might shatter their resolve on the spot. More importantly, your top martial arts talent has also received a certain degree of enhancement. And after completing the 9 refinements of the dragon transformation, there are still 9 refinements of the master to complete. You have no idea how terrifying your talent will ultimately become. You quietly whispered to yourself, "I wonder if I can match Lin Mo's initial talent." You flew for a month. By the time you returned to the Yutong County government, it was already the 7th year. Prince He hurriedly came out to greet you. This time, Old Wang was genuinely worried about you for a long time. It had been almost half a year since you last boasted about becoming the number 1 in the world and laughed as you left. Old Wang had been anxious for half a year, and now that he finally saw you return safely, he had lost one of his shoes in his haste. "Young master?" Old Wang stumbled over to you, excitedly circling around you to inspect, his face full of concern. "Stop spinning around, Old Wang. I'm fine." "Young master, it's good that you're back." "So good." You looked at Old Wang, and to your surprise, his eyes were slightly red. Clearly happy for your safe return. You pondered for a moment, feeling a bit touched. "Old Wang, don't get sentimental. Haven't I returned?" Old Wang nodded vigorously and said sincerely, "Young master, actually, whether the person comes back or not is secondary. You must leave enough money next time. The household is running out of food." "Come here, Old Wang. Stretch your head over. I'll show you a treasure." "Young master, what treasure?" "Oh my." You went to the cultivation room, feeling good. Old Wang, holding his head where it was swollen, called a servant and instructed, "Tell Taoist Xianxia not to come. The young master is fine." You walked into the cultivation room and sat down steadily. The ley line of Sea Serpent Island will appear in 5 months. You plan to cultivate for 3 months before going over, which is enough if you go a month early. Time flies when cultivating, and a whole day passed in the blink of an eye. You got up from the cultivation room and slowly walked out. With determination, you walked towards the restroom. After using it, you returned to cultivate again. This time, it was truly a month without the passage of time in cultivation. The bottleneck from mid to late transformation dragon was already within reach. You maintained a steady mindset and continued to cultivate silently. During this month of cultivation, The title of the palace master of Wanmeng Palace had already spread throughout the entire Deqian. You single-handedly challenged more than 20 extreme Dao masters in the Deqian Imperial Palace and killed half of them, and this spectacular achievement spread throughout the Jianghu. Your strong suppression of the peak extreme Dao master Li Onlong further astonished all extreme Dao masters. At first, they firmly did not believe it, as it seemed like a horror story to these extreme Dao masters. But later, they had to believe it. Because the surviving extreme Dao masters of the Li royal family all personally acknowledged the grand scene at that time. This news dropped like a nuclear bomb in the Jianghu, leaving everyone stunned. Afterward, the Deqian royal family announced that Li Onlong had passed away, and the crown prince Li Jiang succeeded the throne. On the day of Li Jiang's ascension, he issued a decree appointing the palace master of Wanmeng Palace, Shengwan Goxing, as the national master of Deqian. Li Jiang even held a grand ceremony for the appointment, vowing to use your tiger skin as a banner. On the day of the ceremony, all the nobles and dignitaries gathered, but you, the person involved, didn't he take it seriously and didn't he attend at all? Li Jiang was not angry at all. He had a clever idea and invited Sang Yi to the ceremony, letting her stand in for you and receive 3 bows from him. This move not only established a connection with you, but also made everyone realize how humble he could be, immediately earning him their respect. Li Jiang had also previously won over many extreme Dao masters of the Li royal family, so he now had both the nominal legitimacy and the deterrent power. Thus, Li Jiang quickly stabilized his position on the throne. As for the matter of Li Jiang personally killing Li Onlong, everyone tacitly treated it as if nothing had happened. And what should be forgotten must be forgotten. After all, life must go on. In this way, Deqian smoothly changed emperors. Your title of number 1 in the world also spread widely and gradually became a consensus in the Jianghu. The exposure of your strength was not particularly concerning for others, but it had the greatest impact on 2 extreme Dao masters. One was Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had once wanted to spar with you. After learning about your terrifying strength, she was shocked for a long time. At the same time, Xianxiaaudiobooks was very glad she hadn't really clashed with you, and even more grateful that she had established a good relationship with you through your account. The other extreme Dao master most affected was monk Mingjue. This bald monk was now so frightened that he didn't even dare to leave the Diamond Temple, spending all day playing around with his beautiful concubine. However, these were things you, who were focused on cultivation, were unaware of. Even if you knew, you wouldn't react much, as you were indifferent to fame and fortune and detested pretentious behavior. You didn't care about being number 1 or not. One day, while you were cultivating, Old Wang came to report that the 3 giants of the Danxia sect wanted to see you. You instructed Old Wang to invite them to the main hall. You also got up and went to the main hall. You originally thought it was the Deng siblings and Xiahuada who had come. But when you entered the main hall, you found that it was Deng Wanshu, Xiahuada, and Hu Zhongshuan who had come. Your steps quickened. There was actually a surprise guest. Your eyes brightened. Hu Zhongshuan's return stabilized the triangle. You walked into the main hall and said, 3, long time no see. The 3 stood up in unison. They had also recently heard of Shengwan Goxing's terrifying achievements. Moreover, Deng Rusong had returned and shared his own speculation. So now they all believed Shengwan Goxing was your biological ancestor, secretly amazed in their hearts. But they remembered Deng Rusong's instruction not to reveal your relationship with him. So Xiahuada and the others didn't intend to bring it up. Xiahuada smiled broadly. Lao Di, it's indeed been a long time. Deng Wanshu cheerfully said. Lao Di, we've looked for you several times, but you weren't around. Today we finally caught you. You smiled and said, indeed. I've been busy for over a year, but I haven't made much money. You looked at Hu Zhongshuan and smiled. Old Hu, why aren't you guarding the Cliff River mouth anymore? You finally figured it out, huh? I said you should join them. That's the way to go. Hu Zhongshuan politely replied. Gongzi, I've resigned from my position in the army and returned to the Danxia sect. Not bad, Old Hu. Are you planning to completely tear your face with Old Xia? Xiahuada cleared his throat. Lao Di, Zhongshuan has indeed returned to join Wanshu and me. You were exceptionally excited, what? When are you holding the wedding banquet? I'll gift you a custom-made 3-person bed, guaranteed not to break. Chapter 130, Piracy. The 3 looked at your words, their faces awkward as they exchanged glances. Deng Wanshu couldn't hold back first. She gave you an annoyed glare. Then, angrily said, Lao Di, you're worrying about us, but you're probably sleeping on a single bed yourself. Xiahuada added an explanation. It's my fault for not being clear. What I meant was that we 3 planned to travel the Jianghu again like in our youth. And today we came to say goodbye to you. Hu Zhongshuan nodded, speaking calmly. Gongzi knows that our relationship is a bit special. But now that Wanshu has awakened, that's the best outcome. It can't get worse than this. You looked at the 3 of them and said earnestly, I wish you three the best, but I must remind you to remember the date. Only when the child is born will you know whose it is. You. Deng Wanshu heard you slander her as the cucumber girl, her pearly teeth clenched, and she was about to rush over to scratch your face. Xiahuada and Hu Zhongshuan quickly restrained her, leaving Deng Wanshu flailing in midair, posing no threat. You impulsively walked over and patted Deng Wanshu's head, no biting allowed. You. I'm going to fight you. Xiahuada and Hu Zhongshuan chuckled awkwardly, quickly taking Deng Wanshu away. Lao Di, we'll leave first. Let us gather again next time. Let me go? I want to fight him. Let go of me. Deng Wanshu kicked her legs in the air, but it was useless. You politely bid farewell to the three. Take care, both of you, and float safely, Wanshujia. Even after the three had walked far away, you could still hear Deng Wanshu's unwilling voice coming back. You shook your head and smiled, then returned to the cultivation room. After the interruption by the three, your mood was considerably uplifted, and you felt the bottleneck of late transformation dragon was now as thin as a cicada's wing. You began to focus on cultivation again, determined to break through that barrier in one go. 7 days later, in the cultivation room, your pitch-black eyes slowly opened. The aura around you had become even deeper and more profound. The vast source of power flows continuously, and your aura becomes more refined. Today, you officially advance to the late stage of the extreme path transformation dragon. In 7 years, you have risen 3 small realms, a speed that has even surpassed that of your good friends, although you have not yet surpassed Lin Mo. But with your talent enhanced by the 9 condensation profound art, you are now positioned between the direct disciples of the 5 great sects and Lin Mo. In terms of talent alone, you are now above tens of thousands, yet below 0, since Lin Mo has not been born yet. You take out the Soul Awakening Blade and that piece of gung gold iron. The powerful source of energy suddenly attaches itself to it, and the gung gold iron slowly melts, gradually removing most of the impurities and retaining only a hint of sharpness that emits a golden light. The Soul Awakening Blade hovers in front of you, and the golden sharpness is directly manipulated by you to merge into the blade. The Soul Awakening Blade trembles, becoming even more fierce and cold, yet its appearance remains unchanged, still as dark as ink. You are very satisfied. You slowly push open the door of the training room and step out. There is still more than a month before you set off for Sea Snake Island. So you decide to visit the zoo. You brief the He siblings about your plan to select the Beast Kings. You instruct them to focus on cultivating the most ferocious types of beasts, and to use the beast control secret technique to instill a fighting consciousness in the beasts for more efficient selection. You find that the beast control secret technique is indeed interesting. It can enhance the intelligence of the beasts to some extent. Some of the beasts in the zoo can already understand simple commands, and a few species can even communicate with the He siblings through calls and movements. The beast control sect has some merit. You secretly marvel. You remember your chief biology expert, Professor Dong Jijia, in the Qiming mountain range, and think it's time to visit him. Finally, you tell the He siblings that when you return, you will officially initiate the Beast King competition and ask them to prepare the preliminary work. The 2 siblings assure you that they will definitely not mess it up. You originally wanted to take some beast blood, but the impression left by the essence blood of the 3 fire rock eagles is too deep, making the ordinary essence blood seem bland. As the saying goes, you could endure darkness if you had never seen the light. Leaving the zoo, you plan to take a stroll around the Danxia sect. You intend to ask Deng Rusong where sect master Xianxiaaudiobooks has been active recently, and casually inquire if your good friend is with her. You arrive directly at the Danxia sect, but Deng Rusong is engrossed in the divine transformation technique and is secluded in his stone chamber. You don't see Deng Rusong, and you guess that even if Xianxiaaudiobooks came, she could only sigh from behind the wall, so you decide not to linger, and you advance your schedule to set off for Sea Snake Island a month and a half early. On the day you leave, Old Wong looks at you with teary eyes. You generously leave Old Wong more money, enough for the household to squander for several years. Of course, although Old Wong is somewhat abstract, his character is good, as evidenced by his refusal to fabricate experiences to optimize employment. Old Wong keeps track of every account in the household clearly. You have also quietly verified it, and there are no issues. You bid farewell to Old Wong and head towards Sea Snake Island. Qi Xian's letter mentioned that the Earth source is near Sea Snake Island. You hope it's not under that light shield again. That turtle shell is incredibly tough. You cannot break it now, but you are not too discouraged, as you felt a significant fluctuation in the light shield the last time you used the life and death blade. This indicates that the light shield has a limit, and as long as you continue to improve, there is a good chance you can break it. 1 month later, you arrive over Sea Snake Island again. The vast blue sea, illuminated by the sun, appears to be scattered with pieces of jade. Since you arrived too early, no one is here yet. You try to attack the light shield again, but it is still ineffective. You spend half a month alone and lonely at sea. One day, You finally see 4 other extreme path masters arriving above Sea Snake Island. You finally see living people and quickly float up to greet them. Hello? Are you also here to find the Pirate King's treasure? The 4 extreme path masters glance at you, and the leader is about to respond when one behind him suddenly screams, W1 Ming Palace Master, Shangguan Goxing. You look over in surprise, feeling that the person seems somewhat familiar, and finally remember he is one of the surviving extreme path masters from when you killed Lian Long. You happily say, what a coincidence, you're still alive. Run, run quickly. The person screams at the top of his lungs, then bolts away at the fastest speed of his life. The other 3 are also startled. They have heard your name resounding in their ears for the past few months, but they see that you are not as terrifying as the rumors say. The rumors claim you look fierce and imposing, standing 8 feet tall with an 8-foot waist. You smile slightly. If you came to snatch the earth source, you can leave now. Brother Shangguan, can we just take a look? The 3 look at you kindly and still hold some hope. You twitch the corners of your mouth and casually swing a blade. The blade light flashes, and the hair on the heads of the 3 is cut off evenly, giving them the shortest buzz cut. Run. The 3 of them flee desperately at the same time. In the following days, you encounter several waves of extreme path masters, all of whom are scared away by you. Until 8 days later, an extreme path master arrives. But he is not here to snatch the earth's source. He is here to find you. Gu Banqing rushes to Sea Snake Island, and when he sees you are indeed here, he is exceptionally excited. Gu Banqing exclaims, Brother Shangguan, you are indeed here to collect the earth's source. You look at this stranger and ask, you are looking for me? Gu Banqing laughs heartily. Brother Shangguan, I have been looking for you for over 2 months. I even went to your Wanmeng Palace and couldn't find you. What do you want with me? I want to challenge you, the #1 in the world. Gu Banqing shouts. You then realize that he is a martial arts fanatic. You say, all right, come on. Ha ha ha, Brother Shangguan, you are straightforward. Gu Banqing unsheaths his sword with a clatter, but you are suddenly dumbfounded, because Gu Banqing also has a soul awakening blade in his hand. You remember during the 3rd simulation, Lin Jingji said that the soul awakening blade was lost to him by an extreme path master. It turns out that it was this guy, Gu Banqing. The smile on your face becomes playful. Then you also unsheath an identical soul awakening blade with a clang. Gu Banqing's face, full of excitement, instantly stiffens. He looks confusedly at the soul awakening blade in his hand, then even more confusedly at the soul awakening blade in your hand. Gu Banqing repeatedly looks back and forth in disbelief. Finally, he scratches his head, at a loss, and asks, Brother Shangguan, why is your blade the same as mine? That's a counterfeit. You reply calmly. This is a counterfeit? Gu Banqing's mind goes completely blank. But the soul awakening blade was forged by me. You raise your soul awakening blade. Enough talk. Whoever loses has a counterfeit. Chapter 131, The Millennium Swordsman. Gu Banqing's expression freezes, then suddenly enlightened. Master Shangguan, that makes sense. You laugh arrogantly and roar at the same time. Fake goods, eat my blade. Your soul awakening blade bursts with starlight, and the huge blade descends fiercely. Gu Banqing's eyes reveal shock as he faces the overwhelming strike. But he immediately gritted his teeth, and the dark soul awakening blade in his hand also emitted a dazzling light. He leaped into the air, using all his strength to block your strike. Boom! The 2 soul awakening blades collided violently in the air. The shockwave stirred up monstrous waves, shaking the sea surface endlessly. Gu Banqing crashed into the sea like a high-speed cannonball, creating a huge white wave. Gu Banqing fainted and slowly sank to the seabed. You sensed Gu Banqing's position slightly and released your source power to wrap him. Gu Banqing and his imitation soul awakening blade were fished out by you. You popped a 6-flavor Remania pill into Gu Banqing's mouth, and he woke up leisurely moments later. Gu Banqing looked at his soaked body and realized you had saved him. He shook off the seawater on him and solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Shangguan, for your mercy. You glanced at the soul awakening blade in his hand and decisively said, your blade is a counterfeit. Gu Banqing hesitated for 2 breaths, but the soul awakening blade was forged by me, and I've used it for many years. You calmly replied again, your blade is a counterfeit. Gu Banqing was stunned for a moment and finally said helplessly, Master Shangguan is right. Speak it out. My soul awakening blade is a counterfeit. You grinned. That's right. Gu Banqing felt something was off, but couldn't say anything. You reached out and grabbed the officially certified counterfeit soul awakening blade from Gu Banqing, saying, don't learn from me anymore, forge your own. Gu Banqing looked longingly at his soul awakening blade in your hand. Master Shangguan, promise me. You will take good care of it. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle with it. Before Gu Banqing left, he said seriously, Master Shangguan, I will challenge you again. You raised your eyes to look at Gu Banqing, finding these so-called martial enthusiasts quite annoying. They challenge others all day, Don't they have anything else to do? Don't they have to work? What a waste of others' time. You sized up, Go Banshee. I can accept your challenge anytime. But I won't play around anymore. One of us must die. Guess who will die? Go Banshing's eyelids twitched, and then he firmly said, Master Shangwan, I understand. You waved your hand, letting him leave. Go Banshing flew away, looking back 3 times. You waited alone on the sea for about 10 days. During this time, there were gradually no more extreme realm masters coming to covet this source of earth. Because those extreme realm masters you drove away went back to spread the news about you, saying you were here and your reputation was soaring in the martial world. They knew that if they dared to come and snatch the source from you, they might have a slim chance of survival. But there was absolutely no chance of coming back alive. Some thick-skinned extreme realm masters returned and claimed they had fought you to a draw, only to retreat helplessly in the end. You couldn't find fault with such claims, because you did indeed only make one strike. During these days on the sea, you weren't bored at all, because your space was like Doraemon's pocket, containing everything. You took out a large ship and placed it on the sea. During the day, you sat on the ship's railing, enjoying the sea breeze while fishing. At night, you prepared a candlelit dinner, sipping on your homemade cocktails to unwind. The cocktails you mixed were quite good, but the fishy taste from the fish guts made you discard them without eating. One day, while you were sunbathing with your belly exposed, suddenly the aura around a mile east of Sea Snake Island changed drastically. You suddenly sat up. It's coming. You shot up into the sky and almost instantly stopped above the location where the source was about to appear. You secretly rejoiced that this time the source didn't appear within that turtle shell light cover. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip. This source of earth appeared according to the process, swaying and solidifying as expected, and you smoothly collected the source. With a thought, the source abruptly appeared in your space. The pure white mist-like source swayed, as if waiting for your exploration. You focused your mind and directly probed into the space. That source also shed its hazy outer garment, revealing its essence. When you saw this source, you immediately became excited. This source was exactly the Xianxian affinity source you needed the most. Moreover, it was the 4th-ranked sword-opening mountain in the Xianxian affinity. You were overjoyed. Amazing, my luck is unparalleled. Whatever I think of comes true. Thank heaven, thank earth, and thank my author for this arrangement. Now that you have fused 2 sources, you are invincible under heaven. If you fuse a 3rd source, it would be double invincible. It sounds incredible. You increasingly look forward to what heights you would reach by fusing 9 or even 10 sources at that time. That turtle shell light cover would definitely be violently removed by you. The sword-opening mountain source was an image of a swordsman with his back to everyone, casually slashing through a towering mountain with one sword, showing terrifying power. You immediately recalled the confusion brought to you by the 4 Xianxian affinity sources ranked 1st to 4th when you received all the source information before. The 2nd to 4th ranked sources of Xianxian affinity were the 4th-ranked sword-opening mountain, the 3rd-ranked sword-covering sea, and the 2nd-ranked sword-asking heaven. These 3 sources were just images, and they all featured the same swordsman wielding a terrifying sword strike. As for the 1st-ranked source of Xianxian affinity, it was the sword in the hands of that swordsman who had appeared in all 3 images, the Xianxiao sword. You carefully observed the sword-opening mountain source in the space, and as you looked, you suddenly exclaimed softly, "Wow, why does this swordsman in the image seem a bit familiar?" You quickly ran through familiar sword practitioners in your mind, with the fiercest being Lin Jingji and Lian Long, but neither matched. The clothing style of the swordsman in the image also wasn't contemporary. Comparing it with the relevant records of the great Qian customs and practices you have read, the clothing style suggested that this swordsman was active at least 1,000 years ago. This swordsman only had a back view, with no frontal face. You felt familiar only as a feeling, and you couldn't fully confirm who it was. You were increasingly puzzled. How could someone from 1,000 years ago feel familiar to me? You pondered for 2 seconds. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck your mind. The Book of Memories. You suddenly remembered seeing a person in the Book of Memories. That person, while not an extreme realm master, could easily contend with an extreme realm master emperor of the Great Qian. It was clear that that person's strength was significantly above that of the extreme realm master emperor. You took out the Book of Memories and quickly retrieved the memories. Then you carefully compared the back view of that swordsman with the figure of the person in the Book of Memories. You couldn't say they were identical, but they were almost copied and pasted. Not even twins looked this alike. That swordsman, although not an extreme realm master, could firmly suppress an extreme realm master. You couldn't imagine how high that swordsman would reach if he became an extreme realm master. Wait, you suddenly thought, with that swordsman's strength, obtaining a source should be very easy. Why didn't he choose to fuse the source and become an extreme realm master? Chapter 132, The First Generation Body. You couldn't understand why someone would not fuse such an enticing source. There were also quite a few extreme realm masters active at the same time as that swordsman, indicating that others would fuse sources. In this light, not fusing the source should just be that swordsman's personal choice. You furrowed your brows and thought, why didn't he fuse the source? Could it be that these sources didn't have the colors he liked? You looked at the scene of the sword opening mountain source again, and noticed that the swordsman's demeanor while wielding his sword seemed to reveal a sense of unwillingness and gloom. Combining this with the name of the second-ranked swordman Tian, you clearly felt that these sources expressed the tragic feelings of the swordsman who was full of ambitions but unable to realize them. It also expressed the swordsman's longing for home. You couldn't tell if the swordsman missed home or not, but you thought you might as well write it down. Who knows, maybe the teacher would give you points for it. After a moment of random thoughts with no clear direction, you could only temporarily set aside these questions. It doesn't matter if you can't figure it out. After all, thousands of years have passed, and the swordsman must be dead. He can't possibly be alive now, so it won't have any impact on you. After thinking for a moment, you suddenly thought of something. But what if this swordsman really lived to the present? Then perhaps, you nodded and muttered to yourself, perhaps that would mean he was really lucky. This swordsman, alone with a sword, left behind 4 top-ranking sources in the world. Even someone as thick-skinned as you couldn't help but admire. Dude, you are truly fierce. Being born 1,000 years ago was indeed a very wise choice, as you could avoid my brilliance. You stood with your hands behind your back in the air, feeling a moment of emotion. Then you turned your gaze to the light shield on Snake Island, where a source was swaying. You murmured, I wonder which source this is. After pondering for a moment, you whispered to yourself, since these 2 sources appeared so close together, perhaps this one in the light shield is also one of the 4 sources named by that swordsman. If that is the case, then perhaps the other 2 sources might reappear near Snake Island. The more you thought about it, the more likely it seemed. You considered waiting here to see if the sources would appear, but then you thought it wouldn't work. You are not a master of the extreme path of Kuan Earth. What if the locations of the other 2 sources are too far from Snake Island, and you can't sense them at all, which would waste your time? You decided to check in at Wanming Palace every now and then to see if there were any unread messages, which is much more prudent. After that, you stored your large ship and transformed into a streak of light, leaving Snake Island. However, your flight direction was not toward Yutong County, but toward the Tsangwang Desert. You planned to leave a message for your good friend at the Longmen Inn, inviting her to come to your He mansion when she has time to study your pure friendship in depth. If the timing is right, you also intended to pull out a big treasure to show her. Only members of the Destruction Sect can leave messages at the Longmen Inn, and as a player with multiple loops, it's very reasonable for you to pull out a core member token of the Destruction Sect. You quickly arrived at the Longmen Inn, where the charming proprietress was still the same, and you followed the procedure to leave a letter. After leaving the letter, you went straight to the Qianming mountain range. It had been quite a while since you last checked on Dr. Dong Jijia. You didn't know how many children he had with his mermaid by now. On this day, in the morning, you arrived at the Qianming mountain range. The morning mist that enveloped the Qianming mountain range gradually dispersed. This time, you were well prepared psychologically. When entering the animal park branch, you took 2 deep breaths to calm your mind. You descended into the lush mountains, where a flat area was opened up, with houses of various sizes situated there. You headed straight for Dong Jijia's research room, and indeed, he was inside. Dong Jijia was excitedly engrossed in some research, and when he noticed someone entering, he was startled. When he saw it was you, his eyes immediately shone with excitement. Young Master He, you finally came. You smiled and said, Good morning. Master Dong. Dong Jijia ran a couple of steps over, excitedly saying, Young Master He, my research has made progress again. What have you discovered? Is it something normal people can look at? Will it be psychologically healthy after viewing? Dong Jijia pulled you toward a deeper room. Young Master He, come and see. You followed Dong Jijia into the room, only to see a small room containing a round glass container that was 4 meters high and 2 meters in diameter. Inside the glass container was a light green transparent liquid, and a humanoid creature was soaking in the liquid. This humanoid creature was less than 2 meters tall, had no outer skin, and was covered entirely in exposed pink muscle, looking quite hideous but exuding a strong sense of power. You frowned. What is this? Did you go guard the execution ground again? Young Master He, this isn't a human. It's something I modified from a chimpanzee. Looking again, you found the proportions were indeed quite different. You asked, what is special about this chimpanzee? Dong Jijia's eyes burst with intense enthusiasm. Young Master He, I call it the first-generation body. Its biggest feature is that it directly possesses the physical strength of the late stage of bone tempering. In your animal park, so many animals, not one could reach the late stage of bone tempering. At most, they had the peak physical strength of skin refinement. Oh no, you really let this kid create something serious. You raised an eyebrow and asked, so, does that mean there are second-generation and third-generation bodies? Dong Jijia replied, yes. But the foundational cultivation can't be improved for now. It mainly enhances martial arts talent. Wait a minute, can this thing cultivate by itself? Yes. With each new generation, I will make its body more suitable for cultivation, meaning its talent will be higher. You looked at the first generation body floating in the glass container. Let it come out and refine one. Let me see it for myself. Dong Jija hesitated. Young master, there's a small problem. What problem? Dong Jija pondered. The first generation body currently has no consciousness. You widened your eyes. Dr. Dong, you're quite tactful. After all this, it turns out this thing is dead. I'm working on solving this problem. You suddenly understood. This first generation body looked intimidating, but it was actually just a pile of meat, soaking in the glass tank to prevent decay. You knew that reaching the ultimate biological state that Dong Jija mentioned still had a long way to go. You patted his shoulder and casually encouraged him. Keep it up, Dr. Dong. You will become a special person. Dong Jija also didn't understand your ambiguous words. Yes, I will. Then you extracted the beast blood cultivated using the Beast Master secret tome. Although Dong Jija was immersed in biological research, he didn't neglect the main tasks. These beasts had grown quite well, all maturing nicely. You extracted a total of 92 types of beast blood and conducted external refining on the spot. This time, your purpose was very clear, to carefully sense whether the previous feeling of certain substances dissipating would appear. At first, the refining went normally, but when refining the 68th drop of beast blood, that feeling appeared again. You immediately became excited. Sure enough, it's the Qianming mountain range combined with the Beast Master secret tome that can produce this feeling. You had already prepared, having previously enveloped the surrounding area with source power to form a circular shielding dome. You slowly contracted the shielding dome, finally reducing it to the size of a fist. Although the shielding dome remained transparent, you could clearly feel that there was a colorless and odorless substance within it. Moreover, this substance felt very, familiar? Yes, you actually felt a sense of familiarity with this substance. You furrowed your brows in confusion and continued to shrink the shielding dome until it was only the size of a finger joint. The unit concentration of that substance within the shielding dome obviously increased, and the feeling of intimacy became even stronger. You couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is this thing that is dissipating from the beast blood? As soon as this puzzled thought arose, the simulator immediately provided a piece of information, which abruptly appeared in your mind. Upon receiving this information, your eyes widened. Spiritual energy? Chapter 133, End of the Dharma Age? Revival of spiritual energy? As soon as these two words came out, you immediately understood what they meant. This is about cultivating immortality. You thought carefully and found that the power of martial artists below the level of extreme Dao Master indeed still falls within the realm of normal humans. It is only at the level of extreme Dao Master that they start to become unhuman. You wondered, since there is spiritual energy in this world, why is no one cultivating immortality, but instead practicing martial arts? You guessed it must be because the spiritual energy is too thin. You couldn't help but ponder. Thin spiritual energy? What stage is it now, the end of the Dharma Age or the revival of spiritual energy? If it is the end of the Dharma Age, then everyone happily practices martial arts. Refining true qi from within their bodies is reasonable. If it is the revival of spiritual energy, then everyone happily practicing martial arts also makes sense. You furrowed your brows. I hope it's the revival of spiritual energy. Otherwise, even if I merge more earth sources and live for a few hundred or thousand years, it would just be a slow death. You then thought of earth sources, which are quite strange. They clearly exceed the power level of martial arts and don't seem to belong in a martial arts world. You understand all the forms of earth sources, and you can see the specific imagery of each earth source, which are all those who once left a significant mark in the world, be it people, events, or objects. The vast majority of earth source imagery falls within the realm of martial arts, with only a very few being absurd, like Li Onlong's Kong Jinlong earth source. Kong Jinlong is clearly not something that should exist in the martial arts world. Although you have been served by a dragon before, you know that there are no dragons in this world. In summary, the imagery of earth sources is mostly within the martial arts category, with very few being related to immortality. Since things from the immortality category can be recorded by earth sources, it indicates that they have existed. At this point, you suddenly realized, it means there was once an era of immortality, and it was a long time ago, at least before the history of martial arts. Suddenly, your expression turned bitter. Damn it. Does that mean we are now in the end of the Dharma Age? What can I do in the end of the Dharma Age? Isn't that just a slow death? Your dream of becoming an immortal and an ancestor shattered into pieces. You looked up at the sky, feeling that the future was bleak. You couldn't help but ask, dare I ask heaven, is there an immortal? Just as your handsome face was full of frustration, you suddenly felt something was off. Now martial arts are flourishing, The era of immortality is before the era of martial arts, and according to the ancient texts of the Great Qian, martial arts have been passed down for countless years. Suddenly, your eyes lit up. As long as there was a bit of spiritual energy during the martial arts era, there should have been a lineage of immortality passed down, rather than the current flourishing of martial arts. So you suddenly raised your head. Could the thin spiritual energy appearing in the Qianming Mountains be the first appearance of spiritual energy after the martial arts era? In other words, we are in the revival of spiritual energy period, not the end of the Dharma age. This guess suddenly excited you. You felt that there was hope again for becoming an immortal and an ancestor. But you quickly calmed down because this was just your guess. You decided to check the spiritual energy concentration in the Qianming Mountains every 10 years to see if it decreases or increases. With your current lifespan of 300 years, you should be able to see changes, even if 300 years is not enough. You will merge more Earth sources and eventually have a lifespan of about 1,000 years. Even if 1,000 years is not enough to see changes, you can directly absorb spiritual energy into your body and start cultivating immortality. You can feel the closeness of spiritual energy to you. You estimate it is due to the Earth sources, because previously, merging one Earth source did not give you this feeling. But now merging two Earth sources has given you this sense of closeness to spiritual energy. Merging more Earth sources will definitely yield better results. Then there is the issue of cultivating immortality techniques. This is easy to solve. Your Lin-wrenching external module will take care of it. Speaking of which, your uncle Lin Mo is going to be born in 2 years. You plan to find a time to bring 2 boxes of milk to xianxia, hoping nothing goes wrong. The last issue is that the spiritual energy in the Qianming Mountains is too thin, and it is estimated that normal absorption of spiritual energy for cultivation will be difficult to achieve. But you happen to be a wall-mounted player without a simulation device. Calculating your 1 simulation per second, that's 86 for 100 simulations in a day, and 31,536,000 simulations in a year. With your subsequent lifespan of 1,000 years and an average lifespan of several hundred years in each simulation, theoretically, you can cultivate for over 10 trillion years. Even a pig could become an immortal. No matter how thin the spiritual energy is, it's a paradise for you. You feel exceptionally invigorated and laugh heartily. So no matter if this is the end of the Dharma age or the revival of spiritual energy period, I am destined to have the demeanor of a great emperor. At the same time, you also understand why not all beast blood in the Qianming Mountains contains spiritual energy, because only those beasts cultivated for many years using the Beast Control Secret Manual can gradually enhance their intelligence. For example, the animals cultivated in your Yutong County zoo using the Beast Control Secret Manual can already understand simple commands. Only these animals have a chance to instinctively absorb a bit of spiritual energy into their bodies. Of course, there aren't many of these advanced beasts in the Beast Control sect. They are all treasured animals that have been cultivated for many years. As for the drop of beast blood containing spiritual energy that you refined earlier, it is because Dong Jijie used the Beast Control Secret Manual for cultivation while also feeding it 5th-grade blood essence pills, which accelerated the enhancement of this animal's intelligence. You realize that this beast blood poses no threat to you, so you directly refined all the remaining beast blood in your hand. But no more beast blood containing spiritual energy appeared. You ended up with 91 drops of ordinary beast blood and 1 drop of beast blood containing spiritual energy. You can now confidently use this beast blood to cultivate the guardian body technique. You went through the beast blood you secretly collected from the Beast Control sect last time, and added today as beast blood. You have a total of 648 drops of ordinary beast blood that have been refined but not yet merged, and 16 drops of beast blood containing spiritual energy. You plan to merge all these beast blood today. Since you merged 3 drops of Fire Rock Eagle's beast blood last time, and increased your additional physical strength to the initial stage of marrow washing, you haven't touched them since. You are looking forward to what level you can reach with so much beast blood this time. Without further ado, you sit cross-legged on the open grass and begin the merging. You are already familiar with merging beast blood. In less than half a quarter of an hour, you completed all the merges. Your additional physical strength has crossed a major realm from the initial stage of marrow washing to the initial stage of divine core. You comfortably stretch. I need to practice the guardian body technique. Even when I cultivate immortality later, I will have a good body. And it's not impossible to dual cultivate both the law body and the body. After merging the beast blood, you used source power to erect a huge shielding dome in the Qianming Mountains. Then you gradually shrank it to the size of a fingertip, trying to capture spiritual energy. But in the end, you caught nothing. The spiritual energy in the Qianming Mountains is simply too thin, and it cannot condense spiritual energy at all. If you forcefully try to condense a trace of spiritual energy, you don't know how many nets you would have to cast. You can only give up. You also tried to absorb a trace of spiritual energy extracted from the beast blood into your body. You controlled the source power to wrap the spiritual energy and let it circulate in your body twice, but nothing happened. You understand that without an immortality technique, it's like putting food in your mouth without knowing how to chew. It's impossible to convert the food into nutrition. You ultimately gave up on the meaningless attempts. Plan to wait another 2 years, and after your humanoid external attachment is born, bring it to the Qianming Mountains to cultivate from a young age. Cultivating immortality starts from childhood. Now you need to continue collecting earth sources, as they will help you get closer to spiritual energy, laying the foundation for absorbing spiritual energy in the future. Only after integrating multiple earth sources can you have the ability to shatter the light shield of Sea Snake Island and see what treasures are hidden beneath. The defensive power of that light shield is above that of a second-tier extreme martial artist. It seems to be related to the immortal level. However, everything from the last era of cultivation has disappeared over the long years of erosion. Why does this small light shield manage to traverse the river of time and remain until now in this martial arts era? You can't figure it out. But you believe that on the day you break it, you will understand everything. Chapter 134, The Moon on the Willow Tops. You bid farewell to Dr. Dong, left the Qianming Mountains, and returned to the Dream Palace. After a long journey, you returned to the Dream Palace. Xianxia followed your instructions and recruited more than 10 disciples. These more than 10 are all elite individuals selected from a sea of people. Your title as the #1 in the world is indeed too loud. Originally a small and obscure sect, the Dream Palace has suddenly become the most mysterious and powerful sect in the entire Qian, overshadowing the 5 major sects and 3 major demonic sects. As soon as Xianxia announced the recruitment of disciples, heroes from all over the world flocked to it like a flood. Even many grandmasters came. During that time, the crowd was so dense that it completely blocked the square of the Dream Palace. Xianxia did not expect such a scene and was stunned. But he could only brace himself. Thus, Xianxia, the senior brother of the sect in the marrow-washing realm, began interviewing martial artists at the grandmaster level. Facing a grandmaster martial artist sitting opposite him with a strong aura, Xianxia was sweating profusely. But Xianxia still had to carefully inquire about the other party's background, education, and how many people they killed on average per day. Fortunately, these grandmaster martial artists were quite nice and kindly wiped the sweat off Xianxia's forehead. They even politely said, "Senior brother, feel free to ask. If there's anything wrong, please criticize us more." In the end, Xianxia retained 6 grandmaster martial artists and 8 transforming dragon martial artists, waiting for your final decision upon your return. When you landed at the Dream Palace, it was your little disciple Yi Pingxin who was guarding the mountain gate. The moment Yi Pingxin saw you return, he was so excited that he almost knelt down. During this time, he had learned too much about your glorious deeds. First, you single-handedly stormed the royal palace and forcefully killed the top Grandmaster Li Anlong under the siege of more than 20 extreme grandmasters. Then you were conferred the title of national teacher by the new Emperor Li Jiang, but you disdainfully did not attend, only sending disciples to represent you and receive 3 bows from Li Jiang. If it weren't for Yi Pingxin's master Xianxia returning from the capital to confirm these events, Yi Pingxin wouldn't have dared to dream about it. Recently, Yi Pingxin also heard that you single-handedly wielded a sword over the East China Sea, intimidating more than 20 extreme grandmasters, and no one dared to approach within 100 miles of you. At this moment, seeing you, Yi Pingxin looked as if he had seen a deity. He stood at attention and resolutely said, "Palace Master, hello." You nodded slightly and entered the Dream Palace. Yi Pingxin was as happy as a fan who had successfully met his idol. Yi Pingxin was very glad that he had joined the Dream Palace earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have had the chance to take a look at the current Dream Palace, let alone join. Yi Pingxin didn't expect that he hadn't even started to work hard, yet the sect had already become a top-tier sect. What a situation this was. You had just reached the sect square and hadn't entered the main hall when Xianxia immediately welcomed you and explained the situation regarding the recruitment of disciples. You asked him to bring the people to the main hall, and you also entered the main hall. Soon, Xianxia brought the people over. 14 martial artists stood in a row below, each introducing their age, height, measurements, and where they came from. You casually sat on the high throne, inexplicably wanted to shout for a change of batch, but realized the occasion was not right. In the end, you casually glanced around and said lightly, "Let them all stay." These martial artists were instantly overjoyed and bowed deeply. To you now, there was no difference between a grandmaster and an extreme grandmaster. You dismissed these people and then asked Xianxia if there were any letters recently. Xianxia immediately took out a letter and handed it to you. You became interested. You thought it was news about the Earth's sources, but upon opening it, you were instantly disappointed. It was actually a letter from King Yoning Liu, saying he wanted to find a convenient time to visit you and hoped for your reply. You could roughly guess Li Yu's intentions. When Lian Long was around, he could strongly suppress Li Yu, but now that Lian Long was gone, Li Yu was starting to stir. You estimated that Li Yu was planning to make some trouble this time. Is the position of emperor so easy to obtain? Does everyone want to fight for it? You shook your head and smiled. Maybe one day I should also sit in it and see if the dragon chair is uncomfortable. Saying, he twitched his eyelids upon hearing your words and stood below, not daring to speak. You casually shattered the letter. You didn't care about Li Yu and didn't plan to reply. Besides Li Yu's letter, there were no other letters, so you directly returned to Yutong County. The Maoxian County where the Dream Palace is located is only a few days' journey from Yutong County. Before long, you returned to the Yutong County government. As soon as you walked into the government, Old Wong came straight over as usual. Young master, you finally came back. Old Wong, can you change your script next time? Old Wong, young master, you finally returned. You nodded. All right, at least you've changed the tone a bit. Old Wong continued. By the way, young master, one of the two girls who came to the government to host a banquet last time visited the government a few days ago. Your eyes lit up. Which one? The one you often stared at during dinner that night. Your face darkened. Old Wong, do you usually maliciously speculate about others like this? Young master, I'm just expressing my true feelings. Sometimes your subjective feelings can unintentionally hurt many people, you know? Young master, do the people who were hurt pay me my monthly wages? Of course. Young master, I think I can change my bad habit of speaking the truth in the future. You patted Old Wong's shoulder appreciatively. That's why you can be a great steward. Everything for the young master's satisfaction. You then asked, so what time did that girl come by specifically? Old Wong thought for a moment. She came 2 days ago. Did she leave any messages for me before she left? No. No messages? No. She didn't leave. You? Old Wong. Old Wong. Hey, young master. Have I been too good to you recently? Not just recently. Young master has always been very good to me. You nodded. You think quickly. If you went to study for the imperial examination, you could definitely mix in the palace as a chief eunuch. Young master overpraised. You looked toward the back courtyard. Where did you arrange for that girl to stay? In Xianxin courtyard, just a wall away from your other courtyard. You widened your eyes and suddenly shouted, Old Wong, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Go to the account room and collect 200 taels of reward. After saying that, you ran towards Xianxin courtyard, and Old Wong hurriedly pulled you back. Young master, now is not the right time. Not the right time. You squinted and thought, isn't that just the right time? You made a move to leave again. And Old Wong finally spoke. No, young master, that girl is not in Xianxin courtyard right now. She went out and said she would come back tonight. You stop and say, Old Wong, who did you learn this art of speaking from? Can't you just finish your words in one go without losing a piece of meat? Young master, I'm sorry, I'll do it this way next time. Disappear from my sight immediately. Old Wong shrinks his neck and quickly runs away. You look up at the sky and mumble, it would be nice to come back at night. But it's only afternoon now. So you decide to visit the zoo. You find the He siblings. The two siblings are still busy tending to the animals in a grassy area. And upon seeing you, they immediately rush over. Young master He. When the siblings reach you, you smile and say, I have good news for you. You don't have to work here anymore. He Shan and He Ying-chun exchange surprised glances. He Shan eagerly asks, Young master He, did we do something wrong? He Ying-chun quickly asks, Yes, young master He. What problems can we improve on? You gesture with both hands to calm them down. Not so fast. I mean, we won't be running the zoo here anymore. I want you to go to the Qianming Mountains to raise animals. After discovering the spiritual energy of the Qianming Mountains, you abandon the plan for the Beast King competition. Because you only need to raise the beasts in the Qianming Mountains for a long time, waiting for them to naturally absorb the spiritual energy. And you can obtain powerful beast blood, which is far more effective than the Beast King competition. The siblings look at each other, hesitant and silent. You smile gently. Don't worry, it's not to make you work with Dong Jijia. I will open a zoo just for you. Only then do the siblings feel relieved, dispelling the gloom in their hearts, and they readily agree to go to the Qianming Mountains. Although they have family in Yutong County, home is wherever there's money to be made. You tell them to go home and prepare, as you are about to start cultivating powerful beast blood like crazy. With the beast taming secret technique and blood essence pill, you estimate that your final breeding scale will surpass even the beast taming sect. You will be better at taming beasts than the beast taming sect. And then you can send your beast army out to let the beast taming sect broaden their horizons. Little Kong Ling and the 3 Fire Rock Eagles are still struggling. By that time, you'll let him know what real beast taming is. After instructing the He siblings, you immediately return to your residence. Not because of any urgent matter, but simply because it's getting dark. And you're afraid of the dark. Back at the residence, you begin to comprehend the sword opening mountain source. However, this time you're not in the training room. Instead, you sit in the main hall to reflect. mainly because the main hall is spacious and your thoughts can flow freely. You can also occasionally glance at the entrance of the courtyard to see if anyone is entering the residence. Before long, the moon rises over the willow tips, and night falls. Gradually, there are no more servants coming in and out beside the shadow wall, leaving only a cold shadow wall that makes the residence feel much lonelier. Half an hour later, suddenly, footsteps sound from behind the shadow wall, light and steady. Before long, a flash of bright color appears behind the stone wall. A tall figure in a white dress steps out from behind the shadow wall. Wanxingwan holds a string of golden, sweet sugar fruits in each hand. She is munching on the one in her right hand, while the left hand's string remains intact, still steaming. You look up, and the bright moonlight falls on her, enveloping her in a clear glow. Wanxingwan pauses her steps and sees you at the same time. A bright smile suddenly appears on her cold, stunning face. She extends the string of sugar fruits in her left hand forward and says with a smile, "Good friend, I specifically bought this for you. It's really delicious." You smile as you walk over and take the sugar fruits from Wanxingwan's hand. You can tell from Wanxingwan's demeanor that her current personality is her normal self. From your last simulation, you discovered that Wanxingwan's initial temperament is minimally influenced by her cultivation method. For example, she isn't as manic as she was before. You smile gently, "Good friend. How did you know I would come back today?" Wanxingwan's delicate lips curl up, her voice clear. "I didn't know you were coming back today. Such a young age and already telling little lies. She just said she specifically bought it for me." Wanxingwan beams. "I buy you a string every day? So you'll definitely get to eat it on the day you come back." Your eyes widen slightly, feeling a bit moved. "But you are a rational person. So you ask the key question, what about the sugar fruits from the days I didn't come back?" Wanxingwan opens her mouth and points to her own mouth. "I didn't waste them. I ate them all." You chuckle lightly. "I see you just wanted to eat 2 strings. I'll give you mine, and I'll eat whatever you leave. But the remaining half has been bitten by me. Eating is about what you've bitten. Oh, I mean, we are good friends, and I don't mind." Wanxingwan looks at the string of sugar fruits in your hand. Her gem-like eyes brighten. "Good friend, you're really nice. Who are we to each other? In the end, both of you get the string you wanted." Wanxingwan looks at you and asks, "Good friend, didn't you say you had something to show me? Right? I have a big treasure to show you. Come on, let us go to my room." Wanxingwan looks dazed. "Why go to your room?" "My big treasure glows in the dark. It looks best when covered with a blanket." Wanxingwan blinks. "No way. Why not? The sect leader said that you can't go to a man's room at night. Your sect leader is quite lenient." Wanxingwan's gaze is firm. What the sect leader said must be right. "But your sect leader visited Master Deng of the Danxiao sect's room at night." Wanxingwan's beautiful eyes suddenly brighten with curiosity. "Really? Of course it's true. Come on, let us go to my room, and I'll tell you all about it." "Hee okay. That was close." Wanxingwan immediately realizes. She tightens her little face and looks at you sideways. "You're a bad person." "How could I be a bad person? I'm a good citizen." "You're definitely not right. Seeing that you can't deceive her today, you say, 'Good friend. I didn't expect you to think of me as such a lewd person. I'm very sad. You should reflect on yourself tonight." After saying that, you head straight back to your own courtyard. Wanxingwan watches your back and murmurs, "Bad person." The next day, the morning fog is thick. You wake up early to practice as usual. After practicing, you have breakfast with Wanxingwan. You plan to set off today to see the Wei family. After the last simulation, you didn't take any action in reality before starting this simulation, so theoretically, there shouldn't be any changes this time. However, the initial time point of this simulation has been delayed by a few breaths, so to avoid any accidents, you must take a look. This concerns your great endeavor in cultivation, so you can't be careless. You say to Wanxingwan, "Good friend, I'm going to visit an old friend. Come with me." Wanxingwan, sitting next to you, tilts her head and thinks for a moment. Then says, "As long as your old friend isn't a glowing one, I'll go." "Little one, it seems you didn't reflect enough last night." "I slept really well last night." Wanxingwan completely disregards your words. You shake your head helplessly, as you can't do anything about your good friend. After breakfast, you take Wanxingwan towards Willow Tree Village. At this moment, the weather is fine, and the sky is clear. You are walking along a forest path, your hands behind your head, half closing your eyes and strolling leisurely ahead, while Wanxingwan kicks small stones and follows behind you. Wanxingwan kicks a stone away and asks, "Good friend, we've been walking for a day. How much longer until we arrive?" You smile lightly and say, "At this walking speed, it will take more than 4 months to get there." Wanxingwan slightly raises her head in surprise. Seeing you walk leisurely, she thought it was close. Wanxingwan's little face is full of confusion. "Why don't we use our movement techniques to hurry?" "I don't know movement techniques." "Why don't we ride horses to hurry?" "I can't ride a horse." "Then what can you do?" "I can fly." "Can you fly?" You teleport in front of Wanxingwan. Pick her up horizontally, and with a whoosh, soar into the sky. You. Wan Qingwan is startled. She didn't expect you to be such a good friend. At this moment, your bodies are tightly pressed together. Wan Qingwan's combat instincts make her immediately counterattack. 9 silver needles appearing in her hands in an instant. But you don't pay any attention. Your tone is calm, as if possessing some kind of soothing magic. Don't move, it won't hurt soon. We'll be there in no time. Wan Qingwan looks at you, her surprise gradually fading, and she really starts to calm down. Actually, you used a little trick when you spoke. Your divine transformation technique is about to break through to the second level, allowing you to slightly influence the emotions of martial artists whose spiritual power is far beneath yours. After Wan Qingwan calms down, she looks up at your face, her eyes full of surprise. Are you an extreme Dao master? Sort of. Wan Qingwan ponders for a moment. Then her surprise fades, and she slightly nods and asks, Good friend, what is your real name? You look down at Wan Qingwan in your arms and smile. Just call me he-you. Wan Qingwan's little face scrunches up. Aren't you supposed to have the surname Shangwan? You understand she heard from Yin Jixue about your relationship with Shangwan Gosheng, leading Wan Qingwan to think Shangwan Gosheng is your grandfather or some elder. You directly laugh and say, Shangwan Gosheng also has the surname he. Wan Qingwan pouts her rosy lips. So your grandfather shares your surname? Do you want to hear what you're talking about? You feel speechless, isn't it? Wan Qingwan's big eyes are filled with a thirst for the answer. You think for a long time. Don't say, it really is. 5 days later, you arrive above Lushu village. You first go to check Miao Jiao's house. Sure enough, it's still empty, and you feel slightly relieved. This means Miao Jiao is still out looking for a wife, never to return. The situation is the same as in the last simulation. And it seems Wei Xia should still be marrying Lin Kaifeng. You nod slightly, holding Wan Qingwan as you fly to the neighboring village where Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng are located. Chapter 136, Traveling. In an instant, you reach the sky above Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng's original small courtyard. This farmhouse courtyard is just like it was in the last simulation. You see no one outside. But the door to the house is open. You are just about to descend to see what is going on. Suddenly, a soft sound of footsteps comes from inside the house. Then, Wei Xia, with a big belly, walks out, her steps a bit unsteady, clearly pregnant. Seeing this scene, you are unsure of the situation. But you guess that Wei Xia is likely pregnant with Lin Mo. If that is the case, Lin Mo would be born 2 years earlier than last time. You think to yourself, what a good kid, understanding so much even in the womb, and letting you wait 2 years less. At the same time, you also understand the randomness of the simulation. You didn't change anything in reality. It was just that the initial time node of the simulation was delayed for a few moments, and Lin Mo would be born a year or 2 earlier. Truly, a small difference can lead to a huge outcome. You can understand this because the world is simply too vast. Any tiny change can cause a massive butterfly effect. Fortunately, Wei Xia has successfully conceived, just waiting for the humanoid auxiliary brother to be born smoothly. You don't see Lin Kaifeng, but it doesn't matter. As long as Wei Xia is here, Lin Kaifeng can go wherever he wants. You set Wan Qingwan down from your hands, using source power to float her in the air. Don't ask why you didn't use source power before. It's purely to take advantage of your good friend. Standing in the air, Wan Qingwan looks at you with sparkling eyes, clearly realizing you intentionally carried her all the way here. You glare. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone being a rogue? You are a bad person. You chuckle and don't mind. You point to Wei Xia and Lin Mo below and say, we're going down to pose as experts. I'll do the talking. You don't say anything, understand? Wan Qingwan. Do you understand? Wan Qingwan. You give a thumbs up. Great. You got into character quickly. You slowly descend with Wan Qingwan, then intentionally float in Wei Xia's small courtyard. Wei Xia looks up and immediately screams. Startled, she quickly runs back inside the house. Wei Xia, don't be afraid. You shout, activating your divine transformation technique to calm Wei Xia's panic. Wei Xia hides inside, peeking out curiously at you and Wan Qingwan. You and Wan Qingwan float in the courtyard with an ethereal aura, giving off a bit of a celestial vibe. Wei Xia gathers her courage and asks, who are you? How do you know my name? You smile faintly. Don't be afraid. Wei Xia, we are reclusive cultivators, and this beside me is my mute junior sister. Wan Qingwan immediately turns her head over, her eyes very excited. Although she doesn't speak, she curses quite harshly. You continue. As for your name, I learned it from divination the other day, and I also found out that your son Lin Mo is the one destined to face calamity. Destined to face calamity? Wei Xia seems to understand, but feels shocked. Exactly. You shout loudly, your voice echoing. Based on your previous simulation experience, you know Wei Xia doesn't want Lin Mo to learn martial arts, so you simply say some shocking but incomprehensible things to her. Wei Xia is indeed stunned on the spot. Then you proceed to tell the dazed Wei Xia some alarming and ambiguous words, leaving her confused. In the end, you successfully convince Wei Xia to move her family to Wanming Palace, where you will teach Lin Mo supreme immortal techniques to cope with calamities. You let Wei Xia pack her things in advance, and someone will come to escort her family to Wanming Palace. Wei Xia says her husband Lin Kaifeng is still at school today and hasn't he returned. And she doesn't know if he will agree to go to Wanming Palace. So you and Wan Xingwan directly go to bring Lin Kaifeng back. Dazed Lin Kaifeng doesn't understand what's going on. You repeat your previous statements to him. Lin Kaifeng, being well-read, doesn't believe in these ghostly tales. You frown and directly activate your money ability, throwing 100,000 taels of silver notes into Lin Kaifeng's arms. Lin Kaifeng instantly transforms from a staunch materialist into an even more staunch materialist. After dealing with Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng, you send a letter to Sang Yi, asking him to send 3 masters to escort Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng to Wanming Palace. After that, you leave with Wan Xingwan. But instead of returning to Yutong County, you take Wan Xingwan to Huanan Village at the foot of Tianzhong Snow Mountain. What is this place? Wan Xingwan looks at the empty courtyard in front of her and asks. You smile slightly. It's south the place where the dream begins. Wan Xingwan's tone is hesitant. I think you're a bit strange. You took Wan Xingwan to the Cangwang Desert again. You and Wan Xingwan are standing in front of a barren expanse of sandy land, your eyes filled with a sense of nostalgia, as if you are recalling something. Wan Xingwan's puzzled expression gradually turns into curiosity. She realizes that you have a purpose for bringing her to these places. These days, you have been taking Wan Xingwan around. You visited all the places you once stayed and made Wan Xingwan remember them. Wan Xingwan asks you why. You say it will be more immersive later. Wan Xingwan doesn't understand, but a strange excitement flashes in her eyes. Are these places related to me? You become a riddle master. You'll know when the time comes. In the 8th year, you traveled through half of Deqian. During your travels, your divine transformation technique broke through to the 2nd layer, and your mental strength received unparalleled enhancement. Your 9th grade alchemy skills finally entered the door, making you the only alchemist in Deqian capable of refining 9th grade pills. You also completed the 6th source power condensation, and you no longer care about the resulting increase in strength. However, the enhancement of your martial talent will allow you to accelerate the comprehension and integration of Earth Source. During this time, you have initially comprehended the sword opening Mountain Earth Source. After traveling through Deqian, you set off back to Yutong County. A few days later, you and Wan Xingwan returned to the Yutong County government. That night, in the back garden's small lake, the lotus flowers were in full bloom, and the lotus leaves covered the small lake. A small boat floated freely. You and Wan Xingwan lay side by side on the boat, gazing at the vast starry sky. After a long while, Wan Xingwan spoke. Good friend, when will you show me that treasure of yours? What if I lied to you, and there is no big treasure at all? There is, I can feel it, and it's a lot of fun. You replied, we need to do what good friends should do first, then that treasure will have meaning. What should good friends do? You smiled and turned to look, and Wan Xingwan looked back. The lake reflected the starry sky, and the sounds of night insects surrounded you. You shared a friendly gaze, and the atmosphere of friendship between you grew stronger. You took Wan Xingwan's delicate little hand. Wan Xingwan stiffened slightly, guessing this was what good friends should do. So she spoke. All right, now show me your big treasure. Chapter 137 Paid Content. After hearing Wan Xingwan's words, a fiery look flashed in your eyes. You released Wan Xingwan's small hand, then reached out with your freed hand to her soft, slender waist. With a gentle push, Wan Xingwan gasped, and her whole body was turned over to lie on top of you. A wave of faint fragrance from Wan Xingwan enveloped you, causing your brows to relax and your eyes to burn even more. Wan Xingwan's 2 pale hands pressed against your chest, her glossy red lips slightly parted, looking up at you with a hint of surprise in her expression. Wan Xingwan said, I think something is off. We're perfectly fine. This is something good friends can do. Wan Xingwan nodded blankly. But what? But something is poking me. Don't be afraid, it's my flashlight. What's a flashlight? For lighting. I'm afraid of the dark, so I always carry a flashlight with me. Wan Xingwan's eyes darted. Can you show me your treasure now? Not yet. Why not? We haven't finished what good friends should do. What else do we need to do? You smiled slightly. This time, we really need to go inside to clarify. Wan Xingwan, I feel like our friendship has changed a bit. Whether it has changed or not will be clear once we go inside. You hugged Wan Xingwan and flew into the sky, heading towards your courtyard. You landed outside your room, and the door opened by itself without wind. Wan Xingwan saw you carrying her into the room and quickly said, the leader said we can't go to a man's place at night. Be good. Let Master Yin be quiet for a moment. You stepped inside, and you and Wan Xingwan were swallowed by the darkness inside, the door closing automatically with a creak. Inside the room, Wan Qingwan's weak voice came. Good friend, why don't you turn on the light? Aren't you afraid of the dark? I often challenge my weaknesses actively. Wan Qingwan, but what you're touching now is my weakness. That's how it is between good friends. Wan Qingwan, is it? Yes. Wan Qingwan, That night, thunder and lightning struck, and the wind and rain poured down. Your friendship was greatly elevated. In the blink of an eye, it was the joyful second day. In the room, Wan Qingwan's tender little face rested on your arm, blinking her big eyes at you. You lay on your side, calmly meeting Wan Qingwan's gaze. Wan Qingwan's delicate brows moved slightly. Good friend, I feel like you're a bad person. You just realized that. Wan Qingwan, I confirmed it last night. One feeling might not be accurate. You need to confirm it a few more times. Wan Qingwan, that makes sense. That day, you unusually did not practice in the morning. After you and Wan Qingwan got up, you took her to the small pavilion in the middle of the back garden lake. You enjoyed the snacks and tea sent by the servants. You slowly spoke. Little Wan, now our friendship is unbreakable, so it's time to show you my big treasure. Wan Qingwan's little face tightened. I don't want to see it today. I want to rest for another 2 days. Wan Qingwan, you didn't expect Wan Qingwan to become evasive overnight. You cleared your throat twice. Little Wan, I want to show you a serious big treasure. A serious one is fine. Little Wan, do you remember the places I took you to? I remember every single one. You looked at Wan Qingwan. Speaking mysteriously, let me tell you a secret. Wan Qingwan looked confused. What secret? You stood up, walked in front of Wan Qingwan, and cupped her face. After looking in her eyes for a long time, you said solemnly, actually, I knew you in my previous life. Wan Qingwan's eyes trembled, but she suddenly broke into a bright smile and said, good friend, thank you. Your heart stirred, confused. Thank me for what? In Wan Qingwan's eyes, starlight scattered. Thank you for coming to find me in this life. You felt like you were struck by lightning. Is this the power of pure love? It's really, really intense. Before you could calm down, Wan Qingwan exerted her strength again. Good friend, you have to come find me in the next life too. You could no longer hold back, pulling Wan Qingwan into your embrace, wishing to crush her into pieces. After a long while, you released Wan Qingwan. You no longer kept her guessing and directly took out the memory book. Do you know why I brought you to those places? I don't know. You handed the memory book to her. The memory book can store a person's memories and be read. You had erased the memories of all the emperors of Deqian in advance to avoid sullying little Wan's eyes. In the current memory book, there are only the memories of you and her meeting for the first time in Changfeng City. Wan Qingwan took the memory book in confusion. She looked up at you. Her eyes filled with doubt. She clearly didn't expect that apart from the flashlight treasure, you really had a treasure to show her. You can communicate with it using true energy, you said. Wan Qingwan examined the memory book with 2 eyes, then placed her hand on it, suddenly releasing her true energy to establish a connection. In an instant, Wan Qingwan's expression was astonished, frozen in place. As seconds passed, the surprise in Wan Qingwan's eyes grew stronger, until finally, Wan Qingwan finished watching this segment of memory. She suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes looking at you in shock. She wanted to ask you something, but for a moment, she didn't know where to start. Who are we? You are you, and I am me. It's just that I will pass through your world time and time again. Wan Qingwan's expression changed. She asked, is only you special? Yes. Can you know my future? In the end, you lived happily together with me. Every time. But I just saw that I wanted to kill you. In the end, didn't I not kill you? I don't blame you. Your smile is casual. A light flickered in Wan Qingwan's eyes. You're actually quite nice. Not only did you not kill me, but you also gave me martial skills. I saw it. I'm really obedient. You smiled. Wan Qingwan asked again, is this the only segment of memory? There are many more, and they are divided into regular content and paid content. I want to see the paid content. Fast forward to the paid content. Wan Qingwan said without hesitation. Paid content requires inviting a friend to unlock. You? I invite you. Chapter 138, Deng Wanchu's request. You smiled and said, congratulations, unlock successful. Wan Qingwan's gaze was full of curiosity and excitement. Quickly show it. You smiled playfully. Elbow, come with me into the room. I'll specifically show you some things that can't be broadcast on TV. Okay. At this moment, Old Wang came to interrupt your pleasant time. Young master, Master Deng and the others are here to visit. You were slightly surprised. Deng Rusong actually came out of seclusion, and he should have come with Old Xia, Old Hu, and Little Deng. So you put away your playful smile and said to Old Wang, wait a moment. You took the memory book from Wan Qingwan's hand. I'll download 2 more segments of memory for you. Take your time to savor it. Wan Qingwan happily said, I want the paid content. Paid content. You patted her little head. Paid content can only be watched with a good friend accompanying you. Oh, you added several segments of memory to the memory book, then left with old Wang. Wan Qingwan sat in the pavilion at the lake, crazily engrossed in the memory book, as if watching a TV drama, exceptionally enjoyable. Old Wang followed behind you and asked, "Young master, isn't the young mistress coming?" You looked at Old Wang. Old Wang, who allowed you to call her young mistress? Young master, even if a knife is placed on my neck, I must call her young mistress. You nodded. Old Wang, you are a seasoned warrior. Your monthly salary is doubled this month. Thank you, young master. You arrived at the main hall, and indeed saw old Xia, old Hu, old Deng, and little Deng all gathered together. You happily greeted them. It's even livelier than the new year. Everyone is here. Deng Rusong excitedly walked over quickly. Young master He, thank you for your recommendation. The palace master Shangwan gifted me the transformation technique, which has helped me enter the realm of subtle observations. As the leader of the Danxia sect, Deng Rusong's alchemy talent is top-notch, and after years of accumulation, it is normal for him to enter the realm of subtle observations after studying the transformation technique intensely for more than a year. Master Deng, congratulations. You then looked at Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others. You three are back from your travels. Did you not have any conflicts this time? Xianxiaaudiobooks and Hu Zhongshuan both shook their heads and laughed. Xianxiaaudiobooks said, Young brother He, not only did we not have conflicts, but since I have resolved my mental issues, I have also advanced to an 8th grade alchemist. Hearing this news, you couldn't help but brighten up. Xianxiaaudiobooks' alchemy talent is extraordinary. He was stuck at 7th grade alchemy in the last simulation and had to end in regret because of a failure in refining the revitalizing pill. This time, Xianxiaaudiobooks finally reached 8th grade. Although he no longer needs to refine the revitalizing pill, at least he now has that capability. You sincerely congratulated. Old Xia, congratulations. You and Master Deng are both experiencing double happiness. Xianxiaaudiobooks laughed heartily, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Afterwards, you chatted with these four for quite a while. But you noticed that the usually lively Deng Wanshu seemed very silent today, only occasionally saying a few words to you. You found it strange, but didn't say much. After a while, the four of them bid farewell to you. As you sent off the four, you were about to turn back to the back garden to watch something only adults can see with your good friend. Deng Wanshu, however, returned. You beckoned Deng Wanshu to sit down again. Sister Wanshu, you seemed down just now. Is there something unhappy that you want to share to lighten my mood? Deng Wanshu's gentle face was covered with a layer of gloom. She hesitated and said, Young brother He, I have a request. Seeing Deng Wanshu's serious expression, you replied, Sister Wanshu, go ahead and say it. I want to ask young brother He to introduce me to Palace Master Shangwan. You raised an eyebrow. This was hitting close to home. Sister Wanshu, if I ask you what you're looking for my buddy for, you wouldn't tell me, would you? Deng Wanshu nodded. Young brother He, please forgive me for not being able to disclose. You thought to yourself, little Wanshu, if you don't tell me, I'll just use another account, and you'll have to tell me everything anyway. Deng Wanshu took out a small wooden box as a token of appreciation. Young brother He, I don't have anything valuable. Please accept these pills. But you waved your hand. Sister Wanshu, there's no need for such expense. Not an expense, they're all stolen from my brother. Sister Wanshu, having you as Master Deng's disciple is a blessing. It's all right. In the end, you did not accept Deng Wanshu's pills. You gave her a piece of your calligraphy, told her a time, and instructed her to go to Wanmeng Palace then. Deng Wanshu took your dog-like handwriting and praised it at a high level again. She flattered you so much that you even thought about reimbursing her travel expenses. After sending off Deng Wanshu, you returned to the back garden. Wan Qingwan was still giggling while engrossed in the memory book, as if she were watching a drama on a tablet. The memories you placed in the memory book now were from the early video materials of the two of you during the 3rd simulation. They hadn't even reached the paid content yet, let alone the scenes where you died in her arms twice later. Otherwise, she would definitely immerse herself even more. Children should watch less of the memory book. Their eyes might become nearsighted. You smiled as you walked over. Wan Qingwan looked up at you. Good friend, I want to return to the destructive cult. You were slightly surprised. Why are you going back? I don't want to have too big a gap with you. Wan Qingwan's expression was firm. Now, at 20 years old, Wan Qingwan is at the divine vessel realm. Although she can be called fast, facing someone like you who can accumulate realms gradually, she really doesn't stand a chance. Although even if Wan Qingwan stops cultivating from now on, you could still let her live a comfortable life. But you know that the dignified saintess of the destructive cult is not someone who lacks ambition, spending all day immersed in the memory book watching dramas. More. Wan Qingwan held the memory book out to you. You smiled as you took the memory book, added a few more segments of memory. After you finish watching, come find me. I'll give you something exciting. Wan Qingwan, something exciting. After that, Wan Qingwan left his residence. Until that bright color had long turned the corner and disappeared from sight, you stood there for a long time. After a moment, you collected your thoughts and with a thunderous sound, ascended to the sky. You went to the zoo, using your source power to lift all the animals and flew directly to the Qianming mountain range. Upon reaching the Qianming mountain range, you chose a piece of land over 100 miles away from Dongjijia's research institute. You unleashed your terrifying source power to open up the mountains and crack the earth. You spent 3 days continuously working on the construction, creating a new zoo site. You then returned to Yutong County and brought the He siblings to the new zoo in the Qianming mountain range. From now on, the He siblings would only raise small animals, helping you provide the blood of powerful beasts. You supported Dongjijia in continuing his research, feeling that his work would be useful in the future. You also found 20 warriors to guard the zoo, as the expanding scale of the zoo would inevitably require manpower. After making all the arrangements, you went to the Dream Palace. Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng had been safely brought to the Dream Palace, and Lin Mo was due to be born in a month. You initially planned to have Li Jiang send 2 imperial physicians to assist Wei Xia in childbirth, but you weren't completely at ease with Li Jiang. So, you secretly found 2 of the most famous midwives in Liuzhou and had them reside in the Dream Palace, ready to assist Wei Xia at any time. Once Lin Mo is born in a month, you will embark on your grand journey of cultivation. And just thinking about it makes you a little excited. On this day, you were at the mountaintop villa contemplating the source of swordsmanship when Sang Yi came to your door and reported that a woman named Deng Wanshu wished to see you. You opened your eyes and murmured, "Sister Wanshu really came." Chapter 139, The Perfect Method. You instructed Sang Yi to invite Deng Wanshu into the main hall, and Sang Yi respectfully agreed and left. You leisurely made your way to the main hall. After a while, you stepped into the main hall. Deng Wanshu, sitting in the guest chair on the left, immediately stood up, guessing from your unyielding demeanor that you must be Shangguan Goxing. Facing you, the number 1 in the world, Deng Wanshu appeared somewhat nervous. "Palace Master Shangguan, I apologize for the intrusion." You maintained a calm expression as you walked over and sat at the seat across the tea table from Deng Wanshu, where Sang Yi had already poured a cup of tea for you. You smiled and said, "Miss Deng, please sit down." Only then did Deng Wanshu cautiously take a seat and hand you the letter of introduction you provided her. You casually glanced at the letter you wrote for yourself and didn't bother to open it. "I've heard the kid, you mentioned Miss Deng. What brings you to me?" Deng Wanshu slightly furrowed her smooth forehead and hesitated before speaking. "Palace Master Shangguan, there's something I must ask for your forgiveness first." You took a sip of tea. "Go on." "I read the divine transformation technique that you bestowed upon my elder brother without your permission." After finishing, Deng Wanshu carefully observed your expression. You chuckled. "No problem." Deng Wanshu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her smile softened as she continued. "After reading your divine transformation technique, I was amazed. I couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary talent of the Palace Master, possessing wisdom that makes one look up in awe." You cleared your throat to interrupt. "Ahem, Miss Deng, please, no need for flattery. Let us get to the point." Deng Wanshu restrained her flow of words, her gentle gaze revealing hesitation. After a moment, Deng Wanshu's lips moved slightly, finally asking, "The Palace Master's achievements in mental and spiritual matters are unmatched. May I ask if the Palace Master can seal or erase the memories of others?" You narrowed your eyes, realizing what Deng Wanshu was hinting at. You confirmed, "Miss Deng, what do you mean?" Deng Wanshu's eyes suddenly dimmed. "If Palace Master Shangguan can do this, I would like to ask you to erase a part of the memories of my 2 senior brothers and me." You furrowed your brows, remaining silent for a long time. You understood Deng Wanshu's intention. She wanted you to erase the memories they had of each other. It seems the entanglement among the 3 of them is far from the lightheartedness it appears on the surface. More often than not, their relationship is filled with pain and confusion. The bond among the 3 is too complicated, and they all wish to prevent the other 2 from sinking into the mire of suffering. This decades-long chaotic entanglement shows no signs of a perfect ending, to the point that they thought of such a drastic solution. "I've heard the story of the 3 of you. Is the idea of erasing memories solely your own?" Deng Wanshu didn't expect you to know their story of becoming a trio, appearing somewhat surprised. Then, Deng Wanshu's expression became serious and resolute. But her eyes concealed sorrow. "Palace Master Shangguan, this is the decision made by me and my 2 senior brothers together." You recalled the 3 of them traveling the world before. Perhaps they were searching for a way to erase memories while reminiscing about their youthful times, wanting their once most beautiful memories to become clearer. The 3 must have gone through immense turmoil and pain before finally making such a decision. They wanted to use the powerful force of forgetting to eliminate all entanglements. You turned your gaze to Deng Wanshu. "What happens after erasing the memories of the 3 of you?" Deng Wanshu raised her beautiful eyes in confusion. "After that, After that, the three of you might separate, fall in love with others, each have your own families and children, and you might truly become strangers. Have you thought about that? As you spoke, Deng Wanshu's expression grew more and more moved. Clearly, she had not considered or dared to think about those possible outcomes. Her eyes were filled with confusion and pain. I don't know. Forgetting is a difficult task. Making the decision to forget is even harder. I think you haven't fully considered it. Deng Wanshu's expression was sorrowful, remaining silent for a long time. You suddenly said, "But Miss Deng, there's no need to be so sad right now. Perhaps." Deng Wanshu turned her head to look at you. Perhaps what? Does Palace Master Shangwan have a solution? No. I meant to say that I don't have the ability to erase others' memories. You must seek someone else for that. Perhaps Miss Deng can be sad about it later. Deng Wanshu's lips parted slightly, left speechless, feeling that your thought process was beyond normal human reasoning. You smiled gently. Just joking, but I have an idea that might help the three of you resolve this issue. Deng Wanshu froze for a moment, hope reigniting in her eyes. Palace Master Shangwan, do you really have a way? You thought for a moment and replied, "It's just an idea, and if it succeeds, it could perfectly solve the issue for the three of you. But for you, it carries a high risk and could endanger your life." "I'm willing to bear any risk," Deng Wanshu blurted out without hesitation, her eyes filled with determination. You suddenly thought of Xiahuida and Hu Zhongshuan. You recalled Xiahuida's 50 years of perseverance and Hu Zhongshuan's sacrifice for the sake of the source of the earth. The determination you saw in Deng Wanshu's eyes now was something you had witnessed many times in Xiahuida and Hu Zhongshuan. You couldn't help but feel that perhaps this is what it means to rush toward a goal. You asked, "Aren't you going to ask me what the method is first?" Deng Wanshu hesitated and asked, "May I ask, Palace Master, what is the method?" You paused for 2 breaths and said, "I plan to create another you." Create another me? Deng Wanshu looked astonished. "Since one of you isn't enough, then let us have another one." Deng Wanshu looked uncertain and asked, "Palace Master Shangwan, you actually have such incredible power." "Miss Deng, as I just said, this is just an idea. Whether it can succeed is still unknown." Your tone was very calm. What you call recreating a new Deng Wanshu is actually using Dong Jijia's research on the original body to recreate a physical form of Deng Wanshu. The original body has no consciousness, just right to split half of Deng Wanshu's consciousness over. But splitting consciousness is not easy. This technical challenge needs you to overcome. You have gained some insights during your research on the Xianxiaaudiobooks, but you haven't made particularly significant progress yet. Once you complete the research on splitting consciousness, your Xianxiaaudiobooks will definitely rise to a new level. The process of splitting consciousness requires Deng Wanshu to bear huge risks, even life-threatening ones. As no one has done this before, you don't dare to give Deng Wanshu too definite a statement. Right now, this is really just a concept. The more important reason you tell Deng Wanshu about this uncertain matter is to give the three of them something to think about. This can prevent them from resorting to those crooked ways. It's most important for the three of them to live well. Master Shangwan, Wanshu is extremely grateful. Deng Wanshu's expression is excited, believing that you are trying this specifically for her. She doesn't know that Dong Jijia's research and your improvement of the Xianxiaaudiobooks have been ongoing for a long time, and creating a new Deng Wanshu is just a matter of convenience. Deng Wanshu, however, has no doubts about whether your idea can succeed. If the number one in the world cannot accomplish this, almost no one else can either. You used a statement that is almost purely rigorous. In fact, apart from you, no one else can accomplish it. As for how Deng Wanshu should interact with the newly created Deng Wanshu number 2, or which of Xiahuida and Hu Zhongshuan gets number 1 or number 2, those things are not what should be considered right now. If you really bring 2 identical Deng Wanshus in front of Xiahuida and Hu Zhongshuan, those 2 would definitely jump 3 feet high. They might even set up a tablet for you and offer incense daily, bowing 3 times. You chuckled softly. Deng heroine, things may not work out. No need to be polite. Deng Wanshu's expression is serious. Master Shangwan, this must be polite. If you have any requests, please feel free to command Wanshu, and Wanshu will definitely fulfill them. Chapter 140, Demand? Return. You calmly said, Deng heroine, there is nothing I really need in this world right now. And what you can offer, let us just keep it on credit for now. Deng Wanshu's gentle cheeks are full of gratitude. She originally wanted to say something, but found that what you said makes sense. She could only slightly purse her red lips. Master Shangwan, great kindness does not require thanks. Wanshu will never forget your grace. You smiled calmly, not caring. Deng heroine, I will inform you if there is any progress. No need to worry too much. Master Shangwan, I understand. After that, you sent Deng Wanshu out of the main hall, watching her leave the Wanmeng Palace. You then went to Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng. You quickly arrived outside the couple's courtyard. In the yard, Wei Xia was holding her big belly, one hand on her lower back and the other gently stroking her belly, pacing back and forth. Lin Kaifeng had moved a table and chairs into the yard, studying articles while accompanying Wei Xia. How are you two getting used to living in Wanming Palace? You smiled as you walked into the yard. Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng hurriedly welcomed you, happily saying, Master. We're used to it. Master Sang has arranged everything for us. Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng had been living in Wanming Palace for quite some time and knew that you, Shangwan Goxing, were the master. You nodded. That's good. Wei Xia then asked, By the way, Master, why haven't we seen Master He and his mute junior sister these days? You grinned. You took her mute junior sister to treat her illness. You will be able to talk to her when you see her again. Wei Xia's face lit up with a smile. That's great. Master He's junior sister is like a fairy and shouldn't he have such a flaw. This is a silver note for 10,000 taels. Take it as pocket money. Master, we can't accept it. You already gave us a total of 100,000 taels last time. Take it. You forcibly stuffed it into Wei Xia's hands. Your mouth is worth this much. Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng looked at each other in confusion. Wei Xia, if you need anything, just call Sangi. Actually, we have already troubled Master Sang a lot. I'm leaving. You hummed a little tune as you left the couple. You were in a good mood and began your cultivation. Due to your greatly enhanced talent, you advanced to the late stage of the dragon transformation in just a year. And you already showed signs of breaking through to the peak of dragon transformation. You directly began seclusion. Days rise and fall, black and white alternate. 13 days later, you successfully completed your advancement. You progressed from the late stage of extreme Dao Dragon transformation to the peak stage of extreme Dao Dragon transformation. You also achieved what Lin Mo once did, advancing one small realm each year. The only difference is that Lin Mo did it during the master stage, while you did it during the dragon transformation stage. But now, there is no difference between dragon transformation and master in your eyes. So you believe your talent is no different from Lin Mo's. You nodded, even thinking of applauding your perfect logic. You also conveniently completed the 7th source force refinement, which greatly advanced your Yin Shinju from the 2nd layer towards the 3rd layer. You have gained new insights into the Yin Shinju, which has 3 layers in total. You vaguely feel that the 3rd layer is not the limit, or perhaps even the 4th, 5th layers, or even more can be created. Additionally, your self-created technique has made significant progress after 2 years of accumulation, and you have completely created a name for it, Ling Xin Dao Fa. The current grade of Ling Xin Dao Fa is unknown, its power is confidential, and its characteristics are blank, making it very mysterious. You have comprehended the sword opening mountain earth source very smoothly. You estimate that in another month or 2, you will be able to completely complete the comprehension and advance to the 3rd stage of extreme Dao. Such speed relies on your fusion of 2 dry gold elemental sources, which have already been marinated. Sword opening mountain earth source recognizes you quite well. The next day, it was only a few days until Lin Mo's birthday. You originally planned to visit Wei Xia, but Sang Yi told you that Kong Ling from the Beastmaster sect came to visit. You knew this was the end of the 1-year period. Kong Ling was here to request the 2nd Fire Rock Eagle. So you went to the main hall. But what you didn't expect was that as soon as you walked into the main hall, Kong Ling stood up and warmly greeted you. Master. Long time no see. You looked at Kong Ling, whose face was full of wrinkles from smiling, and then at the Fire Rock Eagle he brought, and immediately laughed. You walked to the high platform and sat down on the throne, then suddenly let out a furious roar. How dare you, Kong Ling? You dare to maliciously speculate about my character. Kong Ling trembled in fright. Master, what do you mean by this? You coldly snorted. I said I would return a Fire Rock Eagle to you after a year. I naturally want to go back on my word. Today is the deadline, and I will return one to you. Yet you dare bring a Fire Rock Eagle to hint at mocking me. Master, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Kong Ling was sweating profusely. You smiled mockingly. What kind of misunderstanding is it? Kong Ling pulled the unwilling Fire Rock Eagle forward. Master, I didn't come to ask for a Fire Rock Eagle. I came to return a Fire Rock Eagle. The Beastmaster sect has recently heard about your solo invasion of the royal palace and your achievements in the East China Sea, and they know about your title as the #1 in the world. Kong Ling no longer dared to come and ask for a Fire Rock Eagle, and even brought back the one he wanted before. You asked knowingly, oh, Brother Kong, you want to return this Fire Rock Eagle to me? Exactly. It was originally the Master's thing, so it should be returned. My Beastmaster sect only took care of it for a year for the Master. Kong Ling said again. I also brought the 5 sea swallows for the Palace Master, and I need to return the 2 8th grade pills that the Palace Master lent me at that time. You couldn't help but laugh, Brother Kong. I remember that I gave you a 7th grade pill back then. How come not only the grade of the pills has increased, but the quantity has also doubled, and now it's alone? Kong Ling showed an extremely flattering smile. Palace Master, you have a good memory. I remember clearly. It was indeed 2 8th-grade pills. You slapped your forehead. There have been many things recently. I might have remembered it wrong. That's right. You directly accepted Kong Ling's Fire Rock Eagle and the 2 8th-grade pills, and Kong Ling instantly beamed with joy. The sea swallows were the ones you had Kong Ling raised to verify the strength beast blood, as ordinary sea swallows have a poor foundation and don't even need to fuse with the essence blood. So you released the 5 light as a swallow sea swallows directly. Seeing you finish all this, Kong Ling understood your attitude and hurriedly took his leave. Kong Ling just wanted to rush back to the Beastmaster sect immediately and announce the good news that the Beastmaster sect has survived to the entire sect. Just as Kong Ling left happily, saying, he walked in with a letter. Palace Master, a secret letter just arrived. Saying, he stepped forward and handed you the letter with both hands. You took the letter and opened it directly. You were slightly surprised. This was actually a letter from Li Jiang. Li Jiang didn't forget your instructions and really brought you the information about the geological source that the Li family royal clan had investigated. The location of this geological source was not unfamiliar to you. That's right, it was still that damn Sea Snake Island. Given your familiarity with Sea Snake Island, it would be enough to directly appoint you as the island master. At the same time, you felt that your previous guess should be correct. The geological sources ranking in the top 4 of the Xianxian affinity would likely appear near Sea Snake Island. This might be related to them having a common origin, or it could be for other reasons. Now it seems, you can almost confirm that the geological source within the light shield of Sea Snake Island is indeed one of the top 3 geological sources of the Xianxian affinity. This geological source is going to appear in 3 months. You plan to wait another month to see if you can complete the comprehension and fusion of the Sword Mountain geological source in that time. Time is still quite tight. You got up and planned to go to the mountain peak's side courtyard to enter seclusion. Below, Sang Yi spoke up. Palace Master, there's a small situation. What small situation? Madame Wei Xia has already gone into labor an hour ago and is currently giving birth. Your brow furrowed. Is this a small situation? This is a huge situation. You crashed like a cannonball outside the main hall door, then rushed up to the sky, flying straight to the courtyard where Wei Xia was located. My human-shaped external attachment is finally about to be born. Chapter 141, Third Stage Extreme Path. When you arrived at Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng's courtyard, Lin Kaifeng was anxiously pacing outside, his face full of worry. How is Wei Xia? You asked before you even landed. Lin Kaifeng looked up, his gaze following you as you slowly landed. Palace Master, you're here, my wife is giving birth. Your senses were sharp, and you had already heard Wei Xia's slightly painful cries from inside the room. How's the situation? You asked. Lin Kaifeng's tone was urgent. The midwife just came out and said it's not going smoothly. Not going smoothly. You tightened your heart, frowning. You thought of many unfortunate situations, and the one you feared the most was Wei Xia coming out to ask you whether to save the doctor or protect the nurse. You anxiously paced back and forth in the courtyard. Lin Kaifeng was taken aback, feeling that you were even more anxious than he was. You walked faster and faster, more and more anxious. Lin Kaifeng looked at you, hesitating for a moment before comforting you. Palace Master, don't be too anxious. Everything will be fine for both mother and child. Alas, you slapped your thigh, squatted at the wall base, and pulled your hair down in despair. How can I not be anxious? Alas. Lin Kaifeng looked at you with a confused expression, then glanced at the room, questioning life. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Palace Master, it should be my wife giving birth inside, right? You looked up at him. Alas. You don't understand. I don't understand. Lin Kaifeng's eyes widened in confusion. Your words made him feel insecure. Palace Master, I should understand a little about this, right? You knew Lin Kaifeng misunderstood, so you stood up and explained, No, you definitely understand this. I mean, you don't understand at all. Your words made Lin Kaifeng look as if he had been hit by a blunt object, his eyes tilted, and his neck crooked, almost drooling in confusion. At this moment, a piercing scream suddenly came from inside the house, from Wei Xia. You and Lin Kaifeng both looked towards the direction of the room, equally anxious. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, but natural phenomena like thunder and lightning did not occur. After a moment, a loud baby's cry suddenly echoed from the room. The baby. This sound made you feel as if you were hearing celestial music. Your ears suddenly cleared. Then the door opened, and a midwife walked out with a beaming smile, holding a baby in her arms. Congratulations. Congratulations. The midwife looked at the two of you, who were anxious, and after hesitating for a moment, she continued, Congratulations, gentlemen. It's a boy, mother and child are safe. You and Lin Kaifeng exchanged glances, both overjoyed. The midwife hesitated and asked, Who would like to hold him first? You smiled, Give him to me. Lin Kaifeng looked at you in surprise and had to retract his already extended hand. He reluctantly glanced at his son. I'll go check on my wife first. During the third simulation, you had seen Lin Mo as a baby, who was also Miao Li Wu, and you recognized at a glance that this baby was Lin Miao Li Wu Mo. You held your external attachment, unable to put it down. Finally, after Lin Kaifeng hesitated several times to speak, you finally returned this little one to him. Lin Kaifeng quickly took the child, excitedly walked toward the room, and gently placed him by Wei Xia's pillow, who looked at the little one with a face full of affection. You did not enter the room, and after Lin Kaifeng came out, you asked, "What do you plan to name the child?" Lin Kaifeng said, "Palace Master, my wife and I have already discussed it. If it's a son, he will be named Lin Mo, and if it's a daughter, she will be named Lin Lin." You nodded. Good names. They sound like powerful characters. The Palace Master is overpraising. Afterward, you left Wei Xia with many high-grade pills, ensuring that she wouldn't need to rest during her confinement and could be lively the next day. Then you left the side courtyard and no longer disturbed the couple. You returned to your own mountain peak side courtyard and began your comprehension of Sword Mountain. You had already made significant progress in your comprehension of Sword Mountain not long ago. You felt that before heading to Sea Snake Island this time, it was very likely that you would complete your comprehension. You sat cross-legged, and your consciousness entered the space. The misty aura of Sword Mountain, upon seeing your consciousness, instantly wrapped around it like a pet dog seeing its owner return home. It coiled up your calves and then wandered around your entire body. You didn't care about anything else and directly grabbed it, beginning your comprehension. Time flew by quickly. For you, who was focused on seclusion, 26 days seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. On this day, you, in the training room, your dark eyes brightened slightly, and suddenly you swung a knife towards the sky. The roof of the training room exploded with a loud bang, and the fierce blade light was imposing, unstoppable. This strike even carried some of the ethereal flavor of the swordsman in the Sword Mountain scenes. Ha, it's still me. You laughed heartily, feeling cheerful. You completed the comprehension and integration of the Sword Opening Mountain in less than a month. You have now officially advanced to the third level of the Extreme Dao. While ordinary Extreme Dao Masters are still at the first level, you have already reached the third level, which is quite impressive. After your breakthrough, you immediately set off for Sea Snake Island. Before leaving, you went to see Lin Mo again. Lin Mo, who is not yet a month old, can only babble and baby talk and cannot communicate with you. Otherwise, you would want to take Lin Mo to the Qianming mountain range to absorb the essence of the sun and moon and help you cultivate some cultivation techniques. You repeatedly instructed Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng to take good care of their good son. You also dispatched 3 masters to provide close protection for Lin Mo in shifts. After arranging all this, you felt at ease and headed to Sea Snake Island. You flew for several days, passing by the Qianming mountain range. You landed. You first went to the zoo to see the He siblings. The animals previously raised by Dong Jijia have all been moved to the zoo. Along with the additional animals added later, the zoo has expanded more than 10 times in size, requiring considerable effort to manage. Fortunately, there are another 20 martial artists helping the He siblings manage the zoo. He Shan has now broken through to the initial stage of bone tempering, and He Yingshun has reached the late stage of skin refining. Although the siblings' cultivation is not high, their professional skills are solid, and they are very responsible, making them excellent workers. You gave them extra qi and blood pills, telling them not to be frugal and to focus on improving their cultivation while balancing work and life. The 2 siblings naturally expressed their immense gratitude, as a conscientious boss like you is nearly extinct. Before you left, you extracted a lot of animal blood and, fortunately, obtained 3 drops of powerful beast blood. You refined it on the spot. Your physical strength surged from the initial stage of Divine Heart to the mid-stage of Divine Heart, which felt very powerful. After that, you went to Dr. Dong's research institute. You walked into Dong Jijia's lab and found him engrossed in his research. Young Master He, you're here. Dong Jijia looked very happy. You nodded and got straight to the point. Old Dong, can you create an identical human being from human blood or something similar? Chapter 142, Xianxiao Sword. Dong Jijia was taken aback. Young Master He, how do you know about my latest research results? You raised your eyebrows. Did I hit the nail on the head? Dong Jijia instantly burst into laughter. You could say that. After learning the details, you realize that Dong Jijia indeed has some skills. According to him, he can take a drop of human blood and, without using any additional raw materials, start from the initial cultivation phase to ultimately create an identical human being at a 1-to-1 ratio. But there's still the old issue. This human being will have no consciousness. This is good news for you, as you can directly place half of Deng Wanshu's consciousness into this new human body. And since it's the same person's consciousness, both Deng Wanshus will believe they are the original Deng Wanshu. If everything goes smoothly, you plan to erase part of the memories of the two Dang Wanshus. One Dang Wanshu will have the memories of Hu Zhongshuan erased, while the other will have the memories of Xiahuida erased, of course. You will consult Dang Wanshu about this. As for which one will have the memories of Xiahuida erased, and which will have the memories of Hu Zhongshuan erased, you will let the two Dang Wanshus randomly swap positions in a place where you cannot see them until you can no longer tell who is who, and then erase the memories. When no one can tell the difference, there is no need to distinguish them. At that time, there will be two identical Dang Wanshus, each falling in love with different people. Let them love as they wish, without a word of complaint. After receiving a definite answer from Dong Jijia, you left. Now this plan only lacks your own breakthrough in the spirit transformation technique. You feel quite confident, not because you have gained new insights, but because Lin Mo was born. With a call of Mo, many difficulties on the cultivation path can be resolved. You continued to head towards Sea Snake Island. A few days later, you arrived at this Feng Shui treasure land, which was already marked with your footprints. At this time, it was not yet time for the ground source to appear, so you needed to wait a while. Currently, no other extreme Dao masters had come over. You estimated that no extreme Dao masters would show up until you collected the ground source. Because now the brothers in the Dao are aware that you are frantically collecting ground sources. You have already been to Sea Snake Island twice, and it is unlikely that anyone would dare to confront you, let alone steal the ground source. You thought for a moment, and after obtaining this ground source, you would possess 4 ground sources with the attribute of Qianjin. Moreover, it can almost be confirmed that another ground source with the attribute of Qianjin will appear here at Sea Snake Island, totaling 5 ground sources. What is even more outrageous is that you know that 3 years later, in the 11th year, at Yajianku, at least 12 ground sources will appear all at once. With your current strength, those at least 12 ground sources will definitely be within your grasp. Last time, you learned that the more ground sources you fuse, the closer you get to the aura, so you need to obtain more ground sources. You looked at the calm blue sea and then at the small light shield on Sea Snake Island. You decided to test your strength at the 3rd level of the Extreme Dao. You wanted to know what level your full power attack on the light shield could reach, so you could gauge how many more ground sources you would need to break this turtle shell. A flash of light appeared in your hand as you held the Soul Awakening Blade. You glanced at the Soul Awakening Blade, momentarily stunned. Then a flash of black light occurred in your hand, and you switched to another Soul Awakening Blade. You had mistakenly picked up the counterfeit Soul Awakening Blade that was a clumsy imitation of yours. Now holding your genuine Soul Awakening Blade, a powerful source of energy surged, and the calm sea began to rise and fall, as if in awe of your strength. The Soul Awakening Blade emitted a ghostly glow, and the blade suddenly expanded. You directly used the life and death slash. The massive blade struck like a storm towards the seemingly precarious light shield. Boom! The overwhelming blade's phantom suddenly collided with the light shield, sending shockwaves that created towering waves. Crack! A crisp shattering sound reached your ears. Then your expression changed, and you quickly looked towards Sea Snake Island, stuffing a pill into your mouth. When you clearly saw the condition of the light shield, what unfolded before your eyes left you both surprised and delighted. The light shield, which you thought was unbreakable, actually showed cracks at the top, and the cracks were gradually spreading. You were overjoyed. What the hell? Is it breaking already? As soon as you finished speaking, the cracks instantly spread across the entire light shield. Whoosh! The light shield shattered like a broken glass bowl, exploding in midair above Sea Snake Island. There was no longer any barrier on Sea Snake Island, granting free access. The ground source that had been obstructed by the light shield was now swaying leisurely on Sea Snake Island. Ha! You laughed wildly, releasing your source energy, instantly wrapping around that ground source and directly collecting it into your space. Your consciousness probed, and the ground source revealed its true form. You immediately clapped your hands in admiration. Great, great. It's actually the Xianxiao sword. This ground source is indeed the #1 ground source with the Qianjin attribute, the Xianxiao sword ground source. It was the sword once wielded by a 1,000-year swordsman. Wonderful, wonderful. You were overjoyed to have obtained the #1 ground source with the Qianjin attribute. After your joy, you gradually calmed down. You subconsciously looked towards Snake Island and murmured, something's not right. Why do these 4 sources of earth all appear near Snake Island? Do they want to gather for a game of mahjong? You furrowed your brows and decided to investigate Snake Island. You cautiously approached the air above Snake Island, which was not large but covered in vegetation and had a pleasant view. You flew low over Snake Island, using your powerful mental strength from the 2nd layer of the divine transformation technique to scan the ground. Just as you were about to finish exploring Snake Island, your brows suddenly knitted together. You noticed something unusual on the ground below. Without thinking, you struck down with your sword. With a loud boom, the trees on the island shattered, and dust flew everywhere. A huge hole appeared in the ground. You focused your gaze and saw that there was an even larger space beneath the hole. The sunlight streaming through the hole revealed that the space below seemed to be a stone chamber, which was very neat and orderly inside. You looked at the stone chamber, but couldn't see clearly. With a wave of your source power, you summoned a seabird and then threw it into the stone chamber. The panicked seabird flapped around wildly inside, occasionally crashing into the walls of the stone chamber, but nothing happened. Only then did you nod and directly flew into the stone chamber through the hole. You did not land, but remained suspended in the air inside the stone chamber. You scanned around. The stone chamber was quite ordinary, square, and without any distinctive features. However, when you turned around, your gaze suddenly froze. In that direction, there was a high platform with a gleaming sword stuck straight into it, the Xianxiao sword. Indeed, it was the prototype sword of the source of earth you had just obtained. You were astonished. A sword that was at least 1,000 years old appeared before you, as if it were brand new. You hesitated for a moment, then created a barrier with your source power, and sent your power rolling towards the Xianxiao sword on the high platform. Your expression was serious and extremely cautious. However, until your source power touched, and even retrieved the Xianxiao sword, nothing unexpected happened. This caught you a bit off guard. You looked at the Xianxiao sword floating before you and wondered, aren't ancient caves supposed to be fraught with danger? But indeed, nothing happened. You flipped the Xianxiao sword over and over, but found no abnormalities. With a thought, you released your mental power to probe it. At that moment, you suddenly felt another consciousness on the Xianxiao sword. Your consciousness seemed to inadvertently shake hands with that consciousness. There was actually another consciousness on the Xianxiao sword. You were extremely alert and quickly pushed the Xianxiao sword far away. You couldn't confirm what that consciousness was, but you could feel it was very weak and wouldn't pose any threat to you. Countless possibilities flashed through your mind. You steadied your thoughts. You looked at the Xianxiao sword and tentatively said, Elder Yao? The Xianxiao sword showed no response. You shouted again, Great Yinshin? The Xianxiao sword still showed no reaction. You guessed that this consciousness was the remnant of the Millennium Swordsman, as this was his sword. You frowned and murmured, at least after 1,000 years, there's still a remnant of consciousness. Someone who can leave 4 sources of earth is indeed remarkable. As soon as you finished speaking, the Xianxiao sword actually trembled slightly. That weak consciousness seemed to have triggered a keyword and instinctively conveyed a message to your consciousness. Source of earth. Don't merge with the source of earth. Chapter 143, Cultivation Techniques. The message from the Xianxiao sword startled you. Why can't I merge with the source of earth? Your consciousness immediately questioned eagerly. That consciousness seemed a bit confused and very weak. You could feel that you could easily extinguish this consciousness with a flick of your hand. After a long time, that consciousness finally stammered. Because I want to merge. Give it all to me. Ha 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 ha, give me all the sources of earth. What the? Crazy? You frowned. This consciousness's mental state was very unstable. The consciousness went into a frenzy and suddenly calmed down, murmuring, No, I can't merge with the source of earth. I still want to go back. I will definitely go back. Your brows knitted deeply. Crazier than me? Although the mental state of this consciousness was very unstable, you still planned to ask some simple questions to see if you could extract some useful information. You tentatively asked, Who are you? I am Yiyuyan. Yiyuyan, do you like your dad or your mom? I like my sister. Question mark. Little sister, wait for me. I will definitely save you. Yiyuyan let out another neurotic howl. You shook your head. Seeing Yiyuyan in this state, you had to apply some pressure. Your powerful mental strength from the second layer of the divine transformation technique suddenly released. Pressing down on the Xianxiao sword, Yiyuyan immediately quieted down from the frenzy, then conveyed a feeling of surprise. Impossible. You are just a martial artist. How can your consciousness be so strong? Consciousness. Your expression changed as you continued. My consciousness isn't that strong. But it's enough to extinguish this little remnant of yours. Yiyuyan fell silent for 2 breaths. What do you want? You replied coldly. I have a few questions for you. Don't play dumb with me. If I say what I said, can you not kill me? I don't know, but if you don't speak, I will kill you immediately. I will speak. Very perceptive. Why do you say you can't merge with the source of earth? I don't know. Don't know? Yes. I really don't know. Yiyuyan let out a chilling scream as your consciousness pierced through him. After a long time, you stopped your attack on Yiyuyan. Now do you know? That consciousness was a little weaker. I really don't know, but don't hit me. You withdrew your attacking consciousness, only keeping a watchful eye around the Xianxiao sword. There's a phrase in my mind that seems to be related to the source of earth. Say it. The mountain has existed. How can one look up to it? Speak human language. Merging with the source of earth has no future. You hesitated and asked, How is it without a future? I don't know. My soul is too weak, and my memory hasn't fully recovered. You could indeed feel that Yiyuyan's soul was very frail. It probably could only exist for a few more decades before completely dissipating. The soul? Is there a way to strengthen it? I can't remember. You paused for a moment, but didn't dwell on it. Continuing to ask, why can your soul attach to the xianxiao sword? I refined the xianxiao sword into my life sword, so I could attach a wisp of soul, but it's just barely surviving. Refining a life sword, Yi Yun seemed to smile bitterly. They say it's a life sword. But without spiritual energy to enhance its spirituality, the xianxiao sword is just a sword that can communicate with the mind. Hearing Yi Yun mention spiritual energy, you remained calm and did not say much. Yi Yun even took the initiative to explain what spiritual energy was, describing it vividly and claiming it could do everything. You clearly saw that Yi Yun wanted to pique your interest, but you showed no extra response, which surprised Yi Yun a little. You continued to ask, how long have you existed in this soul state? More than 700 years. You could basically confirm that Yi Yun was indeed that millennium swordsman. But you feel something is off. Yi Yun didn't merge with the Earth's source 1,000 years ago, so how could he live for another 200 to 300 years? Is it really just because of luck? How old are you? You ask. Over 400 years. If you didn't merge with the Earth's source, how could you live so long? Yi Yun looks puzzled. Why do you say I haven't merged with the Earth's source? You didn't intend to reveal that you had seen Yi Yun in the memory book, so you answer. You said just now not to merge with the Earth's source. Yi Yun hesitates for a moment and says, I have merged with 2 Earth sources. You tell others not to merge, but you happily merged with 2 Earth sources? Yi Yun also feels a bit contradictory, hesitating for a moment before saying, if I don't merge, my lifespan will wither away. I don't want to die. Since you can merge with 2 Earth sources, why not merge with more? Wouldn't that mean living longer? I tried merging with multiple Earth sources, but later I didn't encounter Earth sources with the same attributes, so they all failed. You are moved and realize that Yi Yun actually knows that Earth sources with the same attributes can be merged. But strangely, other extreme Tao masters don't know this. Why does Yi Yun know? Although you are puzzled, you remain calm. Why don't you look for Earth sources with the same attributes to merge? I don't know which Earth sources have the same attributes. You nod slightly. It seems Yi Yun doesn't fully understand Earth sources. At least he doesn't know which Earth sources have the same attributes. You ask again, do you know what the Earth source is? What is the Earth source? What is it? You see Yi Yun about to have a breakdown, quickly using your consciousness to stop him. All right, stop thinking. With your reassurance, Yi Yun gradually calms down. You suspect that Yi Yun doesn't even know he is left behind 4 Earth sources. You continue to ask, you merged with 2 Earth sources and can live over 400 years? Who gave you the extra 100 years? Yi Yun hesitates. Speak. Say it boldly, not saying it is death. Yi Yun is silent for a moment. I only remember I don't belong here. I belong to a world with spiritual energy. I don't know why I came here, and the spiritual energy in my body gradually dissipated in this place devoid of it. You remain calm. A world with spiritual energy? So your cultivation technique from that world makes your physical body strong enough that even without merging with the Earth source, your lifespan is longer? Yi Yun replies, yes. You think for a moment, your voice low. If I ask you to give me your cultivation technique, you wouldn't agree, right? I can give it to you. You were surprised, so straightforward. I sensed your solid killing intent. If I don't hand it over, you really would kill me. You scratch your head. You can sense this little thought of mine. Impressive. I know you don't believe in the existence of spiritual energy because this world lacks it, which is why you think killing me wouldn't be a loss. Yi Yun speaks seriously, but I want to tell you, this world is about to have spiritual energy, and the cultivation technique will make you invincible in the world. Yi Yun keeps emphasizing the importance of the cultivation technique, his intent quite obvious, wanting to ensure you don't kill him and negotiate terms. You have some interest in the cultivation technique, but not much, because you believe in the abilities of your Mosey brother and Mosey brother. As long as you have Mosey brother simulate a few more times, Mosey brother will surely be able to create the cultivation technique for you. But you are very interested in how Yi Yun knows the timing of the spiritual energy revival. You ask, how do you know spiritual energy will appear soon? Chapter 144, 4th Stage Extreme Tao. Yi Yun hesitates for a moment. I have a secret method brought from my original world that can sense the timing of spiritual energy's appearance. You raise an eyebrow. Then tell me, how much longer until spiritual energy appears? Yi Yun hesitates for a moment, does not answer directly, but instead asks, how many Earth sources have you merged? You laugh angrily. You really are something, trying to adapt based on my lifespan. Yi Yun falls silent. He didn't expect you to be quick-witted, and his little scheme was immediately seen through by you. Clearly, Yi Yun doesn't know the timing of the spiritual energy revival. He just wants to use the cultivation technique in his hands as an important bargaining chip to negotiate with you. You don't want to beat around the bush with him. You get straight to the point. I'll say it plainly. I know you want me to help you strengthen your soul and seek a chance for revival. The Xianxiao sword trembles slightly, and Yi Yoyun's emotions become visibly agitated. You smile, but I don't want to negotiate any terms with you. If you give me the cultivation technique now, I will do my best to help you strengthen your soul. If you don't give it, I will just kill you on the spot and walk away. Yi Yoyun falls silent. It seems you provided two options, but in reality, there is only one option because you are not tempted by the cultivation technique at all. Even if Yi Yoyun doesn't believe that you would help him after getting the cultivation technique, he has no other choice. After a long silence, Yi Yoyun finally speaks. I will give you the cultivation technique. That's more like it. It's much better for everyone to be amicable. You use your consciousness to touch his consciousness, appearing very friendly. You plan to take the cultivation technique to Lin Mo as a reference. So the creation and upgrading of the technique will be faster later on. If you can help Yi Yoyun strengthen his soul, you should also be able to learn more about earth sources and cultivation from his fully restored memories. In fact, letting Yi Yoyun practice your divine transformation technique is useful. But you don't plan to help him enhance his soul immediately. After all, the other party used to be a cultivator, and you plan to observe for a while longer. You directly say, recite it. Then, you wrote down a truly meaningful cultivation technique from Yi Yoyun, the Jade Purity Purple Chi technique. You are not worried that Yi Yoyun has some tricks up his sleeve in this technique. After all, you will let Lin Mo practice it first. No, let Lin Mo reference it first. You won't let Lin Mo completely follow the Jade Purity Purple Chi technique to practice. You promise to help Yi Yoyun collect secret methods or items that can enhance the soul. After obtaining the Jade Purity Purple Chi technique, you use source power to control the Xianxiao sword and burst out of the stone chamber. You feel the Xianxiao sword tremble slightly. It is clear that Yi Yoyun, who has seen the light of day again, is a bit excited. You stand calmly on the surface of the sea, not leaving. Yi Yoyun asks, may I ask the name of the great hero? Shangwan Goshing. Brother Shangwan, what are you waiting for here? You smile slightly, waiting for good things. After saying that, your powerful consciousness envelopes the Xianxiao sword, completely blocking Yi Yoyun's soul perception. You now understand why these four earth sources appeared near Sea Snake Island. Because both the Xianxiao sword and Yi Yoyun's soul are hidden on Sea Snake Island. The four earth sources will naturally be drawn by their aura and appear nearby. On the 17th day, a few hundred meters south of Sea Snake Island, the aura begins to change. You are delighted and just about to go over. Then, a surge of heavenly and earthly aura rises more than 2 miles north of Sea Snake Island. Oh, two earth sources. You only waited for a moment, and the two earth sources appeared one after another. You skillfully collected the two earth sources into your space. Your consciousness probes, and as expected, they are Jian Wentian and Jian Fuhai, whose attributes rank second and third among the Qianjin. These two earth sources owners are still beside you, and they are still in the dark, which adds a bit of excitement. Having obtained two earth sources simultaneously, you are in a great mood and return to the Dream Palace. After returning to the Dream Palace, you place the Xianyun sword in a secluded attic, instructing anyone not to approach it. You then hurried to check on Lin Mo. Under the watchful gaze of Lin Kaifeng, you found that Lin Mo was fine, which relieved you to return to the top of the mountain's other courtyard. At this moment, in the training room, your divine sense penetrated the space, and three sources of earth gently swayed within it. The aura of your dry gold attribute made the three sources feel a sense of closeness. Even without deliberately trying to comprehend the three sources, they seemed eager to showcase themselves. Despite their enthusiasm, you had little reaction because you were unsure whether to continue comprehending and merging with the sources. Although Yi Yuyan also merged with the source, it was out of necessity for longevity. You were uncertain about what Yi Yuyan meant when he said merging with the source had no future. However, after some thought, you decided to understand and merge with the three sources. After all, the sources allowed you to connect with spiritual energy, which was a tangible effect that could surely enhance your speed in absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. Moreover, after the simulation ended, the sources were settled individually, and you could choose not to inherit them, which would not affect your body at all. The only headache was that your body had already merged with the source of the falling immortal sword. If there were any problems, it would be disastrous. Perhaps you should consider a temporary self-sacrifice to ask the simulator if it could separate the already merged source. No, you should be able to ask directly. It even hinted at spiritual energy last time. You sincerely called out in your mind, "Simulator, are you there?" The simulator responded, "I am here. I have always been here." You asked, "Can merged sources be separated?" The simulator replied, "As I said, host, now that you've gained an advantage, you must have the awareness to match it. Why are you being so stingy?" You immediately felt excited and confirmed. Merged sources can also be separated? The simulator answered, "If it can be disassembled, it can be reassembled. If it can be broken, it can be established. The state of the host's physical body can be reverted to any point in time." Awesome. You're truly amazing, simulator. You are the real system that benefits us, the many transgressors. You were exhilarated, letting out a howl of joy. After finally calming down, you thought, with the simulator backing me up, why should I be afraid? Merge more. You directly began comprehending the top 3 dry gold attribute sources. Time flowed like water, day and night passing without pause. In the 9th year, you completed the comprehension and merging of the 3rd-ranked source, sword covering C, of the dry gold attribute. You officially advanced to the 4th stage of the extreme path. You completed the 8th source power refinement, and your talent was further enhanced. That year, Lin Mo turned 1 year old. During this time, you gave Lin Mo the top-grade pills as treats, and Lin Mo's roots improved again, reaching an unimaginably terrifying level. Soon after, 1-year-old Lin Mo advanced to the pinnacle of bone refinement. In the same year, King Yongning, Liu, sent someone again to deliver a letter, hoping to visit. You expressed that you were busy and not interested in getting involved with the Li family. Soon after, King Yongning Liu declared the emperor of Daqian, Li Jiang, a false emperor, denouncing him for patricide and ancestral murder, going against human ethics. Liu used this as a reason to unite with the kingdom of Jinyue to launch a fierce attack on Daqian, reigniting the flames of war on the front lines. In the 10th year, you completed the 9th source power refinement. Not long after, you effortlessly broke through to the pinnacle of the Extreme Path Transformation Dragon and advanced to the early stage of the Extreme Path Master. Your combat power became unmatched by all Extreme Path Masters. Your divine transformation technique made significant progress, and you felt that you would soon break through to the 3rd layer. You taught Yi Yuyin the 1st layer of the divine transformation technique to help strengthen his divine soul. In the same year, Lin Mo turned 2 years old and advanced to the pinnacle of bone refinement on his birthday. You plan to take Lin Mo to the Qianming mountain range in 3 days to begin the cultivation and transformation of the Jade Purification Purple Qi technique. On that day, Li Jiang sent an urgent letter, stating that they could not withstand Liu's offensive and requested your assistance. Holding the letter, you muttered, "I'm about to start cultivating immortality." And you are still fighting to the death. Chapter 145, Narrowing the Gap? You looked at the letter and pondered for a moment before deciding to help Li Jiang find a way out. After all, over the years, Li Jiang had indeed sent you letters reporting on the sources. During holidays, he would also send you, the national teacher, some precious items as a form of consolation, wishing you good health and reminding you to sleep early, wake early, and exercise more. Li Jiang's attitude was quite proper. Furthermore, now that you had advanced to the 4th stage of the extreme path, it was time to go out and show off a bit. You set off from the Dream Palace, heading north toward the Tsangwang Desert. The army of the Kingdom of Jinyue had already crossed the Tsangwang Desert and reached the southern side of the desert at Taeyong Pass. Taeyong Pass is located on the west side of the Cliff River mouth, and together with Cliff River mouth, these 2 military strongholds form the steel defense line on the northern border of Daqian. If Taeyong Pass falls, the Kingdom of Jinyue and Liu could advance directly and attack the capital. This time, the Kingdom of Jinyue came with great momentum, and their extreme path masters had also joined the battle. Li Jiang knew the situation was urgent and dispatched many extreme path masters from the Li royal family to provide support. When the extreme path masters from both sides clashed, there were considerable casualties. However, the number of extreme path masters from the Li royal family was already fewer than the combined total of those from the Kingdom of Jinyue and the Mijin sect by more than 10. Last time, you had even eliminated more than 10 of the Li royal family's extreme path masters. With this ebb and flow, the high-end combat power of Daqian's extreme path masters was already quite stretched. Li Jiang's relationship with the Jianghu sects was not very close, and only 3 extreme path masters from the Jianghu came to assist him. The reason why other sects did not come to support was that although it was said that the Kingdom of Jinyue was attacking Daqian, there was a presence of Liu on their side. Essentially, this was a family matter of the Li family, regardless of who won in the end. Daqian would remain Daqian, and the sects in the Jianghu would not be greatly affected. In this situation, Li Jiang had no choice but to send you a letter, asking you to go to Taeyong Pass to resist the Kingdom of Jinyue's attack. You were pressed for time, so you flew quickly and soon caught sight of Taeyong Pass. The tall, mottled city walls of Taeyong Pass were already riddled with scars, and the endless yellow earth outside the pass was stained black and red with blood. It was evident that the 2 armies had engaged in multiple skirmishes. The Daqian soldiers on the walls of Taeyong Pass were covered in blood, their eyes filled with confusion and despair. In the high sky outside Taeyong Pass, the extreme path masters from Daqian and the Kingdom of Jinyue faced each other. In a standoff, the Kingdom of Jinyue had 57 extreme path masters, all in good condition, while Daqian had 39 extreme path masters, many of whom were already injured. The disparity in combat power was clear at a glance. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense, swords drawn and arrows notched. The leader among the extreme path masters of the kingdom of Xianxia wore a faint smile and slowly spoke. Li Shun, take your people and retreat. After the Yongning king ascends the throne, he will grant you the title of Duke of the kingdom. The speaker was the grand elder of the Mixian sect from the kingdom of Xianxia, Meng Han. Li Shun remained silent, staring at Meng Han without speaking. Meng Han was not in a hurry either. He turned to another person on the Dacian side. Zhangqing, your three brothers simply want to secure a future for the Jihua sect. If you retreat now, I can promise that the next source obtained by my Mixian sect will be prioritized for your Jihua sect. The person called Zhangqing's face tightened slightly, exchanging glances with the two behind him, hesitation evident in their eyes. Meng Han did not elaborate further, but continued to make many promises, both genuine and false, to others on the Dacian side. It was clear that Meng Han had done his homework, carefully investigating all the extreme masters dispatched by the great Qian this time. Finally, Meng Han said, let me reveal to everyone that my secret true sect has long made an agreement with King Yongning. After assisting King Yongning in defeating the false Emperor Li Jiang, all he needs to do is cede 5 states, and the great Qian will not interfere in other matters. This statement immediately caused an uproar among the great Qian side. This meant that even if Li Yu captured Li Jiang, the extreme masters of the Li royal family would hardly be affected. They had no need to fight with fewer numbers and risk their lives here. They only needed to step aside lightly, and the great Qian would merely change its emperor. As extreme masters, they would still enjoy their privileges. Perhaps they could even gain more benefits due to their swift actions this time. A strange atmosphere began to spread on the great Qian side. Even the leading extreme master Li Shun's eyes flickered. The extreme masters of the great Qian exchanged glances, followed by a strange silence. Soon, Li Shun finally slowly raised his eyes to look at Meng Han. Meng Han wore a calm smile as if everything was under control. Li Shun hesitated for a moment and said, Meng Han, how can you guarantee that what you said is true? Meng Han replied with a smile. I will only send 3 extreme masters to follow King Yongning to the capital to capture the false Emperor Li Jiang. And if you are not at ease, you can come along too. Once Meng Han finished speaking, the extreme masters of the great Qian were completely swayed, and a low discussion arose. Li Shun's eyes narrowed, and he said directly, as long as you can fulfill your promise, I can. You cannot. Suddenly, a calm yet deafening voice came from above the heads of both parties. Meng Han was furious and looked up at you. What courage! Who are you? As everyone looked up, many recognized you, Lord Shangguan. Although Meng Han had never seen you, he had heard your name and knew that you were extraordinarily powerful. The strongest in the great Qian, far beyond the extreme masters. It was said that you alone could suppress 20 extreme masters, which was quite outrageous. Meng Han was taken aback. Li Yu had clearly promised him that you would not interfere with the Li family matters, yet he did not expect you to show up. The calmness on Meng Han's face vanished, and the pressure suddenly increased. You slowly descended, and then looked at the people of the great Qian. Li Shun was excited. Lord Shangguan, you finally came. Li Shun was also one of those who had been chased by you in the palace and had witnessed your miraculous feat of capturing Li Onlong unharmed. You looked at Li Shun and smiled. Do you want to surrender? Li Shun felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly said, Lord, I want to fight to the death. You nodded. Then go and kill the ones on the other side. Li Shun's mouth opened. Huh? Me? Just you. Lord, I assent that inappropriate. You smiled lightly, waved your hand to dismiss Li Shun. It was now your turn to take charge. It was fortunate that you arrived in time to stop Li Shun's surrender. Otherwise, you would have missed the opportunity to act. You turned to Meng Han and the others from the Golden Yu Kingdom, speaking calmly. Withdraw from the territory of Great Qian. Li Shun felt that you alone could match over 20 extreme masters, with 39 from Great Qian and 57 from the Golden Yu Kingdom. The gap of 18 could be covered by you, and you even had the advantage. However, since there were more injured on the Great Qian side, Li Shun believed their combat power was roughly equal. Li Shun gained confidence, but did not dare to be overly arrogant. He just wanted to scare the Golden Yu Kingdom away. Li Shun said solemnly, Meng Han, if you are sensible, retreat immediately. Although only the Lord came, there is no longer a gap between us. Chapter 146. Lin Mo makes his move. Meng Han also feared your fierce record. But at this point, with a justified reason for the conflict, he clearly did not want to retreat directly and risk losing everything. Meng Han felt that even if the combat power was equal now, they still had the advantage in numbers. If it came to a real fight, they could surround you and might still have a chance to win. Meng Han looked at you and smiled. Lord Shangguan, your arrival must be due to the incredible conditions offered by Li Jiang. But regardless of what conditions Li Jiang offered you, my secret true sect offers you double. For the last time, you remained calm and directly interrupted Meng Han's words. Meng Han opened his mouth. Half of his words stuck in his throat and went unspoken. Meng Han was suddenly enraged and no longer wanted to waste words with you. He thought that you could indeed fight fiercely surrounded by over 20 extreme masters, but they now had 57 and had no reason to fear you. His gaze turned sharp. Shangwan Go Sheng. Today I will see just how much strength you, the number one of Great Qian, truly have. Meng Han directly swung a large halberd and charged forward, with other extreme masters from the Golden Yu Kingdom following suit. Li Shun and the others were immediately flustered. Many had only heard your name and had never seen you in action, leaving them uncertain. These people began to gather their source power, preparing to fight back. You said leisurely, "You're given a chance, yet you're still useless." Suddenly, both sides of extreme masters felt a blinding flash before their eyes, and a chilling, fierce blade light instantly filled the space. Many screams rang out simultaneously. In an instant, the blade light receded, and the world returned to brightness. The people on the Great Qian side looked at the opposite side in horror, a chill rushing from their spines to the top of their heads. They saw that the front line of the Golden Yu Kingdom was filled with shattered bodies, falling like autumn leaves. With a series of cracking sounds, countless corpses fell to the ground, kicking up dust. With a single strike, 19 extreme masters from the Golden Yu Kingdom fell on the spot. This included the top extreme master Meng Han, who was at the forefront. The remaining extreme masters from the Golden Yu Kingdom were terrified, retreating rapidly, looking at you in disbelief as if they had seen the greatest terror in the world. They could not imagine that someone could kill 19 extreme masters in one move, including a top extreme master. What kind of shocking power is this? The extreme masters of the Golden Yu Kingdom stared at you in terror, momentarily forgetting to escape. All the extreme masters of Great Qian looked at your back with immense fear. The scene fell into a sudden silence. At this moment, you smiled slightly and said aloud, "From now on, the Golden Yu Kingdom may not step beyond the Zhangwang Desert. Anyone who violates this will be killed by me." Your voice was not loud, yet it made everyone tremble, as if waking from a dream. This sentence seemed to be imprinted in everyone's hearts, becoming an indelible thought. All the extreme masters of the Golden Yu Kingdom nodded subconsciously. Your aura locked onto everyone, and the immense fear made them not even dare to entertain thoughts of escape. But you also did not plan to kill the remaining people. The intimidation was enough. They posed no threat to you now. You spoke calmly to the people of the Golden Yu Kingdom. "All right, after returning, hand over Li Yu to Great Qian. You can disperse now." The extreme masters of the Golden Yu Kingdom felt as if they had received a great pardon, hurriedly agreeing and no longer daring to linger, scattering like locusts crossing the land. The crisis facing Great Qian was effortlessly resolved by you. You turned to the already dumbfounded Li Shun. "Hey, wake up." Li Shun quickly composed himself. Lord, you left a few people to escort Li Yu to the capital." Li Shun said solemnly, "Lord, I will wait here personally." You nodded. As expected of someone who wants to become the protector of the nation, you have a bright future. Li Shun heard your teasing and quickly lowered his head. "Palace Master, I dare not. You didn't linger any longer and directly rushed into the sky, disappearing without a trace. All the extreme Dao masters of the Great Qian let out a sigh of relief. They then looked at the 19 dead extreme Dao masters scattered on the ground, staring blankly for a long time, their hearts still surging. Today, you instantly killed 19 extreme Dao masters, and your achievement of stopping the war with one strike gradually spread throughout the Great Qian, causing a huge sensation. Worried Li Jiang was so happy upon hearing the news that he jumped 3 feet high. Li Jiang immediately declared the Wanming Palace as the state religion of the Great Qian and appointed himself as an outer disciple of the Wanming Palace, claiming he would only respect the palace master for the rest of his life. You didn't care about Li Jiang's grandstanding. Let him do whatever he wanted. Other extreme Dao masters speculated about the height you had reached, but after much guessing, they still had no exact answer. They only knew that you, the world's number one, were no longer on the same level as them. The extreme Dao master of the Jinyue Kingdom reported your situation to the leader of the Mijin sect, Yu Shouwen. As soon as he returned, the loss of 19 extreme Dao masters at once left Yu Shouwen both heartbroken and shocked. Yu Shouwen immediately summoned the extreme Dao masters skilled in divination within the sect to calculate your fate. But all the extreme Dao masters reached the same conclusion. There was no such person. Yu Shouwen was instantly flustered, recalling the absurdly strong person he had once encountered who claimed to be from another world. Yu Shouwen speculated that there might be a certain connection between you two. On that day, Yu Shouwen ordered the monarch of the Jinyue Kingdom to retreat the borders of the kingdom by 100 miles and publicly declared it was out of respect for you. You didn't pay much attention to your growing reputation. At this moment, you were in the Qianming mountain range with 2-year-old Lin Mo. The Qianming mountain range was vast and lush, with trees obscuring the view. "Palace Master, What are we doing here? The cute little Lin Mo looked up at you from your feet. Today I will teach you a top-tier cultivation technique. Lin Mo looked puzzled. Palace Master. Didn't you say that what I'm cultivating now is already the top technique? You took out the Jade Clean Purple Chi technique. This one is even more top-tier. According to Yi Yuyan, the Jade Clean Purple Chi technique is a Qi refining technique that can only reach the peak of Qi refining at most. You had memorized the entire text, but you hadn't tried to cultivate it, not because you had no clue after flipping it for a long time, but simply because you didn't want to refine it. The technique also explains spiritual roots. Only those with spiritual roots could sense spiritual energy and cultivate. Although you could sense spiritual energy, you didn't know whether you had spiritual roots. Because the more earth sources you fused, the stronger your ability to sense spiritual energy became, which seemed unrelated to spiritual roots. Yi Yuyan had given you a technique to test for spiritual roots, but you had no cultivation level and couldn't use it to detect them. Only after you truly integrated spiritual energy into your body could you test for spiritual roots for yourself and Lin Mo. Lin Mo, hearing your words, brightened up, as cultivation was his happiest thing. Palace Master, really? Can I cultivate right now? You handed the Jade Clean Purple Chi technique to Lin Mo. Cultivate, right now. Yay. Lin Mo extended his chubby little hand, took the Jade Clean Purple Chi technique, and began to flip through it. After a while, Lin Mo looked confused. Palace Master, the cultivation method of this technique seems completely different. You pretended to be profound and said, it's to test whether you can figure it out. You passed this first level, continue to comprehend. Upon hearing that you were testing him, Lin Mo immediately became nervous, staring at the book with a serious face. Lin Mo seemed to be struggling to understand. He occasionally glanced at you, looking like he had many questions he wanted to ask. You simply sat beside him, closing your eyes to rest, fearing Lin Mo would really ask you because you also knew nothing. Right now, you felt like a student trying to hide from the teacher, afraid of being called on, while Lin Mo was like a student who couldn't solve the test paper, being watched closely by the invigilator, both of you feeling a bit guilty. After a while, Lin Mo finally couldn't help but cautiously ask, Palace Master, what is this so-called spiritual energy in the technique? You naturally had to explain spiritual energy clearly to Lin Mo. So, you carefully explained spiritual energy to Lin Mo, who nodded, seeming to understand a bit. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo simply asked, Palace Master, is this spiritual energy? Lin Mo stretched out his tiny index finger. A wisp of transparent gas swaying at the tip, making you feel very warm. Chapter 147, Earth Spirit. You felt the spiritual energy at the tip of Lin Mo's finger and silently turned your head to the other side. You looked at the blue sky, holding back tears of emotion, feeling that today's wind was particularly noisy. You pushed Lin Mo's little chubby hand away from in front of you, quickly put it away. Being so high profile makes it easy to attract envy from bad people. Palace Master, is this spiritual energy? Lin Mo asked sincerely. You casually replied, close enough. Lin Mo's little face was filled with joy. Palace Master, I passed the test, right? You coughed twice. Well, you passed the preliminary test. But when we go back today, you have to write me a reflection of no less than 800 words. I'll check it tomorrow. Lin Mo's face turned difficult. Palace Master, I'm afraid that won't work. I don't even know 800 characters in total. Then how did you just cultivate the Jade Clean Purple Chi technique? I picked the characters I recognized, and then relied on my intuition to cultivate. That's enough. You used source power to seal Lin Mo's mouth with 3 layers. Continuing would be impolite. Lin Mo looked at you innocently, not understanding what you meant. That's it for today. For the 800-word essay, you can dictate it to your dad, and turn it in to me tomorrow. Lin Mo looked at you with pure eyes, then nodded like a chick pecking at rice. You wrapped your source power around him, and you and Lin Mo flew towards the Wanming Palace. After returning to the Wanming Palace, Lin Mo ran with his little short legs, shaking his little but to find Lin Kaifeng to write his reflection. You went to the attic where the Xianxiao sword was stored. After more than 2 years of interaction, you had become quite familiar with Yi Yuyan. After practicing your divine transformation technique, Yi Yuyan's spirit became gradually stronger, and some of his memories were restored. You sat down at a table against the wall, where incense was burning, which could strengthen the spirit. The Xianxiao sword was placed on a nearby weapon rack. You had made a sheath for the Xianxiao sword, so Yi Yuyan no longer had to be exposed like a pervert. You removed Yi Yuyan's soul shielding and asked, Brother Yi, have you gained any new insights recently? Yi Yuyan's consciousness awakened, and he seemed a bit excited. Brother Shangwan, I really have gained some new memories about Earth sources. Oh, tell me. Earth sources can grow. You immediately became interested. How do they grow? Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, they can grow into Earth spirits. Earth spirits. Brother Shangwan knows that after fusing 9 Earth sources, When fusing the 10th Earth source, you can reach a higher level, but actually, the 10th should be fused with the Earth spirit, not the Earth source. You put down your teacup. What's the difference between fusing the 10th Earth source and the Earth spirit? If you fuse the Earth source, your level will be permanently limited and cannot be further improved, but fusing with the Earth spirit will allow you to continue to rise to higher levels. You thought for a moment and suddenly asked, what you said about fusing Earth sources having no future means that you must fuse with the Earth spirit, right? Yi Yun was silent for a long time and hesitated. It seems so, but it also seems not. You furrowed your brows. I provide you with delicious food and drinks, and you just play with me all day. Brother Shangwan, I really can't remember for now. You, too lazy to dwell on it, continued to ask. In your world, are cultivators merging with Earth spirits instead of Earth sources? Yi Yun remained silent for a long time before saying guiltily, my original world has neither Earth sources nor Earth spirits. You couldn't help but laugh in anger. Your consciousness suddenly pressing down on the Xianxiao sword. Oh, your world has no Earth sources, yet you are lecturing me here? Yi Yun felt as if you had grabbed him by the throat, the Xianxiao sword trembling and struggling. Brother Shangwan, I really don't know where these memories came from, but everything I said is true. Yi Yun's soul conveyed feelings of fear and urgency. You could tell he wasn't faking it. After calming your tone, you asked again, according to you, Earth sources and Earth spirits have nothing to do with cultivation? They are related. Cultivators can break through realms after merging with Earth spirits. But your world doesn't have Earth spirits, right? Yi Yun blurted out. So we all rely on ourselves to break through. Having teased me once is enough, you dare to do it again. I will definitely deal with you today. Your consciousness condensed, ready to attack Yi Yun. Yi Yun hurriedly shouted, Brother Shangwan, don't. I'm not mocking you. Seeing Yi Yun pleading earnestly, you hesitated for a moment and finally withdrew your consciousness. You felt that Yi Yun shouldn't be lying to you, otherwise. He wouldn't have admitted that his world has no Earth sources, which would only raise your suspicion. But you couldn't understand why he had such a deep understanding of Earth sources and Earth spirits in his memories. You asked a few more questions about Earth sources, but Yi Yun truly couldn't recall anything. You had no choice but to block Yi Yun's soul and walked out of the attic. You returned to the cultivation room in the mountain's guest house. You sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the sword and ask about Earth sources. Even if what Yi Yun said was true, the 10th merging with Earth sources would limit your improvement, but you had only merged with 4 Earth sources so far, so it was still early. Moreover, as long as you wanted, you could also merge with 10 Earth sources to test the waters. After all, your simulator brother could help you restore your physical state, so there was no pressure at all. As for the Earth spirits mentioned by Yi Yun, you estimated that this thing probably didn't exist yet. You had just discovered thin spiritual energy, which could not nourish Earth spirits at all. And every time Earth sources appeared, those supreme masters rushed to collect them as soon as they saw them, just like dogs seeing poop. How could there be Earth sources left to be nurtured slowly into Earth spirits? You calculated the time. Next year would be the 11th year, which is when the large-scale emergence of Earth sources at the Cliff River mouth would occur. Last time, a total of 13 Earth sources appeared, but one was obtained and merged by you, so you didn't know if this time there would be 12 or 13. But no matter how many Earth sources appeared, you were determined to obtain them. You knew that many Supreme Masters must have received news this time and were eager to move. So you spread the word in advance that this time, all the Earth sources at the Cliff River mouth belong to you, Shangwan Goshing. Anyone with a death wish can come and test how fast your genuine soul awakening blade is. When Li Jiang heard you say this, he immediately got excited. He scrambled to gather 30 Supreme Masters to surround the Cliff River mouth in advance, declaring that no one could approach without your permission. It completely belonged to you. The National Master, while Li Jiang, the Emperor, ran around like crazy. Seeing that Li Jiang was indeed good at handling things, you announced that he was promoted from an outer disciple to a formal disciple of the Wanming Palace. Li Jiang was so happy that he held a grand banquet for the ministers and even brought out the tablets of his grandfather and father to celebrate together. You then focused on your cultivation. Chapter 148, 5th Stage Supreme Master. On the second day of your cultivation, Shaolin Mo came to submit an 800-word essay on the integration of spirit into the body. Lin Mo knocked on the door of your cultivation room. His voice innocent and youthful. Palace Master, I had my father write the insights. You waved your hand, and the door opened automatically. Palace Master, look. Lin Mo ran over, handing you the insights with his 2 chubby hands. You received it and glanced over, nodding. Not bad, little brat. I have a new test for you. Palace Master, what new test? You gave Lin Mo the 9 condensation profound skill. Ahem. This is one of my lifelong masterpieces, and now I'm giving it to you. You need to study it carefully. Is it a technique, Palace Master? It's a special technique. Yay. I'll start cultivating it now. Wait, I didn't tell you to cultivate it. Palace Master, then what should I do? I want you to upgrade and transform this 9 condensation profound skill according to the cultivation system of the Jade Pure Purple Chi technique to achieve the original effect of the 9 condensation profound skill. Palace Master, you are already the #1 in the world. This is your lifelong effort. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Isn't that why it's a test? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then could only nod vigorously. Palace Master, I will try my best to complete it. You glared. You can't just try your best. You must complete it, otherwise you won't be worthy to be my external helper, nor will you be worthy to be the next master of Wanming Palace. Huh? The next master? Lin Mo's eyes widened. Yes. There are 2 candidates for the next master. One is you, and the other is Xianxia's disciple, Yi Pingxin. Uncle Yi Pingxin? Isn't his cultivation lower than mine? Lin Mo, you have committed the taboo of arrogance and complacency. You scolded him softly. Little Lin Mo trembled all over, then quickly admitted his mistake. Palace Master, Lin Mo will never dare again. His attitude was still good. There's hope. He nodded. Giving Lin Mo a small spell to detect spiritual roots. As punishment, learn this technique within 3 days, and after you learn it, we will experiment on both of us. Lin Mo has now cultivated the first trace of spiritual energy, barely able to operate the spell to detect spiritual roots. According to Yi Yuyan, spiritual roots have no attributes, but are categorized from low to high as mortal spiritual roots, earth spiritual roots, and heaven spiritual roots. The higher the level of spiritual roots, the faster the cultivation naturally is. You estimated that Lin Mo, this extraordinary being, had heaven spiritual roots, while you should just be a mortal spiritual root. You couldn't possibly have no spiritual roots, right? Lin Mo naturally agreed firmly. Go ahead, complete the test, and remember not to be arrogant. Lin Mo replied gratefully. Thank you, Palace Master, for your guidance. I will definitely remember. You waved your hand, and Lin Mo exited your cultivation room. After Lin Mo walked far away, you murmured to yourself, still my favorite. Then, you focused your main energy on comprehending the sword, asking heaven. You had already merged with 4 earth sources of the Qianjin property, 2 of which were sword opening the mountain and sword covering the sea. So now, when comprehending the sword asking heaven, it was naturally incredibly smooth. 1 year later, the 11th year. This year, you focused on closed-door cultivation. You encountered no obstacles and smoothly completed the comprehension and merging of the sword, asking heaven and earth sources. You officially became a 5th-stage Supreme Master. You even made considerable progress with the earth source of the Xianxiao sword. Haha, I've done it again. You laughed heartily. You had planned to push through and complete the comprehension and merging of the Xianxiao sword, but the earth sources at the Cliff River mouth were about to appear, and you had to rush over. Moreover, due to your own martial arts talent being quite impressive, you had completed 2 rounds of source power condensation within the Supreme Master realm in just 1 year. You were thrilled and laughed as you flew away from the roof towards the Cliff River mouth. Seeing you fly away, Xianxia was no longer surprised and simply waved his hand. Go. The summoned craftsman skillfully climbed up and down, starting to repair the roof for you. Xianxia specifically instructed the craftsman not to make the roof too sturdy, because although you had a tough head, he could not afford to be reckless. Before long, you arrived at the Cliff River mouth. While you were still in the air, Li Shun and other extreme masters welcomed you from a distance. National Master, you've come. You noticed that Li Shun's address for you had changed from Palace Master to National Master, completely conquered by your strength and wanting to get closer to you. You exchanged a few pleasantries with Li Shun, and then, accompanied by 30 extreme masters, you entered the main camp at the Cliff River mouth for an inspection. After inspecting the area, you issued a series of important directives that greatly boosted the morale of the troops. Afterwards, you and Li Shun returned to the military camp to wait for the appearance of the earth sources. You waited for more than 20 days, during which no other extreme masters dared to approach. During the last simulation, for these dozen earth sources, De Qian and Jin Yuegua had dispatched hundreds of extreme masters to compete. At that time, you didn't even dare to look. Just a glance could lead to an explosion, and the aftermath of the battle could tear you apart. But now, you had become someone that other extreme masters did not dare to look at. You felt a myriad of emotions, believing that all of this was achieved through your own efforts and wisdom, with no relation to others. Just as you were feeling emotional, the aura of heaven and earth suddenly shifted. The first earth source then appeared not far from the north side of the Cliff River mouth. You quickly flew out and successfully collected the earth source. In order to set your mind at ease, Li Shun and the others did not follow you, but remained on the city tower. Then, earth sources kept appearing, and you continuously collected them, as happy as a little girl picking mushrooms. After collecting for a little more than half a day, You had gathered 7 Earth sources. You noticed that the falling fairy sword Earth source you collected during the last simulation did not appear again this time. Could it be that the falling fairy sword in my body has been sensed by this world? Does that mean Earth sources have uniqueness? You nodded. Feeling it was quite likely, you continued to collect Earth sources. Collecting Earth sources was easy and leisurely, as no one dared to come and compete with you. You happily collected the 8th Earth source. Having the title of the world's #1 is indeed useful. None of these cowards dare to compete with me. As soon as you finished speaking, a sharp flying sword whizzed towards you. The sudden turn of events made your expression change, and you countered with a slash. However, the 8th Earth source was snatched by the gray-robed man on the ground, who then began to flee. You were instantly furious. What audacity, daring to steal from me. Your figure shot out as you charged towards the gray-robed man. On the city tower, Li Shun and the others were suddenly alarmed and quickly followed you. The gray-robed man did not fly, but ran desperately on the ground, yet his speed was very fast, covering 8 or 9 meters with each step. You frowned, puzzled. Why is this ground-running chicken so fast? Despite the gray-robed man's speed, it was still far inferior to your flying speed. You could clearly sense the man's anxiety. Just as you were getting closer to the gray-robed man, about 200 meters away, he showed a pained expression, and finally, gritting his teeth, he slapped his waist pocket, causing a large sword to fly out. The man jumped onto the large sword, and his speed suddenly increased as he flew away. You were somewhat astonished. Oh, flying with a sword? This ground-running chicken is actually a cultivator. Chapter 149, Life Stakes. You instantly became interested and accelerated to follow. You realized that cultivators like Yi Yuyun were not unique, and this one was still alive. This sword-flying cultivator clearly did not possess strength comparable to yours, otherwise he wouldn't be fleeing in a panic. This cultivator was not in the same state as Yi Yuyun's soul fragment. You knew that if you captured him, you could learn more detailed information about Earth sources and cultivation. Perhaps this cultivator was also related to Yi Yuyun. Li Shun and the other 30 extreme masters followed in a grand manner. You turned to Li Shun, who was not far behind, and shouted, "Don't chase. Go collect the remaining Earth sources, and I'll take them when I return." "All right, National Master, no problem, National Master." Li Shun quickly stopped and turned to fly away. You turned your head to look at the gray-robed man, and a blade of light shot out from your hand, barely missing the gray-robed man as he dodged the flying sword. Before the gray-robed man could stabilize his form, you unleashed 3 fierce slashes in quick succession. The gray-robed man felt a chill down his back and quickly raised a protective barrier. With a loud bang, the barrier shattered instantly. The gray-robed man looked shocked and activated his potential, flying even faster. You wanted to capture him alive, so you hadn't used your full strength in those few slashes. But seeing that capturing him alive was becoming difficult, your source power surged wildly, startling the gray-robed man, who turned back frequently. Your 40-meter-long chi soul blade glowed brilliantly, and a life and death slash suddenly fell. The gray-robed man's sense of crisis peaked. He suddenly stopped in the air, activated several talismans, and layers of multicolored light instantly illuminated his body. Boom! The momentum of the chi soul blade penetrated heaven and earth, crushing down like a landslide. The multicolored barriers surrounding the gray-robed man shattered continuously, and he was blasted into the ground with a loud bang. You used your source power to pull the gray-robed man out of the sand. He was half conscious and had already fainted, and you also collected his large sword. Your source power surged into the gray-robed man's body, causing chaos within him, and he instinctively groaned in pain, ultimately left with only half a life. You then bound the gray-robed man firmly with your overwhelming source power, rendering him unable to move. You had the gray-robed man's waist pocket in your hand. You had seen that large sword burst out of this magical pocket, and the Earth source was also collected inside it. Could this be the legendary storage bag? You examined it curiously, but you had no spiritual power, so you couldn't open the pocket. You thought to yourself, I wonder if I can put the storage bag into the space. Logically, space treasures shouldn't be able to contain other space treasures. With a thought, the storage bag suddenly disappeared and appeared in the simulator space. Wow, it's still my simulator, big brother. It can hold more than I can. You couldn't help but exclaim. You felt that the simulator had a certain charm that disregarded your concerns, aside from being unable to contain living things. It was truly invincible. If only it could hold living things. I'd first store a couple of little wands to relieve my boredom. Just as you were thinking, the other extreme masters finally arrived. Your previous slash had shocked everyone. They were certain that under your strike, they would melt away without a trace. National Master, as expected, is the #1 in the world. The might of the National Master surpasses all. These extreme masters all praised you. You only smiled faintly. Keep it low-key. Everyone, keep it low-key. At this moment, Li Shun flew over and handed you a bowl containing 4 earth sources. National Master, all 4 earth sources are here. You checked briefly. Not bad, not bad. You all play, I'm off. Li Shun quickly smiled. National Master, take care, come play often. You flew away towards the direction of Wanming Palace with the gray-robed man. On the way, you checked the 12 earth sources you obtained this time, and found that their various attributes were diverse. There are 2 types of earth sources with the DUI metal affinity. One is the Suehu Earth Source, ranked 21st, which Hu Zhongshuan fused during the last simulation, and the other is the Qingting, ranked 7th. There are 4 types of earth sources with the Zhanwood affinity, which are ranked 6th as Chunlishing, ranked 8th as Qianliu, ranked 13th as Linyuanbai, and ranked 14th as Yingshuanghua. There are 2 types of earth sources with the Qin water affinity, which are ranked 1st as Wangchuan and ranked 41st as Zhuodang. There are 3 types of earth sources with the Kuan earth affinity, which are ranked 3rd as Shanhidu, ranked 10th as Tianding Suimiai, and ranked 24th as Baishigu. There is 1 type of earth source with the Fenglei affinity, which is ranked 36th as Chengfengfu. Damn, not a single Qian metal affinity? You feel extremely frustrated and can only assume that having obtained 6 Qian metal earth sources among the 7 earlier has exhausted your luck. But fortunately, among these 12 earth sources, a few have special effects after comprehension. For example, the Kuan earth affinity ranked 3rd, Shanhidu, can move mountains and stones, manipulate the earth veins, help you explore earth sources, and allow you to sense spiritual veins that produce spiritual energy after complete comprehension. Shanhidu, this is great. I can explore earth sources by myself in the future. You touch your chin, deep in thought. As for manipulating spiritual veins, I wonder if I can combine different spiritual veins into a larger one, making the thin spiritual energy dense. Then how can I not succeed in my cultivation? You fantasize while on your way, and soon, you fly back to Wanming Palace. You land in front of the loft where the Xianxiao sword is placed. The unconscious gray-robed man has already been fed a pill by you on the way, but you used too much force earlier, and the gray-robed man's injuries are too severe, so he has not woken up and will likely need a few days to recover. You ascend the steps and enter the loft. Since both Yi Yuyin and the gray-robed man are immortals, you want to see if they have any connection. You throw the gray-robed man to the ground, and then remove the soul shield from Yi Yuyin. The sleeping Yi Yuyin awakens, his tone confused. Brother Shangwan, I haven't recovered more memories yet. You haven't asked Yi Yuyin if he remembers this person, but Yi Yuyin suddenly exclaims, who is he? Noticing the gray-robed man, Yi Yuyin appears very excited and urgently asks, Brother Shangwan, who is he? Don't be excited, he's a cultivator just like you. Yi Yuyin conveys an extremely excited emotion. Brother Shangwan, I can feel that this person has a connection to me. It must be connected. What connection? Soon? I can remember it soon. There is something in my soul that resonates with him. You sense that Yi Yuin's soul state is very unstable. But fortunately, you have helped him stabilize his soul over the years, and he hasn't experienced consciousness confusion again. You don't disturb Yi Yuyin, just let him have his outburst. You know Yi Yuyin is about to remember something important. Sure enough, after a bout of frenzied muttering, Yi Yuyin suddenly projects a consciousness, lifebound. He and I are both lifebound. You ask, what is lifebound? Lifebound, lifebound. Yi Yuyin's consciousness seems to mutter softly. After a long time, Yi Yuyin's voice becomes urgent. See Snake Island. Go to see Snake Island. Chapter 150, Yuan Central Realm. You are slightly surprised. Not expecting Sea Snake Island to have a role. You frown and ask, if we go to Sea Snake Island, will you remember everything? Yes, I definitely will. Yi Yuyun is very eager to recover his memory, his tone anxious yet firm. You glance at the gray-robed man on the ground. If Yi Yuyun can remember everything, you estimate there will be no need to wake the gray-robed man. But you still channel your source power and take the gray-robed man with you. You then lift the Xianxiao sword and head towards Sea Snake Island. Soon, you arrive at Sea Snake Island. Sea Snake Island is still vibrant with waves crashing against the shore, and the scenery is beautiful. As soon as you land on Sea Snake Island, the Xianxiao sword begins to tremble rapidly, and Yi Yuyun's emotions are very unstable. Brother Yi, are you coming? Yi Yuyun does not respond. But at that moment, a loud bang comes from the sky. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds gather over Sea Snake Island, and thunder and lightning strike. The low, thick clouds give you an overwhelming sense of pressure. The light of day is instantly obscured, and the world turns dark, as if it is the end of the world. The waves around Sea Snake Island rise hundreds of meters high, and the fierce winds and waves nearly engulf the small Sea Snake Island. The aura of heaven and earth surges wildly. Your complexion changes drastically, and you fly away from Sea Snake Island. Yi Yuyun, do you want to kill me? Yet Yi Yuyun is completely absorbed in his own thoughts, starting to shout frantically, Brother Shangwan, I will remember everything soon. Still thinking, this situation is like undergoing a tribulation. I might lose my life because of you. You hold the xianxiao sword, carrying the unconscious gray-robed man, and shoot towards the east. Currently, only the area near Sea Snake Island is affected. Other sea areas remain unaffected. You rush forward and finally fly out of the area that seems to have been punished by heaven. You stand on the surface of the sea, turning back to look at Sea Snake Island. Centered on Sea Snake Island, the surrounding area within several thousand meters has completely turned into a stormy sea, with thick lightning constantly striking the sea surface, as if it intends to destroy the world. Brother Shangwan, I remembered. I remembered everything. Yi Yuyun is incredibly excited. Stop howling. Speak. Yi Yuyun, in a state of excitement. Sea Snake Island is a boundary marker. He and I are both lifebound. I see you can act tough. Start from the beginning. Yi Yuyun remains excited. Brother Shangwan, the world I am in is not the cultivation realm at all. Your world is the cultivation realm. You furrow your brows. Continue. Your world is called Yuan Central Realm, a large world. The world I am in, the Li Fire Realm, is only a small world many years ago. As Yi Yuyun narrates, you gradually understand the truth about this world. It turns out that the Yuan Central Realm you are in is vast, and you could spend your entire life without traversing it all. During the cultivation era of the Yuan Central Realm, spiritual energy was abundant, and the immortal path was flourishing. In the cultivation era, the levels of cultivators from low to high are Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, integration, and great ascension. After undergoing countless epochs of change, 11 great ascension cultivators established 11 paths, namely Qian Gold, Dui Gold, Zhen Wood, Sun Wood, Can Water, Li Fire, Koan Earth, Zhen Earth, Feng Lei, Zheng Yin, and Zheng Yang. These 11 great ascension cultivators gained the favor of heaven and earth through this, becoming the only Tao Source Great Ascension at the end of each path. The divine abilities of the Tao Source Great Ascension transcend those of ordinary Great Ascension cultivators and all other cultivators. However, with the cycle of epochs, after the cultivation era, there will be an era of decline and even an era of great destruction, where spiritual energy will be depleted and all things will wither. The spiritual energy within cultivators will continuously be absorbed by the Yuan Central Realm until the cultivators are depleted of their spiritual energy and become ordinary people. The Tao Source Great Ascension is no exception. Even the great paths originally contained within the Tao Source Great Ascension will be absorbed and assimilated by the Yuan Central Realm, turning into nourishment for the evolution of the Yuan Central Realm. Thus, whenever the cultivation era is about to pass and spiritual energy is about to be depleted, the 11 Tao Source Great Ascensions will cut off a part of the Yuan Central Realm to form their respective remnants, such as Qian Gold, Li Fire, Feng Lei, Zheng Yin, Zheng Yang, which is what Yi Yuyun refers to as small worlds. This is to allow themselves and the cultivators who rely on them to survive in the remnants, waiting for the revival of spiritual energy to return to the Yuan Central Realm. In order to prevent the remnants from getting lost in the endless void, the 11 Tao Source Great Ascensions work together to establish boundary markers in the Yuan Central Realm to mark the Yuan Central Realm. The current boundary marker is located at the position of Sea Snake Island, but the boundary marker is like a rope tied around the Yuan Central Realm, and the power of the Yuan Central Realm itself will continuously weaken the boundary marker, so it needs to be reinforced every 1,000 years. The way to reinforce it is to release a living pillar every 1,000 years. A living pillar is a cultivator whose body contains the Tao essence of 11 Tao Source Great Vehicles. The living pillar only needs to be sent to the Yuan Central Realm. Regardless of life or death, the Tao essence within them will automatically strengthen the boundary marker. Yi Yuyun and this gray-robed man are living pillars. According to the timeline, the gray-robed man is the next living pillar of Yi Yuyun. Both of them possess the Tao essence of 11 Tao Source Great Vehicles, which is why Yi Yuyun feels an inexplicable connection between them. As for the Earth Source and Earth Spirit, it is because the 11 Tao Source Great Vehicles are hiding in the remnants, completely severing their connection with the Yuan Central Realm. Thus, there are currently no Tao Source Great Vehicles to gather the 11 great avenues of the Yuan Central Realm. Therefore, at the beginning of each new era, the Yuan Central Realm will naturally form Earth Sources belonging to the 11 great avenues, and even Earth Spirits. The Earth Source is the manifestation of the great avenues, so the properties of the Earth Sources correspond one-to-one with the 11 great avenues. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, the Earth Sources can continuously evolve and grow stronger. Theoretically, ultimately the strongest Earth Spirit will attain the Tao Source Great Vehicle and thus gather the corresponding great avenue. However, now there is no spiritual energy, and the Earth Sources cannot grow into Earth Spirits, even if there is spiritual energy. If the Earth Source grows into an Earth Spirit but is not strong enough, it will be devoured by cultivators for breakthroughs. Most importantly, if a Tao Source Great Vehicle returns to the Yuan Central Realm, then these Earth Sources and Earth Spirits, as manifestations of the Great Avenues, will automatically gather to the Tao Source Great Vehicle. Those cultivators who have fused with the Earth Sources and Earth Spirits will be directly absorbed by the Tao Source Great Vehicle. This is why Yi Yun said not to fuse with the Earth Sources. Even after losing his memory, he instinctively resisted fusing with the Earth Sources. But in the end, seeing his lifespan running out, he went against his instinctive fear and fused with 2 Earth Sources. You speculate that the gray-robed man has the same reason for starting to seize Earth Sources. You calculated the time. If the gray-robed man is 1,000 years apart from Yi Yun, then he has been in the Yuan Central Realm for over 100 years, and he should indeed be anxious about his lifespan. After listening to Yi Yun's explanation, you thought for a moment and asked, how do the 11 remnants know if the spiritual energy of the Yuan Central Realm has revived? Do they sense it every 1,000 years when they release living pillars? Yi Yun was silent for a moment and said solemnly, No, they sense it every 100 years. You were shocked. 100 years, that's so short. Boom. As soon as you finished speaking, a tremendous sound suddenly echoed in the sky above Sea Snake Island, shaking heaven and earth. It was like the roar of an ancient beast, reaching the soul. In the sky, 11 pitch-black voids with a diameter of several thousand meters slowly appeared, resembling cold, indifferent eyes of deities, overlooking the world. Chapter 151, Early Landing. You couldn't help but frown. The entire East Sea seemed to be trembling. Suddenly, the 11 enormous voids emitted rumbling sounds. From the 11 pitch-black voids, a thick crimson beam of light shot towards Sea Snake Island simultaneously. What are they doing? You frowned and asked. Yi Yun was very anxious. They are connecting to the boundary marker, sensing whether the spiritual energy of the Yuan Central Realm has revived. After the 11 crimson beams connected to Sea Snake Island, they ceased movement, appearing to have stabilized the connection. You looked at the scene before you. Is Sea Snake Island the boundary marker? Yi Yun replied. Sea Snake Island is not the boundary marker. It is just the location of the boundary marker. The boundary marker connects the entire Yuan Central Realm, and our cultivation cannot sense the boundary marker. You thought for a moment. If that's the case, why do they need to put a turtle shell to protect Sea Snake Island? Yi Yun reacted, and then said softly, that is the defensive formation on Sea Snake Island, which I set up. So it turns out that thing was set up by you. You realized that Yi Yun wanted to protect the soul attached to the Xianxiao sword. He hoped that when the remnants opened, he would have a slim chance to return. Yi Yun knew that in his current state, he was already on the waiting list for the King of Hell, just making a final struggle. You felt a bit emotional. Guessing that Yi Yun was a person of remarkable talent, second only to you, as he managed to leave behind 4 Earth Sources. Yet now he was left with nothing but bitterness and regret. Thinking of this, you asked, Brother Yi, how are Earth Sources formed? Yi Yun organized his thoughts and conveyed the information with his soul. The Earth Sources of each era are almost always different. Those extraordinary people, events, and things that have existed in the world can form Earth Sources. If the Earth Sources do not grow into Earth Spirits, they will gradually dissipate. You suddenly became curious. Brother Yi, do you think I or things related to me can form Earth Sources? Yi Yun didn't think much. It's not flattery. But in my hundreds of years in the Yuan Central Realm, I have not seen anyone whose strength exceeds that of Brother Shangwan. Therefore, things related to Brother Shangwan are very likely to form Earth Sources. After Yi Yun finished speaking, you felt warm all over, as if you had just taken a sauna. You quickly sent a strand of consciousness into Yi Yun's soul, and immediately, Yi Yun's consciousness gained a second layer of the transformation God technique. Yi Yun was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Shangwan. No need to thank me. Your perspective is very valuable. You rolled your eyes and asked in a strange tone, Brother Yi, do you think you can leave behind Earth Sources? It's not flattery. In my hundreds of years in the Yuan Central Realm, I have only encountered Brother Shangwan's strength above mine, and fortunately, I avoided Brother Shangwan's era. So I should also be able to leave behind Earth Sources. You couldn't help but frequently glance at the Xianxiao sword. You initially thought Yi Yun was a brooding person with deep grievances, but today you discovered he was quite insightful. You were very happy and began to paint a grand vision for him. Brother Yi, I have a friend who is researching human body art. Human body art? It's about creating unconscious bodies. If Brother Ye's soul becomes strong enough, perhaps he can regain a physical body. Brother Shangwan, are you serious? Yi Yun was very excited, and the Xianxiao sword trembled uncontrollably. You hurriedly released your consciousness to calm him down. Don't get too excited. Your soul is too weak right now and needs more reinforcement to have a chance. Yi Yun also understood this situation but couldn't help being ecstatic, murmuring to himself, I can go back. Little sister, I will definitely be able to go back. You ignored Yi Yun's self-talk. You looked towards the 11 pitch-black voids. The spiritual energy in the remnants was leaking out frantically, like a dam bursting. You felt the vast spiritual energy and were astonished. You asked Yi Yun, who was still mumbling, "Brother Yi, stop thinking about your little sister for now. I have a question." Yi Yun finally calmed down. "Brother Shangwan, please speak. Did these remnants take away many spiritual veins back then?" Brother Shangwan guessed correctly. The cutting and separation of the 11 remnants actually accelerated the spiritual energy depletion of the Yuan Central Realm, and many immortal mountains and blessed lands were moved away. You frowned and asked, "Did they take all the immortal inheritance and treasures away?" Definitely not. The Yuan Central Realm is too vast. There are surely many immortal families or ancient cultivation caves still existing. It's just that with the spiritual energy depleted, these inheritances have become meaningless. Your eyes brightened instantly. Who said it was meaningless? This is incredibly meaningful. Today, the 11 remnants of the world should sense that the spiritual energy has revived and returned. But now it is the 11th year of the simulation, which means you have 11 years each time to obtain the leftover immortal path inheritance and items in advance, and then find a place to develop quietly, directly taking off from the spot. You almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. What kind of script is this? Logging into the immortal cultivation world 11 years ahead, and the source of the Tao returning to call me daddy? I've got a script for a power trip. You are extremely excited. But after a moment, you suddenly feel that something is off. No, the timing is wrong. You think to yourself, if the remnants of the world are returning in the 11th year of the simulation, then why didn't there be any reaction in the previous simulations? Even if there are slight changes in the timeline, such a big event shouldn't just disappear, right? Did something happen in the previous simulations? Or is there a problem with this simulation? The more you think about it, the more wrong it seems, so you directly ask Yi Yun, "Brother Yi, will the 11 remnants immediately return if they detect the revival of spiritual energy?" Yi Yun answers firmly, "No. The remnants will only return when the spiritual energy has revived to a certain extent." Assuming the spiritual energy revives today, when will they likely return? As long as the spiritual energy starts to revive, the revival speed will suddenly accelerate, and it can return to normal levels in about 100 years. So the remnants won't return this time, but will return in 100 years. That's right. Your eyes widen in shock, and you excitedly lick your lips. I'm going to make a fortune in silence. Now it's the 11th year of the simulation. So the official return of the remnants will be the 111th year. I thought I only had 11 years to use, but now I actually have 111 years. During this time, only you know that the spiritual energy has revived. You can go crazy in the dungeons. Explore the caves. Anyway, you're not afraid of dying. Just rush in, and if you get killed by traps and mechanisms, you can just come back next time. It's possible to dig out all the good stuff left over from the immortal cultivation era. For those immortal cultivation families with high-level cultivation techniques, you're not in a hurry. Wait for the next simulation when they haven't grown up yet, and just borrow their inheritance. With over 100 years of time, plus your simulation attempts, you'll definitely level up quickly. I'm afraid that when the remnants return in reality, they'll realize that you've become the biggest boss. Just thinking about it is thrilling. A surge of ambition rises in your heart. Just a mere source of the Tao. Dare to take away my spiritual veins, spiritual minds. And blessed lands? When you return, I'll settle the score with you. As you fantasize about the future, you notice the xianxiao sword in your hand vibrating violently. You pick up the xianxiao sword and put it to your ear. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Yi Yun transmits an emotion of immense anger. The Li Hor remnant. At the same time, the xianxiao sword flies out of your hand, its sharp tip pointing at a pitch-black void. You look over and immediately understand that this is the Li Hor remnant, Yi Yun's hometown. He usually lives in that area. "Brother Yi, I know you have a story, but now is not the time. Let us avoid the limelight for now." You sheath the xianxiao sword. Yi Yun also understands this reasoning and falls silent. At this moment, the 11 beams of light finally move, instantly retracting into the remnants, indicating that they have completed their sensing of the Yuan Central Realm. The 11 huge pitch-black voids also begin to rumble and gradually shrink. You relax. As expected, they 1T return for 100 years. You realize you have gained a lot of development time. You feel great, holding the xianxiao sword. "Brother Yi, let us retreat. We need to make good use of the time ahead." Damn. Suddenly, you let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Your entire being ignites in fierce crimson flames. You frantically operate your source power, but you can't suppress it at all. Chapter 152, Return to the Small Inn again. Yi Yun suddenly shouts in alarm, "Brother Shangwan, what is wrong with you?" You crash into the sea with a loud bang, but the flames still do not extinguish, burning like an eternal sun. Yi Yun immediately notices the raging fire on you that cannot be extinguished. Yi Yun suddenly becomes incredibly furious. How is this possible? Jiang Huaijin, it's you. It's you. You are burned by the flames, pain piercing through your body, and you roar in anger. Who the hell is Jiang Huaijin? Jiang Huaijin. Jiang Huaijin. Yi Yuyan keeps muttering nervously. Your life force is rapidly depleting. You grit your teeth and leap out of the surface of the sea, charging straight towards the shrinking and dissipating Li Hor remnant. You are engulfed in flames, like a fire god. You want to see who dares to scheme against you. As you get closer to the Li Hor remnant, Yi Yuyan becomes more frantic. Charge in. Charge in. At the same time, you unleash the soul awakening blade in your hand, its blade light radiating, and with all your strength, you strike down into the pitch-black void of the Li Hor remnant. But this strike is like a cow entering the sea, having no effect. You clench your teeth, the pain burning deep into your soul. But you continue to approach the Li Hor remnant. Just a few hundred meters away, a woman's sigh emanates from the pitch-black void of the Li Hor remnant. Sigh. Junior brother, why provoke the people of the Mother Realm? Are you trying to create another killing? A man chuckles softly. It's no trouble, just a casual thing. After the man's voice, you feel Yi Yuyan's spirit shaking violently. Jiang Huaijin. It's really you. Boom. The flames on your body suddenly become even fiercer, and your source power begins to collapse. I must see what this bastard looks like. You roar like a wild beast, charging towards the Li Hor remnant. Yi Yuyan anxiously shouts, Brother Shangwan, hold on. His spells will weaken a lot when separated by a layer of interface. The voice of Jiang Huaijin within the Li Hor realm remains casual. Hee, truly reckless. Bang! Your right leg suddenly explodes. You merely frown, not caring at all. This scene instantly brings Yi Yuyan back to his senses. Brother Shangwan, your leg. You continue to charge, the wind howling in your ears. Bang! Your left leg also explodes, flesh flying everywhere, each piece stained with unquenchable flames. Yi Yuyan's consciousness trembles. Brother Shangwan, stop, just stop. You still charge forward, the waves echoing in your ears. Bang! Your right arm suddenly explodes. Yi Yuyan has completely fallen silent, unable to speak. You finally break through the pitch-black void and crash into the Li Hor remnant. Your eyes narrow as you find yourself in a vast cylindrical space. You see that beneath you is the shrinking pitch-black void, below which is the sea snake island of the Yuan Central Realm. You look up and see a man and a woman floating above you, faint smiles on their faces. Above their heads is a huge circular formation, the patterns intricate and profound, emitting a faint blue light. Yi Yuyan suddenly trembles, his spirit unstable. Jiang Huaijin. You look at the man, who is Jiang Huaijin, and deeply engrave his appearance in your mind. Your eyes turn fierce. So it's you who is called Jiang Huaijin. Clang. You unleash a blade with all your might, slashing towards Jiang Huaijin like a storm. Jiang Huaijin smiles faintly. Not bad, a good technique. Boom. A loud explosion. Your whole body exploded into a mist of blood in the air. A roar from Yi Yuyan echoed in your soul. Brother Shangwan. Your last shred of consciousness generated one final thought. Damn it. Dying in Xiaowan's arms would have been more comfortable. Your world fell into eternal darkness. You died, and this simulation ended. In a small and over 80 miles north of Danzhou's Xianan city, Hiyu's consciousness returned, and memories flooded in. After a moment of daze, Hiyu absorbed all the memories. The next second, Hiyu was furious. What the hell? This humiliating way of dying really pissed him off. Damn the remnant realm of departure fire. Damn Jiang Huaijin. I didn't even provoke you, you bastard. Hiyu cursed fiercely, marking this grudge in his mind. He furrowed his brows, recalling Yi Yuyan's performance at the time, realizing that there was a significant enmity between Yi Yuyan and Jiang Huaijin. Next time, I'll directly dig Yi Yuyan out and carefully ask about that dog Jiang Huaijin's situation. Hiyu quickly calmed his emotions. Let you bounce around for now. Wait until I cultivate into immortality before settling scores with you. Brother Mosey, let's tally the gains. The gains this time are as follows. Initial cultivation of the extreme Tao Master. 9th grade alchemist, pseudo beginner. 9 condensation profound art. 2 condensations at the extreme Tao Master level. Jade pure purple chi technique. Chi refining technique. Not yet started. A piece of cultivation insight on the Jade pure purple chi technique from Lin Mo. Spirit root detection spell from Yi Yuyan. Yinshin technique. Soul related technique. Progress 23. Guarding the threshold body technique. Ordinary essence blood 1017 types. Spirit beast essence blood 22 drops. Mid-level divine essence strength. Beast taming secret record 3 copies. Earth sources. Xianxiao sword. Ranked 1 in Xianjin affinity. Cannot be fused. Sword asks heaven. Ranked 2 in Xianjin affinity. Can be fused. Sword covers the sea. Ranked 3 in Xianjin affinity. Can be fused. Sword opens mountains. ranked 4 in Xianxian affinity, can be fused. Sky Stormblade, ranked 5 in Xianxian affinity, can be fused. Nuwa Opera Mask, ranked 5 in Xianxian affinity, can be fused. Rongking Court, ranked 7 in Duojin affinity, cannot be fused. Sway Tiger, ranked 21 in Duojin affinity, cannot be fused. Spring Thunderbirth, ranked 6 in Jinmu affinity, cannot be fused. Thousand Year Willow, ranked 8 in Jinmu affinity, cannot be fused. Linyuan Cypress, ranked 13 in Jinmu affinity, cannot be fused. Ing Frostflower, ranked 14 in Jinmu affinity, cannot be fused. Wangchuan River, ranked 1 in Konkue affinity, cannot be fused. Zuidang River, ranked 41 in Konkue affinity, cannot be fused. Shanha Ferry, ranked 3 in Kuntuti affinity, cannot be fused. Sky Peak Snow Mountain, ranked 10 in Kuntuti affinity, cannot be fused. Whitestone Cave, ranked 24 in Kuntuti affinity, cannot be fused. Riding the Wind Poem, ranked 36 in Wind Thunder affinity, cannot be fused. 1 storage bag, 3 high-grade spirit stones, 26 middle-grade spirit stones, 124 low-grade spirit stones, 3 talismans. 1 ordinary flying sword, several refining materials. No event token, crafted by the founder of the Danxia sect. A piece of Gingjin iron, forged into the Soul Awakening Blade. 1 ordinary Soul Awakening Blade. 1 Xianxiao sword. High-end alchemy and refining materials, obtained from the Great Qian Inner Store. 57 sect protecting techniques. 92 sect protecting martial skills. 18 9th grade alchemy recipes. 32 8th grade alchemy recipes. 33 7th grade alchemy recipes. Blood essence pill recipe, 5th grade. Several spirit beasts. A massive amount of wealth. He reviewed his gains, his previous gloom dissipated, and he finally felt happy. Still a huge haul. It's a pity I gave the Yi book to Xiaowan. Couldn't bring it out, but going back to get another copy from my Great Qian Inner Store 1T delay things. Does the host wish to inherit all the gains? A prompt from the simulator appeared. Inherit? How could there be a reason not to inherit? Inheriting extreme, Dao Master cultivation. Boom. He trembled all over. His cultivation had surged into the extreme Dao Master. 5 earth sources inherited and fused. He instantly became a 6th tier extreme Dao Master. Just as he was about to let out a comfortable roar, he suddenly felt something was off. Huh? 6th tier extreme Dao? Damn. How did the Nuwa Opera Mask of Xianxian affinity fuse successfully? He asked in surprise. Brother Mosey, can you help me fuse sources of different affinities too? A piece of information floated before Hiyu's eyes. The fact that sources of different affinities cannot be fused has nothing to do with my simulator's inheritance and fusion. Chapter 153, Taishu Journey. Upon seeing this piece of information, Hiyu's eyes nearly popped out. Brother Mosey, Father Mosey, you're really powerful. This means Hiyu can separately gather 9 sources from the 11 great paths and fuse them, ultimately achieving an unparalleled 99th tier extreme Dao Master. The affinity of a 99th tier extreme Dao Master towards spiritual energy would reach an astonishing level. He was exhilarated. He put all the other inherited items into the simulation space, immediately wanting to conduct the next simulation. However, after thinking for a moment, he decided to first go kill Li Onlong and retrieve the Yi book. Now, he was already invincible across the realms, and he had also killed Li Onlong once in the simulation, so he wasn't worried about any dormant ancestors from the Li family popping up. Although it would take several days to fly to the capital, he could simulate while flying, working on both fronts, without delaying anything. After making his decision, he left a day's worth of lodging money on the table in the small inn, flew out the window, and dashed into the night. At the same time, Hiyu's expression slightly tightened, and he began the 7th simulation. You enter the simulation. You plan to first comprehend all the earth sources obtained last time. And after ending the simulation, let the simulator help you inherit and fuse. You descend from the sky, buy a residence nearby, and settle down. Before comprehending the existing earth sources, you decide to have the extreme Dao Masters of Kuntuti affinity help you collect earth sources. You use your 6th tier extreme Dao strength to win people over, organizing all the extreme Dao Masters of Kuntuti affinity from the Great Qian and Jinwen nations. You distribute them reasonably across various regions, ensuring their sensing ranges overlap perfectly. However, the Great Qian and Jinwen nations are too large, and all the Kuntuti extreme Dao Masters together cannot cover the entire area of the 2 nations, so you rearrange them. You let them connect their sensing ranges from south to north, forming a north-south sensing belt for earth sources, and have them periodically move back and forth from east to west. Thus, a vast sensing network for earth sources was formed. Every day, the first thing you do upon waking is to herd these extreme Dao Masters to the next sensing point like a shepherd dog. After this meticulous arrangement of the sensing network is settled, you begin comprehending the earth sources. You start with the wrong king court, ranked 7th in duogene affinity. The Earth source of duogene affinity allows the fuser to excel in dominating all things, adding a regal aura. Since it's your first time comprehending the Earth source of duogene affinity, your progress is very slow. In the 29th year, you finally complete the comprehension of the wrong king court. However, the wrong king court does not have extra characteristics. The unified characteristics of duogene affinity need to be exhibited after inheriting and fusing. Sway Tiger is not ranked in the top 9, so you chose not to comprehend it. You plan to try to fuse every Earth source ranked in the top 9 for each affinity, and if you truly cannot find any, then you'll fuse slightly lower ranked sources. You begin to comprehend the Earth source of Jinmu affinity. The source of the Earth with the Jinmu affinity can make the fusion practitioner's vitality exceptionally strong, making it difficult for them to die and can extend their lifespan to a certain extent. In the 52nd year, you completed the comprehension of the Spring Thunder, ranked 6th in the Jinmu affinity. After completing the comprehension of the first Jinmu affinity source, the second source of the same affinity became much smoother. In the 58th year, you completed the comprehension of the Millennium Willow, ranked 8th in the Jinmu affinity. You also did not comprehend the Linyuan Cypress and the Xianxiaaudiobooks, ranked 13th and 14th. After that, you began to comprehend the Kinwater affinity source. The Kinwater affinity source allows fusion practitioners to be close to water elements, enhancing their attack power in rivers, lakes, and seas. Your consciousness penetrated into the space where the Kinwater affinity ranked first, the Huangshuan River source, is located. The Huangshuan River source has an additional characteristic. After comprehension, it allows those with lower cultivation levels to forget themselves and reshapes their worldview and personality. You began your comprehension of the Huangshuan River. 13 years later, in the 71st year, you gave up on comprehending the Huangshuan River. The comprehension of the Huangshuan River progressed terribly slowly, so you decided to temporarily abandon it. You turned to comprehend the Kuan Earth affinity source. The Kuan Earth affinity source allows fusion practitioners to be adept at sensing the earth veins, controlling feng shui, sensing sources, and altering the terrain. The Kuan Earth affinity source is very useful to you, because after merging with the Kuan Earth affinity source, you can investigate the approximate time and location of the appearance of the source. You chose to comprehend the Xianxiaaudiobooks, ranked 3rd. The Xianxiaaudiobooks has an additional characteristic, allowing you to split rocks and move mountains, and most surprisingly, even spiritual veins can be moved. This means you can gather multiple spiritual veins together, making the thin spiritual energy dense, thus increasing your cultivation speed. In the 96th year, after 25 years of difficult comprehension, you finally completed the comprehension of the Xianxiaaudiobooks. You looked at the remaining Tianjing Snow Mountain and Baishir Cave and decided to complete the comprehension of the Tianjing Snow Mountain, ranked 10th. Although the Tianjing Snow Mountain is not in the top 9, the more Kuan Earth affinity sources you fuse, the larger the range of sensing the source will be. You can't pursue perfection yet. You must pursue practicality. Even if higher-ranked Kuan Earth sources appear later, it's fine. You can directly ask the simulator brother to help you revert to your previous state and recomprehend the higher-ranked sources. In the 101st year, you completed the fusion of the Tianjing Snow Mountain. The last source harvested from the simulation is still the Fenglai affinity's Qinfeng Fu, but the 36th ranking is too low, so you did not choose to fuse it. At this time, there are 10 years left until the return of the 11 remnants of the realm. After 100 years of thorough searching for sources, your gains are astonishing. You have harvested a total of 45 sources. They are Xianjin Affinity, Falling Spirit Axe, 7, Fire Phoenix Spear, 8, Curse Water Knife, 15, Dui Gene Affinity, Stabilizing Nation Chi, 3, Jade Balance Platform, 6, Extended Gene Crown, 8, Zhenmu Affinity, Jimu Root, 2, New Sun Break, 4, Tough Grass, 5, Thousand Zhang Vine, 11, Sunflower, 12, Sunmu Affinity, Flower Soul Tremor, 4, Twined Wind Language, 5, Orchid Stem Soft, 7, Plum Bone Proud, 8, Mossy Steps, 11, Wheat Turning Waves, 17, Kin Water Affinity, Turbid Zhang Water, 3, Three Paths River, 4, G Water River, 7, Falling Star Lake, 8, Lee Fire Affinity, Golden Crow Radiance, 2, Red Sun Wheel, 4, Flame Glass, 5, Dan Fire Petal, 7, Kuan Earth Affinity, Kuan E Rome, 4, Song Yi Suspended, 5, Suburban Nourishment, 6, Lu Tian Mountain, 9, Gen Earth Affinity, 9 Gaiyu, 3, Divine Intention Refusal, 5, No Retreat Soldier, 8, Vine Armor Shield, 10, Stonebone Support, 35, Feng Lei Affinity, Tai Su Xing, 1, Zhang Yin Affinity, Astrological Disc, 2, Ghost Valley Finger, 6, Xiang Mu Qing Wu, 8, Jesher Coffin, 18, Zhan Meng Jian, 38, Zhengyang Affinity, Zhao Zhao Ling 3, Qingming Ling 4, Chu Evil Banner 9, xianxia 17, by Hui Bell 21. You are extremely excited in the room. Over the years, the sources of Deqian and Jinyu Kingdom have been monopolized by me. Monopolizing may be immoral, but it feels really good. After counting these sources, you immediately notice the Tai Su Xing source, ranked first in the Feng Lei affinity. It's actually the Tai Su Xing source. Amazing. So thrilling. After your excitement, your divine sense penetrated into the space, eagerly touching the Tai Su Xing source. You were deeply attracted by its additional characteristic even before obtaining the Tai Su Xing. The additional characteristic of Tai Su Xing is that it allows the fusion practitioner to walk in the Tai Su of the Yuan Central Realm. As long as there are no restrictions from formations, the fusion practitioner can instantly reach any place within sight. Chapter 154 The Return of the Remnants of the Realm. You temporarily set aside the other sources and began to comprehend the most delightful Tai Su Xing. In the 110th year, the comprehension of Tai Su Xing was very difficult, and your comprehension progress was less than 30%. But this time the simulation time is running out. Next year will be the time of the remnants' return. You have fused two types of affinity sources. You do not know who you will be judged to belong to after the return of the Tao Source Great Ascension. You vaguely have some expectations, but your mindset was not affected. You continued to comprehend the Tai Su Xing source. In the 111th year, on this day, everyone in the Yuan Central Realm suddenly felt an inexplicable oppression in their hearts, as if something terrifying was about to happen. The atmosphere of panic gradually spread. Soon, the sky of the Yuan Central Realm began to be shrouded in darkness, and the entire world began to rumble, as if the gods were angry. Ordinary people in the fields panicked, dropping their farming tools and fleeing home, huddling together in fear. Nobles also stopped their entertainment activities, summoning guards to protect their families. In the rivers and lakes, in the court, martial artists from all over the Yuan Central Realm felt something and looked up at the eerie dim sky. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Yuan Central Realm began to tremble violently, causing landslides and tsunamis. Villages built against the mountains were instantly buried by collapsing mountains and massive landslides. Coastal houses were smashed into pieces by hundreds of meters high tsunamis. People cried, screamed, and fled in this apocalyptic disaster, disappearing without a trace. The entire Yuan Central Realm seemed like a hell on earth. Finally, after the disaster wreaked havoc, the sky began to change. 11 holes, each several thousand meters in diameter, slowly appeared amidst the resonant roar. This time, the holes did not have dark barriers. The scenes within the remnants of the realm were visible to the naked eye. Within the remnants of the realm, countless immortal mountains and blessed lands, shrouded in clouds and mist, with auspicious signs swirling. Countless cultivators floated in the air of the remnants, densely packed, like locusts crossing the land. The cultivators all looked down with cold yet fiery eyes, creating an immense sense of pressure. All the people in the Yuan Central Realm stared blankly at the 11 holes, their hearts filled with terror. A world-destroying atmosphere enveloped the entire Yuan Central Realm. Those with weak minds lost their sanity on the spot, shouting madly, "Ha ha, the immortals are manifesting. I'm becoming an immortal. The Jade Emperor is here to take me away. It's fake. It's all fake." Old enemies no longer cared about anything, holding sharp knives, striking back and forth, settling old scores. Those who felt suppressed in their hearts stripped off their clothes, laughing wildly, running through the streets. Those who have repressed desires completely let go of their restraints and commit acts of sexual assault on women in the streets. The remnants of the world have not yet arrived, but chaos already reigns. At this moment, an extreme martial artist suddenly exclaimed, "Why can't I control my body?" This extreme martial artist slowly ascended into the air, struggling continuously. With the first extreme ascendant, the second and third followed. Extreme masters from all over the Yuan Central Realm uncontrollably ascended into the sky, each heading towards 11 remnants of the world. Why am I also? Oh no, those people in the sky are up to no good. These extreme masters struggled in pain, shouting madly, but it was all in vain. You stand in the courtyard, hands behind your back, looking up at the sky, your eyes filled with coldness. Suddenly, an unbeatable force bound you, and you began to slowly rise into the air. Your heart is calm, neither joy nor sorrow. In midair, you see many familiar faces. Yan Zhixue, Lin Jingji, Li Shun, Kong Ling, Ming Zhu, Qi Xian, He Tianlei, Ding Hanfeng. In this simulation, you mainly focused on comprehending the Earth source and had little interaction with them. They only know you as the first extreme with a significant power gap. At this moment, they all looked terrified, their source power surging wildly, struggling endlessly. Suddenly, Ming Zhu's face contorted in pain, letting out a low growl. His head was forced to tilt back, as if something was about to burst out of his body. Damn it, the Earth Source is trying to escape. Others were immediately horrified. What do you mean the Earth Source is trying to escape? Wasn't the Earth Source already fused? Bang! Ming Ju's bald head suddenly exploded, a stream of light rushing out from within him, directly entering the Xianxiang remnant realm, disappearing without a trace. Ming Ju's body convulsed and began to fall freely. All extreme masters witnessing this scene were horrified. Wow, what happened? Yin Jishue's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes trembling. Bang! Just as Yin Jishue finished speaking, her own body exploded, white flesh splattering everywhere. Her Earth Source converged towards the Xianxiaaudiobooks remnant realm. Yin Master! Jishue! The others shouted in both terror and sorrow. Seeing this scene, your eyes dimmed, the coldness in your gaze piercing to the bone. At this moment, a strange movement occurred within you. You know it's your turn? The Earth Source that has already fused with the 6 paths seems to have come alive again, beginning to push outward. Your expression turns fierce, using your overwhelming power to suppress it fiercely. You want to take my Earth Source? It's not that easy. You know this is futile. The Earth Source will eventually burst out, but your face is manic, still exerting immense source power to resist. You are like a big fish hooked by a fishhook. The more you struggle, the more you get hurt. Other extreme masters felt your majestic source power and looked over in horror. They finally realized that you had never shown your true strength. But they were even more desperate, because even with your level of power, you couldn't avoid the fate of having your Earth Source taken, leaving them even more powerless. Finally, the sword-asking heaven source burst out from your left shoulder with a bang, entering the Xianxiang remnant realm. Half of your shoulder exploded, leaving only a bit of flesh barely connecting to your left arm. Immediately afterward, sword covering sea, sword opening mountain, Tianlong blade, and falling immortal sword all burst out from within you, your flesh body becoming tattered, unrecognizable. You are left with only the last trace of consciousness. Half of your head is destroyed, but the remaining eye still shows defiance. Other extreme masters were astonished to see 5 Earth Sources burst out from within you one after another. They finally understood why you were so strong, but also didn't understand how you could fuse so many Earth Sources. Just as others were puzzled, another loud bang echoed from within you. The mask of the Xieshi also burst out, directly entering the Xianxiang remnant realm. A soft, ethereal voice of doubt came from the Xianxiang remnant realm. The owner of this voice did not understand why you could accommodate 2 types of Earth Sources with opposing properties. Meanwhile, in the other 10 remnant realms, it seemed that inscrutable gazes were directed towards you, towards your body that was nothing but a pile of flesh. They all had the same doubts. Your consciousness is about to completely dissipate, leaving them with eternal confusion. But at this moment, your soul suddenly solidified, forcibly halting the trend of dissipation, even slowly becoming solid and powerful. You are suddenly shocked, realizing that someone is helping you reshape your soul. Chapter 155, Transmigration Pulse. You faintly sense that the force helping you reshape your soul comes from the Xinmu remnant realm. Damn, they want to take me back as a lab rat for dissection. You absolutely cannot let these people from the remnant realm succeed. Your flesh body no longer has a face, but you forcefully harden your expression. Then, the self-detonation program of the Yin Shinju is activated. Pop. With a soft sound, your soul instantly shattered, completely dissipating. No one could save you. The person who acted in the Xinmu remnant realm seemed slightly surprised. He spoke as if to himself. Responding to the puzzled gazes from the other 10 remnant realms, he actually chose to seek death. How strange. You died. This simulation ends. Hiyu instantly came to his senses. Hiyu, who was flying to Kyoto, felt a lingering fear. He cursed. Damn, that was risky. Almost got caught by those bastards for experiments. Luckily I died quickly. Damn it, I'm never showing off again. Hiyu thought for a moment, no? I should still show off occasionally, just not too often. Hiyu could imagine the consequences of being captured. Soul searching and seizing his essence would be unavoidable, and the simulator would definitely be exposed. Those bastards might force him to extend his life for thousands of years to play with him slowly. The simulator is indeed powerful, but it seems to have its limits. Aside from providing extra information during simulations, it won't actively intervene. So if he really got caught, there would be no good outcome for him. The person who helped Hiyu reshape his soul did not expect Hiyu to actively choose to commit suicide against the instinct for survival. If that person had anticipated it, given the power disparity between Hiyu and him, Hiyu wouldn't even have been able to commit suicide. Hiyu felt a bit of lingering fear. Hiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Ultimately, it was still a lack of firepower. I need to fuse a few Earth Sources to calm down. Brother Mosey, tally up the gains. The gains this time are as follows. Earth Source 45 cannot be fused. Huo Wanting, DUI Gold Property Ranked 7, can be fused. Chunlei Sheng, Zhimu property ranked 6, can be fused. Qianyan Lu, Zhimu property ranked 8, can be fused. Shan Hedu, Kuan Earth property ranked 3, can be fused. Tian Ding Shui Shan, Kuan Earth property ranked 10, can be fused. Do you want to inherit all gains? Hiyu's expression was firm. Why ask? Add it to me. Hua Wangting has been fused. In an instant, Hiyu exuded the majesty of a king, sensing an inexplicable connection to the royal fortune of the great Qian dynasty. Chunlei Shang and Qianyan Lu have been fused. Hiyu felt vitality flooding his body, his energy surging, a fundamental enhancement of life force. Assuming Hiyu would die if he was starved for 7 days before, now he could still be vigorous even after 8 days of starvation. Shan Hedu and Tianding Shueshan have been fused. The fusion of 2 Kuan Earth property Earth sources granted Hiyu the ability to explore Earth sources. Moreover, the range of exploration is the greatest among all Kuan Earth extreme masters, covering nearly 3 states. Additionally, the unique feature of the mountain river crossing is its ability to manipulate the Earth veins, which allows Hiyu to create his own immortal mountain-blessed land during the early stages of the spiritual energy revival. Hiyu officially becomes an unprecedented 11th-stage extreme path master. In the previous martial era, the highest extreme path master was only at the 9th stage, and at this moment, Hiyu has made history. I am the fiercest of the fierce. But it's still not enough, far from enough. Hiyu immediately began his 8th simulation. Model brother. Start again. You enter the simulation. You descend from the sky. You do not go to buy a house. You directly land in the deep mountains and forests beneath your feet. You dig a cave and start to comprehend the Earth source in a race against time. You begin by comprehending the Tai Su walking Earth source. Since you comprehended for 10 years in the last simulation, this time the comprehension should go smoothly. Just a little bit. In the 22nd year, you complete the comprehension of Tai Su walking. Woohoo! It's worth my 22 years of youth. I finally succeeded in comprehension. You burst out of the cave with a rumble, rising into the high sky. You overlook the vast land of the Yuan Central Realm. In the next moment, Tai Su walking suddenly activates. The places you see instantly lose all color, turning into a black, white, and gray world. At the same time, this black, white, and gray space begins to twist bizarrely. The originally flat ground bends towards the sky, forming a hemispherical shape, and the sky also bends downwards in response. Eventually, this piece of heaven and earth forms a round sphere, much smaller in size, wrapping you in the middle. You enter the Tai Su, which is a reflection of the real Yuan Central Realm and does not alter the original Yuan Central Realm. You look at the inner surface of this black and white sphere, choose a location, and step on it. In an instant, the world flips. The black and white sphere unfolds again, and the entire world returns to its original appearance. At this point, you have crossed the northern Songwang Desert and appeared in midair within the borders of Jinyu Kingdom. From riding a horse at the beginning, to flying, and now to the current Tai Su walking, your commuting method has upgraded once again. You are exceptionally excited. I run way too damn fast. You are in a great mood, like a birdman who just got wings, and take another step. You arrive at an unknown area farther north in Jinyu Kingdom. You look down, and it is a vast stone forest of black mountains and strange rocks that you have never been to before. Just as you were about to leave again, you suddenly discover that the spiritual energy concentration in this area is even higher than that of the Qianming mountain range. What the heck? I just went for a walk and found a spiritual vein. You feel lucky, finally looking a bit like the protagonist. You land in this black stone forest, activate mountain river crossing to sense the spiritual energy, and indeed, the concentration is much denser than that of the Qianming mountain range. Wonderful. I must move it. You plan to directly use the ability of mountain river crossing to move this spiritual vein into the Qianming mountain range. Forming a 2-star spiritual vein, you sit cross-legged and begin to explore the size of this spiritual vein. If the spiritual vein exceeds your capacity, you will need to cut the spiritual vein and move it in multiple trips. Soon, you complete the sensing. This spiritual vein is unexpectedly thick, stretching for thousands of miles. You realize that the project is too large and must be completed in several phases. Your long, bony hand reaches out and presses against the ground. Mountain river crossing activates, and a light blue glow spreads out from your palm across the ground. Invisible underground. The huge spiritual vein emitting rich spiritual energy is also penetrated by the light blue glow. Once the glow spreads to its limit, your source power surges, and the entire blackstone forest begins to rumble and shake. The part of the spiritual vein covered by your mountain river crossing ability begins to be cut from the main body of the spiritual vein, with a continuous dull cracking sound coming from underground. Just a few breaths later, with a loud bang, hundreds of meters of the spiritual vein are completely under your control. The ability of mountain river crossing must transfer the spiritual vein underground to ensure its spiritual essence is not lost, and the process is very slow. But once it's in your hands, you can directly put the spiritual vein into space. Before the spiritual vein can react, you place it back underground and reconnect it to the earth with mountain river crossing, ensuring its essence is maintained. You feel the spiritual vein in your space. As happy as if you found money. You chuckle and push your hand against the ground, using the same trick again. Let us do it again. This time, just as mountain river crossing activates, you suddenly feel a chill behind you, a deadly sense of crisis making your heart race. Your Taisu walking suddenly activates. But this time it has no effect. Damn, this space is sealed. Chapter 156, Confused Xiahuada. You have no choice but to give up using Taisu walking, suddenly unleashing your source power to rush into the sky. At the same time, a giant creature bursts out from the ground where you were just standing. This thing looks like a giant tadpole with a semi-transparent light green body, opening its massive maw and rushing up from beneath your feet. You little tadpole, instead of looking for your mother, you come to ambush me. You slash back with a knife, but the giant tadpole's form disappears instantly, and you lose your sense of it. Your eyes widen, so sinister. The giant tadpole appears behind you in an instant. You don't even have time to turn around before you are engulfed by the giant tadpole in one bite. The light green maw squeezes. Splash. You explode like a meatball in the giant tadpole's mouth. You are dead. This simulation ends. Hiyu, flying in the air, comes back to his senses, the wind howling in his ears. He looks completely bewildered. Damn, where did this giant tadpole come from? Did it think I was cotton candy and just dissolve me? I am a dignified 11-stage extreme path master. Isn't that embarrassing to say out loud? Hiyu calms down a bit, his heart stirring. Then he asks the mysterious simulator, Model brother, what is this giant tadpole? Information from the simulator enters Hiyu's mind. Zhenmu affinity, Earth Spirit in late Golden Core stage, Stone Root. Earth Spirit? And it's in the Golden Core stage. Hiyu is surprised, a bit shocked. After coming into contact with Yi Yoyun's Jade Pure Purple Chi technique, he knows that a martial artist who has fused one Earth source has combat power equivalent to that of the peak of Chi refining. The combat power of a martial artist who has fused 9 Earth sources is comparable to that of the peak of Foundation establishment. After the 10th fusion of Earth sources, or Earth spirits, the combat power can rival that of the early Golden Core stage. However, a martial artist with the 10th fusion of Earth sources is weaker than one with the fusion of Earth spirits by a level and will not be able to progress further. Currently, Hiyu's combat power is slightly stronger than that of the early Golden Core stage, but not by much, just a little bit. This is only a comparative assessment of overall combat power. In reality, martial arts and immortal paths are two different systems with completely different offensive methods. The immortal path relies on techniques and divine abilities. The martial path relies on brute force and stubbornness. Hiyu's eyes brightened slightly upon realizing that what killed him earlier was an Earth spirit. He initially thought that the spiritual energy in the Yuan Central Realm was too thin to nurture an Earth spirit, but it turns out there really is one out. Hiyu plans to fuse a few more Earth sources before trying to retrieve this giant tadpole for a drink. The giant tadpole can serve as a backup. If there are no other Earth spirits, it can be fused to advance to a new level. However, this Golden Core stage is too outrageous. How long has it been since the spiritual energy revival? Something doesn't seem right. Hiyu thinks for a while, but has no further clues. So he can only temporarily put it aside. It seems that besides the Qian and Jinyu Kingdom, many unknown places are experiencing interesting events. Just in time to comprehend Taisu walking, he can go anywhere in this vast world, and there will be plenty to do in future simulations. Hiyu focused his mind and skillfully reviewed the gains from this simulation. Taisu walk, wind and thunder affinity ranked 1, can be fused. A small spiritual vein, incomplete. Hiyu directly fused the Taisu walk source. He instantly became a 12th tier extreme path master. After fusing the wind and thunder affinity source, he gained enhancements in speed and attack, making him 3 times stronger than he was a second ago. The incomplete spiritual vein was stored in his space. Hiyu ascended to a higher altitude, allowing himself to see further. With Taisu walk, he could reach the capital in an instant. Xiaoanlong, here I come. Hiyu stepped forward and appeared in front of the Taya Hall within the palace city. At the same time, Hiyu initiated the 9th simulation. You have entered the simulation. In front of the Taiha Hall, Hiyu cautiously changed his appearance to that of Shangwan Goshing. Hiyu did good deeds without leaving a name, and he certainly wouldn't leave a name for bad deeds. At this moment, Lian Long was seated high on the dragon throne in the Taiha Hall, holding a court meeting with the ministers. Hiyu's sudden appearance astonished everyone. The extreme path masters within the palace city quickly flew toward Hiyu from all directions. How bold of this thief to intrude into the imperial palace. Lian Long also noticed Hiyu. He frowned slightly and made eye contact with Hiyu through the palace door of the Taiha Hall. Year 7, Xianxiao Sword. Xianjin Affinity Ranked 1, Comprehension Completed. Hiyu did not pay attention to the group of extreme path masters flying toward him. He casually waved the knife in his hand toward Lian Long. Woohoo! Before Lian Long could respond, he exploded into a cloud of debris. A pool of bright red blood splattered on the dragon throne. The court was instantly thrown into chaos. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The group of extreme path masters from the Li royal family hadn't even reached Hiyu's side when Hiyu had already finished. Hiyu stepped out and vanished from the spot. The extreme path masters were left dumbfounded and terrified. They had never witnessed such a supernatural phenomenon. Hiyu appeared in front of the great Qian inner treasury. Year 13, Falling Spirit Axe, Fire Phoenix Spear, ranked 7th and 8th in Xianjin Affinity. Comprehension completed. Year 22. National Stabilization Qi, ranked 3rd in DUI Gold Affinity. Comprehension completed. Year 28. Jade Balance Platform, ranked 6th in DUI Gold Affinity. Comprehension completed. Year 34. Extended Gold Crown, ranked 8th in DUI Gold Affinity. Comprehension completed. Hiyu cleaved open the heavy doors of the great Qian inner treasury, as familiar as if he had returned home. He took the memory scroll and a large spear. He did not take the Gungjin iron, various rare materials, or the vast wealth, not out of conscience, but because he planned to brush through this place in each simulation, ensuring it wouldn't be cut off. Everyone in the palace city had yet to react when Hiyu had already killed Li Anlong and taken the memory scroll. Hiyu ascended again. Year 38, Tough Grass, ranked 5th in Jinmu Affinity. Comprehension completed. Year 43, New Sunbreak, ranked 4th in Jinmu Affinity. Comprehension completed. Year 50, Building Wood Root, ranked 2nd in Jinmu Affinity. Comprehension completed. In the air, Hiyu activated Tai Su Walk and stepped to the front of Xiahuida's residence at the Danxia sect. Hiyu had returned to his original appearance. Xiahuida, sensing Hiyu's presence, was startled. He immediately realized that Hiyu was an extreme path master. Xiahuida hurriedly came out from the main hall. May I ask, esteemed sir? Old Xia, don't speak, I'm in a hurry. Hiyu opened his palm, revealing a jade bottle with a returning yang pill resting at the bottom. Year 75, Flower Soul Tremor, ranked 4th in Shuanmu Affinity. Comprehension completed. Year 93, Wind Entanglement Language, Orchid Stem Soft, Plum Bone Proud, ranked 5th, 7th, and 8th in Shuanmu Affinity. Comprehension completed. Hiyu directly threw the jade bottle to Xiahuida. This is a returning yang pill. You know who should take it. What? Xiahuida was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe he wasn't dreaming. How could an extreme path master inexplicably show up to give him a coveted returning yang pill? Xiahuida's lips trembled, his expression excited. He subconsciously clutched the jade bottle, wanting to ask Hiyu why he was giving him the returning yang pill. Xiahuida's tone was both excited and puzzled. Hero, why do you don't ask, just being willful? After Hiyu finished speaking, he directly flew away, leaving Xiahuida with his mouth agape, full of confusion. Year 111, Turbid Zhang Water, ranked 3rd in Can Water Affinity. Comprehension completed. In the same year, you waited in the sky of the Remnant Realm. The Remnant Realm's void slowly opened, and you coldly scanned all the cultivators of the Remnant Realm. All the cultivators of the Remnant Realm were momentarily stunned upon seeing you. They did not understand why you were not the least bit surprised by their appearance. Moreover, you looked as if you were waiting for them. Just as they were puzzled, you gave a charming smile and shouted at the top of your lungs, "I F your mothers." Your voice was amplified by source power, resonating for hundreds of miles and echoing for a long time. The cultivators of the Remnant Realm were shocked for a moment, then furiously charged at you. Bang! You decisively self-destructed, exploding into a mist of blood, leaving nothing behind as the wind blew. Chapter 157 10th time, Cultivation Simulation Start. You died. This simulation ends. Hiyu had already left the Danxia sect and activated Tai Su Walk, stepping into Yutong County below Danxia Mountain. He found an inn and booked the presidential suite number 1. During his stay, Hiyu had completed the settlement of the 9th simulation. The 9th simulation had comprehended a total of 14 sources. They were Xianxiao Sword, National Stabilization Qi, and Jade Balance Platform. These sources were obtained during the 7th simulation. In the 7th simulation, Hiyu had swept through the sources that appeared in Great Qian and Jinyu Kingdom during the past 111 years, which was quite audacious. Hiyu sat in the tea room of the inn, taking a sip of tea. Then, a thought crossed his mind. Source fusion. 14 different affinity sources have been fused. Hiyu's dark eyes trembled slightly, a muffled groan emanating from his chest. And then he felt a rush of comfort throughout his body. Hiyu officially became a 26th tier extreme path master. The various affinity sources coexisted harmoniously within Hiyu, as if it was meant to be. Hiyu's physical body became immensely powerful. While other extreme path masters were still at the first tier, the strongest among them barely reached the peak extreme path master stage. He had already reached the 26th tier. The title of peak extreme path master could no longer describe Hiyu. He was now simply an unparalleled extreme path master. In addition to his soaring combat power, Hiyu also possessed additional abilities like manipulating spiritual veins, Taisu walking, and identity concealment, truly terrifying. Having fused 26 sources, Hiyu absorbed spiritual energy rapidly, already becoming a great genius. Finally, he wouldn't start with just a bowl like in martial arts cultivation. Hiyu paused for a moment and initiated the 10th simulation. Cultivation simulation. Open for me. You have entered the simulation. You left the inn in Yutong County. You arrived at the Longmen Inn in the Zhangwang Desert. You gave the memory scroll to the young mistress of the inn and instructed her to pass it on to the holy maiden of the Annihilation sect, Wan Qingwan. The original memories in the memory scroll have been erased by you. You restored the entire process from your first encounter with Wan Qingwan to your eventual death from the third simulation, the truly uncut version. Women will want to sleep early after watching, and men will feel very ashamed. Since the memory scroll retains memories, it is in the first person, and your own appearance is not directly left behind. Fortunately, you usually have a habit of checking your appearance in the mirror, so in the complete memory, your beauty can occasionally be displayed. The memory scroll has been sealed with source power, and only Wan Qingwan's true energy can unlock the seal. After leaving the Dragon Gate Inn, you went to the Wanming Palace ruins. First, let Xiaowan take a look at the film slowly, allowing Xiaowan to strategize on their own, so that I can make my move and befriend Xiaowan. After leaving the Zhangwang Desert, you arrived at the Wanming Palace ruins. The current Wanming Palace ruins are still empty. This place is still that small sect on the verge of bankruptcy. You initially planned to buy it directly, but ultimately decided to re-establish your lair in the Qianming Mountain Range. After all, the Qianming Mountain Range has spiritual energy, and this time it should be called Wanming Sect. You summoned a group of skilled craftsmen to the Qianming Mountain Range at a high price to help you build the sect. You had previously transported a huge amount of building materials to the Qianming Mountain Range using spatial manipulation. With your skill in moving, you could easily make a fortune by opening a large transport business. Those 100-ton kings outside are 100-ton kings, but when they see you, they are just like three-wheeled vehicles. You chose a location for the Wanming sect just a few dozen miles away from the beast control sect, making it convenient for you to automatically collect the blood essence of spirit beasts. You let the craftsmen build the Wanming sect on their own and went to Donghai Sea Snake Island. The familiar light shield on Sea Snake Island came into your view. This time, you sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy from the defensive array. In the 6th simulation, you asked Yi Yuyun, and he told you that he used all the remaining spiritual stones on him to set up this defensive array. In fact, the initial defense level of the defensive array was at the foundation establishment level, and with your strength in the 6th simulation, you couldn't break it. However, after more than 700 years of depletion, the defense level that those spiritual stones could maintain had dropped significantly, allowing you to break the defensive array. This time, you became a terrifying 26th level extreme path practitioner, casually swinging a knife. Boom! The defensive array shattered in response. You landed on Sea Snake Island, and with a claw of your hand, you lifted Yi Yoyun's coffin lid, revealing the stone chamber where the Xianxiao sword was placed. With another claw, you grabbed the Xianxiao sword. Your tone was deep, your voice carrying a powerful sense of consciousness. Yi Yunshan, aren't you going to wake up? The Xianxiao sword suddenly trembled, and Yi Yuyun, who was attached to the sword, let out a soft moan and slowly woke up. From Yi Yoyun's weak soul, an alert emotional message came. Who are you? How do you know my name? Don't be afraid, you don't know me, but I know your name and your story. Story? What story? You casually spoke. Your name is Yi Yuyun, you're skilled in arrays. You came from the Lihor ruins to the Yuanyang realm as a living stake. You love your sister very much, and you have an enemy named Jiang Huaijing. Wait a minute. Yi Yuyun interrupted your flow of words, and his soul transmitted an obviously excited emotion. Your soul-searching technique is so brilliant that it can even uncover memories that are vague or missing in my soul. You raised an eyebrow, not expecting Yi Yuyun to start filling in the blanks himself. You took the opportunity to admit, yes, I'm very good at soul-searching. Seeing you admit to using the soul-searching technique, Yi Yuyun was not afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. May I ask what you want to obtain from me? Yi Yuyun thought that since you searched his soul but didn't kill him, you must see his value, so he directly asked you. His thoughts just saved you the trouble of saying much. Not many demands. Just need you to recover all your memories and tell me about your enemy Jiang Huaijin in detail. Jiang Huaijin caused your unexpected end in the 6th simulation, resulting in a loss of 1 second in reality. And time is life. Jiang Huaijin is endangering your life. Absolutely unforgivable. Moreover, Jiang Huaijin actually killed you once in the simulation, which is even more unforgivable. Yi Yuyun pondered. Jiang Huaijin, Jiang Huaijin, Jiang Huaijin. Yi Yuyun muttered to himself, and his emotions became increasingly unstable, looking like he was about to go mad again. You released your consciousness, easily calming Yi Yuyun. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Yi Yuyun was still in fear. I seem to really know Jiang Huaijin, since your soul-searching technique is so formidable. Does that mean I can only tell you part of my fragmented memories? Yes, part by part. Yi Yuyun asked again. Do you have a grudge against Jiang Huaijin? A small conflict, to the extent that I want him dead. Yi Yuyun fell silent for a while. So this deal is that you help me strengthen my soul and recover my memories, and I provide detailed information about Jiang Huaijin? I will not only help you strengthen your soul. If you perform well, I can even help you become a man again. Yi Yuyun exclaimed. You mean you can help me find a body to possess? Chapter 158, All Talents. You initially planned to have Dong Jijia help Yi Yuyun obtain a body this time, but after thinking about it, you felt it wouldn't work. Dong Jijia cannot create a body with spiritual roots. If Yi Yuyun can be resurrected, you need him as a guide to take you into the Lihor ruins to see what is going on. So you said, I will help you find a body. If you are lucky, it might have spiritual roots. You plan to learn from Dong Jijia and look for one at the execution ground, as that place has many talents. In the sixth simulation, you knew that Yi Yuyun had never possessed anyone before, so he could still possess once more. Every cultivator can only perform one possession. Attempting to possess again would cause their soul to dissipate, which is the supreme limit of this realm that no one can violate. Yi Yuyun was exceptionally excited upon hearing your promise. Fellow Taoist, rest assured, I will definitely cooperate fully with you. Very good. You transmitted the two-layered Yinshin Ju into Yi Yuyun's mind. The technique can stabilize the soul, so practice it when you have nothing to do. It's good to keep active. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Just a casual act. You then blocked Yi Yuyun's soul perception, took the Xianxiao sword, and stepped back to the under-construction Wanming sect. You hovered in the air above the Wanming sect. You noticed that these craftsmen were not working. Oh, my boss leaves, and you guys are slacking off. You slowly descended, only to find that these craftsmen were gathered together, with a few warriors in front reprimanding them. You have such boldness. Who allowed you to build extensively in my beast control sect's territory? Sir, our employer just left. Can you wait for him to return? There must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I, Elder Kong Ling of the beast control sect, received the order from the sect master and personally arranged to come here to drive you away. How could it be a misunderstanding? Well, sir. I'm afraid. The leading craftsman feared for a long time, but could not come up with a reason. After all, the sect master of the beast control sect has spoken, and there is obviously no possibility of misunderstanding. The warrior of the beast control sect coldly smiled. What are you afraid of? You know there is no misunderstanding, don't you? The leading craftsman's face turned anxious, unable to speak for a long time. In fact, I also think there is no misunderstanding. Your gentle and clear voice entered the ears of everyone present. Who? The warrior of the beast control sect unsheathed his sword in a panic, looking around. His face very flustered. You floated down from the air. The warrior was startled and quickly cupped his hands. And no. May I ask which extreme path Lord has graced us with their presence? You will know soon. We will be good neighbors from now on. Or I could also acquire your beast control sect. Sir is truly humorous. I did not know an extreme path Lord was here to break ground. I will report back to my beast control sect master immediately to congratulate you. You smiled and shook your head. You little brat. The sect master of the beast control sect can't scare me. Just right. I'm here with you because there is a talent from your beast control sect that I want to bring back. The warrior didn't expect that the name of the sect leader wouldn't scare you. You still wanted to throw yourself into the net. He suddenly felt that you were quite important, so he respectfully said, My lord, I will lead you. You thought for a moment. Forget it. I'm familiar with the Beastmaster sect. You don't need to go. Stay here and help me work. Work? The warrior looked confused. Do you think you can just gloss over the fact that you delayed my project? My lord, I wouldn't dare. You pointed with your hand. You few will finish repairing that side hall within half a month. If you don't, there will be a small punishment. And if you don't have the professional knowledge, humbly ask these craftsmen for help. The warrior was physically strong and could be used as a nuclear-powered donkey for construction. The warrior's face turned bitter, but he had no choice but to hurriedly agree. Yes, my lord, yes. You nodded and flew toward the Beastmaster sect. These few warriors exchanged glances with a group of craftsmen who had just been scolded by them from a high position. After a long stalemate, the leading warrior gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, forcing a flattering smile on his face. He clasped his hands to the leading craftsman. Master, please advise me. The craftsman was startled and quickly waved his hand. This hero, I wouldn't dare, just call us if you need anything. You swaggered to the sky above the Beastmaster sect. Without asking any questions, you swung your hand and chopped down a seemingly tall building, which you knew was used for some purpose. A person rushed out from the ruins, covered in dust. What a madman! Coming in and destroying our Beastmaster sect's shrine. All the tablets of our ancestors have been ruined by you. He soared into the air and charged at you. Clang! The blade light flashed, and the long spear in his hand was directly broken into 2 pieces. This extreme master was extremely shocked. He realized that your strength was far above his, and that chop was not you sparing his life. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half as well. This extreme master hovered in the air, holding a short gun and a short rod, feeling apprehensive, caught between advancing and retreating. You looked at the pile of shrine ruins, then gestured toward this extreme master. He immediately understood and quickly landed silently, crouching with his head in his hands in front of the shrine ruins. What a madman, coming in and destroying our Beastmaster sect's shrine. All the tablets of our ancestors have been ruined by you. A new extreme master rushed out from the Beastmaster sect, shouting the same line, then crouched down. In front of the collapsed shrine, the 2 extreme masters, crouching with their heads in their hands, exchanged glances silently. Next, out of the 11 extreme masters in the Beastmaster sect, 10 of them lined up here, looking at each other in silence. Finally, the sect leader of the Beastmaster sect, top extreme master Xingming, charged at you with great momentum. Wow, what a madman! Why didn't you inform me beforehand? The crouching Xingming sternly questioned the other 10. The other 10 either looked at the sky, picked their toes, or drew circles on the ground. All afraid to answer Xingming, you slowly descended in front of the 11. Xingming stood up with a limp. Hero, who exactly are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am your neighbor, the sect leader of One Dream Sect, here to say hello to you. Sect leader, you must be mistaken. We don't have anyone called that unfortunate name. You brightened up, sect leader Xing, from your 2 sentences. I can deduce that you must be the core abstract character of this round. Xingming, sect leader, stop being abstract, can you take it? You clapped in admiration. Wonderful, wonderful. Xingming asked in confusion. No, sect leader, what exactly do you want to do? I want to recruit a talent from your Beastmaster sect to my One Dream sect. Xingming quickly said, sect leader, if you want talent. That's easy to say. Our Beastmaster sect is not lacking in talent at all. That one, report to the sect leader what talents we have. A personnel-related extreme master stood up. Sect leader, once the board is struck, listen to me praise you. All right. You quickly stopped him. There's no need for a talent showcase. I'm here to find Dong Jijia. Dong Jijia. The quick-tongued extreme master reacted, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I know. He was just expelled today and is currently packing his things to leave. Chapter 159, Pure-Hearted Dong Jijia. The quick-tongued extreme master regretted as soon as he finished speaking. He noticed that Xingming and the other extreme masters were looking at him with murderous eyes. The quick-tongued extreme master immediately woke up. This Dong Jijia is the talent you are looking for, but now he has been expelled from the Beastmaster sect. This directly implies that your judgment is poor, only accepting the trash that others don't want. The quick-tongued extreme master broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly tried to make amends. Sect leader, there is a reason for Dong Jijia leaving the Beastmaster sect. Let me tell you the reason. Oh, what reason? You showed a smile that you considered gentle, but to the other extreme masters, it felt like a death sentence. The quick-tongued extreme master even felt a tickle on his neck. His eyes rolled. Sect leader, it's because Dong Jijia is too great. He should go to a better and more well-known stage to showcase his talents. For example, your One Dream sect. Clearly, your stage is not well-known enough. The quick-tongued extreme master cast a pleading look at the other extreme masters. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Xingming, being the sect leader, had a good memory, and he was frustrated. One Dream sect. Yes. Dong Jijia should go to a big sect like One Dream sect to shine and heat up. You smiled, is that so? But from what I understand, Dong Jijia was expelled because he was always conducting some inhumane biological experiments. The quick-tongued extreme master was stunned, surprised. Sect leader, this little matter has reached your ears? Then the quick-tongued extreme master poured out grievances to you, saying that Dong Jijia actually had very high innate talent in beast mastery and performed excellently in various assessments. But he kept doing some nonsensical things, and the Beastmaster sect had already tried to turn a blind eye. However, Dong Jijia often did explosive work, making it unbearable for the Beastmaster sect, so they simply took the opportunity of someone reporting him to expel him. You waved your hand. Understood. Where is Dong Jijia now? He is in the Xiaoshan domain where the outer disciples are located. Lead the way. All right. You and a group of extreme masters directly flew toward the Xiaoshan domain of the Beastmaster sect. Soon, you arrived above the Xiaoshan domain. Dong Jijia happened to walk out from the residential area at the foot of Xiaoshan domain. He had packed a large bundle and was preparing to leave. Next to Dong Jijia was a short and strong teenager, who was seeing him off. The two were walking down the wide mountain path. The short and strong teenager's gaze flickered, and he exaggeratedly sighed. Brother Dong, we entered the sect on the same day, and we hit it off quite well. But I didn't expect that today I entered the inner sect, and you were expelled from the sect. Dong Jijia's previously gloomy expression brightened a lot, and he sincerely felt happy for Tan Feng. Tan brother, you entered the inner sect? A trace of barely noticeable pride flashed in Tan Feng's eyes. Exactly. But it was just luck, just luck. Congratulations, Tan brother. Dong Jijia, with a pure heart, expressed sincere congratulations. Tan Feng's chin couldn't help but lift a bit. His tone had a somewhat condescending air. Jijia, you don't need to be discouraged. You must continue your research. And there will definitely be a time when your fame will spread far and wide. After Tan Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Dong Jijia's reaction. Seeing that Dong Jijia was encouraged, Tan Feng's mouth quietly curled up. At the same time, several young boys on both sides of the mountain path were subtly looking this way. Tan Feng made eye contact with them. Then they exchanged knowing smiles filled with mockery. In fact, Tan Feng didn't think Dong Jijia's research was meaningful at all. It was a complete waste of life. But he didn't mock him verbally. Instead, he tried his best to encourage him. As Dong Jijia's work grew larger, Tan Feng anonymously reported Dong Jijia a few days ago. This led to Dong Jijia being expelled from the Beastmaster sect. Tan Feng did this simply because he felt jealous that Dong Jijia, while distracted by research, still managed to outperform him in every Beastmaster assessment. You and a group of Supreme Masters from the Beastmaster sect were watching Tan Feng's every expression and action from the sky. Xingming felt a chill behind him. Sectmaster, let us take that boy beside Dong Jijia as well. You smiled and said, what would I take him for? Xingming, he could be buried to enrich the soil. You looked at Xingming in surprise. Sect leader Xing. The Beastmaster sect is one of the 5 major sects, not a demonic cult. Tone it down a bit. Yes. The sect master is still beautiful and kind-hearted. Let us go down. Tan Feng was still boasting to Dong Jijia about the various benefits of the inner sect. His gaze gradually becoming arrogant, and his tone losing its pretense. No matter how pure-hearted Dong Jijia was, he sensed that the other's attitude had changed. Dong Jijia frowned. Very puzzled, not understanding why the other seemed to have suddenly turned into a different person. He said he would distribute blood chi pills. But I actually don't want them that much. As Tan Feng was halfway through his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped, and he hurriedly took 2 steps forward, passing Dong Jijia. I've met the sect master, met all the elders, and met this esteemed person. Tan Feng was startled. The sect master of the Beastmaster sect and all the elders had arrived, and the situation was too overwhelming. Tan Feng didn't understand what was happening, but felt the atmosphere was not good. He thought it couldn't be that they were here for a mere newly promoted inner sect disciple like him. Upon hearing Tan Feng's words, Dong Jijia quickly turned around and bowed in greeting. All the disciples of the Beastmaster sect on this mountain path stopped to pay their respects, exchanging puzzled glances. Xingming waved his hand. Dong brother, come here. Dong brother. Immediately, the surrounding people buzzed with discussions, their astonished and shocked gazes continually landing on Dong Jijia. The esteemed sect master actually called an expelled outer sect disciple his brother. These people felt like they hadn't woken up and were starting to hallucinate. Tan Feng was even more shocked, almost wetting himself. When he looked at the gazes of these high-ranking officials directed at him, he felt as if he were a half-buried person. Dong Jijia was also bewildered and hurriedly said, Sect master, I dare not. Xingming smiled and said, this is our esteemed Wanming sect master he, who specially came to take you into the sect today. Hurry and pay your respects. The usually aloof sect master of the Beastmaster sect was now flattering you in his speech, leaving the other disciples dumbfounded. Tan Feng suddenly understood that you must be a formidable person, and your Wanming sect was indeed extraordinary. However, when Tan Feng heard that you specifically came to take Dong Jijia, his expression became serious, wanting to ask why. Why is it that someone like Dong Jijia, who was clearly expelled, could immediately turn things around and stand even taller? Then my efforts would be in vain. And the jealousy in Tan Feng's eyes was reignited. Dong Jijia still didn't understand what was going on, but he really wanted to improve. His instinct made him rush forward, sliding to his knees in front of you. I pay my respects to the sect master. You chuckled softly. Good lad. You enveloped Dong Jijia in your source power and were about to leave, but Tan Feng suddenly lost his cool. Jealousy distorted Tan Feng's face, and he hurriedly shouted, wait a minute. Chapter 160, Spiritual Root Testing. You turned back. Tan Feng shouted harshly, Sect master he, wait a moment. Do you know why Dong Jijia was expelled from the Beastmaster sect? Dong Jijia looked surprised, his eyes filled with disbelief, realizing that Tan Feng was about to stab him in the back. But before Dong Jijia could speak, you answered, yes, because of your report. This was something Dong Jijia told you during the 6th simulation. He only found out about it later. Tenfeng was instantly dumbfounded, speechless. This. You said casually. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Tenfeng was a bit surprised. What is it? You smiled. If you hadn't jumped out now, you could have lived. What? No. Bang. Tenfeng suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Murder. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect watching the commotion were thrown into chaos. But after a moment, they noticed that the high-ranking officials of the Beastmaster sect had no reaction and gradually quieted down. At this moment, they looked at you with even more terrified eyes. Guessing your identity. After you finished this act, your mind and body felt relaxed. Xingming looked at you with a glint of excitement, shouting, "Someone, clean up the ground." Several people rushed out, skillfully cleaning up all traces of Tenfeng. You looked at Xingming, sect leader Xing. The people you sent delayed the construction of my Wanming sect. How do you plan to make it up to me? Xingming's face was serious. Make it up? It must be made up. Sect Master He, do you have any opinions? You smiled slightly and shouted, Kong Ling, step forward. Kong Ling stepped forward. Sect Master He here. Bring over your 3 birds, as well as your Beastmaster sect's giant armored rhinoceros, white lotus deer, and red scorpion elephant. You recited the names of these spirit beasts from the Beastmaster sect as if you were ordering dishes at a restaurant. With each name you mentioned, Kong Ling trembled slightly. He didn't understand why you were so familiar with these treasures of the Beastmaster sect. Able to pick only the precious ones, it was clear you were an old patron. After you finished, Kong Ling's face was extremely grim. These were almost all the high-level beasts that the Beastmaster sect could count on. Why aren't you going to get them yet? Although Xingming's heart was bleeding, he still shouted in a deep voice. Kong Ling had no choice but to go and bring all the spirit beasts. But to their surprise, you didn't take away these beasts, you only extracted their essence blood. Although these beasts were wilted on the spot, at least they were preserved. They could be nurtured back slowly. You waved the large bottle containing the spirit beast blood in front of you. This time you collected 56 drops of spirit beast essence blood, which was quite a harvest. You tossed 10 bottles of blood extract pills to Xingming. Stop looking so glum. These are 5th grade pills. Give them to the kids to replenish. 10 bottles. Xingming was taken aback. Then his face broke into a joyful smile. Sect Master He, you're too polite. It's not that polite. I'll be back in a few years. Huh? Xingming's smile froze. You took Dong Jijia and flew away directly. Xingming looked at you, almost crying tears of joy. Sect Master He, welcome your next visit. You brought Dong Jijia down to the area where Wanming sect was being constructed. You introduced the basic situation to Dong Jijia and explained that you would fully support his research. Dong Jijia seemed to have found a kindred spirit, his eyes sparkling. Sect Master, you truly understand me. You said seriously, don't look at me with such fervent eyes. Also, I have a suggestion for you. Dong Jijia calmed down a bit. Sect Master, what request do you have? The creatures you're creating now possess consciousness. They can be considered lifeless. I suggest that you focus on overcoming this issue early on. Dong Jijia was taken aback. The Sect Master knows about my research. A little understanding. Dong Jijia became even more excited. Sect Master, you really understand me. All right, you are now a member of the Wanming sect. From now on you will help me guard the construction site. Okay, Sect Master. You pointed to a few people from the Beast Control sect who were climbing up and down to help repair the side hall. Those are disciples of the Beast Control sect. Just treat them as regular laborers. Dong Jijia looked up in surprise. Isn't that Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Deng? You waved your hand and corrected him. That's Worker Zhao and Worker Deng. Right. I understand now, Sect Master. You nodded and rushed into the sky. Then you rushed back down from the sky. You found a relatively safe place in the Qianming mountain range. You sat cross-legged directly and fused 56 drops of spirit beast blood. After a short while, all the spirit beast blood was fused by you. Your physical strength received a significant breakthrough, advancing from the mid-stage of the divine core to the late stage of refining essence. After completing the blood fusion, you began practicing the Jade Purification Purple Chi technique. You planned to cultivate spiritual energy, then use a small spell to detect your spiritual root situation. This small spell doesn't consume much energy, just a trace of spiritual power is enough. Although you are currently absorbing spiritual energy relying on the earth source, what if you have a heavenly spiritual root? Who can say for sure about this thing? Before you started cultivating, you activated the mountain river crossing, integrating the incomplete spiritual veins in the space into the foundation of the Wanming Palace. The surrounding spiritual energy concentration indeed increased a bit. You plan to quickly go back to the strange stone ridge to bring back a chunk of spiritual vein. In the 8th simulation, although you were bitten to death by the big tadpole, That was because you weren't cautious. So after finishing with the spiritual vein, you stayed there and got caught. This time you planned to finish with the spiritual vein and leave immediately, so the big tadpole wouldn't even have time to react. Even if it reacts, it doesn't matter. You aren't afraid at all. Moreover, you estimate that after fusing another 30 to 40 earth sources, you could deal with the big tadpole, and then directly bring the big tadpole back as a tea-pet. After the concentration of spiritual energy increased, you cultivated near the construction site of the Wanming Palace. According to Yi Yuyun, when first absorbing spiritual energy into the body, ordinary spiritual roots take several years, earth spiritual roots take about a year, and heavenly spiritual roots can be completed within a month. You focused on your cultivation. Days and nights alternated, and 12 days passed in the blink of an eye. You looked at a trace of spiritual energy on your fingertip, your face filled with joy. You absorbed the first trace of spiritual energy into your body in just 12 days. Such speed is outstanding even among heavenly spiritual roots. Lin Mo hasn't even been born yet, not worthy of comparison with you. I wonder who else dares to say, I have no talent from now on. Today you finally feel proud. You couldn't help but think back to the third simulation when it took you half a year just to enter the martial arts path and condense the first trace of true energy. You couldn't help but sigh. That me back then was wrong. That was a simulation. That wasn't me. The talented me now is the real me. Your gaze became determined, nodding, feeling that your thoughts made a lot of sense. I am indeed a genius. You took another 5 days to learn the small spell for detecting spiritual roots. You also learned the display standards for spiritual roots. White is no spiritual root. Orange is ordinary spiritual root. Red is earth spiritual root. And purple is heavenly spiritual root. You dug a cave in the Qianming mountain range. At this time, you stood in the cave, your gaze focused. A trace of spiritual energy suddenly began to circulate, containing special powers of spiritual energy swaying at your fingertips. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Your slender fingers pointed at your dantian, and this trace of spiritual energy entered your body smoothly. In an instant, your dantian shone brightly. You looked down, and a dazzling purple light was fiercely blooming. You were stunned, then burst into wild laughter. I have a heavenly spiritual root. I am indeed a heavenly spiritual root. You circled around in the cave with your dantian raised. The glowing purple dantian like a car headlight illuminating your path. After running dozens of circles, you finally calmed down, and the purple light in your dantian gradually dimmed. You were very satisfied, originally wanting to smile, but suddenly found that the light in your dantian lit up again. This time it was red light, no? It was orange light, no? It was various colors of light starting to flash alternately. Your dantian emitted colorful lights, and the entire cave was illuminated like a themed bar. Incredibly cool. Chapter 161, The East Sea Island Group. You looked at the dazzling colors in your dantian, feeling like a whole room full of people were dancing inside. You looked puzzled. Is this really a spiritual root? Did I touch the electric switch? The light in your dantian kept ticking for a while before finally settling down. But you were no longer calm. Everyone else's spiritual roots were a single color, but only yours was dancing. You thought about how the number of earth sources might increase your affinity for spiritual energy. You speculated that the results detected now were due to the effects of the earth sources. The small spell for detecting spiritual roots should essentially detect a cultivator's affinity for spiritual energy. Spiritual roots do not have attributes, so affinity can be represented by a few unified colors. But the multiple types of earth sources in your body allowed you to increase your affinity for spiritual energy, which was why the displayed indicators were all garbled. The true brilliance of your spiritual root was overshadowed by these dazzling lights. You rolled your eyes. Forget it. As long as I can absorb spiritual energy quickly, I will reluctantly accept the fact that I am a heavenly spiritual root. This means that actually all extreme path masters who have fused with earth sources can also have acquired spiritual roots. But you know that earth sources and spiritual roots are not the same thing, after all. There are ordinary people who are born with spiritual roots, but have no change in combat power. Earth sources can help one get closer to spiritual energy, simply because earth sources are the manifestation of the great Tao of the Yuan Central Realm, and their high status allows one to be close to spiritual energy. You no longer troubled yourself with the issues of spiritual roots and earth sources, as every piece of yellow earth buries people. As long as you can absorb spiritual energy fiercely, that's enough. The current concentration of spiritual energy in the Wanming sect is still far from sufficient. You now plan to go to the strange stone ridge where the big tadpole is and bring back a chunk of spiritual vein to bury. You walked out of the cave, took a step, and the mountains and rivers shifted, arriving in the Tsangwang Desert. You looked far and wide again, took another step, and arrived above the strange stone ridge. Below your feet were bare black stone mountains. The terrain was quite peculiar. You chuckled. This time I'll guard against the big tadpole. I'm sure I can succeed. You descended, preparing to activate the mountain river crossing by supporting yourself with your hands on the ground. Suddenly, you frowned, sensing someone approaching quickly. That person came from the ground. You sensed he was running extremely fast, even exceeding the limits of running speed. Could it be that someone else knows about the strange stone ridge? Or is he just passing by? Better play it safe and see what's going on. You quickly hid behind a small boulder. You usually have the habit of activating the disguise mask to conceal your aura when going out, so you weren't worried about being discovered. That person got closer and closer. Eventually, he stopped about 500 meters in front of the boulder you were hiding behind. You narrowed your eyes, thinking, did he discover me again? You simply peeked out, only to find that the person was facing away from you. You were taken aback, realizing that this was actually a familiar face. This person is the next of Yi Yun, who came to the cliff mouth during the 6th simulation to compete with you for the source of the land, and was half killed by you with a single strike. Speaking of which, his storage bag is still with you. You suddenly remember that before the 6th simulation ended, you brought this person to Sea Snake Island. Later, when you were being roasted by Jiang Huijin, you couldn't care less about this person and simply threw him into the sea, probably drowning him. Just now, you sensed that this person was moving extremely fast, likely using a similar technique to the one he demonstrated during the 6th simulation that allows him to shrink distances. It seems that flying consumes a lot of spiritual energy for him, so he is very frugal. He generally doesn't take off unless forced. Now, this person has his back to you, starting to form hand seals and muttering incantations. In an instant, 9 mysterious positions appeared around him, each conjuring a formation flag out of thin air, the 9 small flags fluttering in the wind. You focus your gaze and clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy in the center of the flags is much higher. The person slightly nods and then conceals the flags. Suddenly, a loud boom resounds. A pale green giant tadpole jumps out from underground. But the tadpole does not attack the person. Instead, it swims around in the air and looks at him. The person's attitude immediately becomes very respectful. The tadpole swims around twice before burrowing back underground. After standing still for a moment, the person leaves straight towards the east. You glance at the person's back and think to yourself, there must be some connection between the tadpole and this person. Could it be that this earth spirit tadpole was raised by him? But judging by his respectful demeanor, it is also possible that the tadpole provided him with benefits, making him come to cook for it. You narrow your eyes, fully utilizing the mask of the theater, and quietly follow him. This guy is too frugal. He never flies with his sword. You followed him for over 2 months before finally reaching the East Sea. The person finally took off on his flying sword and plunged into the sea. There are no obstructions on the sea, so you use Taisu to follow at a greater distance. After following for another 5 months, the sea surface was no longer the monotonous blue, but dotted with islands. As you ventured deeper, the size of each island grew larger and their numbers increased. At this moment, a gigantic island that nearly filled your view appeared before you. From a distance, the towns on the island were prosperous, and the population was numerous. There were no city walls on the island, and various buildings were arranged in a very free and scattered manner. The person flew straight to the island and walked into a street. You kept following closely behind him. He turned several corners and arrived at a grand courtyard on a bustling street. Before entering, he paused to look around, his expression vigilant. You quickly sidestepped, picked up a child, and pretended to be the father he had never seen before. The little boy in your arms had a tall hairstyle and was holding a string of candied hawthorns, staring at you with a rosy face. As soon as the person walked into the courtyard, you bit off 5 candied hawthorns and returned the little boy to his mother. The little boy was left with only 1 candied hawthorn, the upper half of the bamboo skewer bitten off by you. The little boy was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Wah, mother, look at him. You quickly slipped away, disappearing into the crowd. The woman was startled and hurriedly ran away. Holding her child with a flustered expression, you pretended to be a passerby and noted the location of the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Your figure was like a ghost, perfectly blending into the darkness. You floated silently into the large courtyard. At this moment, the study in the courtyard was lit, and 4 or 5 people were discussing inside. You stealthily approached. A voice came from the study. Immortal Master, can you really kill that Zhao family head? You had followed that person all day and said in a deep voice, I'll let you know, my strength is on par with Zhao Shi's. Huh? Immortal Master, doesn't that mean there's no guarantee of victory? What are you panicking about? That's why I told you to join forces with the other extreme masters of the islands. When you attack Endless Island, you must be fierce, forcing Zhao Shi to act. And I will seize the opportunity to ambush. As long as I strike successfully, he will undoubtedly die. Alright, Immortal Master, originally our Wu family had 4 extreme masters, and we were about to unify the 10,000 islands. But that Zhao Shi inexplicably became an immortal master, which is truly detestable. Hmm? No. Immortal Master, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying Xiaoxi is detestable. All right, go prepare. We attack Endless Island in 3 days. Then the people in the room streamed out one after another. You blended into the darkness like a shadow, silently concealing yourself. The you had been following also came out and left the courtyard, heading towards a deep mountain on Yushu Island. You followed him as well. As you trailed behind, you pondered. Endless Island as Xiaoxi, you had fought this during your 6th simulation, estimating his strength to be at the early stage of foundation establishment. Since Xiaoxi's strength is similar to this, he should also be at the early stage of foundation establishment. This corresponds to the power of merging 2 or 3 sources of land, indeed capable of crushing ordinary extreme masters. It hasn't been long since the spiritual energy revival, and he is already at the early stage of foundation establishment. It seems the Zhao family has some good stuff. This first secretly raised the earth spirit, and then wanted to kill Xiaoxi from Endless Island. It seems he wants something from the Zhao family. This is from the not thinking about improving his strength or extending his life. So what is he doing all this for? Could it be that he came to to carry out his master's orders? As your thoughts swirled, they reached a mountain wall. The brother muttered incantations, and then a beam of spiritual energy shot out, removing the concealment of the mountain wall, revealing a dark cave. He was about to step inside when he suddenly sensed a dangerous and lethal aura. His face changed in horror, and he wanted to summon his flying sword but was too late. He only heard a loud bang before his consciousness plunged into darkness, and he fainted. When he awoke again, he involuntarily groaned in pain. He lay on the ground of the cave, all his bones shattered, and his spiritual energy dissipated, completely unable to resist. He barely lifted his gaze and saw a handsome, imposing youth with a radiant demeanor, casually flipping through books on the shelf in his cave. You smiled and said, "You must be Chu Zhe, right?" Chu Zhe's expression was pained and vigilant. "Who are you? What do you want?" "You've arranged this cave quite thoughtfully. Did you set it up according to your old home?" Chu Zhe frowned slightly. "What old home? I don't understand what you're saying." You picked up a book from the shelf and chuckled softly. "Old home? It's the..." Chu Zhe suddenly turned pale with fright. "You? Who exactly are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I can kill you. Which did you come from?" I don't know what you're talking about. Why bother? Just shaking that book in your hand won't help. This soul-searching technique will make you speak." Chu Zhe instead calmed down and snorted coldly. "If you have the ability, then try it." You paused your movements. "Oh? Could it be that your soul has been bound by someone?" Chu Zhe glared at you coldly, saying nothing. You nod. "It seems that's true. Then you are of no use to me. Just go in peace." You swing the soul-calling blade behind you in a swift motion, the blade's light icy and piercing. Wait. Bang. A deep pit erupts on the ground just an inch in front of Chu Zhe, a chilling aura lingering for a long time. Chu Zhe's eyes flash with shame. "You expected me to yield?" You smile and say, "I've killed quite a few people. I know that everyone has a survival instinct, but that's not important. Tell me about your situation." Chu Zhe's gaze drifts. "What do you want me to say? Where do you come from? How many people are in your family? Do you have any pets? And what other purpose do you have for coming to the Yuan Central Realm besides being a living sacrifice?" "You even know I'm a living sacrifice?" Chu Zhe increasingly feels you are not simple. Just pretend I don't know, and say everything you need to say. Chu Zhe, helpless, can only share his situation. Chu Zhe says he comes from the Jinmu Remnant Realm and is at the initial foundation establishment stage. Initially, after confirming he was this time's living sacrifice, Chu Zhe felt immense despair. Coming to the Yuan Central Realm, a place of absolute spirit, was essentially a death sentence. But he had no power to oppose it. Soon, an elder from a sect found him and gave him 2 sets of formations. One formation can gather spiritual energy, quickly cultivating the earth source into an earth spirit, while the other is a teleportation formation. The elder told him that every 100 years when the remnant realm opens, Chu Zhe can use the teleportation formation to send the earth spirit back to the Jinmu remnant realm. For each earth spirit he hands over, he can receive enough spiritual stones to cover 100 years of consumption, to maintain his level and to cultivate earth spirits. This condition remains valid until the remnant realm returns. However, the earth spirits must have Jinmu or Xuanmu affinity. Earth spirits of other affinities won't work. You understand why Chu Zhe came to compete with you for the earth source during the 6th simulation. It turns out he wasn't trying to merge with the earth source to extend his lifespan, but to obtain earth sources of Jinmu or Xuanmu affinity to cultivate into earth spirits and then send them back to the Jinmu remnant realm. This teleportation formation was set up by Chu Zhe in this cave. Chu Zhe arrived in the Yuan Central Realm 189 years ago, and 89 years ago he had already sent back an earth spirit to the Jinmu remnant realm. He also received the corresponding spiritual stones, but after 89 years, he had nearly exhausted them. You open his storage bag and find there are indeed not many spiritual stones, with 766 and 264 pieces of low, middle, and high-grade spiritual stones respectively. During the sixth simulation, the spiritual stones Chuzhe had seized from you were slightly fewer than now, but this year is the first year, and that time was the 11th year, so it is normal to have consumed some. Chuzhe's spiritual stones are indeed limited. If he fails to hand over an earth spirit even once, the Xianxiaaudiobooks Remnant Realm Limited will stop giving him spiritual stones. Chuzhe diligently collects earth sources in the Yuan Central Realm, raises earth spirits, and waits for the Xianxiaaudiobooks Remnant Realm to send him a 100-year salary. Like an honorable and great worker, you realize why Chuzhe hasn't been using his flying sword and has been relying on movement techniques to travel. It turns out he couldn't bear to spend the energy. This cultivation is truly harsh. Listeners are saddened, and hearers weep. After hearing Chuzhe's experience, your fragile little heart can't take it anymore. So you tearfully accept all his spiritual stones. This way, Chuzhe's level will surely drop. And when he falls to the lowest point, he will no longer have to worry about his level dropping. You have completely solved his troubles. You have once again become a good person struck by divine lightning. After listening to Chuzhe's description, you ask, you already sent back an earth spirit 89 years ago. How did you raise the earth spirit back, then when spiritual energy hadn't revived? I used the spiritual stones I brought to the Yuan Central Realm to cultivate the earth spirit, but that earth spirit was only at the initial qi refining stage. Your eyes widen. You were actually paying to work. Pretty much. What else did you do that would make people and gods furious? Nothing much. You click your tongue in astonishment. You actually paid to work. Your family doesn't know what you're doing, right? I have no family. Nice. You watch him fall silent for 2 breaths. Then, you ask, now that spiritual energy has begun to revive, are you still sending earth spirits to the Xianxiaaudiobooks Remnant Realm? Although spiritual energy has revived, the concentration is still not enough, and because spiritual energy has revived, I no longer need spiritual stones to cultivate earth spirits, which is essentially cost-free. You think of another question. You're only at the initial foundation establishment stage. How will you send that earth spirit with the late golden core stage to teleport? Your words cause Chuzhe's pupils to tremble, and he suddenly becomes speechless. He feels a chill rising from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Why you? How do you know? That's right, I've been tracking you. As for the realm and name of that earth spirit, just consider it a wild guess. Chuzhe stares at you deeply. Then, helplessly says, that formation for cultivating earth spirits can also capture earth spirits. At the moment the earth spirits accept the gathered spiritual energy from the formation, they are already falling into a trap. Your eyes light up. This thing is good. Teach me the formation, and I'll go capture that big tadpole. Chapter 163, Middle Grade Spiritual Vein. Chuzhe falls silent upon hearing your words. But after a few breaths, he deeply sighs. His life is almost at stake. So he can only throw caution to the wind. He ultimately gives you the Tiangang trapping spirit formation and even throws in the earth spirit teleportation formation for free. You also obtain the soul-searching technique and a golden core cultivation method, the Xianfeng Sifangju, from Chuzhe. You touch the jade slip of the Xianfeng Sifangju, golden core cultivation method? Wonderful, truly wonderful. I'll switch to this cultivation method when I get back. You Jingzi-Chi-Ju? Not familiar. In addition, there are some other small spells, such as the old actor's fireball technique in the cultivation world. Usually used to destroy corpses or show off in front of mortals, it's quite useful. There's also the minor water purification technique, if your body or clothes are dirty. A quick spell can make them fresh again. You pick up the earth spirit teleportation formation and ask, can this formation only teleport earth spirits? Or can it teleport other things? No, I have tried teleporting other things, and it didn't work. What did you try to teleport? Me. You raise an eyebrow. Very exploratory spirit. Chuzhe's expression darkens, and he doesn't speak. He wants to go back too much. You ask again, why did you join forces with the extreme path masters of these small islands to deal with Zhao Shi from Endless Island? Chuzhe hesitates for a moment before saying, Endless Island of the Zhao family has 2 large middle-grade spiritual veins, and I want to use them for cultivation. Endless Island has middle-grade spiritual veins, and there are 2? Your eyes light up. The spiritual veins of the Qianming Mountain Range and the Guaistone Ridge are both low-grade spiritual veins, with very thin spiritual energy content. Even if you pile up the quantity, the overall quality of spiritual energy is still very poor. Unless you use the mountain river crossing to merge a massive amount of low-grade spiritual veins, can your cultivation speed become normal. But now, there are ready-made middle-grade spiritual veins right in front of you, and your hidden attributes start to surge wildly. You can't help it. You simply can't help it. You plan to interrogate Chuzhe and then go to Endless Island to inspect your middle-grade spiritual veins. Last question, what does the Xianxiaaudiobooks Remnant Realm collect earth spirits for? Chuzhe swallows. I really don't know. All right, wait for me for a few days. What do you mean? After that, you stayed in the cave for 8 days. After 8 days, you smile and look at Chuzhe. I've learned the soul-searching technique. Are you still not going to say? I really don't know. They can't possibly tell me. Chuzhe's expression was filled with fear as he writhed on the ground, his soul being restricted. If he were to have his soul searched, he would die on the spot. You understood that searching Chuzhe's soul would lead to his death. So you asked, based on your understanding of the Jinmu remnant realm, what are your speculations? Chuzhe's complexion calmed down slightly, after thinking for a moment. He said, I think Elder Qin. Bang! Chuzhe's head exploded without warning, blooming like a blood-colored lotus. You raised a barrier, preventing blood from splattering onto you. You frowned slightly. The people behind the restriction are quite ruthless. Not even a word can be spoken. You guessed that the one collecting the earth spirits must be the Tao Source Great Ascension from the Jinmu remnant realm. Otherwise, the earth spirits in the remnant realm would go unnoticed by the Tao Source Great Ascension. At the same time, you were puzzled. What does the Jinmu remnant realm want to collect earth spirits for? When the remnant realm returns, they automatically converge onto the Tao Source Great Ascension? Why go through all this trouble? Moreover, they only collect earth spirits with the properties of Jinmu and Xuanmu. These Tao Source Great Ascensions are quite dishonest. Your expression turned grave. I need to quickly enhance my strength. Perhaps my time is limited. You looked at Chuzhe, who had met his end on the ground, and your emotions stirred slightly. So, you kindly helped Chuzhe tidy up his cave dwelling, obtaining some good items for array formation and weapon refinement. You destroyed the Earth Spirit teleportation array in the cave, and then used a fireball technique to burn down the cave, erasing all traces. You took a step forward and arrived above Endless Island. The Wandao Sea was densely dotted with countless islands of various sizes, the largest being Endless Island and Yushio Island. The Zhao family of Endless Island and the Wu family of Yushio Island are the two largest families in the Wandao Sea. Both families aim to completely dominate the Wandao Sea, with an equal number of extreme Dao masters, and neither could overpower the other, leading to years of opposition. However, a few years ago, Zhao family head Xiaoxi suddenly became a foundation establishment practitioner, causing the Wu family to lose face. This led to the Wu family wanting to ally with Chuzhe to eliminate Xiaoxi. At this moment, you stood above the Zhao family on Endless Island. Seeing that the luxurious courtyard was filled with kneeling people, it turned out that the Wu family's plan had been exposed, and without Chuzhe's assistance. The Wu family and the smaller families allied with them were all captured by the Zhao family. You sensed below and found no one emitting spiritual energy fluctuations, indicating that Xiaoxi was not present, but you weren't concerned about his whereabouts. After a brief sensing, you quickly located one of the medium-grade spiritual veins. You stepped forward and arrived above the spiritual vein. The rich spiritual energy made you involuntarily take a deep breath. Hiss, it's invigorating. You originally intended to land, but noticed someone meditating below. It should be Xiaoxi in the early stages of foundation establishment, you speculated. You transformed into Chuzhe's appearance and directly descended in front of him. Xiaoxi didn't notice you. He remained with his eyes closed, engrossed in cultivation. Stop dozing. Who? Xiaoxi was startled, and with a loud shout, he flew back. A primitive copper mirror suddenly appeared in his hand, his face filled with vigilance. Xiaoxi was extremely shocked. He didn't expect you to approach him so silently, nearly right up to his face. If you had attacked him, he would have been finished. Xiaoxi's heart raced, his gaze horrified. You smiled and said, don't be afraid, just borrowing a spiritual vein from you. Thought I'd let you know. Xiaoxi's expression remained wary. Borrowing a spiritual vein? You are the foundation establishment practitioner mentioned by the Wu family. Yes. After you finished speaking, you flew away. Xiaoxi immediately felt bewildered, but he refrained from attacking due to his fear of your strength. Borrowing a spiritual vein? Xiaoxi looked at the spiritual vein beneath him, but found nothing unusual. But then his expression changed in shock. Not good. Xiaoxi immediately flew toward another medium-sized spiritual vein on Endless Island. When he reached the area above this spiritual vein, he was left speechless. The originally flat area where the spiritual vein was located had suddenly transformed into a deep canyon stretching 100 miles, bottomless, with the spiritual vein vanishing without a trace. Xiaoxi stood there in a daze, unable to speak. After a long while, Xiaoxi muttered to himself, This, did the spiritual vein stand up and run away? At this time, you had already returned to the Great Qin realm. You didn't immediately return to the Wanmeng sect. Instead, you went to the Longmen Inn. You had restored your original appearance, and upon entering the inn, you smiled and asked, Boss lady, has the little saintess been here? The boss lady behind the counter raised her beautiful eyes slightly, her expression mildly surprised. Young master, it's you. The saintess took the things you left 2 months ago. She also said, what did she say? She said your things are very interesting. You smiled slightly. Please leave her a message. What message? Tell her to come find me at Wanming's sect. I have something even more interesting to show her. The boss lady covered her mouth and chuckled. All right. Chapter 164, The Small Cabin. You arrived at the strange stone ridge. You gazed at the pitch-black stone forest beneath you, smiling slightly. You quickly formed hand seals with your hands. Spiritual energy surged around, and the restraining ability of the Tiangang trapping spirit array suddenly activated. Boom! The earth spirit of the stone root was forcefully extracted from the ground with a loud bang, bound all over. The intense pain and the feeling of losing control over its life made it struggle violently. The stone root looked at you in terror, not understanding what you had done to it. With just a light thought, you could make the stone root explode. You hovered in front of the stone root, reaching out to pat its large head. Big tadpole, are you still craving something? Speak. Oh, I forgot you can't talk. After giving it a couple of punches, the stone root finally understood who was in charge. You chuckled, then released the binding. The stone root fell to the ground with a thud, watching you warily, then suddenly dashed out, trying to escape. You just watched it, making no move. As the big tadpole was about to bolt out of the Tiangang trapping spirit array's range, a light barrier suddenly appeared. The big tadpole bumped against it with a thud, dazedly shaking its head. The stone root was confined within the range of the Tiangang trapping spirit array, unable to escape. You nodded repeatedly, extremely satisfied. You decided to keep the stone root in the strange stone ridge. After all, it couldn't escape, and with its late golden core stage strength, no one could deal with it. You planned to fuse the big tadpole when you needed to merge with an earth spirit. You ignored the stone root and activated the Tai Su movement, returning to the Wanming sect. Months passed, and the main structure of the Wanming sect was basically completed, with only some finishing touches remaining. Amidst the misty and towering mountains, the magnificent buildings of the Wanming sect stood proudly, already exuding the aura of a major immortal sect. You also integrated the medium-grade spiritual vein borrowed from Endless Island into the foundation of the Wanming sect. The Qianming mountain range was a low-grade spiritual vein, and now with the addition of a medium-grade spiritual vein, along with part of the strange stone ridge's spiritual vein beneath the foundation, the spiritual energy concentration of the Wanming sect reached an unparalleled level. The entire Wanming sect instantly became even more ethereal and otherworldly. The current concentration of spiritual energy was more than enough for your cultivation. You could even take a breath and exhale half of it. It was that rich in spiritual energy. After enduring hardships for so long, you finally indulged in finer meals. With all preparations completed, it was time to focus on cultivating. You arrived at your dedicated Dongji Peak, the area with the highest concentration of spiritual energy, where your sect leader's residence was located on the peak. You entered the training room. You took out the Jin Dan cultivation method, the Xianfeng Si Feng Ju, and carefully studied it, deciding to cultivate this method. The Xianfeng Si Feng Ju is not considered a top-tier cultivation method, but that's okay. After a few years when Mosey is born, I'll have him create a powerful one for me. Then, you began to concentrate on your cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. In the 4th year, you slowly opened your eyes in the training room, excitement flashing through your calm gaze. You smiled lightly, cultivating immortality SMT that hard. In just 3 years, your immortal Dao realm had reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Your lantern ball spiritual root played a significant role. Your martial arts realm surged to the late stage of extreme Dao master. Your source power underwent 2 more condensations, bringing the total number of condensations for the extreme Dao master realm to 4. Your Yin Shenju finally broke through that barrier, reaching the 3rd layer. You had reached the peak of the Yin Shenju, but you already had some ideas about its future development. This 3 years of cultivation was a huge harvest for you. You walked out of the training room and arrived at the summit of Dongji Peak. During these 3 years, you had gone out a few times, mainly to find some old acquaintances. You first brought back Xiangxia during the 6th simulation. Xianxia helped you manage the Wanming Palace efficiently, proving to be a rare talent. However, by the time you found Xiangxia, it was a bit late because he had already married his well-tempered wife. Fortunately, Xiangxia's wife hadn't yet hooked up with that young master from the noble family. She only got involved with the neighbor next door. Poor Xiangxia was unaware of this, so you had to constantly hint at him using leaves, grass, and bamboo. In the end, Xiangxia finally realized the truth, turning around and killing his wife and the neighbor, then came with you to Wanming Zone. You also brought back Old Wang. During the 6th simulation, you only lasted 11 years before being killed by Old Wang. Even though you had started cultivating immortality, you still felt that Old Wang's ability to kill people had no scientific basis. You couldn't help it. You just didn't believe in the supernatural. Xiangxia and Old Wang both took on managerial roles, but their responsibilities didn't conflict with each other. Sang-yi was in charge of the Wan Mengzong's sex affairs, while Old Wang helped you manage Wan Mengzong's interests in the secular world. At this moment, you stood at the peak of Dongji Peak, with a sea of clouds swirling beneath your feet and the newborn sun rising in the distance. Everything was flourishing. You just needed one good friend. During these 3 years, Wan Qingwan hadn't come to find you. In fact, every time you finished your training, you would go to the Longmen Inn. The innkeeper said that Wan Qingwan had taken the Yisui book and hadn't appeared for 3 years. Even people within the sect didn't know where she had gone. You knew that Wan Qingwan must be curious about you after seeing the memories in the Yisui book. You felt a sense of unease in your heart. You decided to go to the Longmen Inn one more time to ask if there was any news about Wan Qingwan. You quickly arrived at the Longmen Inn. Before you even entered, the graceful innkeeper hurried out to greet you. Young master, you've finally come back. There's news about the saintess. Your face lit up. Is she still alive and well? No, don't jinx it. The innkeeper spat 3 times and said that the saintess mentioned that if you came again, you should go to the old place to find her. Old place. You frowned, then immediately realized. With a loud whoosh, you shot up into the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. The innkeeper hurriedly waved her handkerchief and ran back to the inn. You first arrived at Changfeng City, not far from the Black Show Forest. There was a small courtyard in the city where you once lived in seclusion. This was the place where you first met Wan Qingwan. But now, the small courtyard was inhabited by strangers, and you didn't find Wan Qingwan. You felt a bit disappointed. You then went to Huanan village at the foot of the Tianzhong Snow Mountain. You stood in front of a farmer's small courtyard where you and Wan Qingwan had played the role of a married couple for 4 years. By the end, you had confused reality and illusion, unable to tell the truth from the false. Wan Qingwan was not here either. You felt a bit anxious. Finally, you took a step and appeared in the Tsangwang Desert, standing in the spot where you once planted trees. But without your afforestation, this place remained desolate. However, there was a slight difference. Before you was not a completely barren scene. In the wide and lonely desert, where the oasis villa once stood, there was now a small wooden house standing peacefully against the wind and sand. Chapter 165. How many encounters? You looked at the small wooden house, feeling that someone was inside, and that it should be a very nice person. You moved your feet, walking step by step towards the small wooden house. Reaching the small steps at the front of the wooden house, you ascended. With each step, the wooden stairs creaked softly, as if they were joyfully bouncing. You stood at the door. With a creak, you pushed the door open and entered. To the left of the small wooden house was a small bedroom with a narrow bed, the bedding clean and new. To the right was a larger main hall, furnished simply with a dining table and benches, along with 2 large lounge chairs. One lounge chair was empty. On the other lounge chair, the slender figure of Wan Qingwan lay back, wearing a pure white long dress, her eyes slightly squinted, looking serene and at ease. A beam of sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating her fair face, tinting the ends of her long eyelashes with a touch of gold. You paused for a moment, and Wan Qingwan slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, her gaze trembled, surprise flickering in her eyes, followed by a hint of madness. Finally, she broke into a radiant smile. You're back. You responded with a bright smile. I'm back. Sit. Wan Qingwan patted the lounge chair beside her, making it crackle. You walked over and lay on the other lounge chair. Wan Qingwan turned her body, resting her small face against the back of the chair, looking at you. You also gazed at her, smiling silently. In Wan Qingwan's eyes, there was no trace of unfamiliarity or restraint, as if she were looking at a long-lost good friend. Her eyes were filled with intense curiosity and desire for exploration. You knew that over the past 3 years, she must have read the memories in the Yisui book countless times, perhaps even memorized the lines. You both did not seem like you were meeting for the first time, but rather like you had been entangled for several lifetimes. Wan Qingwan's eyes sparkled, her tone slightly excited as she suddenly asked, Did you really die in the end? Little friends should be polite. May I ask, did you really leave this world? I did. What about me? After you boiled Yinjiao Master to death, you became the leader. I meant you and me. I later met you again at the Cliff River mouth. You still remember me? Yes. Is it because of this? Wan Qingwan shook the Yisui book in her hand. You hesitated for a moment. Yes. Then do I still know you? No longer. Wan Qingwan paused slightly, seeming a bit disappointed. You should be braver and get to know me. You were alone back then, and I took you away. Wan Qingwan's smile brightened, adding a touch of brilliance to the small wooden house. Really? Really? What happened afterward? Afterward, we became good friends. The best friends. The best friends in the world. What happened next? And then what? Occasionally, the voice of Wan Qingwan could be heard in the small wooden house, sometimes laughing, sometimes gasping in surprise, and sometimes whispering softly. The tiny wooden house seemed even smaller amidst the vast desert, yet it felt particularly warm. As night gradually descended, the bright yellow candlelight illuminated the inside of the wooden house. You and Wan Xingwan lay side by side on the roof, the crowded starlight brightening the entire night sky. Wan Xingwan took out the book of memories and looked at the night sky, her tone curious. Good friend, I have a question. You rested your hands behind your head and smiled. What question? Wan Xingwan's rosy lips slightly pursed as she asked. Why are the images of us when we enter the house sometimes very blurry, and I can't see anything clearly? Not even the sounds. These are the images of us going astray. I have blurred them out. Wan Xingwan blinked. Are the consequences of going astray very serious? Very serious. Wan Xingwan's smooth forehead slightly wrinkled. But since these images are in your memory, doesn't that mean we have already gone astray? Yes. There are no serious consequences, right? Your expression darkened. At such a young age, how can you understand the implications? What exactly are the serious consequences? Wan Xingwan looked curious. You looked around cautiously and whispered, bring your little ear closer. I will only tell you. Wan Xingwan tensed her little face and leaned closer. Exhaling softly. Good friend, go ahead. The serious consequence is that it can be addictive. Wan Xingwan's eyes widened in horror. No wonder there are blurry images in your memory all the time. Sometimes it can be blurry for a whole day. It really seems addictive. You could say that. Wan Xingwan nodded in agreement. The consequences are indeed serious. It delays our cultivation. Absolutely. How did we develop this bad habit? You thought for a moment. Elbow, let's go to the bedroom. I'll demonstrate for you. Wan Xingwan hesitated for a moment. It won't be addictive, right? You widened your eyes. Of course, the demonstration is fake. It won't be addictive. Wan Xingwan looked at you innocently. Really? Really? All right then. You took Wan Xingwan's hand and stepped down from the roof. Walking a few steps into the bedroom. Why are you blowing out the candle? This is a demonstration. I need to make sure you can't see to avoid addiction. Really? Really? Why are you hugging me? I'm just hugging you. Not doing anything else. Really? Really? What is this? This is my spiritual root. What is a spiritual root? I was quite clever when I was young, so I called it a spiritual root. Why don't I have a spiritual root? It doesn't matter. Just look at my spiritual root. Really? Really? The next day, on the narrow little wooden bed, you two were squeezed together. Wan Xingwan's eyes held a hint of grievance. The big spiritual root is not fun at all. You flipped Wan Xingwan over to lie on top of you. Actually, I made a mistake last night. This is my spiritual root. You placed Wan Xingwan's hand on your dantian, and then your colorful spiritual root lit up. Your dantian instantly emitted a dazzling array of colors. Wan Xingwan exclaimed, Good friend, why is your dantian glowing? This is my spiritual root. You also have a spiritual root. Wan Xingwan asked in confusion, My dantian can glow too. You gathered spiritual energy in your hand, and a beam of energy shot into Wan Xingwan's body. Immediately, a deep purple dazzling light appeared at Wan Xingwan's dantian. Wan Xingwan's cheeks were illuminated with a faint purple glow. What happened to me? You looked delighted, as expected of my good friend. You and I are both heavenly spiritual roots.